Dragon God Supreme Chapter 542 to Chapter 624. Feng Wuchen could sense the destructive power in the treasure map far away in the western region. And the divine punishment force was an ancient power. Since they were both ancient powers, there should be some connection between the two. Therefore, Feng Wuchen planned to try to use the destructive power to sense the divine punishment force. He didn't know if he didn't try, but when he tried, there was a trace of movement. It really works. The mark on the map is right, the divine punishment force really exists. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. His eyes suddenly swept in a direction and said, "Over there." Under Feng Wuchen's detection, he found that the destructive power and the divine punishment force in his body had a subtle resonance. Although he didn't know what the connection was, at least he could sense the existence of the divine punishment force. "Brother Feng, did you find it?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Lu Qingyang immediately asked excitedly. "It's in the south, I think the treasure we are looking for is there." Feng Wuchen smiled, secretly glad that he already had the destructive power. Otherwise, he really didn't know how long it would take to find it. Xianxia and the others were puzzled and shocked. They hadn't even looked for it yet, but Feng Wuchen found the location of the treasure first. "Teacher, are you sure it's in the south?" Zhang Junlan also asked in disbelief. "I'm definitely right." Feng Wuchen was very certain. He believed that his world extermination power wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, the subtle feeling he just sensed was definitely not wrong. Feng Wuchen took the lead and flew to the south, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed closely behind. Although they were still skeptical, they still had to check it out. Over a mountain range, Feng Wuchen and the others came to the edge of a cliff. "Brother Feng, is it nearby?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked and looked around. The destructive power was activated again, and Feng Wuchen sensed it again. The closer they got to the divine punishment force, the more violent the destructive power became. "It's below the cliff, but someone is guarding it." Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. When he was sensing, Feng Wuchen sensed the aura of a human. Feng Wuchen was secretly surprised. He did not expect that there would be humans in this primitive mountain range. Although the aura was very weak, Feng Wuchen was sure that it was a human. Someone is guarding it? Could it be someone from the Emo family? Why can't I sense his aura? Xianxia guessed. As a level 2 celestial being, Xianxia could not sense any trace of human presence. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "He's not from the Emo clan. The Emo clan has already been annihilated. Furthermore, the Emo clan doesn't have such an expert." "Expert? I didn't sense anything." Beidou Yan shook his head. Zhang Junlan frowned and shook his head. "I can't sense it either." "The location of the treasure is right below the cliff," Feng Wuchen said, looking at the pitch-black cliff. The bottom of the pitch-black cliff was full of mystery and strangeness. "Temple Master, how did you know that the treasure is here?" Xianxia asked curiously. "The purpose of this treasure hunt is to find a type of energy. The energy in my body just so happens to be able to sense the existence of this mysterious energy." Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He did not hide anything. Mysterious energy? Everyone was stunned and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. This energy is called the Divine Retribution Energy. It is a type of ancient energy. It is very powerful. Unfortunately, it has been discovered by others. Feng Wuchen said with a serious expression. However, since they were already here, Feng Wuchen had to go down and take a look. Moreover, Feng Wuchen was determined to get the divine retribution energy. Even if it was discovered by others, Feng Wuchen had to get it back. Feng Wuchen jumped down the cliff without hesitation. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed suit. "Temple Master, I sensed the aura of humans." Xianxia finally sensed a powerful aura while diving down. 3 people in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. And 1 in the 2nd level of the heaven realm. Beidou Yan frowned as he sensed the aura of the 4 powerful people. "I sensed it too." "Who are they?" Lu Qingyang asked in confusion. At the bottom of the cliff, the 4 powerful people also sensed Feng Wuchen and the others, but they did not move. The 4 powerful people sat cross-legged around a cyan array, holding different marks in their hands. The surrounding space was illuminated by the array's faint light. Lu Qingyang said vigilantly, "Brother Feng, it's an array. It's a sealing array." Feng Wuchen said lightly, looking at the four powerful people. Feng Wuchen and the others did not know the four powerful people in front of him. The only thing they were sure of was that the four powerful people were very powerful. The divine retribution energy is under the sealing array. After sensing it again, Feng Wuchen was sure. He was ecstatic. "Temple Master, it seems that the treasure is really here." Bai Yan and the others were very sure. "Brother Feng, are they trying to break the array?" Miao Qingqing asked in a low voice. "They are just guarding. The sealing array is an ancient array. They can't break it with their strength." Feng Wuchen shook his head and answered in a low voice. "May I know who the four of you are?" Feng Wuchen looked at the four people and asked. "Get out if you don't want to die," one of the powerful people said coldly. His eyes were closed, but there was an extremely cold murderous aura in them. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was not afraid. Instead, he spread out his hands and sneered, "It's not certain who will die." As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the four powerful people suddenly opened their eyes. 8 terrifying lights swept toward Feng Wuchen at the same time. Their terrifying eyes made people feel frightened. Terrifying momentum and coercion spread out from the four people, suppressing Feng Wuchen and the others. They were pale and had difficulty breathing. "Brother Feng, are you crazy?" Lu Qingyang cursed in a low voice. With the terrifying cultivation of the four people, any one of them could easily kill Feng Wuchen and the others. Feng Wuchen dared to provoke such powerful people. Tianqing, Bai Yan, and the others were also shocked. They broke out in cold sweat and looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. How was this a treasure hunt? It was simply a death wish. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. "With the strength of the four of you, it's impossible to break the seal. This is an ancient seal. Even a soul transformation realm expert might not be able to break it, let alone the four of you." Hearing this, the four powerful people's faces sank at the same time. Obviously, Feng Wuchen was right. Even a divine transformation realm cultivator couldn't break it. The divine transformation realm was a legendary powerhouse. No one had ever seen one. However, Feng Wuchen said that such a terrifying powerhouse couldn't break the ancient sealing array. After a pause, Feng Wuchen said, "If my guess is correct, the four of you are array masters. You are looking for the array eye of the ancient sealing array. At this moment, your power is resisting the power of the ancient sealing array. If you want to withdraw your power, I'm afraid that your power will be swallowed up by the seal before you can do anything." Feng Wuchen was able to set up the 9 god-killing formation and the spirit-gathering formation, which showed that Feng Wuchen was very accomplished in the field of magic arrays. It was not surprising that Feng Wuchen could tell that the four of them were array grandmasters at a glance. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. "The power of the immemorial seal is terrifying. With your abilities, you won't be able to find the core of the seal. Your power is only on the surface of the seal. Even if I give you another 1,000 years, you won't be able to find the core." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the four superiors' faces changed and their eyes were full of shock. As array grandmasters, they were certain that Feng Wuchen was also an array grandmaster. Moreover, he was much more powerful than them. They were on a completely different level. "Who are you? You are as accomplished in the field of magic arrays as we are, but we have never heard of such a young array grandmaster on the continent." One of the superiors frowned and asked. He was very curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. "I'm very interested in the treasures here." "I'm sorry." Feng Wuchen sneered, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. "It's true that we don't dare to go deep into the sealing array. There are many arrays in this array, and each of them is interconnected. Their existence completely covers the formation eye of the sealing array itself. We don't dare to try, because each array may trigger the power of the sealing array. If you kill us, you may not be able to break the array." The warrior of the heaven realm frowned and his face was very gloomy. "Even if I don't kill you, I may not be able to break the formation?" Lu Qingyang sneered. "Hall Master, their power is beginning to withdraw from the formation. It'll be too late if we don't act now." Tianqing frowned and looked very serious. This was the best time to act. Once the power of the four was withdrawn from the formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do it. Don't give them a chance. Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely and took the lead to rush out. Kill the superiors of the heaven realm first. Xianxia said coldly. His body flashed out like lightning with a murderous look. Bastard! The four were furious and desperately withdrew the power of the formation. You're courting death. The superiors of the heaven realm shouted gloomily. His hands quickly changed gestures and set up a formation with the power of the genuine spirit. See soul-killing formation. A blue formation appeared on the ground beneath Feng Wuchen's group, trapping them instantly. They couldn't move at all. Break! Crack! Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The blue array suddenly cracked and shattered. What? How could he find the array so quickly? The warriors of the heaven realm were shocked. Feng Wuchen said in disdain, "Can such a trashy formation trap me?" A formation? The heaven realm had killed formation was to kill the heaven realm. Had killed many superiors of heaven realm were. However, in front of Feng Wuchen, it was indeed a trash array. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been broken in an instant. Limitless sea overturning formation. Ghost formation water moon illusion formation. The four formation grandmasters panicked and set up formations again and again, but they were all broken by Feng Wuchen effortlessly. The arrays that the four of them had learned throughout their lives, whether it was defensive arrays, offensive arrays, bewildering arrays, or illusionary arrays, were all easily broken by Feng Wuchen. Their faces were full of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They had never seen such a horrible formation grandmaster. Their Dharma arrays were trash in front of Feng Wuchen. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked to see that Feng Wuchen could break the formation with a wave of his hand. They had never seen such a fierce formation grandmaster. The formations they had set up were very powerful, but they were not strong enough. Not only could they not exert the power of the formation, but they also consumed the power of the formation. Who is he? All of our spirit designs were broken by him alone. This is impossible. How can there be such a monstrous formation grandmaster in this world? The four powerhouses were terrified, and they were all trembling. Feng Wuchen's terrifying power had deeply shocked them. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. While Feng Wuchen was breaking the array, he was already closing in on Xianxia and the others. Before the four of them could withdraw their powers, Feng Wuchen launched a fierce attack. Powerful martial arts techniques landed on the four of them. Without any protection, the four of them spat out blood and flew out of the array. The four of them flew out of the formation, which meant that they could no longer retract their power. They were completely powerless. The four of them had never thought that they would encounter such a terrifying formation grandmaster. If he had known this would happen, he would have used the power he had just retracted to execute a martial technique to kill Feng Wuchen and the others instead of wasting his power on the array. Bastard! If it wasn't for the formation, you juniors wouldn't be so arrogant. One of them gritted his teeth and said angrily. Stinking brat, do you know who we are? Are you tired of living? One of them roared at Feng Wuchen. I don't care who you are, the treasure is mine. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was determined to get the power of divine punishment. We are from the Divine King Temple. If you dare to kill us, you will die too. Another person shouted in panic. The Divine King Temple? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised and said, the Divine King Temple of the Tyrant Territory is the strongest force on the mainland. Yes. We were ordered by the young master to break the formation. How dare you interfere? You are courting death. The Heaven Realm warrior shouted angrily. Seeing the surprise on Feng Wuchen's face, he could not help but feel relieved. The Divine King Temple? Zhang Junlan was stunned. Hearing these words, his body could not help but tremble. Teacher, Yanran was injured by the young master of the Divine King Temple. Zhang Junlan quickly said. He could not help but think of the young master's figure. Zhang Junlan clenched his fists. His eyes were full of anger. Zhang Junlan would never forget the scene of the young master of the Divine King Temple injuring Yanran. So that's how it is. Then all the more we can't leave them alive. The God King's shrine might not let us off. We might as well kill them all, said Feng Wuchen coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he killed one of them without hesitation. Beidou Yan and Yi Tianqing attacked at the same time without mercy. The three array grandmasters were killed on the spot. How dare you? At worst, we will die together. I don't believe you can break the Taiga seal. The Heaven Realm warrior shouted angrily. He wanted to control the power of the formation to activate the Taiga seal. You have no chance. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from the left side of the Heaven Realm warrior. What? The Heaven Realm warrior's face changed greatly. Young master. Help me. The dagger flashed with a cold light and emitted a cold breath. The warrior of the Heaven Realm screamed in panic. The moment the dagger in Feng Wuchen's hand slid across the warrior's neck, Feng Wuchen only felt his body strangely stagnate for half a second. Half a second later, the dagger slid across the edge of the warrior's neck. Feng Wuchen stared at the dagger and the warrior's neck in shock. His eyes widened in an instant. How could there be a mistake? Feng Wuchen's throat-cutting realm was absolutely perfect. It was impossible for him to miss. Yi Tianqing and Lu Qingyang both widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen would miss. Moreover, the warrior of the Heaven Realm had no power to resist. What's going on? Feng Wuchen was confused and shocked. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply and said, "What was that feeling?" Something must have happened in an instant. What happened in an instant was too strange. Feng Wuchen only felt something, but he didn't know what was going on. Yi Tianqing and the others didn't even feel anything, as if nothing had happened. Young master. Help me. Help me. Realizing that he was still alive, the warrior of the Heaven Realm was overjoyed and kept shouting excitedly. After missing the first strike, Feng Wuchen didn't make another move. Young master? Feng Wuchen frowned. His expression was grave as he vigilantly looked around. If it was really the young master of the divine palace of the God King, how terrifying was his strength, but if it wasn't for someone in the dark, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have missed. The bottom of the cliff was surprisingly quiet, and the air was filled with a strange atmosphere. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others also felt that something was wrong. There must be a terrifying master in the dark. This person's cultivation is at least above the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Feng Wuchen frowned. There was no movement in the first second, but in the next second, a figure appeared behind Feng Wuchen out of thin air, and Feng Wuchen did not notice it at all. Feng Wuchen was completely oblivious. Brother Feng, behind you. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed, and his heart was incomparably shocked. Even Feng Wuchen was unable to detect it. How terrifying was this person? Kid, you sure are bold. You clearly know that it's the God King's divine hall, yet you still try to kill him. An extremely cold and despair-inducing voice rang out from behind Feng Wuchen. An extremely terrifying pressure pressed down on Feng Wuchen like a towering mountain, causing Feng Wuchen to feel suffocated. Young Hall Master. Young Hall Master. Hearing this familiar voice, the warriors of the Heaven Realm were ecstatic and finally felt completely relieved. I've given you so much time, yet you can't even break a seal, the person said coldly. The cold voice seemed to come from the 18th level of hell, scaring the warriors of the Heaven Realm out of their wits. The warriors of the Heaven Realm explained in horror, Young Hall Master, we've almost found the formation eye of the seal, but these guys took advantage of our strength and attacked us. They wanted to rob the treasure. Rob the treasure? Disdain flashed in Ling Hun's eyes, and he said, on this continent, no one dares to rob me. The person who came was Ling Hun, the young hall master of the Divine King's divine palace. Ling Hun was 27 or 28 years old, wearing a gorgeous black brocade. His long hair draped over his shoulders. Under his sword-shaped eyebrows were a pair of cold and frightening eyes. His handsome face carried a touch of innate coldness and arrogance. Ling Hun was the most powerful top genius on this continent. He was praised as a monstrous genius and recognized as the first genius on the continent. There was no energy fluctuation on Ling Hun's body, but he could silently appear behind Feng Wuchen, which was enough to prove that this person was very terrifying. Ling Hun's status was very high. All the powerhouses on the continent, including the older generation, had to be respectful when they saw him. They were extremely afraid of Leng Hun. Not to mention Zhang Junlan, even the young master of the fairy weapon pavilion was not qualified to stand side by side with him. Leng Hun's terror was absolutely terrifying to countless powerhouses on the continent. "Be careful, Hall Master," Beta Yen shouted, his face full of worry. Feng Wuchen immediately used instant movement to retreat. Boom! Puff! But the moment Feng Wuchen disappeared, there was a sudden explosion. When he reappeared, Feng Wuchen fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He used instant movement, but was still hit by Leng Hun's palm. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were shocked. None of them saw Leng Hun's attack. Leng Hun was too powerful. It was beyond their imagination. Leng Hun hid his strength very well. Even Feng Wuchen could not see the depth of his cultivation. Leng Hun! Zhang Junlan gritted his teeth. His face was ferocious, and a murderous aura filled the air. So it's young Master Zhang of the Zhang family, the continent's #1 genius craftsman. Long time no see. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Leng Hun acted as if he had just noticed Zhang Junlan, and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. I will kill you. Zhang Junlan roared furiously. Are you crazy? You are no match for him. Don't go to your death. Yi Tianqing stopped Zhang Junlan and scolded. Yan Ran should be dead soon, right? Leng Hun asked indifferently. What does that have to do with you? Zhang Junlan roared. If I can't have it, no one else can. Yan Ran is stubborn, so I have no choice but to send her on her way. Leng Hun's lips curled into a sinister smile. You are crazy. Ling Xiaoxiao cursed. Crazy? Leng Hun glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and sneered, stupid. Leng Hun glanced at the heavily injured Feng Wuchen and said in a commanding tone, you seem to know a lot about arrays. I will give you 3 days to break the seal, or die. Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, you are also afraid of this seal? No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than the seal? Leng Hun understood Feng Wuchen's meaning. His eyes flashed with murderous intent and he sneered, you can try. When Feng Wuchen was forming a seal, Leng Hun came in a flash. Before Feng Wuchen could trigger the seal, Leng Hun attacked with his palm. Leng Hun's palm was terrifying. If it hit, Feng Wuchen and the others would definitely be turned into ashes. But when Leng Hun approached, Ling Xiaoxiao's body instantly condensed a blue-bounded domain. Leng Hun sensed it and his face suddenly changed. His palm suddenly stopped half an inch away from the blue-bounded domain. The divine transformation domain. Leng Hun was shocked and couldn't help but look at Ling Xiaoxiao again. At this time, Feng Wuchen's palm had already hit the primitive domain seal under his feet. Young master, be careful. The Heaven Realm warriors shouted in horror. Buzz. Back off. Yi Tianqing yelled anxiously. He pulled Beta Yen and Lan Yu and retreated quickly. Zhang Junlan. Run. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing immediately used instant transmission to get out of the sealing array. The primordial seal array was filled with terrifying ancient power. The bright light of the array lit up the entire dark cliff. The light shot up into the sky from the edge of the cliff. Buzz. The void space shook violently. Dark clouds gathered and condensed into a huge vortex of dark clouds. The terrifying ancient power changed the color of heaven and earth. Young master. Run. Run. The warriors of the Heaven Realm screamed in panic. They did not dare to stay. Who are you? In front of the sealing array, Leng Hun stared at Ling Xiaoxiao and asked. Even in the face of the terrifying power of the sealing array, Leng Hun was not afraid. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, you don't have the right to know. Oh? Really? Leng Hun frowned slightly. You're so confident in your own strength? Feng Wuchen sneered when he saw Leng Hun was still in the sealing array. Leng Hun glanced at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, no one in this world can trap me. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange scene appeared. Leng Hun's figure disappeared without a trace. Even his breath disappeared. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in the air. This was not instant transmission. The power of space. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. With the evil dragon god's eyesight, Feng Wuchen immediately saw that Leng Hun had used the power of space. Leng Hun's disappearance was spatial transmission. You conceal yourself. Leng Hun's cold laughter came from the cliff. Sorry, I triggered the seal to scare you. You don't know anything about arrays. It's too easy to scare you, Feng Wuchen said mockingly. His lips curled up into a cold smile. The primordial seal array is all-encompassing. The power I triggered was just the defensive power of the sealing array. You want to covet the treasure under the array? Feng Wuchen sneered. However, even its defensive power was extremely terrifying. Defensive power? The warriors of the Heaven Realm were stunned. After saying that, Feng Wuchen stood up, and the ancient power that he emitted gradually dissipated. In the next second, Leng Hun's figure appeared out of thin air, his expression extremely cold. Do you know the consequences of angering me? Leng Hun asked coldly. His cold eyes were like a poisonous snake staring at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen slowly squatted down and placed his palm on the ceiling formation. He sneered and said, "You tell me." Leng Hun waved his hand and an extremely terrifying power spread out in all directions. Finally, it formed a massive spatial energy that trapped the entire cliff. It's as easy as flipping my hand if I want to kill you. Don't even think about using the power of the sealing array to deal with me, Leng Hun said coldly. I know you have the ability to open the sealing array. It just so happens that I need someone who can open the seal. You guys stay here and slowly open the seal. As long as you don't open the seal, you can forget about leaving this place. Don't even think about breaking through my space, Leng Hun sneered. Zhang Junlan shouted angrily, Leng Hun. Don't even think about it. I'm afraid that even if Big Brother Feng opens the sealing array, we might not be able to leave this place alive, right? Lu Qingyang said coldly. Leng Hun sneered and said, You're right. You guys can spend the rest of your lives here. However, if you break the sealing array, you might still have a chance. The space you set up might not be able to trap us, Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Pa. After saying that, Ling Xiaoxiao activated her bloodline power. She put her hands together and muttered something. This power is... Leng Hun frowned. He could sense that Ling Xiaoxiao's power was extraordinary. How could this be? Ling Xiaoxiao, who was mumbling to herself, suddenly stopped. Her face was filled with shock. Xiaoxiao, the space formed by the power of space can isolate your power. You can't summon anyone. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Can't summon anyone? Ling Xiaoxiao was shocked. If she couldn't summon anyone, who could break Leng Hun's space? You want to summon someone? I forgot to tell you that the space I created is different from other spaces. The space you are in now is under my control. Leng Hun sneered. Leng Hun looked at Feng Wuchen and said, You seem to know a lot about the power of space. It seems that your goal is similar to mine. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought, is he also looking for the power of divine punishment? Palace Master, do you have a way to break his space? Yi Tianqing asked quietly. If they couldn't break the space, they would be trapped here for the rest of their lives. I don't know if your space can withstand the power of the ancient sealing array. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, If the space you created is forcefully broken, it will cause a lot of damage to you, right? Is that so? You can try. Leng Hun sneered fearlessly. After saying that, Leng Hun disappeared into thin air. Brother Feng, hurry up and try. Lu Qingyang said as soon as Leng Hun left. Yes, we can break his space by activating the ancient sealing array, but Leng Hun will take the opportunity to attack us. With his strength and the power of space, killing us will be a piece of cake. Feng Wuchen frowned and shook his head. Palace Master, are you saying that breaking the ancient sealing array is equivalent to death? Beta Yan asked with a frown. Aren't we looking for the treasure? How can we find it without breaking the ancient sealing array? We have no other choice. If we don't break the ancient sealing array, we won't be able to get out. Lu Qingyang said anxiously. The best way to break the space was to activate the power of the ancient sealing array. With the terrifying power of the ancient sealing array, breaking Leng Hun's space would be a piece of cake. However, once the ancient sealing array was activated, Leng Hun would definitely attack them. If that happened, not only would Feng Wuchen not get the treasure, but they would also be in danger. Leng Hun trapped Feng Wuchen because he wanted Feng Wuchen to activate the ancient sealing array. He was not worried about the damage caused by breaking the ancient sealing array. We don't have to break the ancient sealing array. Palace Master, you can activate the ancient sealing array, but you have to think of a better way. We can't let Leng Hun take advantage of us. Xianxia said. It's a pity that I didn't learn the Golden Dragon Seal space travel ability. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trapped here. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Xianxia is right. If we can't break the ancient sealing array, we have to leave some space for Leng Hun. The best way is to set up an illusory array. Feng Wuchen said. Illusory array? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen at the same time. The three of them are array masters. They must have a lot of materials on them. Let's go find them. Feng Wuchen said as he looked at the three people who were killed. Feng Wuchen planned to set up an illusion array. As long as they could fool Leng Hun, they would have a chance to seize the treasure. Then, they would trigger the power of the seal array and use the power of the seal array to break through space. They would have a chance to escape. In the storage rings of the three array grandmasters, there were many materials for setting up array formations. These materials were more than enough for Feng Wuchen to set up an illusion array. The divine retribution power was under the sealing array. As long as the sealing array was activated, Feng Wuchen and the others would have a chance to obtain it. How could they miss such an opportunity? The illusion array that Feng Wuchen set up had to cover the space where Leng Hun was condensing. Are you going to start breaking the array? Leng Hun's transparent face appeared on the surface of the huge space. He was looking at Feng Wuchen and the others at the bottom of the cliff. Leng Hun sneered inwardly, I've trapped you in this space. You can either open the sealing array or wait for death. You have no other choice. Even if the power of the sealing array breaks through my space and injures me, it's still enough to kill you. No one can take away what's mine. Leng Hun sneered as he looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. This girl's origin is mysterious. The divine transformation barrier she formed earlier was obviously set up by a divine transformation realm expert. The power she used is extraordinary. It's like the power of space, an ancient power. She should have some background. If Leng Hun hadn't immediately noticed that Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier was a divine transformation barrier, he would have been seriously injured. Although Leng Hun's strength was terrifying, he was still far from being a divine transformation realm expert. Leng Hun was still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiaoxiao. Although the God King's temple was the strongest force on the continent, they wouldn't easily offend other divine transformation realm experts. Leng Hun knew better than anyone how terrifying a divine transformation realm expert was. Investigate this girl's origin. A divine transformation realm expert is not to be trifled with. The transparent face slowly disappeared. Leng Hun wasn't in a hurry at all. He just needed to wait for the sealing array to be activated. Below the cliff, Feng Wuchen sorted out the formation materials on the three people. Feng Wuchen needed to set up a powerful array just in case. Even if it couldn't stop Leng Hun, it could at least hold him back for a while. Lu Qingyang and the others watched blankly. They knew nothing about formations. They could only do as Feng Wuchen said. 6 hours later, everything was ready. The materials for the array formation were placed in all directions. Azure Dipper formation. Open. Ninefold Heaven Punishing formation. Open. Yin Yang Illusion formation. Open. Feng Wuchen continuously changed his hand signs and activated one magic formation after another. The magic formation shone with a blinding light as waves of powerful energy spread out. Hiss, looking at the spectacular scene, Lu Qingyang and the others were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air, dumbfounded. They never expected that Feng Wuchen would know so many arrays. Where did Feng Wuchen learn all this from? Could it be that he was born with it? Master is so powerful. Lan Yu was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the three formations were condensed layer by layer, looking extremely cool. The first Yin Yang illusion matrix is a type of illusion matrix. Unlike other illusion matrices, this is a double illusion matrix. Even if we can break through the first layer, no one would expect there to be a second layer, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. A trace of pride appeared on his face. Double illusion formation? Tianqing and the others widened their eyes in shock again. The ninefold heaven punishing formation is an attack formation. Although it is powerful, I'm afraid it can't stop Lin Hun. Feng Wuchen continued. Master, is the Azure Dipper formation a defense formation? Zhang Junlan asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, yes, its defense is very strong, but it can't stop Lin Hun. After all, my power is limited. The strength of the formation depends on the person who set it up. Feng Wuchen was only in the celestial realm, while Lin Hun was in the heaven realm. The difference in power was like heaven and earth. Even if the formation could exert more power, it couldn't stop the power of the heaven realm. The ninefold god-killing formation of the Dragon Temple was the same. It couldn't stop the power of the heaven realm. If it can't stop Lin Hun, why did you set it up? Zhang Junlan asked in confusion. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, it's to trigger the Archean seal formation. The stronger the power, the more terrible the power of the seal formation will be. Lin Hun is at the level of the heaven realm. If he breaks these two formations with his power, the power will be enough to trigger the seal formation. If he is lucky, he may be able to severely injure Lin Hun. I see. Brother Feng, you're so smart. Lu Qingyang suddenly realized and gave a thumbs up. Temple Master, you must have reached the acme of perfection in the field of formations, right? Beta Yan asked, shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled and didn't answer. How could Lin Hun not be aware of such a huge commotion and the energy of the three arrays spreading out in the space where Lin Hun had gathered? Time was running out. Feng Wuchen channeled his genuine essence into the seal formation. The Archean seal formation is really not simple. It's all-encompassing and contains many formations. If you're not careful, you may be destroyed. These formations completely cover the seal formation. It's impossible to find the formation eye. No wonder the four of them can't break the formation. Feng Wuchen was shocked and secretly marveled at the strength of the person who set up this formation. Brother Feng, didn't you say it's not difficult for you? Miao Qingqing asked carefully. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Although it's not difficult for me, it still takes time. What I'm looking for is not the formation eye, which is used to break the formation. What I'm looking for is the gate of life of the seal formation. Once I open the gate of life, I can open the entrance of the seal formation. Then hurry up. Zhang Junlan said. Feng Wuchen slowly closed his eyes. Relying on the evil Dragon God's knowledge of countless formations, Feng Wuchen began to look for the gate of life of the seal formation. About 2 hours later, Feng Wuchen suddenly said excitedly, found it. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang and the others were overjoyed. They looked at Feng Wuchen excitedly. Open! Feng Wuchen's hands formed mysterious hand signs and finally shouted. Weng weng, the Archean seal formation buzzed and vibrated. A dazzling light burst out, and an ancient and terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying ancient aura scared Lu Qingyang and the others. Their faces were pale as if they were facing a great enemy. Brother Feng, will this terrifying power destroy the formation you set up? Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. No, it's just opening the formation. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, Lin Hun should have sensed it already. I hope the illusion formation can delay him. Not long after, an opening appeared in the ceiling formation beneath his feet. Quickly go down. Feng Wuchen shouted and jumped into the seal formation. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed suit. Has the seal formation been opened? Lin Hun's figure appeared out of thin air with a cold smile on his face. Lin Hun's figure appeared out of thin air. He was already inside the illusory array. In Lin Hun's field of vision, the bottom of the cliff was calm. Array grandmasters are indeed not simple. It's indeed impossible to distinguish the illusion array. Lin Hun sneered as he watched Feng Wuchen and the others busily sorting out the array materials. Feng Wuchen and the others were inside the illusory array. Of course, Lin Hun knew that it was an illusion created by the illusory array. Double illusory array? Lin Hun sneered. Boom. Buzz. Lin Hun activated his ethereal force and waved his hand. Boom. The scene in front of him instantly disappeared, and all the illusions were gone. With just a wave of his hand, he destroyed the first layer of the illusory array. Feng Wuchen had already noticed when Leng Han destroyed the first layer of the illusory array. Leng Han has made his move. Feng Wuchen sneered. What? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Lu Qingyang and the others' faces changed drastically. So fast? Then we won't have time to look for treasures? Yi Tianqing was shocked, and his body trembled uncontrollably. There are no treasures here, only the primordial force, the divine punishment force. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The divine punishment force is below the ceiling array. I have to devour it as soon as possible. Divine punishment force? Beta Yen and the others were taken aback. There's no time to explain. Feng Wuchen said sternly. After a while, Feng Wuchen and the others passed through the ceiling array and arrived at an independent space. It was a vast expanse of white space. The space was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. The energy was so violent that Feng Wuchen and the others could barely breathe. Is this terrifying aura the power of God's punishment? It's too scary. Beta Yen said in horror. His face was pale. Is this the primordial force? Lu Qingyang looked at the center of the space in horror. There was a golden halo floating in the air. The terrifying energy was coming from the golden halo. It shouldn't be wrong. The few of them stared at the golden halo in the center with terrified gazes. Even Ling Xiaoxiao, who had seen many mysterious powers, couldn't help but turn pale at the terror of the divine retribution. Golden Dragon Seal. Feng Wuchen dashed over and quickly activated his martial soul. Golden light burst out from between his eyebrows. Devour it. Feng Wuchen shouted without hesitation. He didn't care how terrifying the godly punishment was. He would act first and report later. Above the seal, the second illusion formation appeared in front of Leng Han. The space was still calm. What was different was that Feng Wuchen was forming a formation. Is this the so-called second space? Leng Han sneered. Leng Han waved his hand again, and with a boom, the scene before his eyes disappeared, returning to its original appearance. After the illusory array was destroyed, another formation appeared in front of Leng Han. It was emitting a green light. Attacking the array? This kid wants to use my power to trigger the ceiling array's power. He's too naive. Leng Han's face was full of disdain. Clearly, Leng Han had heard Feng Wuchen's conversation. Since he had heard it, Leng Han was not stupid enough to trigger the formation. All I need to do is activate enough power to break this formation. In that case, it'll be. Leng Han said arrogantly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the proud smile on his face froze on his face. This is a formation. Leng Han said in shock. The formation in front of him was not an offensive formation, but a formation. This cunning brat. How dare he trick me? Leng Han was furious. Leng Han said gloomily, this brat knew that I could hear their conversation. He tricked me. How dare he? Do you really think a formation can trap me? Leng Han said angrily. He was about to activate his true essence to break the formation. But when Leng Han activated his true essence, he was stunned again. I can't activate my true essence? Leng Han could not believe it. After checking, Leng Han realized that the formation's power had already entered his body and sealed his meridians. He could not activate his true essence. How dare you? How dare you? Leng Han was furious. His murderous aura exploded. As the continent's #1 prodigy, Leng Han was tricked twice by Feng Wuchen. It was a great humiliation. Brat! I'll kill you! Leng Han roared. Even if his meridians were sealed, a formation could not trap Leng Han. If it was so easy, then Leng Han, the continent's #1 prodigy, would be no different from a decoration. You want to trap me? Dream on! Leng Han roared. His aura surged, and an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body like a volcano. Buzz! Buzz, Kacha, the power of space was urged. The destructive energy rolled wildly. The formation shook violently and collapsed in an instant, unable to resist at all. The horrifying power of space spread out. The light of the primordial formation immediately flickered. Not good. Did it trigger the formation's power? Leng Han's expression changed drastically when he sensed it. The formation's power was extremely terrifying. Leng Han was very apprehensive. But fortunately, the formation only flickered and did not surge with power. Only then did Leng Han set his mind at ease. But was it really the case? Leng Han had no idea. There's still another formation, Leng Han said with a frown. From Feng Wuchen's conversation, Leng Han knew that this third formation was a defensive formation. But he had just been tricked by Feng Wuchen previously. Leng Han was not proficient in formations and could not tell whether this third formation was a defensive formation or not. I almost triggered the formation's power when I used the power of space just now. I'm afraid this third formation is not as simple as a defensive formation. Leng Han frowned. Because he was afraid of the formation's power, he did not dare to act rashly. In the space under the formation, Feng Wuchen was madly devouring the origin energy of the divine punishment. Even though it was violent, the golden dragon seal's devouring power was even more domineering. Brother Feng, are you done? I can sense Leng Han's power. Lu Qingyang urged anxiously, looking flustered. Leng Han is coming soon. Yi Tianqing and the others were also very anxious. Soon. Wait a little longer. Feng Wuchen frowned. Time was of the essence. If they could not completely devour the divine punishment before Leng Han arrived, all their efforts would be in vain. It would only benefit Leng Han. Break! Above the ceiling formation, Leng Han took out a long sword that emanated a bone-chilling cold qi. Wherever the overbearing cold qi passed, it actually froze the huge formation. Leng Han roared and stabbed down, instantly shattering the formation. After breaking the three formations, Leng Han did not trigger the formation's power. When the three formations disappeared, the ancient formation appeared under Leng Han's feet. At this time, the formation was in an active state. Big brother Feng, Leng Han is here. Lu Qingyang yelled in horror when he sensed Leng Han's terrifying aura. It's over. It's too late. Beidou Yan was trembling all over. Don't panic. Leng Han can't break my barrier. Ling Xiaoxiao said solemnly as she looked above the seal. Leng Han was standing at the entrance of the seal. At the same time, he sensed the terrifying aura coming from below the seal. The power of divine punishment. Leng Han was excited. Leng Han jumped down from the seal without hesitation. He was also here for the power of divine punishment. In the space below the seal, Lu Qingyang and the others were panicking. Even though Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier was powerful, it only had a strong defense. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to escape from Leng Han. Only Feng Wuchen could deal with Leng Han with the seal. Big brother Feng, it's not done yet. Lu Qingyang shouted anxiously at Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen was no longer in his original position. Instead, he was standing beside them, looking at the seal above. Is that so? Lu Qingyang was stunned for a moment before he finished his sentence. Don't be in a daze. Xiaoxiao, teleport them out of here, Feng Wuchen said solemnly as he condensed his true origin energy in his hand. Big brother Feng, are you going to deal with Leng Han alone? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. Master. No, we have to go together. Zhang Junlan said hurriedly with a panicked expression. I'll try to seal him. You guys go first. Don't worry about me. Feng Wuchen had already made up his mind. He condensed all his true origin energy in his fist, which flashed with a dazzling golden light. Master, you're planning to seal him? Zhang Junlan widened his eyes in shock. Can't I? Feng Wuchen asked. Sealing him would be letting him off too easily, Zhang Junlan said viciously. He wanted nothing more than to tear Leng Han into pieces. Palace Master. He's here. Yi Tianqing frowned as he saw Leng Han. Xiaoxiao, get ready. Feng Wuchen frowned and said with a serious expression. Stinking brat, let's see where you can run to. Leng Han, who had descended, couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sinister smile when he saw Feng Wuchen and the others. You absorbed the power of God's punishment? Hand over your power. Leng Han frowned and asked with an extremely gloomy expression. As soon as he entered the white space, Lin Hun noticed that the power of the divine punishment had disappeared, leaving only a trace of its aura behind. That will depend on your ability, Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any fear on his face. Xiao, let's go. Feng Wuchen immediately transmitted his voice. Ling Xiao formed a green barrier around Lu Qingyang and the others. With a thought, Ling Xiao and the others instantly disappeared into thin air. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. Lin Hun shouted and tried to stop them. Lin Hun, you'd better think about whether you can lead the seal yourself. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded. He gathered a terrifying power in his fist and punched the ground. Lin Hun's expression suddenly changed. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying power blasted the ground and spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. I've triggered the power of the seal. Once the power of the seal explodes, you'll be trapped in the seal forever, Feng Wuchen sneered and immediately teleported away. Buzz. An extremely terrifying ancient aura began to surge out, causing the white space to tremble even more violently. The entrance of the seal was quickly closing. Oh no. Lin Hun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated the power of space and disappeared into thin air. The entrance of the seal disappeared in an instant. The array pattern on the surface of the seal shone brightly, and an extremely terrifying ancient energy spread out crazily. Seeing Feng Wuchen appear in a flash, Ling Xiao quickly shouted, Brother Feng. Let's go. Feng Wuchen flashed and entered the green barrier. Boom. Crack. Puff. The terrifying power of the seal exploded. With a loud bang, a terrifying energy soared into the sky and instantly broke through the space that Lin Hun had condensed. Lin Hun, who had just escaped the seal, spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! Lin Hun was furious. The forceful collapse of the space caused Lin Hun quite a bit of damage. The terrifying power of the seal soared into the sky, causing the sky to change color. A huge vortex of dark clouds gathered in the void. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shouted. The moment the space was broken, Feng Wuchen and the rest fled in a flash. You can't run. Lin Hun's angry roar sounded, and his figure disappeared into thin air. He still escaped. Feng Wuchen said with a frown. It seemed to be within Feng Wuchen's expectations. As the continent's #1 genius, Lin Hun's strength was extremely terrifying. Wanting to seal Lin Hun was not as simple as imagined. Brother Feng, don't be trapped by his space. Ling Xiao reminded. Using teleportation consecutively, Feng Wuchen and the rest had already left the cliff and arrived in the sky in a few blinks of an eye. Whoosh! Lin Hun's figure appeared in a flash, intercepting Feng Wuchen and the rest. Lin Hun's speed could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Want to escape from my palm? You're simply daydreaming. Lin Hun shouted coldly. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a biting cold murderous aura flickered. Smack. At this time, Ling Xiao urged her bloodline power and hurriedly put her palms together while silently chanting something. Not good. Seeing Ling Xiao's actions, Lin Hun's expression changed drastically. He wanted to condense space to trap Feng Wuchen and the rest again. Hiss, hiss. However, just as Lin Hun attacked, it was already too late. The space beside Ling Xiao was suddenly torn open by a pitch-black crack. It's too late. Lin Hun's brows were tightly knitted. He urged the power of space, and his hands quickly changed. At this moment, the space unknowingly changed mysteriously and strangely. Ching. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Miao Qing, who was beside him, had mysteriously disappeared right under his nose. Oh no. Feng Wuchen's expression changed as he looked at Lin Hun. The strange changes in space were completely undetectable by ordinary people. When did Qing? Beta Yan and the rest were stunned. This was the first time they had seen such a strange ability. Brother Lu. Brother Feng. Miao Qing was trapped in a small space formed by Lin Hun. Qing. Lu Qingyang's heart was burning with anxiety. Lin Hun said coldly, Stupid girl, don't think that you can do anything to me just because you summoned a powerhouse. Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand over the divine punishment power, or I'll crush this stupid girl. Leng Han threatened fiercely. If you know what's good for you, let Qingqing go, or I'll turn you into ashes today. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, and a bone-chilling murderous aura swept out. How dare you threaten me? Leng Han's expression became more and more vicious. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from the torn pitch-black space. The terror of this aura caused everyone's expression to change drastically. The old man's voice was overbearing and impolite. Was this the world of the strong? The stronger one was, the more arrogant they would be. A terrifying aura continued to spread out from the crack. It was as if the crack had been broken by this terrifying aura. A semi-god realm cultivator. Leng Han was shocked. Even though he was the #1 genius on the continent and had seen semi-god realm cultivators before, he was still terrified in front of one. What a terrifying aura. Is this the semi-god realm? Yi Tianqing's face was pale as he trembled in fear. It's a legendary cultivator, Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. He was out of breath. Xiaoxiao's background is terrifying. She has a semi-god realm cultivator. Beta Yan stared at the crack in horror. A semi-god realm cultivator was too terrifying. Even if it was just their aura, it was enough to make people feel suffocated and scared out of their wits. Out of everyone present, only Feng Wuchen remained calm. However, he also looked at the crack curiously. For a moment, the air was filled with a strange aura. After a while, an old man in a black robe slowly walked out of the dark crack. The old man's hair and beard were white, and his face was full of wrinkles. The terrifying aura was coming from this old man. Holy Maiden! The old man in the black robe walked out and immediately bowed to Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the old man with her beautiful eyes and a smile appeared on her face. She said respectfully, "Sorry to trouble you again, Senior Ao Yuan." "You're welcome, Holy Maiden." Ao Yuan smiled respectfully. Holy Maiden? Leng Han frowned and looked at Ling Xiaoxiao seriously. He was even more curious about Ling Xiaoxiao's identity. I've never heard of a holy maiden among the major forces on the continent. Who is she? What is her background? Leng Han wondered. Leng Han could see that the old man was very respectful to Ling Xiaoxiao, which was enough to show that Ling Xiaoxiao's status was very high. Feng Wuchen and the others were not surprised that Ling Xiaoxiao was the mysterious holy maiden. However, the old man's respect felt like a servant's. A semi-god realm servant? Feng Wuchen and the others were shocked. Greetings, Senior. Feng Wuchen and the others bowed respectfully. Regardless of whether the old man was Ling Xiaoxiao's servant or not, Feng Wuchen and the others had to be respectful. Ao Yuan nodded with a smile and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was also sizing up the old man. He thought to himself, the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm. I didn't expect him to be an 8th tier inscriptionist. He's not simple. There aren't many 8th tier inscriptionists on the continent. Xiaoxiao, what stage of the divine transformation realm is this Senior Ao Yuan? Lu Qingyang asked in a low voice as he sized up the old man. I don't know. I think he's at the 4th level. Ling Xiaoxiao shook her head. Ao Yuan's cultivation level was unfathomable. Even with the terrifying aura around him, it was impossible to tell his cultivation level. This old man's cultivation level is not below the 3rd elders. Leng Han frowned. Just from the aura, Leng Han was sure that Ao Yuan's cultivation level was higher than the 3rd elders. Let them go. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. Her tone was completely commanding. Leng Han said coldly, you want me to let them go without handing over my things? The divine retribution power is mine. Leng Han glanced at Ao Yuan and said, don't think that you can scare me with a semi-god realm expert. The Divine King's Shrine has semi-god realm experts. As he spoke, Leng Han formed a seal with one hand and grabbed at the air. A crack appeared in the space beside him. Leng Han can also summon experts. Yi Tianqing's expression changed slightly. The Divine King's Shrine is the strongest on the continent. It's not surprising that Leng Han can summon experts, Feng Wuchen said. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the crack. The aura was the same as Ao Yuan's. It was the aura of a semi-god realm expert. This aura is the same as Senior Ao Yuan's. Xianxia exclaimed. The fourth level of the semi-god realm. Feng Wuchen frowned. The experts of the Divine King's shrine were much stronger than the ones in the evil dragon god's memory. In the evil dragon god's memory, the Divine King's shrine was not the strongest on the continent. The Divine King's shrine? Ao Yuan smiled. Leng Hun sneered proudly. It seems that you know about the Divine King's shrine. Ao Yuan nodded and smiled. The old man naturally knows about the strength of the Divine King's shrine. Leng Hun said arrogantly, I just want to take back what's mine. For your sake, I won't care about anything else. If you insist on interfering, I don't think you can fight against the Divine King's shrine. Leng Hun had summoned experts, so he was not afraid at all. Although the Divine King's shrine would not dare to provoke a semi-god realm expert, Leng Hun did not care so much for the sake of the divine punishment. If you let them go now, the old man can spare your life. However, it depends on the sacred lady. If the sacred lady wants you dead, you will die. Ao Yuan said with a smile. Even though Leng Hun had summoned experts, Ao Yuan's expression did not change at all. Ao Yuan was very strong. Even though he knew how powerful the Divine King's shrine was, he was not afraid at all. Leng Hun thought that mentioning the Divine King's shrine would make Ao Yuan hesitate. However, Ao Yuan did not care about the Divine King's shrine at all and even threatened to kill him. That will depend on your ability. Leng Hun said coldly. With the huge Divine King's shrine behind him, how could Leng Hun be afraid of a semi-god realm expert? Brat, hand over the divine punishment. Otherwise, I will kill her right now. Leng Hun said coldly as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Senior Ao Yuan, kill him. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. An extremely terrifying aura swept out in an instant, shaking Leng Hun's body. His body trembled, and his face turned pale. He was terrified. Ao Yuan waved his hand, and the space that trapped Miao Qingqing instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Miao Qingqing was rescued. Just the aura alone was enough to make Leng Hun unable to move. That was how terrifying a semi-god realm expert was. Second Elder. Come out. Leng Hun shouted anxiously. From the torn crack, an old voice filled with majesty sounded. Have you thought about making an enemy out of the Divine King's shrine? As soon as the voice fell, an old man in a white robe walked out of the crack. This person was the second elder of the Divine King's shrine. His cultivation had reached the fourth tier of the divine transformation realm. Second elder, the divine punishment was taken away by that brat first. We cannot let him go. We must get the divine punishment back. Leng Hun shouted angrily. The second elder first glanced at Ao Yuan before looking at Feng Wuchen and the others. Who are you? The second elder asked Ao Yuan. Only death awaits those who oppose the deity king's temple. The second elder arrogantly glanced at Ao Yuan with a haughty attitude. They were both in the fourth tier of the divine transformation realm, so why would the second elder be afraid of Ao Yuan? However, the second elder's tough words were met with Ao Yuan's ferocious attacks. Ao Yuan's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. His old eyes flashed with a chilling light as an extremely terrifying murderous aura emanated from him. Ao Yuan condensed a terrifying amount of energy into his fist and punched out. His movements were simple and unflashy. Humph. The second elder, who had sensed this, snorted coldly. Boom. Buzz. It was a simple punch, but it unleashed a terrifying fist of light that was tens of thousands of meters long. Its might was monstrous. With an earth-shaking boom, the terrifying energy caused the space to collapse layer by layer. The space within tens of thousands of meters was shaken into nothingness. It was a simple punch, but it carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. Just one punch, the sky collapsed. Big Dipper Blaze was shocked to the extreme. He was almost scared out of his wits. This is too terrifying. A divine transformation realm expert is too terrifying. Lu Qingyan's body trembled. He could not resist the fear in his heart. How terrifying is this power? Xianxing's face was pale and filled with fear. A divine transformation realm expert was this terrifying. Ao Yuan's punch was ferocious and merciless. After the terrifying energy gradually dissipated, the second elder and Ling Hun were already thousands of feet away. Although they were sent flying thousands of feet away, the two of them were not injured. They were able to withstand Ao Yuan's terrifying energy. You are not weak, but you still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me with this little bit of power, the second elder said coldly. As he spoke, a vast aura erupted. The terrifying energy of the fourth tier of the divine transformation realm was also activated. Buzz. The monstrous energy surged wildly as a bright white light shot up into the sky. The white light pillar seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. A huge vortex formed in the void as large areas of space exploded and collapsed layer by layer. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. That old bastard is so powerful. Yi Tianqing and the others were shocked again. Ling Xiaoxiao condensed a cyan barrier that enveloped Feng Wuchen and the others. In the face of the terrifying power of the divine transformation realm, they had to rely on Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier for protection. Second elder, kill him. Take back the divine punishment power. Leng Hun said coldly. Let me show you my strength. The second elder said coldly. He formed a seal with his right hand and placed it in front of his chest. Suddenly, a white illusory image condensed behind the second elder. At that moment, the second elder's force skyrocketed once again. His aura rapidly increased, breaking through the fifth tier of the divine transformation realm in an instant. His strength has increased. Lu Qingyang and the others exclaimed at the same time, the fear on their faces increasing instead of decreasing. Ao Yuan's expression did not change at all. It was as if the second elder's increase in cultivation was of no threat to him. A mid-grade earth tier martial skill. Hand of destruction. The second elder shouted coldly. He raised his palm to the sky and condensed a terrifying amount of energy. Then, he slammed his palm down. Above the void, a huge white energy palm print suddenly slammed down. It was like the Buddha's palm. The second elder's attack was fierce and majestic, and he did not show any mercy. Using an earth tier martial skill as soon as he attacked, he was indeed a divine transformation realm warrior. Gulp. Looking at the huge palm print, Lu Qingyang and the others were scared out of their wits. Their hearts almost jumped out of their chests, and they swallowed hard. In the face of such a terrifying palm print, Ao Yuan was still fearless. Instead, he looked confident. A high-grade earth tier martial skill. Soul-killing finger. Ao Yuan formed a sword with one hand, and an even more majestic force rolled out. The dazzling cyan light shrouded the void, and the destructive energy spread out like a tsunami. A high-grade earth tier martial skill? The second elder's expression became serious. At the same time, a golden rune appeared out of nowhere on Ao Yuan's sword finger that was condensing a terrifying amount of energy. It wrapped around the sword finger. At this moment, the power of Ao Yuan's sword finger increased by several times, and the aura of this power had already surpassed the second elder's palm print. Rune. You are an inscription master. Seeing the golden rune, the second elder's expression finally changed. Golden rune. He is at least a 6th grade inscription master. Leng Hun, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Ao Yuan pointed with his finger, and a cyan energy that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth shot out with an ear-piercing sound. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. The terrifying energy finger seemed like it was going to pierce through the sky. Senior Ao Yuan is actually an inscription master. This is too terrifying. A high-grade earth tier martial skill. And an offensive rune. It is simply unimaginable how terrifying it is. I feel like the sky is about to collapse. Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked and frightened. This was the first time they saw a battle between divine transformation realm warriors. Only then did they know what a divine transformation realm warrior was. Chi. Rumble. PFFF. In an instant, the two destructive energies collided. With a chi sound, the terrifying cyan energy finger pierced through the palm print without any effort. The palm print suddenly exploded, and the terrifying explosion carried an unstoppable force, causing the second elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. Earth tier rune. This is an earth tier rune. An 8th grade inscription master. How is this possible? The second elder's face was filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe that with his cultivation, he couldn't block Ao Yuan's martial skill. The earth-tier martial skill that the second elder used couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ao Yuan. Second elder. Leng Hun, who was watching from afar, had a face of horror and disbelief. Hiss. Seeing this spectacular and visually shocking scene, Lu Qingyang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and their eyes widened to the extreme. However, this wasn't the end. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. The terrifying cyan energy finger still had the power to pierce through heaven and earth as it rushed towards the second elder. The void shook violently and collapsed. Such a destructive energy could probably kill the second elder in an instant. The second elder, who sensed this, had a face of horror and astonishment. He couldn't believe that Ao Yuan had such a fierce combat strength. However, time didn't allow him to think too much. The cyan energy finger's speed was as fast as lightning. Mid-grade earth-tier martial skill. Holy Spirit armor. The second elder hurriedly circulated his true essence, formed a seal with both hands, and shouted loudly. A huge white energy armor that was thousands of feet long condensed. The second elder hid within the energy armor, which was filled with an extremely strong defensive power. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the cyan energy finger fiercely collided with a loud rumble. The energy armor that the second elder condensed was instantly shattered, without any resistance. Pfft. The second elder spat out another mouthful of blood. His energy armor shattered as he was blasted away. The second elder was seriously injured after being hit twice. A terrifying expert at the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm was nothing in front of Ao Yuan. They were both at the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm, but Ao Yuan displayed overwhelming power. The gap was huge. Second elder. Leng Hun was terrified, but he did not dare to approach. Leng Hun could not withstand such a terrifying energy ripple at his cultivation level. Leng Hun did not expect that the second elder would not be able to suppress Ao Yuan. Senior Ao Yuan's strength is terrifying. The second elder of the Divine King Shrine is as weak as an ant in front of him. He has a high-grade Earth-class martial technique and an Earth-class rune. Senior Ao Yuan's strength is probably comparable to a 6th tier. Divine Transformation Realm expert. He's too strong. He's the most terrifying expert I've ever seen in my life. Lu Qingyang and the others were stunned. Ao Yuan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Buzz. An extremely terrifying destructive energy spread out. Ao Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out, dispersing the destructive energy ripple in an instant. The second elder in the distance was pale as he panted heavily. His hair was messy, and he looked very miserable. He glared at Ao Yuan fiercely and said, "I didn't expect you to be an 8th grade inscriptionist. I've underestimated you." As the terrifying energy ripple dissipated, Leng Hun came over and asked worriedly, "Second elder, how are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious." The second elder shook his head slightly with an ugly expression. Staring at Ao Yuan fiercely, the second elder asked in a gloomy voice, "Who are you?" "As an 8th grade inscriptionist, you can also create Earth-class runes. It's impossible that no one on the continent knows about you." Ao Yuan smiled and said, "No one on the continent knows." "No one knows?" Leng Hun was stunned. The second elder frowned. As one of the giants of the continent, he knew countless top experts, but he had never seen Ao Yuan before. "Cut the crap. The old man will give you 2 choices. First, you kill yourselves. Second, the old man will kill you with his own hands." Ao Yuan smiled. Ao Yuan did not mention his identity. The second elder's face darkened and he said fiercely, "Humph. Do you really think you can kill me? You're underestimating this elder's strength too much." The Hall of Gods was the strongest force on the Master-Teacher continent. As the second elder of the Hall of Gods, how could he possibly take on the role of an elder if he didn't possess some capability? Leng Hun said gloomily, "Old man. Don't be too arrogant. Although you're strong, you still can't go against the Divine King Shrine." The second elder immediately burst forth with terrifying power. His current aura were completely different from before. His aura was incomparably berserk, and the power that erupted from him was even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, as expected of the second elder of the deity King Divine Palace, his strength is truly terrifying. How can I let you live after making an enemy of my God King Divine Palace? The second elder roared furiously as a monstrous aura surged out. Even though he was heavily injured, the second elder's aura was still terrifying. He had already surpassed his peak state. The power of the ancient water god was far stronger than true Yuan. And the power of the ancient water god was second elder's trump card. Senior Ao Yuan, you must be careful, Ling Xiaoxiao warned. The terrifying power that the second elder had unleashed had also made Ling Xiaoxiao a little worried. Don't worry, holy maiden. He can't hurt the old man. Ao Yuan smiled. He was not worried at all. Ao Yuan's words caused Lu Qingyang and the others to be stunned. Although Ao Yuan's strength was terrifying, wasn't this a bit too arrogant? Buzz. The second elder then took out his high-grade spiritual artifact, the jade pendant. His aura skyrocketed again, and his power became more and more terrifying. Boom. When his aura soared to the limit, the second elder suddenly rushed out. His aura was monstrous. With a loud boom, he arrived at a terrifying speed in an instant. At the same time, Ao Yuan used all his strength and took out his high-grade spiritual artifact armor. His aura skyrocketed. A true battle between the soul transformation realm was about to begin. Boom. 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 Buzz. The second elder unleashed a ferocious attack. He looked like he was going all out. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. In the intense battle, a series of deafening explosions could be heard. The destructive energy was endless. The speed of the two was extremely terrifying. One could not see their figures at all. One could only feel the destructive energy. With the powerful runes, even if the second elder's power was above Ao Yuan's, the latter could still fight back and not be at a disadvantage. As an 8th grade inscriptionist, Ao Yuan could condense all kinds of powerful runes. Suppressing the second elder was just a matter of minutes. As expected, as time passed, in front of the powerful runes, coupled with the continuous worsening of his injuries, the second elder began to be unable to hold on. The second elder has the power of the water god and is still not his match. The more Lin Hun watched, the more worried he became. At first, he thought that the second elder could definitely defeat Ao Yuan, but in the end, he was still suppressed. The second elder's old face was extremely ugly, and his heart was burning with anger. All of the second elder's attacks were neutralized by Ao Yuan's various runes. Not only did he not injure Ao Yuan, but he also worsened his injuries. Because of this, the second elder's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. It could be said that he was incomparably sullen. Preposterous. This elder wants to see if your talisman markings are really that powerful. The second elder roared furiously. He activated all the strength in his body and formed a seal with both hands. An extremely destructive energy condensed on his right arm, and a dazzling white light enveloped the void. High-grade Earth-tier martial technique. Black Fiend Flaming Blade. The second elder roared fiercely and swept out his right arm fiercely. His aura was majestic and unstoppable. Swish. Buzz. The massive flaming saber that was hundreds of thousands of feet in length tore through the air with unstoppable momentum, as if it were going to cleave the sky in half. Wherever it passed, massive pitch-black cracks would spread along the trajectory of the flaming saber, creating an extremely visually stunning scene. Then old man, I'll let you see the power of a high-grade Earth-tier rune. Ao Yuan sneered mockingly, revealing a rare cold arrogance. High-grade Earth-tier martial technique. Death God Seal. High-grade Earth-tier rune. 10,000 soul rune. Ao Yuan formed a seal with both hands and chanted. At the same time, he used a powerful martial technique and the 10,000 soul rune. The two combined and condensed a vast and destructive energy seal. Above Ao Yuan's head, the huge green energy seal was filled with a terrifying aura that could shake one's soul. The aura of the energy seal had once again surpassed the second elder's flaming saber. High-grade Earth Tier martial technique and high-grade Earth Tier rune. Leng Hun's heart trembled. Ao Yuan's terror was far beyond his imagination. Ao Yuan's martial skill was too terrifying, causing the second elder to angrily roar out. Leng Hun, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked speechless. Ao Yuan's terrifying strength once again refreshed their imaginations. Ordinary 8th grade inscriptionists are really unable to condense high-grade Earth-rank talisman markings. Senior Ao Yuan's attainments in the field of inscriptions are unfathomable, and the combination of martial techniques and talisman markings is already comparable to an immortal technique. Feng Wuchen thought in his heart, and he exclaimed in admiration at Ao Yuan's strength. A martial skill that was comparable to a celestial art could easily crush the second elder. How powerful is Senior Ao Yuan? Such a terrifying power, I'm afraid the entire Wuji domain can feel it. Senior Ao Yuan will win for sure. The second elder of the Deity King Temple is no match for Senior Ao Yuan. Yi Tianqing and the others were shocked. They didn't dare to imagine Ao Yuan's strength. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the two destructive energies tore through the void and exploded upon collision. The earth-shattering explosion was deafening and resounded throughout the entire limitless domain. As the destructive energy ripples spread out, the second elder spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body was blasted away like a cannonball. Buzz. Buzz, the destructive force of the explosion spread wildly in all directions, covering the entire sky. The ground below was torn apart, and the continuous mountain range was torn apart like a puzzle. The towering peaks collapsed one after another. The energy ripples were extremely terrifying. Second Elder. Leng Hun shouted in panic. He immediately activated the power of space and rushed toward the second elder with all his strength. In this battle, Ao Yuan defeated the second elder of the Deity King Temple with overwhelming strength. Although Ao Yuan was only in the 4th tier of the Divine Transformation realm, his true strength was comparable to a 6th tier Divine Transformation realm expert. An 8th grade inscriptionist was absolutely terrifying. However, after the fierce battle, Ao Yuan's face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had used a lot of true yuan. Senior Ao Yuan, how are you? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, Saintess. The old man is fine. Ao Yuan shook his head and smiled. He had only used up a little of his Jin Yuan and was not injured. Senior Ao Yuan's strength is indeed formidable. His utilization of runes has already reached the realm of perfection. Feng Wuchen said with a slight smile. Ao Yuan's proficiency in utilizing runes made Feng Wuchen secretly exclaim in admiration as well. Hearing that, Ao Yuan glanced at Feng Wuchen, shook his head and laughed bitterly. Compared to you, even if the old man is an 8th grade inscription master, he is still far from you. You have reached the 6th grade inscription master realm at such a young age. The old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Senior Ao Yuan must be joking. Feng Wuchen smiled modestly. Ao Yuan was able to see through Feng Wuchen's inscription master realm with a single glance. It was enough to see that he was not a simple person. He was definitely not someone an ordinary 8th grade inscription master could stand shoulder to shoulder with. As time passed, the terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. In the distance, the second elder's injuries were extremely serious. His body that was floating in the air was swaying. Second elder, your injuries are serious. I will immediately summon my father over. Leng Hun frowned and said. He could not swallow this resentment. Wait. The second elder hurriedly stopped him and said with difficulty, the power behind them is definitely not weak. This person's strength is extremely strong. We don't know anything about them, so we can't act rashly. Then are we going to give the divine punishment power to them just like that? Would the divine king divine palace be afraid of them? Leng Hun was extremely unwilling. Starting a war is extremely disadvantageous to us. We can find another opportunity to take back the divine punishment power. Young Hall Master, don't be rash. Retreat first. The second elder said with difficulty. As the second elder of the divine king divine palace, he was not a foolish person. Ao Yuan was an 8th grade inscription master and was not known by the people of the continent. His origin could be said to be extremely mysterious. Ao Yuan's own strength was quite terrifying. Who knew what kind of terrifying powerhouse was behind him? The existence of an 8th grade inscription master, his network was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, before investigating Ao Yuan's background, the second elder did not plan to start a war. Damn it! Leng Hun gritted his teeth. As the continent's #1 genius, when had he encountered such a powerless situation? Feng Wuchen teased him many times and already infuriated Leng Hun. Now that he summoned the second elder over, he was still defeated. As the Divine King Divine Palace's young hall master, when had Leng Hun suffered such humiliation? The Divine King Divine Palace was the continent's strongest force. Now that the second elder was defeated, if he fled just like that, wouldn't it be a joke? However, what the second elder said was not without reason. Ao Yuan's background was mysterious, his strength terrifying, and he was even an 8th grade inscription master. Such a terrifying powerhouse, they could not go overboard and provoke him. In short, they had to figure out the enemy's background. Helpless, Leng Hun cast spatial arts and brought the second elder to retreat. Senior Ao Yuan, stop them! Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted loudly. Can you leave? A trace of disdain curled up on Ao Yuan's old face and was about to make a move to stop them. Humph! If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Leng Hun shouted angrily. Urging spatial power, his palms turned into claws, suffusing with terrifying power. Chi-chi, suddenly, a pitch-black crack tore open beside Leng Hun. If you want to perish together, go ahead and try. I'm afraid your enchantment won't be able to withstand my father's power, right? Leng Hun threatened fiercely. Hearing this, Ao Yuan frowned slightly. He had also heard of the Divine King Divine Palace's young hall master's strength. It was absolutely terrifying. You can let your father try. Ling Xiaoxiao replied firmly and was about to urge the power of blood to summon the powerhouse. Holy maiden, please wait. Ao Yuan hurriedly stopped her and shook his head. There's no need for that. Xiaoxiao, forget it. You've already obtained the divine punishment power. Don't provoke him for the time being. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to the Divine Dragon Palace. Feng Wuchen also advised through voice transmission. Consider yourself lucky. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. Humph. Stinking brat, we'll meet again. I'll definitely take back the divine punishment power. I'd like to see how long this old thing can protect you. Leng Hun snorted fiercely and stared at Feng Wuchen like a poisonous snake. Old thing, I'll remember today's grudge. I'll definitely make you pay back tenfold in the future. Leng Hun shouted angrily at Ao Yuan and then disappeared with the second elder who was severely injured. The power of space. No wonder. Ao Yuan was secretly shocked. This person is a great threat. The Divine King Divine Palace is very powerful and is the strongest force in the continent. Leng Hun can do anything. You must be careful in the future. He won't let this matter rest. Ao Yuan warned. Thank you for your reminder, senior. We'll definitely be careful. Feng Wuchen and the rest nodded. Holy maiden, if there's any danger, just summon the old man. Ao Yuan reminded Ling Xiaoxiao again. Senior Ao Yuan, take care. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. The space tore open and Ao Yuan entered the crack. The crack closed again. This treasure hunt could be said to be a close shave with death. Fortunately, they had obtained the divine punishment force and had Ao Yuan's help. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen and the others would not have been able to obtain the divine punishment force and would have lost their lives. This time, it's all thanks to Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. Lu Qingyang heaved a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves were finally able to relax. Lan Yu smiled and said, treasure hunting is like this. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Don't be naive. There is no danger, and there is a large number of treasures for you to collect. Bai Duyan shrugged. Yi Tianqing said, this time, we only encountered Leng Hun. It is good enough that we were warned of danger. If we encountered some undetectable danger, we would have died without even knowing what happened. Big brother Feng, let's go quickly. I am worried that Lin Hun will come back. Miao Qingqing said. Miao Qingqing's worry was not unfounded. After all, Ao Yuan was summoned by Ling Xiaoxiao. He would naturally leave after the battle. If Lin Hun was cunning enough, he would wait for Ao Yuan to leave and bring the deity King Divine Palace's experts after him. The consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, he will not come back. They are afraid of Xiaxia's identity. Before they find out the truth, they will not act rashly. Let's go back to the sealing array first. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Go back to the sealing array? Ling Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, didn't you want treasures? There is another sealing array hidden under the sealing array. There should be treasures in it. There is another sealing array hidden under the sealing array? Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone was overjoyed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, it should be. When I was devouring the divine punishment force, I accidentally sensed the power of the sealing array. Then let's go and take a look. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. A few minutes later, Feng Wuchen and the others returned to the bottom of the cliff. At this moment, the sealing formation had calmed down once again and was in a sealed state. However, the cliff had been razed to the ground and the surrounding towering peaks had all disappeared. With his first experience, Feng Wuchen was able to open the seal very quickly. Once again, everyone came to the white space under the seal. Hall Master, this independent space doesn't seem to have any hidden seals, Bai Duyan said. He carefully sensed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense the slightest bit of sealing energy. The chi of the godly punishment force has completely dissipated. If the chi of the seal was covered by it before, we should be able to sense it now. Yi Tianqing frowned. He couldn't sense the chi of the seal either. I can't sense it either. Big brother Feng, there's nothing here. Lu Qingyang looked around and saw nothing but white space. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Even I only noticed it by accident. This sealing formation can conceal one's aura. The godly punishment force was sealed in such a powerful sealing formation. The owner of the godly punishment force must be very powerful. Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. Then he must be an expert. The treasures he left behind must be very powerful. Maybe there are immortal artifacts, powerful cultivation techniques, and martial skills. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. He licked his lips as he spoke. Feng Wuchen channeled his true yuan and condensed it on his palm. It emitted a faint golden light. Feng Wuchen placed his palm on the ground and closed his eyes to sense the location of the sealing formation. The chi of the seal has disappeared. Feng Wuchen frowned. Even he couldn't sense it now. It was as if the chi of the sealing formation was deliberately hiding from them. Disappeared? Lu Qingyang and the others were stunned. Feng Wuchen guessed, maybe I triggered the hidden seal when I swallowed the power of the godly punishment earlier. Big brother Feng can't find it either? Miao Qingqing asked. I need some time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen channeled his world extermination force and placed his palm on the ground again. Buzz buzz. At this moment, the vast expanse of white space suddenly began to tremble slightly. I found it. The immemorial force can stimulate the sealing formation. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Palace Master, it's above. Yi Tianqing pointed to the space above. Everyone looked up. Above the space, a golden array pattern appeared and floated in the air. It was quite magical. It seemed like the array could fly. The sealing formation can fly. Zhang Junlan was shocked. What a strange chi. It's completely different from the godly punishment force. Big brother Feng, is this also the immemorial force? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. The chi emitted by the array was very unique. It was different from the immemorial force. This is a very ancient sealing matrix, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. It's used to seal emperors who died in the primordial age. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before. It was also his first time seeing such an ancient sealing matrix. Kings? Then wouldn't they be terrifying experts? At least in the semi-god realm? Bai Duyan trembled in fear. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, you can say that. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, but since it's a sealing formation, it's reasonable to say that this place should be very prosperous. It shouldn't have become a mountain range, and it shouldn't be at the border of the Wuji realm and the Tyrant realm. Zhang Junlan frowned. It's even more terrifying than the semi-god realm. I'm afraid that the true immortal realm experts who disappeared from the continent were destroyed by a great battle. That should be the case. Feng Wuchen agreed with Zhang Junlan. True immortal realm? There's a true immortal realm above the semi-god realm? Everyone turned pale with fright. They had never heard of the existence of the true immortal realm. Although the semi-god realm is a legendary expert in the continent and can't be seen normally, there are quite a few of them in the continent. However, no one has been able to step into the true immortal realm. Zhang Junlan nodded. As one of the continent's giants, he naturally knew more than others. Back then, my father told me a little. True immortal realm experts once existed, but for some reason, they all disappeared. From then on, there were no more true immortal realm experts. Zhang Junlan continued. Although he was curious about what happened, it was not something that people at their level could touch. They all disappeared? Why does it sound so scary? Everyone was stunned again. No one knows what happened. After so many years, no one found out the reason. Later on, some experts said that the true immortal realm experts all left. No one knows where they went. Zhang Junlan nodded. There's actually such a strange thing. Hearing Zhang Junlan's words, Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked. True immortal realm experts, what kind of terrifying existence is that? Lu Qingyang couldn't imagine it, and his face was full of worship. Miao Qingqing's teasing made Lu Qingyang break out in cold sweat from fright. No one could imagine how terrifying a true god realm powerhouse was. Teacher, can you open this seal? Looking at Feng Wuchen, Zhang Junlan asked. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, this seal is stronger than the seal above. I don't have the confidence either. It was also Feng Wuchen's first time seeing a seal that was specially used for the ancient era's monarchs. In the evil dragon god's memory, he had never seen such a powerful seal. Hence, Feng Wuchen had no confidence at all. However, since the ancient era's power could stimulate the seal, Feng Wuchen thought of starting with the ancient era's power. Perhaps he could open the ancient seal. The golden array wasn't big, only a few dozen feet in size. But don't look at how small the seal was. It was much stronger than the seal above. Feng Wuchen flew up and approached the golden array. Urging the power of extermination once again, he tried to use the ancient era's power to open the seal. Buzz buzz, the power of extermination poured into the seal. Feng Wuchen tried to find the seal's door of life. But the instant the power of extermination poured into the seal, the array suddenly shook violently, and an extremely terrifying power gushed out. The array is resisting my power. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Feeling this ancient and terrifying power, Zhang Junlan and the rest's faces changed drastically. Boom, buzz buzz, in just a moment, the array burst out with a terrifying power. With a boom, it immediately shook Feng Wuchen down. The terrifying power shook the space. Big brother Feng. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. Big brother Feng, are you all right? Lu Qingyang asked worriedly. Feng Wuchen shook his head, looked at the seal solemnly, and said, I'm fine. The seal is resisting my power. I can't find the door of life. Then what do we do? Is there no other way? Lu Qingyang was anxious when he heard that. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. The primordial emperor's treasure was right in front of them, but they were powerless. Brother Feng, perhaps only the power of God's punishment can open the seal, Ling Xiaoxiao guessed. That's right. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, only the power of divine punishment can activate it. Since the divine retribution power was sealed in this independent space and the ancient energy could cause the seal to react, it was not difficult to guess that the divine retribution power was the key to opening the seal. Feng Wuchen activated the golden dragon seal again, drawing out a wisp of divine punishment force from it. If the power of divine punishment is unable to open it, then there is no other way. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. This was the only way to open the sealing array. Feng Wuchen arrived in a flash. With a wave of his hand, he poured the power of divine punishment into the sealing array. Zhang Junlan and the others looked at the sealing array nervously. They prayed in their hearts that they could open the sealing array. Buzz! The sealing array shook violently, and golden light burst out. It was extremely dazzling. It worked. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed when he sensed no resistance from the sealing array. Not long after, a huge hole opened up in the violently shaking sealing formation. An extremely ancient aura suddenly swept out from the sealing formation. Brother Feng! The sealing array is open! Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly. We did it! Yi Tianqing and the others were excited. At this moment, as the sealing formation was activated, the vast expanse of white space suddenly changed. Under the astonished gazes of Feng Wuchen and the others, the white space turned into a tomb at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire white space was a tomb. What is going on? What is this place? Why did the space become like this? Zhang Junlan and the others were shocked and confused. No one knew where this place was. This is the tomb of a king from the primordial age. Feng Wuchen said with certainty. The primordial sealing array is really amazing. It can seal such a huge tomb and another seal. Such a terrifying double seal, no one can find it. Even if they found it, they might not be able to control the power of God's punishment to open it. Feng Wuchen could control the power of God's punishment because of the world extermination force and the overbearing golden dragon seal. The tomb of a king? Everyone was shocked. They looked around. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked around. Finally, he looked at the ancient tomb in the middle and said, there are burial items around. The ancient coffin in the middle should be the king. There were many gold boxes around the tomb. They were all filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Of course, gold, silver, and jewels were the most common burial items. It was a huge fortune for an ordinary person, but for Feng Wuchen and the others, it was worthless. Other than gold, silver, and jewels, there were also a large number of heaven and earth treasures, all kinds of magic treasures, pills, scrolls, primordial crystals, and so on. There were so many treasures that it was dazzling. Feng Wuchen and the others were dumbfounded. They were secretly amazed by the status of the primordial king. The treatment of a king is indeed extraordinary. Aren't there too many treasures? Lu Qingyang said in shock. He didn't know if he didn't see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Such a huge fortune is probably enough to nurture a great force. Zhang Junlan said in shock. Even the young master of the Zhang family had never seen such a huge number of treasures. This is too much, right? Lan Yu was dumbfounded with an expression of disbelief. This trip is really not in vain. These treasures are all ours. With these treasures, the strength of the Dragon God Temple will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Feng Wuchen said excitedly, his face revealing a brilliant smile. Temple Master, this is a mid-grade Earth-tier martial skill. A 9th-grade pill. And an 8th-grade pill. Big Brother Feng. A high-grade spirit artifact storage ring. A high-grade Earth-tier cultivation technique. Beta Yan and the others exclaimed one by one. The excitement on their faces could not be concealed. High-grade spirit artifacts, Earth-tier cultivation techniques, Earth-tier martial skills, 9th-grade pills, 8th-grade pills, and many treasures of heaven and earth. This tomb was like a natural treasure trove. This is an immortal artifact. This is an immortal art. Looking at the shocked and excited Zhang Junlan and the others, Feng Wuchen pointed out even more powerful existences to them. Immortal artifact? Immortal art? Lu Qingyang and the others' eyes were about to pop out. In the tomb, any immortal artifact could cause countless powerhouses on the continent to fight over it madly. Every scroll of immortal art could also cause countless powerhouses on the continent to fight over it. If all these treasures were provided to the brothers of the Dragon God Temple, one could imagine how terrifying their strength would be. Qingyang, little Zhang, open the coffin. The coffin of the primordial king is the most precious place. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Okay. The two were extremely excited, and then they worked together to open the coffin. When the coffin opened, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out, turning into a terrifying force that sent Lu Qingyang and Zhang Junlan flying, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Is this the aura of a true God realm expert? This is too terrifying. Is the sovereign king still alive? True God realm. It must be the true God realm. The terrifying aura swept out, Lu Qingyang and the rest instantly felt as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. Their bodies were filled with fear, as if they had fallen into a dark space, unable to see a trace of light. It was a feeling even scarier than despair. This aura is already half a step into the true God realm level. Although it is not the true God realm, it is still half a true God realm. It seems that because he could not find a way to break through to the true God realm, he exhausted his lifespan. Feng Wuchen was shocked. This aura is even scarier than father, it must be the true God realm. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely shocked. Among everyone present, other than Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao was probably the only one who could determine the true realm of this aura. Maybe we can find a way to break through to the true God realm from the sovereign king's tomb. Ling Xiaoxiao secretly thought. The more she thought, the more excited she became. Don't panic, the sovereign king is already dead. Feng Wuchen quickly said. After the dazzling light slowly dissipated, Feng Wuchen and the rest immediately looked at the coffin. In the coffin, there was a ray of faint blood light, only the size of a fist floating in the air. Sovereign King's blood essence. Feng Wuchen could not help but exclaim after seeing it. Sovereign King's blood essence? Zhang Junlan and the rest were greatly shocked. They all knew that blood essence represented the essence of a cultivator's energy. The Sovereign King's blood essence represented the Sovereign King's energy essence. This was the true God realm expert's blood essence. It is the Sovereign King's blood essence. Big brother Feng. We really found a treasure this time. Lu Qingyang's dazed face was filled with ecstasy. That's right. This is the treasure. Feng Wuchen could not help but exclaim. True God realm expert's blood essence. We actually found the true God realm expert's blood essence. Yi Tianqing exclaimed excitedly. Haha. The heavens are really helping me. With the blood essence of a true God realm powerhouse, our cultivation can increase greatly. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly, unable to suppress the wild elation in his heart at all. Among them, only Feng Wuchen knew that the Sovereign King's blood essence was also just half a true God realm and not the genuine true God realm. The king's terrifying aura was actually at the peak of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. It was just that he was more powerful than that. Big brother Feng, is this senior the king of the tomb? In the coffin, other than the essence blood, there was also a benevolent-looking old man. The old man's body was well preserved. His hair and beard were all white, and he wore a gorgeous robe. He had the air of a king. The old man's face was not pale at all, as if he had just fallen into a deep sleep and was not dead. It shouldn't be wrong. Feng Wuchen nodded and glanced at the old man indifferently. Qingyang, you guys are in charge of collecting the treasures. I will collect the blood essence of the king. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said, as if he was worried that the cooked duck would fly away. Okay. Lu Qingyang and the others were extremely excited. As long as there were treasures in the tomb, they would all be collected clean. This treasure hunt could be said to have a huge harvest. Lu Qingyang and the others were in charge of collecting the treasures, Feng Wuchen was in charge of collecting the blood essence of the king, and Ling Xiaoxiao was looking for other things. However, what disappointed Ling Xiaoxiao was that she did not find any clues. Even in the coffin, Ling Xiaoxiao could not find any information related to breaking through to the true God realm. What Ling Xiaoxiao did not know was that the king's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. There was no way to break through to the true God realm. Feng Wuchen used the power of the world to wrap the king's blood essence and then devoured it bit by bit into the golden dragon seal. When the last bit of blood essence was devoured, the corpse of the old man lying peacefully in the coffin suddenly changed. The old man's corpse instantly turned into countless light spots and dissipated. The king's corpse disappeared. Lu Qingyang and the others looked at the countless light spots in shock. The light spots dissipated and the old man's illusory figure suddenly appeared in midair. Soul body. Beta Yen exclaimed. This is a strand of true essence. Feng Wuchen said, looking at the illusory old man. To be able to enter my seal, it is fate. I hope you all can use my power well. The illusory figure, the old man slightly opened his mouth, with the majesty of a king. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and said, Senior, please rest assured. We will definitely use Senior's power well. I didn't expect you to use the power of world destruction. What is your name? The old man looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. No matter how deeply Feng Wuchen hid, he could not hide from a divine transformation realm expert. Feng Wuchen. As soon as Feng Wuchen answered, Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, Senior, do you know how to break through to the true God realm? However, before Ling Xiaoxiao could finish speaking, she saw the old man nod and disappear. Senior! Senior! Ling Xiaoxiao anxiously shouted, but unfortunately, there was no response. Ling Xiaoxiao's question frightened Zhang Junlan and the others. Pairs of horrified eyes looked at Ling Xiaoxiao. Everyone's faces were dumbstruck. Didn't Ling Xiaoxiao's question mean that the force behind her had a terrifying expert who was about to break through to the true God realm? Feng Wuchen patted Ling Xiaoxiao's shoulder and shook his head. Xiaoxiao, Senior is not in the true God realm. He is only at the peak of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. He might not know. The peak of the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm? Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others were stunned. He did not break through to the true God realm. In the end, he exhausted his lifespan and died. Feng Wuchen nodded. Zhang Junlan gulped in horror and said, such a terrifying aura, and he's not even in the true God realm. How terrifying is the true God realm? Lu Qingyang and the others were stunned again. With their current cultivation base, they could not reach that plane at all. Let's go. We'll definitely find a way to break through in the future, Feng Wuchen said calmly. The divine retribution power and the treasures in the tomb were already in his bag. There was no need to stay. In the main hall of the Divine King's temple, Leng Hun was extremely furious. His face was as ferocious as a beast's. The hall was filled with a terrifying aura of anger. Old man, I have never heard of an 8th-grade inscriptionist on the continent who calls himself Ao Yuan. There are only a few 8th-grade inscriptionists in the entire continent, an old man with white hair and beard said solemnly. The light in his deep eyes made one's heart tremble. Send someone to investigate immediately. They are in cahoots with Zhang Junlan. Find out where that brat came from. How dare he steal this young master's divine retribution power? I will grind his bones to dust. Leng Hun shouted angrily. A terrifying murderous aura swept through the hall. Young master, calm down. The origins of that brat and Ao Yuan are not as simple as you think. This matter needs to be reported to the temple master before we can make a decision, the second elder said slowly. The temple of the God King is the strongest force on the continent. Do you think we are afraid of them? Leng Hun said angrily. Not necessarily. The godly King Shrine's grand elders reply stunned Leng Hun. His expression stiffened. Not necessarily? Leng Hun frowned, looking at the first elder and asked, First elder, are you hiding something from me? It wasn't hard to guess that on this continent, there was a mysterious force even more terrifying than the deity king's divine palace. The old man looked at Leng Hun's eager eyes and after a moment of silence, he said, There are many things that you shouldn't know, but since you asked, this old man will tell you. You should know. Please speak, first elder. Leng Hun's face was solemn, restraining his anger. The first elder said solemnly, On this continent, what the world knows is only the surface of the continent. The surface of the continent? What does first elder mean? Leng Hun asked doubtfully. On the surface of the continent, our God King Divine Palace is indeed the strongest power. However, the people of the world don't know that there is a mysterious power even stronger than the God King Divine Palace. They rarely move around the continent. Even if they do appear, they are extremely mysterious. The great elder said slowly. Mysterious force? Stronger than the God King Temple? Leng Hun's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Hearing this, Leng Hun couldn't help but look at the second elder. He seemed to understand why the second elder chose to retreat instead of starting a war. Noticing Leng Hun's gaze, the second elder said solemnly, If the God King Temple is really the strongest force, why is the temple master in such a hurry to raise his cultivation? Why is the God King Temple in such a hurry to nurture experts? That Ao Yuan and that girl, Could they be from that mysterious force? Leng Hun guessed. The second elder nodded, saying, very likely. The second elder said very likely. It meant that there was more than one mysterious force. The first elder continued, young temple master, 13 years ago, the temple master was injured, not because of the backlash from his cultivation, but because he was injured by a mysterious expert. That year, the temple master fought with the mysterious expert for the power of nothingness and lost in the end. Even after 13 years, the temple master's injuries have not healed. What? Injured by a mysterious expert? Leng Hun's heart shook violently. He simply couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could injure his father. That's right. It is also because of that battle that the palace master's cultivation has been unable to increase all these years. Fortunately, old man's medicinal pills have allowed the palace master's injuries to recover by 90%, said the first elder. So father and elder have long known about the existence of an even more powerful force on the continent. No wonder father has been asking me to search for that mysterious power all these years. Leng Hun frowned and clenched his fists. After a moment of silence, Leng Hun asked again, what mysterious forces does great elder know of? The elf race, the Yin family, and the giant race. Right now, we only know of these 3 mysterious powers. The others are still unknown. Those 3 powers are extremely terrifying, and the Yin family is the strongest. No one knows of their existence, said the Grand Elder gravely. A trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. So many mysterious forces? Leng Hun turned pale with fright. He originally thought there was only one, but he didn't expect there to be 3. Moreover, there was a mysterious force that the God King Shrine didn't know of. The first elder nodded, unknown mysterious forces. They are even stronger than the Yin family. They are not forces that our God King Shrine can contend with. The first elder's words had already surpassed the scope of Leng Hun's understanding of the continent. Young Palace Master, you are the future of the God King Shrine. The Palace Master has placed all his hopes on you. Don't disappoint him, said the first elder. I won't disappoint father and the elders. I will definitely take back the godly retribution force. Leng Hun clenched his teeth, his eyes flickering with cold determination. The first elder solemnly said, send people to investigate first. Don't alert the enemy. The royal sect has yet to find the exact location of the treasure. Looks like I can only absorb the godly retribution force first. However, the godly retribution force is extremely violent. If I absorb it directly, even with the world extermination force protecting me, I'm afraid my current body won't be able to withstand it. I need to find some supplementary materials. On the way back to the Dragon Shrine, Feng Wuchen sensed that the treasure map was still moving. He decided to absorb the godly retribution force first to raise his cultivation base. Now that he had provoked the God King Shrine's young palace master, Leng Hun could send people over at any time. Feng Wuchen had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. After absorbing the godly retribution force, the world extermination force would definitely become stronger. At that time, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. Breaking through to the 3rd level of the Sky Human realm wouldn't be a problem. He might even be able to break through to the 4th level of the Sky Human realm. Moreover, he had obtained many heavenly treasures in this treasure hunt. Breaking through to the next level wouldn't be difficult. After a few days of rushing, Feng Wuchen's group had already returned to the star boundary. The past few days of suffering had exhausted Feng Wuchen's group both physically and mentally. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's group was resting in a restaurant in the Howling Wind City. Although they were exhausted, Feng Wuchen's group still had excited smiles on their faces due to the great harvest. They ate and drank heartily while chatting happily. Big brother Feng, is there any progress on the royal sect's side? Lu Qingyang asked while eating. He seemed to want to go look for other treasures immediately. Feng Wuchen shook his head, not yet. Temple Master, something seems wrong, Bai Duyan suddenly said while eating, looking at the cultivators that were constantly pouring into the restaurant. Feng Wuchen's group turned their heads to look and saw dozens of experts entering the restaurant one after another. They were so aggressive that many of the customers at the tables fled in fright. The dozens of cultivators' cultivation bases were not weak, all of them above the Sky Origin realm. At this moment, they were surrounding a table. There were 4 people at the table, a man and a woman in their 30s. There were also 2 children. The man and woman were frightened. The little boy and the little girl were scared to tears, trembling with fear, crying for their parents. Don't be afraid, mother is here. The woman tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart and comforted the children. Wang Bupio, your life is quite comfortable, bringing your wife and children to the restaurant to eat. The man in the lead sneered arrogantly, stepping on a chair with one foot. Big brother Lu, it's not about my wife and children, please let them go. Wang Bupio begged in horror, his forehead covered with sweat. Let them go? Then who will let me go? The man called Big Brother Lu suddenly shouted fiercely. Big Brother Lu, they are eating quite well, just a little slow. Another man sneered mockingly. Humph. Feed them well. Big Brother Lu sneered. The 3 men quickly stepped forward, sneering mockingly while fiercely stuffing food into the mouths of the woman and the 2 children, as if they wanted to let them eat until they died, completely ignoring the 2 children who were crying out of fear. Lu Chuyun. Come at me. Wang Bupio roared in shock and fear. No matter how much he feared Lu Chuyun, he could not tolerate others mistreating his wife and children. Don't act rashly. I'm worried about your life. A brawny man stopped Wang Bupio with disdain. Get lost. Or you kill me. Wang Bupio roared. He could not bear it any longer as he watched the brawny men shove food into his wife and children's mouths without caring about them. Little Lu, lower your voice. At this time an indifferent voice came from the 2nd floor. Yes. Hearing the voice from the 2nd floor, Lu Chuyun immediately nodded respectfully in response. Su Shuihan. Wang Bupio was slightly shocked and could not help but glance at the 2nd floor. Su Shuihan's existence obviously made Wang Bupio extremely wary. Brother Feng, they are too much. If this continues, how can the 2 children bear it? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said angrily. They are simply beasts. I'll go teach them a lesson now. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and cursed. He clenched his fists and was about to attack. Wang Bastille, you've got guts. You've stolen from me and you still dare to show up in my territory. Are you looking down on me or insulting me? Just as Lu Qingyang was about to attack, a cold voice came from outside the restaurant. Sky Origin Realm Level 7. Lu Qingyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the entrance of the restaurant. Young master. A young man in luxurious clothes walked into the restaurant. Lu Chuyun and dozens of other cultivators bowed respectfully. Don't stop. The man who was called young master said coldly, looking even more ruthless. I didn't steal your things. Wang Bupio shouted angrily, Han Zhongshan. Let go of my wife and children. You didn't steal my things? Who doesn't know you, Wang Bupio, in the area of Fengming City? Other than you, who else dares to steal my things? Han Zhongshan said coldly and walked step by step to Wang Bupio's table. Zhongshan, young master Mo hasn't arrived yet? Su Shuihan's voice came from the 2nd floor. Not yet, but he should be here soon. Brother Su, please wait a little longer. Han Zhongshan said and looked at the 2nd floor. Swish. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by at a terrifying speed. 3 explosions sounded out as the 3 men spat out blood and flew out of the restaurant like cannonballs. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The 3 men who were stuffing him with food disappeared. The sudden scene made the dozens of big men and Han Zhongshan stunned. In Wind Cry City, there was actually someone who dared to interfere in their affairs. Wang Bupio looked at the person who attacked with a stunned expression. Little brother, little sister, don't be afraid. Come, spit out the food. Big sister will help you beat up the bad guys later, okay? Miao Qingqing chuckled. She smiled sweetly at the 2 terrified children and stroked their little heads to reduce their psychological trauma as much as possible. Seeing Miao Qingqing's smile, the 2 children nodded obediently and stopped crying. Good girl. With me here, there's no need to be afraid, Miao Qingqing said with a smile. She then looked at the frightened girl and said, look after them. Thank you. Thank you. The woman repeatedly thanked him. Qingqing is faster than me. Lu Qingyang was slightly shocked. Qingqing hates to see people bully children since she was young. Rather than wait for you to do it, I'd rather do it myself. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The moment Miao Qingqing stood up, her smiling face suddenly became extremely cold. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. Stupid girl, don't you want to live anymore? How dare you interfere in my affairs? Han Zhongshan stared at Miao Qingqing gloomily and said coldly. You're worse than a beast. You even bullied children. Do you know how much psychological trauma you've caused them? You deserve to die. Miao Qingqing said coldly. Every word she spat out was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. You're courting death. I won't be merciful. Kill her. Han Zhongshan shouted coldly with a gloomy face. The dozens of big men attacked without hesitation. They were all in the heavenly origin realm and were not comparable to ordinary guards. Humph. Miao Qingqing took out her flying sword and dashed out without hesitation. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Miao Qingqing's attacks were fierce and merciless. Wherever her beautiful figure passed, blood spurted out from the necks of the big men. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 people's throats were slit. I also like to kill dogs. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly, and his figure immediately flashed out. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. Lu Qingyang's attacks were equally ruthless. With his powerful body movement, wherever he passed, the big men were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. In less than half a minute, the dozens of big men were either slashed in the throat or sent flying out of the restaurant. The restaurant was in a mess. Lu Qiyun was extremely shocked. Her body trembled. She could not believe that the dozens of cultivators were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Han Zhongshan's face was ferocious. He glared at Miao Qingqing and Lu Qingyang with a terrifying murderous intent. Miao Qingqing appeared in front of Lu Qiyun in the blink of an eye. Lu Qiyun was so frightened that she fell to the ground. You deserve to die. Miao Qingqing said coldly. Her cold voice almost froze Lu Qiyun's heart. It was Lu Qiyu's idea to abuse the 2 children. Miao Qingqing would never let her go. Young master, save me. Lu Qiyun cried for help in horror. He can't save you. Miao Qingqing said coldly. The flying sword in her hand pierced Lu Qiyun's heart mercilessly. Humph. Han Zhongshan finally made his move. With a fierce snort, he rushed toward Ling Xiaoxiao. But the moment Han Zhongshan made his move, a black shadow dashed over. The hand curled into a claw and grabbed Han Zhongshan by the neck as if he was picking up trash. Where do you think you're going? Lu Qingyang asked with a cold smile. His grip was so strong that Han Zhongshan could not breathe. Swish. At the same time, Miao Qingqing's flying sword had mercilessly pierced Lu Qiyun's heart. A dog worse than an animal like you deserves to die 10,000 times. Miao Qingqing said coldly. The flying sword pierced Lu Qiyun's heart and was immediately pulled out. How can this be? You. Do you know who I am? Han Zhongshan roared with difficulty. He struggled with all his might, but he could not resist Lu Qingyang's strength. To tell you the truth, I really don't know. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. As he spoke, Lu Qingyang made a grabbing motion, and a dish flew over. I'll feed you, then you can tell me. Lu Qingyang sneered. He squeezed Han Zhongshan's neck hard. The latter opened his mouth, and Lu Qingyang poured the dish into his mouth. Then, he used his chopsticks to rub the food into his mouth. Han Zhongshan was furious, but what shocked him was that even with his cultivation, he was unable to break free. Wang Bupio looked at Lu Qingyang in a daze, unable to speak. In the area of Fengming City, Wang Bupio had never seen anyone so bold to abuse Han Zhongshan like this. Han Zhongshan was a genius disciple of Thousand Mountain Valley. He stood out among the disciples of Thousand Mountain Valley and was valued by the Valley Master and elders. In Thousand Mountain Valley, Han Zhongshan's status was equal to that of the eldest disciple. Han Zhongshan was only 21 years old and was now at the 7th level of Sky Origin Realm. With his talent and the cultivation of Thousand Mountain Valley, He would definitely step into the celestial realm within 3 years. Thousand Mountain Valley was definitely a big force in the star boundary. Although it was not as strong as Tiandao sect, it was not much weaker. Han Zhongshan's mouth was stuffed with food. His body struggled violently and he could not speak at all. Is it delicious? The food in the restaurant is not bad, right? Lu Qingyang sneered. Big brother Beidou, give me some stones. This guy's teeth are quite powerful. Lu Qingyang looked at Beidou Yen and smiled. Hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Han Zhongshan began to panic. Happy to help. Beidou Yen held back his laughter and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Beidou Yen had appeared beside Lu Qingyang and handed Lu Qingyang 3 to 5 stones. Then he walked back to his seat as if nothing had happened. Come, I'll add some food for you. Lu Qingyang sneered and stuffed the stones in his hand into Han Zhongshan's mouth without hesitation. Han Zhongshan's eyes widened. He struggled wildly and made a painful sound. Big brother, teach him a lesson. The little boy hiding behind the woman suddenly shouted. No problem, big brother will satisfy you. Lu Qingyang smiled and then broke the plate and stuffed it into Han Zhongshan's mouth. Although Lu Qingyang had a playful smile on his face, the chopsticks in his hand were fiercely rubbing. Han Zhongshan's mouth was full of blood. Big brother Lu, we can't let him off. Miao Qingqing said with a look of venting her hatred. At this moment, a man was watching coldly from the railing on the second floor. He was Su Shuihan. Su Shuihan was the young palace master of the Soaring Clouds Palace, one of the major forces in the star boundary. Her cultivation had already reached the second level of the celestial realm, and she could barely be ranked among the top prodigies in the star boundary. Han Zhongshan panicked and reached out to Su Shuihan for help. Wang Bupio was also looking at Su Shuihan in horror. He knew Su Shuihan's terrifying strength. Once Su Shuihan attacked, none of them would be able to escape. Feng Wuchen and the others also noticed Su Shuihan. However, they pretended not to see him. A mere second-level heaven-tier martial artist. Feng Wuchen really did not think much of him. A cold murderous aura emanated from Su Shuihan's body and locked onto Lu Qingyang. Feeling Su Shuihan's murderous aura, Lu Qingyang sneered and said, "This is none of your business. You'd better think carefully before you act." Swish, in response to Lu Qingyang's threat, Su Shuihan's response was to attack fiercely. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at an extremely terrifying speed. Humph. Lu Qingyang snorted coldly and fully activated the true essence in his body. Boom, puff, the moment Su Shuihan attacked, Lu Qingyang punched Han Zhongshan's abdomen. With a loud boom, the overbearing force shook Han Zhongshan to the point where he spat out blood and food. His body flew out and slammed into a pillar in the restaurant. The moment he injured Han Zhongshan, Lu Qingyang immediately teleported to avoid Su Shuihan's attack. That moment was a matter of life and death. If he had been half a second later, Lu Qingyang would have been seriously injured by Su Shuihan. Su Shuihan's palm landed but did not hit, which surprised him. Su Shuihan could not believe that a 7th-level Sky Origin stage martial artist could avoid his attack. Moreover, he had injured Han Zhongshan. Brother Su, kill them. Han Zhongshan, who had spat out food, roared furiously with bloodshot eyes. Kill. None of you can leave. Su Shuihan ordered coldly. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Dozens of powerful martial artists appeared on the second floor. More than 20 of them were Sky Origin stage martial artists. Among them, there were 3 Sky Origin stage martial artists. These 20 martial artists were much stronger than Han Zhongshan's martial artists. Yo, bullying with numbers? Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. Looks like we have to join the fight too. Let me deal with this guy. Beidou Yen shrugged and walked towards Su Shuihan. Lan Yu stood up as well. Beidou Yen stared coldly at Su Shuihan and sneered, "Do you want to fight here or outside? It's up to you. You're asking for it." Su Shuihan narrowed his eyes and stared at Beidou Yen as if he was looking at a dead man. "Leave the 3rd-level Sky Origin stage martial artist to me. Palace Master, just watch the show." Yi Tianqing sneered mockingly. "Leave the other 2 to me," Lan Yu said coldly. Looking at Zhang Junlan, who had turned his head to the window, Feng Wuchen asked with a smile, "Little Zhang, are you not going to join the fight?" "Master, these trash are no match for me. Besides, I'm just showing off to Qingyang. They all recognize me. If I show up, they will definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. These bastards need to be taught a lesson," Zhang Junlan whispered. "Fight in the sky. Don't hurt the innocent," Feng Wuchen said as he sipped his tea. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Tianqing and Bai Duyan flew up into the sky. Su Shuihan and the other Sky Origin stage martial artists chased after them fearlessly. "You don't have to." Lu Qingyang sneered at the 20 martial artists. As he spoke, he took out a flying sword. "Qingqing, teach them a lesson." Lu Qingyang shouted and attacked fiercely with his flying sword. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing joined hands and mercilessly killed more than 20 Sky Origin realm martial artists with the help of their powerful teleportation. With their strength, they wouldn't even be afraid of dozens of Sky Origin realm martial artists, let alone 20. "Master, have you heard of the elf race?" While Lu Qingyang and the others were killing, Zhang Junlan was chatting with Feng Wuchen. "I've heard of it." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Since Lan Yu is a water spirit, she must be from the elf race," Zhang Junlan said with certainty. "What are you trying to say?" Feng Wuchen asked. "It seems that Master also knows about some mysterious forces in the continent. I thought you didn't know." Zhang Junlan smiled. He was shocked. Feng Wuchen was younger than him, but he seemed to know everything. Sometimes, Zhang Junlan even doubted Feng Wuchen's age. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, "You can say so." Looking at Zhang Junlan, Feng Wuchen guessed, "Are you worried about Lan Yu?" Yes, if Lan Yu is really from the elf race, with such a terrifying force behind her, why would she submit to Master? "I'm worried that she has other intentions," Zhang Junlan said seriously. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the sky above Howling Wind City, deafening explosions sounded one after another. Terrifying energy ripples swept out, shaking the void like angry waves. The fierce battle attracted the attention of all the cultivators in Howling Wind City. Everyone looked up at the sky. In Howling Wind City, the experts of various families were also attracted. The young palace master of Soaring Cloud Palace is fighting with someone. A first-level celestial being can compete with young Master Su. He's so strong. Who wants to die? How dare he provoke young Master Su? Everyone in Howling Wind City was talking about it. They were very curious about who dared to provoke Su Shuihan. Even the experts of the major families in Howling Wind City shook their heads. Who in the star boundary didn't know the power of Soaring Cloud Palace? However, what shocked everyone in Howling Wind City was that not only were the experts of Soaring Cloud Palace seriously injured, but even Su Shuihan, the young palace master of Soaring Cloud Palace, was no match for Bai Duyan. Yi Tianqing and Bai Duyan's strength was extremely ferocious. Their strength was extremely violent, and they completely overwhelmed their opponents. They both have Earth-level martial skills. Young Master Su's combat power is comparable to a third-level celestial being, but he can't defeat a first-level celestial being. Everyone in Howling Wind City burst into an uproar. They were all shocked and dumbstruck. In the restaurant, Han Chongshan's face was full of horror. He couldn't believe that a group of outsiders had such tyrannical combat power. On the street outside the restaurant, Su Shuihan's face was pale. She stared coldly at Bai Duyan and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Bai Duyan walked over step by step and sneered, "It's none of your business. You just need to know that death is not far from you." "Humph. Don't be happy too early," Su Shuihan said coldly. Even though she was seriously injured, she was still fearless. "Is that so? What else do you have? I'll give you a chance." Bai Duyan sneered with a proud attitude. Boom, at this time, Yi Tianqing took the lead and killed a third-level celestial being without mercy. Lan Yu was even more fierce. She killed 2 celestial beings without frowning. Brother Su is the young palace master of Soaring Cloud Palace. If you dare to kill him, Soaring Cloud Palace will never let you. So many disciples of the Thousand Mountain Valley and Soaring Cloud Palace have died in your hands. Don't even think about leaving alive. Han Zhongshan, who had walked out of the restaurant, threatened Bei Douyan angrily. Is Lingyan Palace very strong? Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao walked out of the restaurant and Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. Lingyan Palace is more than strong. It's one of the major forces in our astral boundary. The palace master of Lingyan Palace is a warrior in the heaven realm. You don't even know how powerful Soaring Cloud Palace is, yet they still dare to provoke young Master Su. They are simply courting death. Do they think that they are so great just because they have some strength? The cultivators on the street were discussing among themselves. They all looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a fool. Feng Wuchen did not take the crowd's discussion seriously. Su Shuihan glanced at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, "More than enough to kill you." "Oh? Really? I'd like to try." Feng Wuchen sneered and looked fearless. "Brat, don't be so arrogant. When young Master Mo comes, you will die without a burial place." Han Chongshan glared at Feng Wuchen and said coldly. His face was extremely ferocious. "Young Master Mo? Will he come soon? Then I'll spare your lives first." Feng Wuchen said coldly and confidently. Hearing this, Su Shuihan frowned and thought quickly. There were many geniuses in the astral world, but Su Shuihan could not think of any one of them who was related to Feng Wuchen. Looking at Feng Wuchen's fearless look, Su Shuihan felt that he had a powerful background. Plus, he fought with Bei Douyan. If he did not have a powerful background, how could he have the earth-level martial technique? Feng Wuchen dared to say such arrogant words, which made everyone feel puzzled. Some thought Feng Wuchen had a powerful background, and some thought Feng Wuchen was bluffing. But if it was a bluff, why did Feng Wuchen dare to stay? Were they really not afraid of death? For a time, the restaurant and street were quiet, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. But the young Master Mo that Su Shuihan talked about did not come. Instead, a group of strong men came. Elders of the Thousand Valleys. And elders of the Soaring Cloud Palace. Looking at the strong men who appeared, the street instantly boiled. "Chongshan. How is your injury? Who hurt you?" An elder asked anxiously. Seeing that Han Chongshan was still alive, he was relieved. "It's them. They killed dozens of disciples of the Thousand Valleys." "First elder, kill them." Han Chongshan pointed at Feng Wuchen and his group and said angrily. "What?" Hearing this, the three elders were shocked. "Young Palace Master, what's going on?" An elder asked Su Shuihan. Su Shuihan said coldly, "They killed more than 20 disciples of the Soaring Cloud Palace. I don't know who they are." "How dare you?" The first elder was furious, and the momentum of the 8th level of the celestial being realm swept out wildly. The first elder of the Soaring Cloud Palace was also a level 5 weapon refiner, and he had a certain prestige in the star boundary. Feng Wuchen looked calm, and there was no change in his expression at all because of the appearance of the elders of the two forces. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in the sky above Fengming City. The horrible momentum of the heaven realm spread quickly and enveloped the entire city in an instant, shocking the whole city and making everyone tremble with fear. A strong man of the heaven realm. Yi Tianqing frowned deeply and glanced at the sky. "The palace master of the Soaring Cloud Palace." Someone exclaimed. The person was Xianxia, the palace master of the Soaring Cloud Palace, a strong man of the 2nd level of the heaven realm. "How cunning. You said you were waiting for young Master Mo, but you brought reinforcements and deliberately stalled for time." Bei Douyan said coldly, regretting that he didn't kill Su Shuihan in the first place. Yi Tianqing said indifferently, "You beat the young, and the old came out. That's all you've got." In the sky, Xianxia flashed to the street in the blink of an eye. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. "Shuihan, who wants to kill you?" Xianxia asked coldly, and her cold eyes swept over Feng Wuchen's group. "It's them." Su Shuihan glared at Feng Wuchen's group and said gloomily, "They killed all the disciples of the Soaring Cloud Palace." Xianxia's face became gloomy, and her eyes flashed with coldness. She glanced at Feng Wuchen. "You really have guts. How dare you kill the disciples of the Soaring Cloud Palace and threaten to kill my son?" Xianxia said coldly, and an extremely horrible murderous aura spread out. Everyone on the street retreated in horror. Palace Master Su, they also killed dozens of my Thousand Mountain Valley's disciples. Valley Master Su, please cut them into pieces. Han Chongshan said hurriedly. Then, he gave Feng Wuchen and the others a sinister, gloating smile. Arrogant. Feng Wuchen's answer made Su Yinzhua furious. It's better to be arrogant than trash who abuses children. Feng Wuchen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Brat. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Han Chongshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. He wanted to rush up and tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Now that the reinforcements had come, Han Chongshan was not afraid at all. He was determined to torture Feng Wuchen to death, especially Lu Qingyang. He was definitely the main target of Han Chongshan's torture. Ignorant junior, how dare you be so arrogant in front of the palace master of Lingyun Palace? Reckless, this brat is simply an idiot. How dare he be arrogant in front of a superior of the heaven realm? It's really admirable. The spectators showed a gloating expression. No one sympathized with them. Instead, they felt that Feng Wuchen was courting death. Buzz. The terrible power of the second level of the heaven realm broke out. The street shook and burst. The terrible power condensed in his palm. Su Yinzhua rushed out without hesitation. His momentum was majestic and his attack was fierce. Looking at Su Yinzhua's terrible posture, if this palm hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely turn into a cloud of blood mist. The palace master of Lingyun Palace personally took action. Su Shuihan, Han Chongshan, and many onlookers were excited. They seemed to have imagined the scene of Feng Wuchen being blown into a cloud of blood mist. However, when Su Yinzhua urged his genuine spirit, Ling Xiaoxiao had already come to Feng Wuchen's side. Boom! Puff! Su Yinzhua arrived in a flash and fiercely blasted out his palm. At this moment, a cyan-bounded domain condensed instantly. Even if Su Yinzhua was aware of it, he did not take it seriously. With a boom, it blasted on the bounded domain. At the moment of collision, Su Yinzhua's face suddenly changed and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of bounded domain is this? How can it hurt me? Su Yinzhua was terrified and his face was full of disbelief. At this moment, all the excited smiles on the faces of the onlookers froze. Everyone was shocked and frightened to see the palace master of Lingyun Palace fly out. You didn't see wrong. The one who flew out was indeed Su Yinzhua, a superior at the second level of the heaven realm couldn't break the cyan-bounded domain. Instead, he was injured. Shocking. Incomparably shocking, everyone was dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on. Many people's mouths were opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How could this be? Su Shuihan was stunned as she watched her father fly back. Palace Master. The three elders turned pale with fright and panic. Su. Palace Lord Su was actually injured. Han Zhongshan was completely dumbfounded, his whole body trembling. Palace Master Su has been injured. The many cultivators watching fell silent for a moment. Then, they burst into an uproar. It's impossible for a barrier condensed by a first-tier celestial being to have such terrifying power. Who is she? Su Yinzhua looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in horror. Fortunately, Su Yinzhua did not use his full strength just now, otherwise, his injuries would be even more serious. At that moment, the crowd's eyes were filled with fear. Even a superior at the second level of the heaven realm ended up like this, let alone others. On the balcony on the second floor of the restaurant, Zhang Junlan watched indifferently. Zhang Junlan was the young master of the Zhang family. Who in the astral world dared to disobey him, but when he saw the palace master of Lingyun Palace bully Feng Wuchen, Zhang Junlan wanted to kill him. Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher. Zhang Junlan respected him very much. He would never tolerate anyone being disrespectful to Feng Wuchen. Lingyun Palace doesn't need to exist anymore. Zhang Junlan muttered to himself. Immediately, he made a print with his right hand and sent the news back to the Zhang family. Uncle has always been cruel and merciless. It's best if he does it. Zhang Junlan sneered slightly. Who did you say was cruel and merciless? As soon as Zhang Junlan finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from beside him. The sudden voice startled Zhang Junlan and made him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and laughed dryly. No, no, uncle. You misheard. It was Zhang Tianxian, the younger brother of Zhang Tianyun of the Zhang family. Zhang Tianxian grabbed Zhang Junlin's ear and scolded, "You're still not honest." Ouch. Uncle, be gentle. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhang Junlin's mouth twitched. Hearing Zhang Junlin's apology, Zhang Tianxian let go and said, "You know your place." "Absolutely, uncle." Zhang Junlan complained in a low voice. "What did you say?" Zhang Tianxian scolded again. "No, no. Hee, it's all because of uncle's strength. Besides, teacher often says that we have to be cruel and merciless to our enemies." Zhang Junlan laughed apologetically. "You still know that Dendi is your teacher. Dendi is facing a strong enemy, but you're hiding here." Zhang Tianxian glared fiercely at Zhang Junlan. This? Zhang Junlan didn't know how to explain it for a while. Then, he said, "Uncle, you just have to destroy Lingyan Palace later." Destroying Lingyan Palace was as easy as flipping his hand for Zhang Tianxian. Zhang Xiantian looked down at the street. When he saw the green barrier around Ling Xiaxia's body, he couldn't help but frown. Divine transformation barrier. Who is this Ling Xiaoxiao? I've never been able to find out her origins. She definitely isn't from the elf tribe or the giant tribe. It's very likely that she's from the Yinyang family. Zhang Tianxian guessed in his heart. The Zhang family more or less knew about the mysterious forces of the continent. The street was dead silent, and the air was filled with a strange aura. The reinforcements are just SOSO. Lu Qingyang gloated and sneered. Where's your young master Mo? Hasn't he come yet? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly. Hearing this, Su Shuihan's face was extremely ferocious. He never thought that even his father would be injured. Han Zhongshan gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Don't worry, young Master Mo will definitely come. Young Master Mo is here." As soon as Han Zhongshan finished speaking, someone suddenly shouted. The crowd on the street became restless and made a path. A young man appeared in everyone's sight, and behind him were three middle-aged men. The man in the lead was the young Master Mo that Han Zhongshan mentioned. So it's him. Lu Qingyang's face revealed an extremely bright smile. Tiandao Sect's young sect master Mo Qingyun. Tiandao Sect is indeed powerful. No wonder they said they could kill us. Beta Yen sneered. Young Master Mo. You're finally here. Seeing young Master Mo appear, Han Zhongshan was instantly overjoyed. What's going on? Seeing that Han Zhongshan and Su Shuihan were seriously injured, and even Su Yinsua was injured, Mo Qingyun frowned and asked. Young Master Mo, we were injured. Dozens of disciples from Thousand Valley and Lingyun Palace were killed. Palace Master Su was also injured. You have to uphold justice for us. Han Zhongshan said with a sobbing tone. Who is so arrogant? Mo Qingyun frowned and asked, his face became extremely ugly. It's them. Young Master Mo, quickly kill them. Han Zhongshan pointed at Feng Wuchen and his group and shouted angrily. I knew it was him. Looking at Mo Qingyun, Zhang Junlan shook his head helplessly. Zhang Junlan had already guessed that it was Mo Qingyun when he first heard about young Lord Mo. In the astral boundary, young Lord Mo was the only one who could make Su Shuihan afraid. And in the entire astral boundary, only Mo Qingyun was called young lord. Mo Qingyun was the young lord of Tiandao Sect, the number one genius of Tiandao Sect. His talent was extremely high, comparable to an 8th grade martial soul. When Feng Wuchen first met Mo Qingyun was already at the 6th tier of the heavenly origin stage. Now, his cultivation had reached the 9th tier of the heavenly origin stage. Uncle, it seems that you don't have to do anything. Zhang Junlan spread his hands and smiled. Do you know Ling Xiaxia's identity? Zhang Tianxian asked seriously, looking at Zhang Junlan. I don't know, but the force behind her is very terrifying, much more terrifying than the Divine King's palace. We encountered Ling Hun on this trip. She summoned a 4th-tier Divine Transformation Realm expert and severely injured the second elder of the Divine King's palace. That was how we were saved. Zhang Junlan said solemnly. Thinking back to the scene at that time, he was still afraid. Hearing this, Zhang Tianquan's heart trembled, and his eyes widened slightly. The Divine King's palace was the most powerful force on the continent. And the force behind Ling Xiaoxiao was even more terrifying than the Divine King's palace. What kind of concept was this? Uncle, have you heard of the 8th grade inscription master, Ao Yuan? Zhang Junlan asked. Ao Yuan? Zhang Tianxian frowned slightly and shook his head. This name was very unfamiliar. This person's strength is very terrifying. The second elder of the Divine King's palace is comparable to the 6th tier of the Divine Transformation realm, but he was defeated miserably. Moreover, he called Ling Xiaoxiao the Saintess. It seems that she is just a servant, Zhang Junlan said. Saintess? Servant? Zhang Tianxian was even more shocked. Then, he said, it seems that she is not from the Yin-Yang family. There is no saintess in the family. Zhang Tianxian seemed to have a good understanding of the Yin-Yang family. Looks like it's someone from another mysterious faction. Uncle, Ling Xiaoxiao's faction is probably even more terrifying than we imagined. There's also Lan Yu. She's from the elf race. I'm worried that she'll be a threat to teacher. Uncle, I'll have to trouble you to go back and investigate. Zhang Junlan frowned. Zhang Tianxian nodded and said, you guys must be careful. You've provoked Ling Hun. He won't let you off easily. If there's any danger, send me a message. With that, Zhang Tianquan's figure disappeared into thin air. That's my real uncle. Zhang Junlan smiled. On the street, Mo Qingyun looked at Feng Wuchen with a stiff expression. He was extremely surprised and shocked. Young Master Mo, they are extremely arrogant. They don't even put you in their eyes. Han Zhongshan continued to add fuel to the fire. Su Shuihan, who was at the side, said gloomily, Young Lord Mo, please uphold justice for us. We can't let these outsiders be so arrogant. If young Lord Mo doesn't kill them, won't others laugh at you for being afraid of them? After the two of them finished speaking, Mo Qingyun still hadn't come to his senses. At this moment, they didn't notice the shock and fear in Mo Qingyun's eyes. It wasn't just Mo Qingyun. The three experts who came with Mo Qingyun were already looking at Feng Wuchen with respect and fear. Seeing that Mo Qingyun didn't react at all, Su Shuihan gave Han Zhongshan a look, indicating for him to add fuel to the fire. Han Zhongshan understood and said, Young Master Mo, look at my swollen mouth. How can I meet people like this? I implore young Master Mo to kill them and help me. Slap, however, before Han Zhongshan could finish speaking, Mo Qingyun had already slapped him hard. With a crisp slap, the force of the slap sent Han Zhongshan flying a few meters. Mo Qingyun's sudden slap stunned Han Zhongshan. The palace master and elders of Lingyun Palace, the elders of Thousand Valleys, and many onlookers were shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? Young Master Mo has hit the wrong person, right? Young Master Mo actually hit Han Zhongshan. What's wrong with young Master Mo? Why did he slap Han Zhongshan instead? Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Su Yinzhua suddenly realized something at this moment. A strong sense of uneasiness began to surge in his heart, and his expression dimmed instantly. Young Master Mo. Su Shuihan looked at Mo Qingyun in a daze. She looked like a monk who was at a loss. Young Master Mo, you hit the wrong person, right? It's not me, it's them. Han Zhongshan was confused and angry. You don't know what's good for you. I've already warned you not to offend Dendi, but you didn't listen. Don't drag me into it if you want to die. Mo Qingyun said angrily in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to tear Han Zhongshan and Su Shuihan to pieces. Mo Qingyun ignored them and hurried toward Feng Wuchen. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, he cupped his fists and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Heavenly Dao Sect's Mo Qingyun greets Dendi. Mo Qingyun bowed extremely respectfully. Greetings, Dendi. The three Heavenly Dao Sect experts bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said lightly, no need for formalities. Thank you, Dendi. Mo Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. Others might not know Feng Wuchen's identity, but how could Mo Qingyun not know? During the Mirage Sea Realms Alchemy Conference, Feng Wuchen shocked everyone with his superb alchemy skills. His achievements in alchemy were so high that even Xianxia felt inferior. Recalling the scene back then, watching the powerful alchemists from various regions bow their heads one after another, it was indescribably exhilarating. In front of Feng Wuchen, even Xianxia, whose name shook the continent, had to call himself a disciple. Back in Heaven Luo City, he had offended Feng Wuchen because he helped young master Shangguan. Mo Qingyun was lucky to still be alive. Now, he was almost killed by Han Zhongshan and Su Shuihan. Why would Mo Qingyun help them? Dan. Dendi. Su Yinzuo's face was filled with horror as his body trembled. In the end, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. The Soaring Cloud Palace elders and Thousand Valley elders knelt down in fear, not daring to fart. Heavenly Dao sect had already warned Thousand Valley and Soaring Cloud Palace of Denda's existence, but it was too late now. He's. Dendi. Han Zhongshan and Su Shuihan were extremely frightened. Their faces were pale as if they had seen a ghost. They were scared out of their wits. Han Zhongshan finally knew why Mo Qingyun hit him. He also finally knew what kind of existence he had offended. Denda's identity was so terrifying that even the Zhang family could not afford to offend him, let alone Heavenly Dao sect, Thousand Valley, and Soaring Cloud Palace. At this moment, Han Zhongshan and Su Shuihan only felt that they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. They were in complete despair. The experts from the major families and many cultivators in Howling Wind City were also terrified. They all realized that Feng Wuchen had a great identity, but they did not know what Dendi represented. Dendi, spare me. It's all my fault for being blind. I didn't know Dendi was here. Please forgive me, Dendi. Han Zhongshan hurriedly knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Dendi, how do you want to deal with them? Mo Qingyun asked respectfully after observing Feng Wuchen's expression. Looking at Han Zhongshan, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, do you know why I want to kill you? Han Zhongshan stammered and could not speak for a long time. You tell me. Feng Wuchen looked at Su Shuihan coldly. Su Shuihan could not speak either. Since none of you want to say it, I'll do it for you. Feng Wuchen said coldly, as the genius disciples of the Thousand Valleys and the young palace masters of the Soaring Cloud Palace, I won't say that you're willing to help others, but you bullied others and abused children. You're worse than animals. It's not your fault. You abused children. That's why you deserve to die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Dendi, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have abused children. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I'll definitely compensate Wang Budi and the others. Han Zhongshan said in horror. Too late. Kill them. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Animals must not be allowed to live. No. Dendi, spare us. Dendi, spare us. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Han Zhongshan kowtowed and begged in horror. The Soaring Cloud Palace is willing to submit to Dendi. Please give us a way out. Su Yinzuo begged in horror. Young Lord Mo. Please help us. Han Zhongshan looked at Mo Qingyun in horror. I've warned you, but you're too stupid. Palace Master Su, you asked for it. Mo Qingyun said coldly. If Mo Qingyun pleaded for them now, not only would it be impossible, but it would also be his own fault. Mo Qingyun was not that stupid. Feng Wuchen had already regarded Han Zhongshan and the others as dead. Why would Mo Qingyun plead for them? Attack! Mo Qingyun shouted coldly. The three powerhouses left without hesitation. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's orders, even if it was Mo Qingyun's orders, they could only obey. The three superiors brought by Mo Qingyun were all superiors of the Heaven Realm. Even if Su Yinzuo resisted in anger, he still ended up with a tragic death. With the three of them working together, killing Han Zhongshan and the others was like squashing an ant, effortless. In less than 30 seconds, Han Zhongshan, Su Shuihan, and the elders of Thousand Valleys and Soaring Clouds Palace were all dead on the streets. Su Yinzuo, who rose up to resist, finally couldn't hold on for more than 2 minutes before he died tragically under the horrified gazes of everyone in Wind Cry City. This was the consequence of offending Dendi. The entire Howling Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone's breathing had to be suppressed. Panic was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Dendi, do you want to destroy the Thousand Valleys and Soaring Clouds Palace? Mo Qingyun asked respectfully. No need. I still have other important matters to attend to. I'll leave the rest to you. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Yes. Dendi. Mo Qingyun nodded respectfully. Zhang Junlan. Let's go. Lu Qingyang shouted at the balcony of the restaurant. Young Master Zhang? Mo Qingyun and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at the second floor of the restaurant. Young Master Zhang? Everyone in Wind Cry City woke up and looked at the restaurant with horrified eyes at the same time. At first glance, it was really Zhang Junlan, the young master of the Zhang family. They might not know Feng Wuchen, but who in the astral world didn't know Zhang Junlan? The moment they saw Zhang Junlan, everyone began to get excited. It seems that the teacher has already dealt with it. Zhang Junlan laughed. Let's go back to Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Teacher? Hearing how Zhang Junlan addressed Feng Wuchen, the excited crowd was stunned again. If the young master of the Zhang family had to address Feng Wuchen as teacher, then how terrifying was Feng Wuchen's identity as Dendi? Dendi, please wait. At this time, Wang Bupio, who woke up from the shock, shouted and ran over with his wife and children. Thank you, Dendi, for saving us. Wang Bupio cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, big brother. Wang Bupio's wife and 2 children also thanked him. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dendi, wait. Wang Bupio spoke again. Is there anything else? Feng Wuchen asked. Wang Bupio took out an item from his storage ring and handed it to Feng Wuchen. He said gratefully, Dendi saved us and I, Wang Bupio, am unable to repay you. I obtained this treasure in a very strange place. I have studied it for many years but to no avail. However, it exudes a strange aura. Perhaps it is some refining material that will be useful to Dendi. Wang Bupio handed a strange black stone to Feng Wuchen. However, it was completely different from ordinary stones. It was impossible to tell what it was. A strange aura? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at the black stone in his hand strangely. Big brother Feng, what is this? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I can't tell what it is in such a short time. Dendi, inject a trace of true yuan into the stone and it will emit a strange aura. In short, the aura is extraordinary, Wang Bupio said solemnly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen did as he was told. He instilled a trace of true yuan into the black stone. The moment Feng Wuchen instilled true yuan into the black stone, a faint black halo appeared on the stone. At the same time, it exuded an extremely strange aura. This stone can glow. How magical! Miao Qingqing was amazed. It does indeed have a strange aura. There is also a burning sensation. This is fire attribute energy. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. However, he did not know what the black stone was. The evil dragon god did not have any memories of the black stone either. Ling Xiaoxiao said, there is also an ancient aura. It is very similar to the power of the immemorial era. Dendi, what do you think? Can you tell what kind of treasure it is? Wang Bupio asked secretly. He was also very curious after so many years of fruitless research. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I don't know. I can't figure it out in such a short time. Then I won't delay Dendi any longer. Wang Bupio cupped his fists and bowed again. After Feng Wuchen put the black stone into his storage ring, he was surprised to find that his palm was stained with black charcoal. Charcoal? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. The black stone had clearly been burned before. He wondered to himself, what kind of flame can burn a stone to this extent? The charcoal on the surface of the stone is obviously a part of the stone itself. Ordinary flames can at most blacken it. It is impossible to burn charcoal. Moreover, this stone is very strange. It is not an ordinary stone. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen immediately looked at Wang Bupio and asked, where were you when you found this stone? This was 6 years ago. At that time I was still in the tyrant territory. It was. Thinking carefully, Wang Bupio was about to speak but was interrupted by Feng Wuchen. Dendi had personally invited him. Wang Bupio was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Wang Bupio took his wife and children back to the Shenlong temple with Feng Wuchen and the others. Everyone in Fengming City was envious. Who would have thought that the king of thieves would be invited by Dendi? Feng Wuchen needed Wang Bupio to mark the exact location of the stone and keep it a secret. He could only invite Wang Bupio to the Shenlong temple. Farewell, Dendi. Farewell, young Master Zhang. Mo Qingyun and the others respectfully sent them off. Temple Master, is that stone really a treasure? It doesn't look like it, Yi Tianqing asked curiously when he saw Feng Wuchen's reaction. I can't say for sure now, but I hope so. Besides, this stone is no ordinary stone. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Could it really be a treasure? Lu Qingyang and the others were also curious. In the Shenlong temple, Feng Wuchen opened the map on the table. It was a map of the entire continent. It was very detailed and even small villages were marked. Looking at the extremely detailed map of the continent, Wang Bupio was shocked. Even as the king of thieves, he did not have such a detailed map. The tyrant territory was a huge area of the continent. It could be seen at a glance on the map. The north of the tyrant territory. Wang Bupio looked at the map and searched for the north of the tyrant territory. Feng Wuchen and the others quietly watched as Wang Bupio's finger moved on the map. Dendi, it's here. The northern abyss. A few minutes later, Wang Bupio suddenly pointed to the northern abyss marked on the map and said with certainty, I got that stone here. I remember that I passed by Qingshui town and was looking for medicinal herbs to exchange for gold coins. I accidentally found a strange stone in the depths of the mountain. The northern abyss is desolate. Where did you find the herbs? Zhang Junlan frowned and asked, suspecting that Wang Bupio was lying. Young Lord Zhang, there's something you don't know. The northern abyss is indeed desolate and uninhabited, but there's a miraculous medicinal herb there, Wang Bugua replied respectfully. Dendi is right. Although the Li Fire Earth Core pill is powerful, there are not many alchemy masters who can refine it. Wang Budi said. The effect of destruction and reconstruction? Lu Qingyang did not seem to understand. That is to say, when an expert of the celestial realm takes this pill when he is on the verge of death, he can break through the realm, Beida Yen explained. So that's how it is. This medicinal pill has such a powerful effect, Lu Qingyang said in shock. The seven lotus seeping flame is basically nowhere to be found. Too many alchemists have gone looking for this medicinal herb. In the end, no one has set foot in the northern abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the tyrant domain and come to the Wuji domain to make a living, Wang Bupio said helplessly. Thank you for telling me. Feng Wuchen thanked him. Then, he took out the storage ring that he had prepared and handed it to Wang Budi. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Dendi, this won't do. Dendi just saved us. I don't dare to take it. Wang Budi waved his hand and refused. Just take it. Bring your wife and children to live a good life. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to the Dragon Temple to look for us. Lu Qingyang forced Wang Budi to give it to him. This? Thank you, Dendi. Thank you, Dendi. Wang Budi thanked him again and again. He did not dare to refuse and was extremely grateful. After sending Wang Budi and his family away, Zhang Junlan asked, Master, did you see something? What kind of treasure is that black stone? Yes, big brother Feng. I see that you care so much about it. That black stone must have a background. Lu Qingyang nodded. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. As he flipped his hand, the black stone appeared in his palm out of thin air. Feng Wuchen said seriously, this is no ordinary stone. It's very hard. Even meteoric iron is not as hard as it, but it was burned to ashes. Have you ever seen a flame burn a stone to ashes? I've seen it burn black, but I've never seen it burn to ashes. Everyone shook their heads. This stone has been burned by flames for who knows how many years. It has been burned to ashes and has a fire elemental aura. The strange aura that the stone gives off is actually from the flames that burned this stone. This flame must be very terrifying. Feng Wuchen frowned. What kind of flame could it be? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuchen said, it's very likely to be dark fire from ancient times. With such a strange ancient aura, I can't think of any other flame other than dark fire. Dark fire? Everyone was puzzled and curious. Dark fire was very unfamiliar to them. Dark fire was the ancient flame that the dragon ancestor spoke of. It was very powerful. Because he guessed that it might be dark fire, Feng Wuchen took it seriously. Dark fire is the most terrifying flame in the world. It can swallow all other flames. It's very powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled. His eyes were full of passion. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find the dark fire. Lu Qingyang said excitedly. If you want to die, I'm not going with you. Bai Duyan curled his lips. Now is not the time. The tyrant territory is Lin Hun's territory. If we go now, we'll die. Yi Tianqing rolled his eyes at Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, don't worry, we're the only ones who know. Don't worry about the dark fire being taken away. The royal sect should be able to find the exact location of the treasure soon. We'll cultivate in seclusion for a while and wait for the royal sect to find the exact location of the treasure. This time, we've collected so many treasures that it's enough to strengthen the dragon temple. You all have high cultivation, especially Qingyang, you have to break through to the heaven realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen said. Lu Qingyang patted his chest and said confidently, Big brother Feng, don't worry, I'll break through to the heaven realm. Distribute the treasures to the brothers. Feng Wuchen said. Zhang Junlan and the others took out all the treasures they had collected from the tomb. Feng Wuchen first put away the rare and precious treasures, immortal tools, immortal arts, and some high-grade Earth-class martial skills. The rest of the treasures, spirit tools, and Earth-class scrolls were all distributed. Knowing that there were Earth-class martial skills, the Dragon Temple's members were very excited. One by one, they shouted loudly, and the sound echoed throughout the Dendi Mountain. The brothers of the Dragon Temple were all life and death brothers. Feng Wuchen trusted them very much, and it was also very important to strengthen their strength. The 9-layer universe-killing God array was activated, the Dragon Temple's members entered the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda to cultivate. Feng Wuchen was now in the 7th floor of the pagoda. Feng Wuchen had to absorb the divine retribution energy as soon as possible and strengthen his own strength. The 7th level of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda was filled with dazzling golden light. This was the power of divine punishment. The power of divine punishment was released from the golden dragon seal and was endlessly absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Absorption was different from devouring. Devouring did not require refinement and was stored elsewhere. Absorption was different. Absorption required refinement. Feng Wuchen activated the power of destruction to absorb the power of divine punishment. He had to use the power of destruction to refine the power of divine punishment before he could absorb it. Although the power of divine punishment was extremely violent, it was suppressed to a certain extent in the face of the power of destruction that was ranked third among the ancient powers. No matter how violent it was powerless to resist. Even so, it was extremely difficult for Feng Wuchen to absorb it. Firstly, the power of divine punishment was extremely violent. Absorbing it would cause the meridians in the body to swell and hurt. However, the increase in cultivation was very terrifying. Secondly, the power of divine punishment was too vast. It would take a long time to completely absorb it. Of course, time was not a problem. The 7th level could provide Feng Wuchen with twice the time. Moreover, Feng Wuchen also used the spirit-splitting technique, using the 12 primordial spirits to absorb and refine at the same time. As a result, the speed was many times faster. In just a few minutes, under the crazy refining, Feng Wuchen's body had already swelled like a rubber ball. What a huge power! Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and said with a face full of pain. The Supreme Dragon God technique circulated quickly, and Feng Wuchen began to absorb crazily. In less than 2 hours, Feng Wuchen already felt that his cultivation had an obvious improvement. The speed was so fast that it was like sitting on a rocket. The power of divine punishment really gave me a lot of surprises. With such a huge power, breaking through to the 4th level of the sky human realm is definitely not a problem, Feng Wuchen said excitedly as he absorbed crazily, unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. If there was someone on the 7th level at this moment, they would definitely be shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying cultivation speed. The power of world extermination has also grown a lot stronger. If it's really as the dragon ancestor said, absorbing the top 10 ancient powers can give birth to an even more powerful power, it's really unimaginable. Feng Wuchen said excitedly. The world extermination power and divine punishment power were already terrifying existences. One could only imagine how terrifying the number 1 divine power of creation was. As for a power that was even more terrifying than the divine power of creation, who could imagine it? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had greatly improved, and his qi had already been half filled with true essence. At such a terrifying speed, in another half a month's time, Feng Wuchen's breakthrough to the 3rd level of the heaven tier would be just around the corner. However, even after half a month had passed, the divine punishment energy of the 7th floor was still extremely terrifying. It did not seem to have weakened at all. It wasn't that the godly retribution power hadn't weakened. It was just that the aura of the godly retribution power was too terrifying, and the space on the 7th floor was relatively small. That was why such an illusion had appeared. Half a month had passed in the 7th level, but only a little more than 7 days had passed in the outside world. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Feng Wuchen's refining speed was. In a blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. A full month's time, Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the heaven tier. Only half a month had passed in the outside world. That was to say, in just half a month's time, Feng Wuchen broke through a level. The horrifying cultivation speed left others in the dust. Apart from Feng Wuchen, Xianxia and the rest, under the help of the pure energy of the treasure of heaven and earth, their cultivation improvement was also extremely astonishing. The treasure of heaven and earth possessed extremely pure energy that could be directly absorbed without refining. Therefore, the cultivation improvement speed of Xianxia and the rest was not much slower than Feng Wuchen. Although only half a month had passed, Miao Qingqing broke through to the 1st level of the heaven tier. The Miao Qingqing who broke through to the heaven tier, her combat power was absolutely extremely tyrannical. Quite a number of brothers who were stuck at bottlenecks already successfully broke through the bottleneck with the help of the treasure of heaven and earth and medicinal pills. The Dragon God Temple's overall strength was growing rapidly. The desolate Dragon God Temple could be said to make many cultivators feel very puzzled and strange. Where did so many people go? If they were all in closed-door cultivation, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to attack. However, the 9-level universe-killing God array was not for decoration. After that battle, those 2nd and 3rd-rate forces really did not dare to touch the Dragon God Temple. As the Dragon God Temple's strength grew day by day, those 2nd and 3rd-rate forces dared not provoke even more. Not to mention that the Dragon God Temple now had Han Kuan holding down the fort, and there was also another grade 5 alchemist. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this 1 month's time, the Dragon God Temple had undergone earth-shaking changes. Hundreds of brothers in the Dragon God Temple, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Crimson Emperor was the first to step into the heaven tier. Huanyang, Luanchen, Lin Mucheng, Mad War, Shui Feng, Blade Soul, and the rest of the brothers, their cultivation reached the 7th and 8th level of the heaven origin realm. The other brothers, the weakest was at the 6th level of the heaven origin realm. Such a terrifying improvement could be said to have raised the strength of the Dragon God Temple by several levels. Xiaoxiao broke through to the 3rd level of the heaven tier, and in more than a month, she improved by 2 levels. Her cultivation speed could be called monstrous. Miao Qingqing broke through to the 2nd level of the heaven tier, and her strength was second only to Xiaoxiao. Yi Tianqing broke through to the 3rd level of the heaven tier, Bei Duyan broke through to the 2nd level of the heaven tier, Nangong Zhan broke through to the 2nd level of the heaven tier, and Lan Yu broke through to the 3rd level of the heaven tier. As for Lu Qingyang, he was still in closed-door cultivation. It seemed that he would not come out until he broke through to the heaven tier. Big brother Crimson Emperor, you have broken through to the 1st level of the heaven tier. So envious. If I had known, I would have gone into closed-door cultivation for another month and broken through to the heaven tier too. The treasures of heaven and earth that the temple master brought back are too powerful. In more than a month, I broke through 2 levels. I'm afraid that the geniuses of those major forces are not as powerful as us. Everyone in the Dragon Temple cheered as their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Their faces were filled with ecstatic smiles. The feeling of becoming stronger made them extremely excited. A month had passed in the outside world, and 2 months had passed for Feng Wuchen in the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The total time added up was equivalent to Feng Wuchen having been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. Feng Wuchen, who had been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months, had already broken through to the 3rd level of the heaven tier in the first month. His cultivation speed was even more terrifying than a monster's. In the next 2 months, Feng Wuchen had completely absorbed the power of the divine punishment, and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. While everyone was cheering excitedly, the top of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda suddenly flashed with a bright golden light, and a surging aura spread out from the Dragon Temple. The Temple Master has come out of closed-door cultivation. The huge movement attracted the attention of everyone in the Dragon Temple, and they all looked at the top of the tower. The aura of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda has grown several times in an instant. Zhang Junlan exclaimed. It seems that the Temple Master has absorbed the power of the divine punishment, and his cultivation has improved even more than ours. Yi Tianqing's eyes were full of expectation. At the top of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, a vast aura turned into a gust of wind and swept out. The aura of looking down on the world was inspiring. The people of Dragon Temple were excited. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased greatly, which meant that the strength of Dragon Temple would become stronger. A moment later, a monstrous aura swept out, and the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flashed with golden light. What a domineering aura! Is this the 5th level of the heaven-human realm? Beta Yen said in shock, his eyes wide open. It's absolutely right. It's the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. Yi Tianqing shouted, his face full of disbelief. The Temple Master actually broke through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. Isn't this too fast? It's only been 3 months, and he actually broke through 3 levels. Crimson Emperor was shocked, his expression stiff. The excited faces of the people of Dragon Temple were instantly replaced by shock. The power of divine punishment is so terrifying. It's not surprising that Brother Feng can break through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm in 3 months, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a happy smile. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared out of thin air at the top of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, like a war god of the 9th heaven, majestic. Congratulations to the Temple Master for breaking through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. After the shock, the people of Dragon Temple roared excitedly. Their voices shook the sky, and once again, their loud voices resounded through Dendi Mountain. Feng Wuchen had indeed broken through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. The speed of his cultivation improvement was beyond Feng Wuchen's original expectations. This was also thanks to the terrifying power of divine punishment. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been able to raise his cultivation by 3 levels in 3 months. After breaking through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm, Feng Wuchen could be said to be extremely excited, and the smile on his face was undisguised. His figure floated down lightly, and the golden light emitted from his body gradually disappeared, along with his aura. Temple Master, has the power of divine punishment been completely absorbed? Nan Gongzhan was the first to ask. He still couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was already at the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, yes, you're even stronger than I imagined. Your cultivation has increased by 3 levels. The power of the godly punishment is terrifying. Yi Tianqing was still in shock. This isn't just due to the power of God's punishment. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unable to assimilate it. More importantly, it is due to the Hall Master's strength. Apothecary Han Kuan smiled respectfully. Master, what kind of divine ability does this divine retribution force have? Lan Yu asked curiously. Even if it was an ancient power, it definitely had its own uniqueness. Lan Yu's question could be said to have aroused everyone's curiosity. Many pairs of curious eyes looked towards Feng Wuchen. Well. Feng Wuchen fell silent for a moment, then spread out his hands and said, I don't know either. Feng Wuchen's reply almost caused everyone to fall over. Feng Wuchen didn't have time to understand the power of God's punishment from the moment he devoured it to the moment he absorbed it. Crimson Emperor, has anything happened in the Divine Dragon Temple recently? Feng Wuchen looked at Crimson Emperor and asked. I just came out of seclusion a few days ago, but Apothecary Han Kuan said that the Divine Dragon Temple has been peaceful. Crimson Emperor replied respectfully. Han Kuan then said, actually, it's nothing much. During the alchemy conference, the temple master told the apothecaries that they can come to the Divine Dragon Temple if they have any problems. In the past month, many apothecaries have come, but I have already solved their problems for them. Since that's the case, then let's get ready. We're going to the western region. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and smiled. Has the royal sect found the location of the treasure? Beta Yan asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, they found the specific location a few days ago. They have already entered. Through my world extermination power, I can feel the ancient aura. Big brother Feng, big brother Lu hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Miao Qingqing quickly said. No need to wait for him. Let him cultivate properly and break through to the heaven realm. If he breaks through to the heaven realm, he might be able to sense the mysterious power in his body. Give him some time. Feng Wuchen shook his head. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, the location of the treasure is in the desert. The desert contains an extremely strong fire attribute energy. Therefore, this trip to the desert will be extremely beneficial for those who cultivate the fire attribute. Temple Master, I'm of the fire attribute. I'll go. I must break through to the heaven realm on this trip. Huan Yang was the first to speak. He was full of confidence. Me too. Saber Soul shouted. There's no need to talk about me. Zhang Junlan spread his hands. Temple Master, although we don't have the fire attribute, the desert can temper our bodies. Huaming said excitedly. Feng Wuchen's first treasure hunt had brought back a large number of treasures, which aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone responded one after another. Even those who didn't have the fire attribute shouted that they wanted to go. However, he couldn't bring too many people. Feng Wuchen only picked a dozen people. Ling Xiaoxiao, Zhang Junlan, Huan Yang, Saber Soul, Luanchen, Leng Mucheng, Nangong Zhan, Huaming, Xue Feng, Kuang Zhan, Duan Tianfeng, and Ye Zhong. Yi Tianqing, Beta Yen, and Lan Yu stayed in the Dragon Temple to cultivate. I'll give you half an hour to prepare. I'll go to the auction to buy some forging crystals. Feng Wuchen said lightly. As he spoke, his figure had already flown up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Supreme Dragon God Sword was only at the second level. If Feng Wuchen wanted to increase his combat strength, he had to increase the grade of the Dragon God Sword. However, not long after Feng Wuchen left, the Dragon Temple welcomed a guest. Yi Tianwei? Beta Yan looked at the sky in surprise. The guest was the eldest disciple of the Shenwu sect, Yi Tianwei. 6th level Heaven Realm. He broke through. Yi Tianqing frowned. He was secretly shocked. Ling Xiaoxiao praised softly, as expected of the Western region's #1 genius. Is Dendi here? Yi Tianwei asked. The temple master just went to the auction. Why are you looking for him? Crimson Emperor asked. Crimson Emperor and the others didn't know Yi Tianwei. This was the first time they met. A challenge. Yi Tianwei said lightly. His figure slowly descended onto the Dragon Temple square. Then you'll have to wait a while. The temple master won't be back so soon. Please. Huan Yang said. He politely invited Yi Tianwei into the temple. Yi Tianwei, you're too late. Miao Qingqing shook her head. I can wait. Yi Tianwei said. Miao Qingqing shook her head again. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Big Brother Feng's breakthrough. If you come now, you have no chance of winning. Hearing this, Yi Tianwei frowned. He looked at Miao Qingqing and asked, what's Denda's cultivation now? 5th level Heaven Realm. Miao Qingqing spat out word by word, as if she wanted to scare Yi Tianwei. Sure enough. Hearing Miao Qingqing's words, Yi Tianwei suddenly stood up in shock. His eyes widened and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Astral auction. Dendi invites you in. When Feng Wuchen arrived, the auction steward immediately received him respectfully. Dendi, please follow me. I will report to the president and elders. The steward smiled respectfully. No need to disturb them. I will leave after buying some things. You can go about your business. Don't worry about me. Feng Wuchen said politely. He was very easygoing and didn't put on any airs. Yes. The steward retreated respectfully. A maid came forward to receive him and bowed respectfully. Dendi. Go and prepare some forging crystals for me. The older the better. Forging crystals that are not lower than rank 6. Also, find a blacksmith to prepare them for me. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Also bring me some of the herbs on this list. Feng Wuchen handed a list to the maid. There were many herbs listed on it. Okay. Dendi, please wait a moment. The maid retreated respectfully. The entire astral auction knew Feng Wuchen's identity. They also knew that the second elder, Nie Fengyun, was Feng Wuchen's disciple. No one dared to be disrespectful. When Feng Wuchen was waiting, the auction hall suddenly became noisy. A fat man entered the auction hall. He was a big shot who weighed several hundred pounds. With every step he took, the flesh on his body would violently roll. When he smiled, his eyes would become a line. Seeing such a fat man, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but take a second look. Feng Wuchen had never seen such a fat man in his life. The fat man entered the hall. A group of people followed behind him. They were nodding and bowing. They even respectfully addressed him as Young Master Jean. Young Master Jean, you haven't been here for a while. I miss you so much. Young Master Jean, what treasures are you here to buy? As long as it is a treasure that this young master likes, I will buy it all. Young Master Jean, you have lost weight. Oh? Is that so? Haha. It's good to lose weight. The fat man had a look of enjoyment on his face, looking like a high and mighty crown prince. The fat man's name was Jin Buhuan. He was wearing a luxurious robe. He was only at the 4th level of the Sky Origin stage, but he had a powerful background. He was the young master of the Jin clan, a business family in the astral boundary. The Jin family was not strong, but they were very rich. They were definitely the richest family in the astral world. Even though they weren't very strong, they had been able to coexist peacefully for many years. That was because the Jin family's business was connected to many large powers. All the powers that did business were related to the Jin family, including the auction house. Who wouldn't want to be associated with such a wealthy family? If you managed to please Gold Buhuan, he could turn you from an ugly duckling into a swan with a single word. You'd become a rich man that everyone envied. From then on, you'd reach the pinnacle of life, marry a beautiful woman, and live a carefree life. As a result, many people were lazy and waited at the entrance of the auction house every day. Whenever they saw gold unchangeable, it meant that their chance to reach the pinnacle of their lives had come. Young Master Jean, be careful of the door. Be careful of the threshold. Someone said respectfully, acting like a servant. Young Master Jean, please take a seat. What would you like to drink? Just tell me. Someone patted the seat as respectfully as they could. When Gold Buhuan arrived, all the cultivators in the hall gathered around him. There were even many beautiful women among them. The Jin family had both money and power. Who wouldn't want to marry into the Jin family and become their young mistress? Feng Wuchen shook his head inwardly. He only glanced at him out of curiosity. Gold Buhuan had just sat down comfortably when he saw Feng Wuchen on the other side of the hall. Everyone in the hall surrounded him, but Feng Wuchen acted as if he didn't see anything. This surprised Gold Buhuan. Ever since Gold Buhuan came to the auction house, he had never met anyone who didn't try to curry favor with him. Even the young masters of large clans had to be polite to him. That was because the Jin family was a business tycoon. Money could make the devil turn millstones. Is this kid an idiot? Doesn't he know that I, Gold Buhuan, can let him live a life of luxury with a single word? Gold Buhuan muttered with a frown. That kid is probably an idiot. Young Master Jean, ignore him. Someone didn't even look at him. He only wanted to curry favor with Gold Buhuan. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Jean, ignore him. Everyone reacted like a chain reaction. Gold Buhuan was very curious. Who could have such willpower? He wasn't moved by money. Could it be that he had a great background? At this time, a maid came to Feng Wuchen's side and respectfully handed over a storage ring. Dendi, the materials and herbs. You asked for are in the storage ring. Thank you. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then, he took out some forging crystals and materials. Feng Wuchen needed to confirm the age of these materials. Gold Buhuan called over a maid and asked, "Who is that kid?" Hearing this, the maid respectfully replied, "Young Master Jin, it's best if you don't interfere." Hearing this, Gold Buhuan understood some of the meaning behind the maid's words. He asked in surprise, "Is he very rich? Or does he belong to some great faction? Why haven't I seen him before?" This? The maid didn't know what to say. She didn't want to reveal Feng Wuchen's identity. Seeing that the maid didn't say anything, Gold Buhuan was a bit displeased. He simply went up and asked. The maid's words clearly provoked Gold Buhuan. He wanted to see who this person was. Gold Buhuan walked over. When he saw the forging materials on Feng Wuchen's table, a disdainful sneer appeared on his fat face. "Kid, I'm afraid these forging crystals aren't enough for you to fail, right? If you fail, you'll have wasted your gold," Gold Buhuan said mockingly as he patted Feng Wuchen's shoulder. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen turned around and almost jumped in fright when he saw Gold Buhuan's fat face. Patting Feng Wuchen's shoulder, Gold Buhuan said with a smile, "Call me Young Master Jin and I'll buy you 100 forging crystals. How about it? Young Master Jin has a lot of gold." "No need, I still have a lot." Feng Wuchen took out all the forging crystals from his storage ring. "Kid, there are hundreds of forging crystals here. Can you even afford them? If I want to buy them, all I have to do is say the word," Gold Buhuan said with disdain. 6th grade forging crystals. Someone couldn't help but cry out. A 6th grade forging crystal? Hearing this, Gold's chubby face instantly stiffened. Each one will cost 10 billion gold. Someone else couldn't help but cry out. Everyone looked at the hundreds of forging crystals in shock. 10 billion gold. Gold Buhuan couldn't help but jump in fright. "Are you going to buy them all for me?" Feng Wuchen asked Gold Buhuan with a smile. How many gold coins?" Gold Buhuan asked the maid with a trembling voice. 3 quadrillion gold coins. The maid's answer scared Gold Buhuan so much that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. His fat face paled and he couldn't speak. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and ignored him. He took the materials and left. He's not going to pay? Everyone was confused. The maid smiled. He doesn't need to pay. Challenge? After returning to the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen was stunned when he learned that Yi Tianwei had come to challenge him. In the main hall, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others walked out. One of them was Yi Tianwei. "Dendi." Yi Tianwei bowed respectfully. "Yi Tianwei, you're a little late." Feng Wuchen smiled as he glanced at Yi Tianwei. Seeing Yi Tianwei's cultivation at a glance, Feng Wuchen guessed that Yi Tianwei had been in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not have broken through to the 6th level of the Sky Human realm. "Since I said that I want to challenge Dendi, and Dendi has already agreed, no matter if I win or lose, I will not back down," Yi Tianwei said firmly, seemingly confident in his own strength. "If that's the case, then please make your move. But don't forget our bet. If you lose, you'll have to submit to me." Feng Wuchen nodded slightly, admiring Yi Tianwei's courage. "If Dendi really has the ability, so what if I submit to Dendi?" Yi Tianwei replied. Wang. Yi Tianwei did not hesitate to activate his true essence and burst out with his full strength. The terrifying power of the 6th level of the Sky Human realm spread out wildly. The square shook violently as his aura surged. Yi Tianwei's terrifying power shocked everyone in the Dragon Temple. Such combat strength was enough to show that Yi Tianwei was not an ordinary person. How could the top geniuses of the Western region be ordinary? Yi Tianwei's aura has already surpassed the 7th level of the Sky Human realm. This guy's strength is really terrifying. Yi Tianqing said solemnly, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He's only a little older than us, but he has such terrifying combat strength. Nan Gongzhan said in shock. Apart from the temple master, no one can defeat him. Crimson Emperor said. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly flew up into the sky. His aura suddenly changed. The true essence in his body was activated, and his body burst with golden light. His domineering aura had already reached the 5th level of the Sky Human realm. He really broke through the 5th level of the Sky Human realm. Unbelievable. I've never seen a genius whose cultivation rose so quickly. Dendi is a monster. After personally sensing Feng Wuchen's aura, he was finally certain that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 5th level of the heaven tier. But even so, Yi Tianwei still could not believe it. It had only been a month, and it was impossible for him to break through the 3rd level of cultivation. Not to mention a heaven tier martial artist, even a heaven origin tier martial artist would not be able to do so. Unleashing the high-grade spirit artifact gloves, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again, nearing the 6th level of the heaven tier. Qilin armor. Feng Wuchen gave a low shout and summoned his battle armor. His aura soared madly once again, instantly breaking through the 6th level of the heaven tier. The whole of Mount Dendi was shaking violently. Finally, the power of the 2nd stage of the Supreme Body was activated. The originally bright golden light was instantly replaced by a bloody light. It was very strange, and Feng Wuchen's aura had reached the 7th level of the celestial realm. Although his aura was overbearing, it was still slightly weaker than Yi Tianwei's. The palace master's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Han Kuan was amazed. The high-grade spirit artifact has increased his combat power by a lot. The wings on his back should also be a high-grade spirit artifact. And Denda's violent power, no wonder he has such a strong combat power. Yi Tianwei frowned and said to himself with a serious face. Even if Feng Wuchen's aura was slightly weaker than his, Yi Tianwei did not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Instead, he regarded Feng Wuchen as a strong opponent. Palace Master, don't you plan to use the power of world extermination? Leng Mucheng frowned. Yi Tianwei flashed into the sky and waved his hand. A black leaf floated above his palm. The black leaf was a high-grade spirit artifact. Yi Tianwei's aura skyrocketed again, nearing the peak of the 7th level of the heaven tier. His aura was far above Feng Wuchen's. Boom! Buzz buzz! Yi Tianwei's eyes flashed fiercely. He stepped into the void and with a roar, he rushed towards Feng Wuchen as fast as lightning. His aura was majestic, and wherever he passed, the void trembled. Yi Tianwei's speed was amazing. He arrived in the blink of an eye. His fist, which was shining with black light, held the black leaf and punched towards Feng Wuchen. The fist wind was violent, and the attack was fierce and fierce. Facing Yi Tianwei's fierce attack, Feng Wuchen did not show any fear and also punched out. Boom! Buzz buzz! The two fists collided, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. An extremely terrifying power swept out, and the void rolled like angry waves. Their fists collided. Yi Tianwei frowned slightly. Even with his strength, he was unable to push Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Denda's body is extremely strong. Even if my strength is above his, with his strong body, he can still withstand my strength. Yi Tianwei frowned. With just one punch, Yi Tianwei could see that Feng Wuchen's body was strong. He was worthy of being called the top genius of the Western region. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Since he could not see the result of his first punch, Yi Tianwei continued to launch a ferocious attack. His terrifying power was concentrated on his hands and feet. The intense collision caused a series of explosions in the air. The terrifying power spread out wave after wave. In this high-intensity battle, the two were evenly matched. But what shocked Yi Tianwei was that his attacks were completely ineffective. Feng Wuchen was still in a half-attacking and half-defensive posture. Yi Tianwei had the advantage, but he still could not suppress Feng Wuchen. The strength of Feng Wuchen's body was beyond Yi Tianwei's imagination. High-grade mystic class martial technique. Heaven Fighting Fist. Yi Tianwei roared and punched out ferociously as a violent force condensed in an instant. The power of this punch was enough to destroy a towering mountain. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen was not to be outdone. With a roar, he met the attack with a palm. Boom! Buzz buzz. The fist and palm collided, and a loud sound echoed through Dendi Mountain. Destructive energy ripples swept out crazily, and the surrounding mountains shook. Both of them were pushed back by their own power. Denda's body is too strong. I can't hurt him at all. Moreover, he seems to have seen through my moves. Yi Tianwei frowned and decisively gave up on the hand-to-hand battle. 10,000 leaves art. Yi Tianwei roared and waved his hand. A black leaf flew out, and in an instant, dozens of black leaves were duplicated. Each leaf was filled with a terrifying power. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. Yi Tianwei waved his hand again, and dozens of black leaves shot out at the same time. With an ear-piercing sound, they were like black lightning. Yi Tianwei can control them. Beta Yen frowned. Such power. Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf said in shock. Ding ding ding. Feng Wuchen punched out with both fists. Crisp sounds rang out continuously. Even if he could block them, Feng Wuchen's fists were stinging with pain. It has such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen exclaimed inwardly. However, the dozens of black leaves were just a small demonstration. At this moment, Yi Tianwei's body was surrounded by tens of thousands of black leaves. The monstrous power was extremely terrifying. The power of tens of thousands of leaves was comparable to a high-grade Earth-class martial technique. The sky above the Dragon Temple was filled with monstrous energy, and the void was tumbling, spreading tens of thousands of feet, like a transparent sea suspended above the Dragon Temple. This was Yi Tianwei's most terrifying martial skill, his trump card. Yi Tianwei relied on this martial skill to become famous in the Western region, defeating countless geniuses to gain the qualifications to be on equal footing with the young sect master of the Shenwu sect and become one of the top geniuses in the Western region. The previous head-on collision was completely unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. Even if he used a martial skill, he could not hurt Feng Wuchen. Therefore, instead of wasting true essence, it was better to be direct. In the situation where he did not have the power to suppress Feng Wuchen, Yi Tianwei chose to use his strongest martial skill in his peak state, which was undoubtedly a wise move. If he used it after being injured, the power would be greatly reduced. What martial skill is this? It actually has such terrifying power. This guy is really not simple. With his combat strength, he can compete with an 8th-level Sky Human Realm martial artist. I've never seen such a unique martial skill, and it's used in conjunction with his little leaf. It's really magical. Everyone in the Dragon Temple was shocked and could not help but exclaim, with a touch of horror in their eyes. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ling Xiaoxiao had never seen such a unique martial skill. His spirit weapon is a little different. The leaf that was condensed just now seemed to be a clone of the spirit weapon, seemingly condensed from energy, but it was not. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. Facing such a trump card like Yi Tianwei, Feng Wuchen did not dare to underestimate it. Dendi, this is my most powerful martial skill. Among the opponents I've encountered, no one has been able to block my 10,000 leaf incantation. Yi Tianwei looked at Feng Wuchen and said. I'm very surprised that you have such a unique martial skill, and its power is comparable to a high-grade Earth-tier martial skill. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He reached out and grabbed, and the Dragon God sword appeared out of thin air. The moment the Dragon God sword appeared, Feng Wuchen's aura soared rapidly. Dendi, take this. Yi Tianwei shouted coldly and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz. Tens of thousands of black leaves broke through the air. The number was so huge that it was dazzling, like a black meteor shower. The extremely strong sonic boom shook everyone in the Dragon God Temple to the point where they had to cover their ears. In addition, because the energy was too terrifying, small cracks were torn in the void. There were over 10,000 of them, and each of them contained a terrifying amount of power. If they were to attack the Dragon God Temple, the hundreds of people from the Dragon God Temple would probably be killed in an instant. Looking at the dense black leaves, everyone in the Dragon Temple trembled in fear. Yi Tianwei's combat power was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen channeled all of his energy into the Divine Dragon Sword. A bloody light soared into the sky, and a tyrannical sword intent crazily spread out. Even without using the power of world extermination, Feng Wuchen's strength was equally terrifying. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Exterminate souls and weep ghosts and gods. Feng Wuchen furrowed his brows and roared fiercely. His domineering aura soared crazily as if there was no limit to it. Then, he held the dragon god sword tightly with both hands and swept it out. His movements were elegant and clean. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a blood-red light burst out from the tip of the sword and instantly turned into a huge blood-red sword light. Its aura was surging, and it was breathtaking. The void seemed to be shrouded in a bloody light. High-grade Earth tier martial skill? It actually has a breathtaking aura. Yi Tianwei's heart trembled as his heartbeat accelerated. He looked at the blood-red sword light with extreme horror. Ding! 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 Buzz! Buzz, tens of thousands of terrifying black leaves crazily collided with the sword light, but they could not shake the sword light at all. Wherever the sword light passed, the tens of thousands of black leaves could not stop it and were all sent flying. How is this possible? Yi Tianwei was extremely frightened. He could not believe that the martial skill he was so proud of was so vulnerable in front of Feng Wuchen's sword art. The 10,000 leaf art was comparable to a high-grade Earth tier martial skill, and its power was absolutely terrifying. Denda's sword art, could it be? The frightened Yi Tianwei seemed to have guessed something, and the fear on his face increased. The overbearing blood-red sword light carried an unstoppable force and sent Yi Tianwei's 10,000 leaves flying. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Tianwei shook his head in a daze. Yi Tianwei, hurry up and dodge. Seeing Yi Tianwei in a daze, Yi Tianqing hurriedly shouted. He has been stunned by the palace master's celestial art. Beta Yen frowned. Yi Tianwei was a top genius of the western region. He had been out training for many years, and his psychological endurance was not that bad. Yi Tianwei was stunned for a moment, and then he came to his senses. True Essence Protection. High-grade Dark Tier Martial Skill. 5 Elements Dark Shield. Yi Tianwei crazily circulated his true essence, condensing an energy shield and a defensive shield. Rumble. Poof, the extremely terrifying blood-red sword light arrived in an instant. In front of the blood-red sword light, Yi Tianwei was like an ant. Then, with a boom, the energy shield and the defensive shield instantly shattered. Yi Tianwei spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and was directly swallowed by the explosion. Denda's strength is so terrifying. Yi Tianwei was shocked. Even if he was unwilling, he had lost. As a top genius of the western region, Yi Tianwei had defeated countless geniuses without a single defeat. He had only lost to Feng Wuchen, and it was a crushing defeat. Buzz. Buzz, a huge spiderweb-like crack appeared in the center of the explosion, and extremely terrifying energy ripples swept wildly in all directions, causing the space to tremble violently. The huge and imposing Dragon Temple Palace also shook violently, and everyone was in a state of shaking. Fortunately, they were far away from the sky, otherwise the Dragon Temple would not be able to withstand such terrifying power. After a while, Yi Tianwei flew out from the explosion. His injuries were extremely serious, and his body was falling down. The power of the sword light could be said to have almost killed Yi Tianwei. Crimson Emperor, give him the blood fusion great rejuvenation pill. Feng Wuchen hurriedly said. Yes. Crimson Emperor flashed out and returned in an instant. As expected of the Temple Master, his strength is really terrifying. Yi Tianwei's martial skill was broken by a sword light. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to block Yi Tianwei's martial skill. Everyone in the Dragon Temple was excited and shocked. They were excited because Feng Wuchen had defeated Yi Tianwei, and shocked because of Yi Tianwei's terrifying martial skill. There's killing intent. Feng Wuchen was about to descend when he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. He suddenly turned his head to look at the distant sky. Everyone be careful, there's a strong enemy. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted. 8th level Sky Human Realm. Yi Tianqing frowned deeply. Duan Mo. In the distance, a figure flew over like lightning. Feng Wuchen looked from afar and saw a familiar figure. The person was none other than the Mirage Sea Realm's Holy Sun Sex Duan Mo, the #1 genius of the Mirage Sea Realm. It's Duan Moling. It's him. He's really haunting us. He still dares to come after being defeated by the Temple Master. Xianxia and the others were shocked. They did not expect the person to be the number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Moling. His aura doesn't seem right. He wasn't so violent in the Mirage Sea realm. Did something trigger him? Miao Qingqing frowned. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Duan Moling flashed over. His terrifying aura enveloped the entire dragon temple. Duan Moling's body was covered in a terrifying murderous aura. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. He was like an angry lion, staring at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and looked at Duan Moling, who was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. Feng Wuchen did not know what had triggered Duan Moling, but judging from Duan Moling's furious state, something must have happened. Feng Wuchen. Did you kill the upper echelons of Xiaoyao Palace and the Mirage Sea realm? Duan Moling roared fiercely. So it's because of this. Feng Wuchen frowned. He did not know who had leaked the news. The Holy Sun sect was the overlord of the Mirage Sea realm and controlled many forces. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, they are courting death. What does it have to do with me? Die. Duan Moling roared crazily and swooped down without saying a word. His attacks were extremely fierce and fast as lightning. Feng Wuchen's answer made Duan Moling certain that it was Feng Wuchen's doing. Duan Moling arrived in the blink of an eye and punched at Feng Wuchen violently. Feng Wuchen frowned and punched back with all his strength. Boom. Buzz buzz. The two fists collided with a loud bang. Duan Moling's terrifying strength knocked Feng Wuchen down on the spot. The void that had just calmed down shook again. Temple Master. Xianxia and the others were shocked. As the number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Moling's strength was absolutely terrifying. Duan Mo. It's actually him. The heavily injured Yi Tianwei was stunned. Rumble. Feng Wuchen turned into a black line and fell, smashing into the ground of the plaza, creating a huge crater. Cracks extended to the edge of the plaza. The power of a single punch was already so terrifying, it could be seen how strong Duan Mo Ming was. Everyone in the Dragon God Shrine was shocked by Duan Mo's terrifying strength. Duan Mo. Have you decided to throw away your life? Feng Wuchen's cold voice rang out from the pit in the plaza. Humph. You want to kill me? Duan Mo's face was full of disdain. If I wasn't injured by that stupid girl's barrier last time, how could I have lost to you? Is that so? Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Buzz. The world extermination power was activated, and an extremely terrifying aura condensed into a gust of wind that swept out. Monstrous energy gushed out like a volcanic eruption, and the entire Dragon God Temple shook violently. With the activation of the world extermination power, Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again. In just an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura broke through the 8th level of the heaven realm, and a bright dark red light turned into a bloody light that soared into the sky. The terrifying power changed the color of heaven and earth, and the void turned blood red. Dendi actually held back his strength. What is this terrifying power? Feeling the power that Feng Wuchen erupted, the heavily injured Yi Tianwei's expression changed drastically, and his eyes almost popped out. The aura of the 8th level of the heaven realm. Everyone in the Dragon God Shrine was extremely excited. The Temple Master's aura is still rising. After absorbing the God's punishment power, the Temple Master's world extermination power has become even more terrifying, Yi Tianqing said in shock, his face a little pale. Duan Mo, who was high in the sky, was also shocked, looking at Feng Wuchen in a daze. After not seeing him for more than a month, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased by 3 levels, and he even erupted with the power of the 8th level of the heaven realm. Swish! In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and appeared high in the sky, staring at Duan Mo with a cold and murderous gaze. Swish! Boom! Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared in an instant, and then there was an explosion. Duan Mo flew out like a cannonball, and the domineering and terrifying power made Duan Mo feel extreme pain. What? Duan Mo was shocked. He did not see when Feng Wuchen made his move. Feng Wuchen's speed was too fast. It was impossible to guard against. Since you want to court death, I will fulfill your wish today. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any human emotions. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Teleporting continuously, Feng Wuchen launched a crazy attack in anger, and a series of attacks all blasted on Duan Mo's body, and the latter was unable to resist. The people of the Dragon God Shrine below only saw Duan Mo flying around, and did not know where Feng Wuchen's attack came from. Duan Mo, who was awe-inspiring at the beginning, turned into a sick cat in a few seconds. How is this possible? Yi Tianwei trembled all over, unable to believe that Feng Wuchen's combat power was so terrifying. In a state of rage, Duan Mo's power was comparable to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, but now in front of Feng Wuchen, he was unable to fight back. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had skyrocketed, and the speed and flexibility of his teleportation had greatly increased. Ah! Buzz buzz! The furious Duan Mo, after enduring Feng Wuchen's series of fierce attacks, suddenly roared, and an extremely violent power swept out. Crazily, and Feng Wuchen, who was in the middle of the attack, was sent flying. Feng Wuchen! Is that all you have? Duan Mo roared ferociously, his murderous aura becoming more and more terrifying. Feng Wuchen's series of attacks just now only caused light injuries to Duan Mo. Duan Mo's power was comparable to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, so it was not so easy for Feng Wuchen to seriously injure him. More than that. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, and the wings on his back shook as he rushed out crazily again. His body turned into a blood-colored lightning, and his attacks were even more ferocious than before. Come! Duan Mo roared, his battle intent high. Overbearing power condensed on his fist, and a bright dark red light burst out. With this punch, Feng Wuchen seemed to want to punch a hole in Duan Mo's immemorial Dragon God fist. The moment he closed in, Feng Wuchen roared fiercely, and a ferocious punch mercilessly blasted towards Duan Mo's low-grade Earth-rank martial skill. 7-star sky-splitting palm. Duan Mo gathered all the power in his body, and with a roar, he blasted out a palm. Its power was monstrous, and it was as if he could cover the sky with one hand. Rumble. Pooh. In an instant, the terrifying power condensed in the fist and palm collided, and the explosion shook the heavens and earth. The destructive power shook Feng Wuchen, and he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and flew backwards, his power not a match for Duan Mo's brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao turned pale with fright, her expression filled with worry. Temple Master. The people of Dragon Temple cried out in panic. Buzz buzz. Duan Mo, who was in a state of rage, erupted with power that was stronger than usual. The power of anger was not to be underestimated. The 8th level of the Heaven Realm was already Feng Wuchen's limit. Duan Mo's power was comparable to the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, and Feng Wuchen was unable to withstand it. Moreover, this was under the condition that he did not take out his spirit artifact. If Duan Mo took out his spirit artifact, his combat power would definitely surpass the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Boom, bang. Bang. Bang, the terrifying power sent Feng Wuchen flying. Duan Mo suddenly stepped on the void and shot out with a strong rumble. He launched a crazy attack at Feng Wuchen, using both his fists and legs, and explosions sounded continuously. Aren't you very powerful? Where's your awe-inspiring aura just now? Duan Mo shouted angrily as he attacked. Boom, puff. Rumble. Under the ferocious attacks, Duan Mo Ming swept out with his leg, causing Feng Wuchen to spit out blood. His body turned into a black line and shot down toward the mountain range below. He pierced through a towering mountain in the distance, causing the earth to shake. Big Brother Feng. Temple Master. Miao Qingqing and the people of the Dragon Temple saw Feng Wuchen being beaten up by Duan Mo, and their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. Feng Wuchen. Die. Duan Mo roared and crazily struck out dozens of palms at Feng Wuchen, who was flying in the distance. Swish. Swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Swish, swish. Swish. Looking at such a terrifying power, the people of the Dragon Temple were so anxious that their hearts almost jumped out. They all looked at the swish. Duan Mo Ming's strength is too powerful, Hall Master is not his match, the Crimson Emperor said anxiously, his palms sweating. It can't go on like this. The Hall Master will probably die at his hands. Qiu Shuishan frowned as he spoke, and his aged face was extremely heavy. Zhang Junlan hasn't returned yet? Didn't he say he'd go back and tell Yanran? It's been so long. Miao Qingqing said anxiously. Pale Master Han Kuan, quickly stop him. Leng Muching said anxiously. With the old man's cultivation at the 7th level of the celestial realm, he's no match for him. Although the old man isn't a 6th level alchemist, he still can't intimidate the Holy Sun sect unless we join forces. However, there's no chance of winning, not to mention that the Hallmaster hasn't been defeated yet. Han Kuan shook his head helplessly. Brother Feng won't fall so easily. Ling Xiaoxiao suppressed her worry and said. High up in the sky, Duan Moling stopped his attacks, as if he felt that Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. The space quieted down, but the terrifying shockwaves were still spreading. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, in the distant sky, there was a large sound of breaking through the air. The momentum was fierce and murderous. They don't come with good intentions. Han Kuan frowned. Why are there so many superiors? Dozens of celestial realm and even the heaven realm. Beidou Yan's face was full of horror, and his expression stiffened. This is bad. Yi Tianqing said with a solemn expression. There were so many people, nearly 1,000, among the thousands of superiors. There were dozens of celestial being realm warriors, and there were even superiors in the heaven realm. What a terrifying lineup, thousands of superiors were aggressive and murderous. It was obvious that they were coming for the Shenlong Temple. At this moment, everyone in the Shenlong Temple felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In addition, Feng Wuchen had been suppressed and crazily bombarded by Duan Moling. Now that his fate was unknown, everyone in the Shenlong Temple began to panic. After a while, under the panicked gaze of everyone in the Shenlong Temple, a black mass of figures flew over at high speed from the sky. Thousands of tyrannical auras spread out and enveloped the entire Shenlong Temple. The terrifying momentum and coercion made everyone in the Shenlong Temple tremble with fear and pale faces. Even though the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple had been through life and death training, they still couldn't control the fear in their hearts in the face of absolute superiors. Only Ling Xiaoxiao's face was extremely cold. Thousands of superiors appeared in the sky above the Shenlong Temple, led by 3 superiors in the heaven realm. They are superiors from the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm. Han Kuan frowned. Among the thousands of superiors, Han Kuan knew many of them. Yes. Many of them were present during the alchemy conference. Miao Qingqing frowned. She was absolutely sure that these superiors were from the Mirage Sea realm. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was frosty. Her beautiful eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. She said coldly, they are here to die. It's President Lin's 70th birthday. I heard that many suzerains and elders of the major forces were killed, including our Freedom Palace and the Mirage Sea realm. They were all killed by Feng Wuchen, the leader of the heaven realm said gloomily. Alchemist Han Kuan, we all know of your prestige in the Wuji domain, but you can't stop us from taking revenge today. I hope that Alchemist Han Kuan will not interfere. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, another superior in the heaven realm said coldly. Hearing this, Han Kuan said indifferently, Old man, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this in the Wuji domain for many years. So what? I know you are a level 6 alchemist and know many superiors. You can call them over. I'm not even afraid of Feng Wuchen, so why should I be afraid of you? Duan Mo said coldly. I think you are here to die. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. She activated the power of Blood Meridian to summon superiors. Even if we die, we must kill Feng Wuchen today and destroy the Dragon Temple to avenge the suzerain and elders, the leader of the heaven realm said unyieldingly. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen's voice came from the mountain in the distance. It's the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm led by the Xingyang sect. Feng Wuchen's cold voice sounded from the mountain in the distance. Brother Feng. Temple Master. Ling Xiaoxiao and the people of the Dragon Temple were overjoyed. The Crimson Emperor said excitedly, the Temple Master is still alive. He is still alive. Feng Wuchen, I know you are still alive. Duan Mo said coldly. His fierce eyes swept to the source of the voice. Feng Wuchen. Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, the faces of thousands of superiors turned cold at the same time. They looked over and their murderous aura became even more terrifying. In the mountain in the distance, as the terrifying energy and the dust in the sky gradually dissipated, a bright bloody light burst out. It was as if a precious treasure had appeared. It was filled with a terrifying energy. As Feng Wuchen's voice fell, the bright bloody light began to float upward. Great! Brother Feng's aura hasn't weakened much. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. A smile finally appeared on her cold face. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure began to appear in everyone's eyes. However, to everyone's astonishment, Feng Wuchen's body was currently enveloped by a blood-red creature that was over 100 meters in size, condensed from energy. This creature was extremely unique, like a snake but not a snake, like a lion but not a lion, like a qilin but not a qilin, with sharp claws. Its huge head was raised, and its tail was swaying, dragging Feng Wuchen into the air. Roar! With a dragon's roar, its divine might shook the world, and an aura of supremacy spread out with a noble and soul-stirring aura. The dragon's roar spread, intimidating the crowd, and everyone felt terrified. When everyone saw the creature's body, they were all scared out of their wits. No one knew what kind of creature it was. After all, it was only condensed from blood-red energy, and no one had seen the creature's true appearance. What kind of monster is that? Is it condensed from true essence? There's actually a terrifying aura that can shake one's soul. This Feng Wuchen can't really be a monster, can he? Over 1,000 experts cried out in alarm. They were both shocked and terrified. Even the people of the Dragon Temple were shocked and dumbfounded. No one knew what kind of monster it was. What is this? Yi Tianqing and the others were shocked and curious. Dragon God protection. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed in her heart, so that's how it is. Brother Feng used the Dragon God protection to block Duan Mo's attack. Ling Xiaoxiao was very worried about Feng Wuchen's safety because of Duan Mo's previous bombardment, but she didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be able to condense the Dragon God protection and condense the true dragon body. Of course, of all the people present, only Ling Xiaoxiao knew what Feng Wuchen had condensed. He was only slightly injured. How is this possible? Duan Mo frowned deeply, thinking back to the previous fierce attack. Feng Wuchen shouldn't have been able to resist. With Duan Mo's strength, Feng Wuchen would be crippled even if he didn't die. But now, Feng Wuchen was only slightly injured. Duan Mo couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at Duan Moling and sneered, the attack just now was not bad. It made me feel pain. Duan Mo's face darkened. His eyes narrowed as he said coldly, Feng Wuchen, stop bluffing. I know your strength very well. Even if you dodged my attack just now, you have no chance of winning. Oh? Are you sure you're well aware of my strength? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer, a playful expression on his face. Feng Wuchen. Many powerful forces in the Mirage Sea realm died because of you. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. We'll destroy your dragon temple. A warrior in the heaven realm shouted coldly. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen coldly glanced at the superior at the first level of the heaven realm. He said coldly, you want to destroy the dragon temple? Humph. Don't overestimate your strength. Cut the crap. I'll kill Feng Wuchen. You destroy the dragon temple. Do it. Duan Mo shouted coldly, too lazy to waste his saliva. Buzz. Thousands of superiors activated their vital essence almost at the same time. Waves of terrifying energy swept out one after another. The high altitude of the dragon temple shook. Even some superiors at the 8th level of the celestial being realm tore small cracks in the void space. 9 levels of god-slaying universe formation. Open. Feng Wuchen activated the power of destroy the world. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he finally shouted loudly. Buzz. As Feng Wuchen shouted, the dragon temple suddenly shook. Bright white light burst out, and immediately a huge energy layer wrapped the entire dragon temple, forming a shield. The huge blood-colored creature disappeared, and Feng Wuchen's figure slowly landed on the top of the magic array. Magic array? Humph. Can a mere magic array stop us? A superior in the heaven realm said with disdain. Really? Then you can try. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. As Feng Wuchen's cultivation skyrocketed, and he injected the power of Destroy the World to activate the magic array. The power of the magic array would be even stronger. "Hankuin, you control the magic array?" Feng Wuchen shouted. "Yes." Hankuin nodded respectfully. "Beidu Yan, Tianqing, Lanyu, Nangong Zhan, Qingqing, don't hold back." Feng Wuchen ordered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Yes." Tianqing and the others respectfully accepted the order. Qi Huang, Xue Feng, Dao Hun, Hua Ming, Leng Mucheng, Nie Zhong, Duan Tianfeng, Quang Zhan, the 8 of you assist Hankuin to support the magic array. Feng Wuchen ordered again. "Yes." "Hall Master." The 8 of them respectfully accepted the order. "Luanchen, Huanyang, you lead the brothers and kill them all." Feng Wuchen gave the last order. "Yes." Hundreds of brothers roared. Their momentum was high, and their murderous intent burst out. After the order was given, Feng Wuchen grabbed the air, and the dragon god sword flashed out of thin air. Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again, and it had surpassed the aura of the peak. "Whoever looks down on the magic array of the dragon god palace can have a try." Feng Wuchen sneered. As he spoke, his black wings flapped, and Feng Wuchen fiercely rushed toward Duan Moling with the dragon god sword in his hand. "You're overestimating yourself," Duan Moling said fiercely and angrily. Not to be outdone, he rushed out, and his body completely turned into a white light. "Humph. Let's see how powerful your magic array is." A superior in the first level of the heaven realm flashed over, his face full of disdain. He activated a terrifying power, and then slammed his palm forward. "Humph. You're courting death." Hankuin shouted coldly. Boom. Buzz. The palm of the superior in the first level of the heaven realm fell, and with a boom, the huge magic array vibrated. He thought that the magic array would collapse at any time, so he sneered complacently. But in the next second, he regretted it. "What? That's impossible." The palm of the superior in the heaven realm fell, but the magic array did not collapse. Instead, a terrifying power bounced back, frightening him greatly. Boom. Puff. The terrifying power bounced back, and with a boom, the superior in the first level of the heaven realm spat out blood on the spot, and his body flew out. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the superiors of the Mirage Sea realm in the sky were so frightened that they gasped. Their faces were full of horror, and they were stunned. The magic array has such terrifying power. The other 2 superiors in the heaven realm were shocked. Even a heaven realm expert can't break it? Duan Moling was secretly shocked, and his expression was somewhat incredulous. How terrifying was the magic array that even a superior in the heaven realm could not break? "Who else wants to try?" Hankuin asked coldly, his old face evoking a ferocious grin. "Let's work together to break it. No matter how strong the magic array is, it can't withstand the power of so many of us." A superior in the first level of the heaven realm shouted angrily. "Then you can try." Feng Wuchen sneered gloatingly. When he was dozens of meters away from Duan Moling, Feng Wuchen activated all his power and poured it into the dragon god sword. The monster sword comprehension soared into the sky, and the sword exploded with a dark red light. "I've already experienced your sword skill." Duan Moling shouted coldly. "Defenseless?" Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Duan Moling frowned slightly, not understanding what Feng Wuchen meant. Duan Moling did not understand, but it did not mean that the Dragon God Temple members did not. Feng Wuchen's words had already reminded the Dragon God Temple members. However, at this moment, Duan Moling did not have the time to think. Facing Feng Wuchen's sword art, he had to go all out. Earth rank low-grade martial technique. 7 stars heaven-splitting palm. Duan Moling roared and was about to take the lead to attack. A monstrous aura swept out crazily, full of deterrence. Dragon roar. Just as Duan Mo was about to unleash his martial skill, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. A dragon's roar suddenly swept across the area. A vast aura shook people's souls. A deafening sound wave instantly spread out tens of thousands of feet, resounding throughout the Pill Emperor Mountain. "This is a sound wave." Duan Moling's expression changed drastically. He was the first to bear the brunt, then he covered his ears and screamed. Duan Moling felt dizzy, his head almost exploding, and his mind was scattered. At the same time, when Duan Moling was hit by the dragon roar, the dragon god sword condensed. The roar of a ferocious beast. No. This is a sound wave martial technique. My head hurts so much. Sound wave martial technique. Ah. The violent and soul-stirring dragon roar swept out crazily. The experts of the various factions in the Mirage Sea realm were horrified. Then, they covered their ears and screamed. No one could withstand this terrifying dragon roar. The extremely terrifying dragon roar was impossible to guard against. You're defenseless. Can you block my sword art? Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant and sneered, not caring if Duan Moling could hear him. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing souls and crying ghosts. Feng Wuchen roared. A monstrous aura soared into the sky. He held the dragon god sword tightly with both hands and swept it out. An extremely dazzling dark red sword beam shot out with a terrifying might that could destroy everything. An attack at zero distance was unavoidable. Boom. Pfft. The overbearing sword light slammed into Duan Mo's body. With a loud explosion, Duan Mo spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body shot out like a cannonball. Buzz. Destructive energy ripples swept out in a frenzy, tearing spiderweb-like cracks in the sky, as if a huge mirror had been shattered. Caught off guard, no matter how strong Duan Mo was, in front of Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword light, he was still unable to withstand it. This sword was enough to seriously injure Duan Mo. At the same time, when the experts from the various major factions in the Mirage Sea realm were struck by the dragon roar, the Dragon God Temple members who were already prepared immediately launched an attack. Open! Han Kuan shouted and opened the 9-layer universe-killing God array. Buzz! The array vibrated, and the energy shield disappeared in an instant. Yi Tianqing, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the other Celestial Realm cultivators launched fierce attacks. Their targets were the Celestial Realm cultivators. Kill! Huanyang and Chaos God shouted at the same time. They led hundreds of people to attack. The next moment, an extremely visually impactful scene appeared. Swish! Swish! Chi! 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 The Dragon God Temple members took advantage of the fact that the Mirage Sea Realm cultivators were still distracted to use instant translocation to attack almost simultaneously. All of them were killed in one strike, their methods ruthless and ruthless. In an instant, hundreds of experts fell from the sky. Caught off guard, they did not even know how they died. This was simply a massacre. If someone were to watch the battle at this moment, they would definitely be scared out of their wits by the Dragon God Temple's ferocious strength. In the blink of an eye, half of the thousands of Mirage Sea Realm cultivators had been slaughtered. Even Celestial Realm cultivators could not escape death under the ferocious attacks of Ling Xiaoxiao and company. Furthermore, this was only the strength of the Dragon God Temple members. They had yet to use the power of the array. The existence of the Dragon God Temple soldiers was undoubtedly a killing tool, a reaper of lives. Swish! Swish! Chi! Chi! The Dragon God Temple powerhouses reaped the lives of the Mirage Sea Realm cultivators mercilessly. In just a few dozen seconds, there were less than 200 of the thousands of experts left. How terrifying was this massacre? There were less than 200 experts left, and they were all people with relatively powerful cultivations. Well done! Feng Wuchen grinned and sneered. But when they gradually recovered, they were all frightened by the terrifying scene in front of them. Their faces were filled with horror and disbelief. In the blink of an eye, more than 800 people were slaughtered. Duan Moling, who was seriously injured, was also stunned after recovering. He was completely frozen. How is this possible? They died, so many people died. Young Master Duan was also seriously injured. It's too terrifying. The sound wave martial technique just now gave them a chance. More than 200 experts trembled in horror. The horror of the Dragon God Temple was obviously beyond their imagination. Who would have thought that a new force would have such a terrifying means? What are you waiting for? Attack! Kill them all! The second-level Heaven Realm cultivator suddenly roared to the sky, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. The sudden roar jolted everyone awake. How dare they? Fight them. Kill. More than 200 experts were furious. Waves of terrifying murderous aura burst out. Retreat. Huan Yang shouted. Everyone once again used instant transmission and returned to the Dragon God Temple in the blink of an eye. Open. Han Kuan's hands changed and opened the magic formation again. The huge energy shield once again covered the entire Dragon God Temple. Bastard. Come out if you have the guts. Seeing the magic formation open, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to approach. Are you out of your mind? There are 3 Heaven Realm cultivators. Why would we go out to die? If the Dragon God Temple had a God Transformation Realm cultivator, would you have the guts to come? The Crimson Emperor said disdainfully. Young Master Duan is seriously injured. Let's kill Feng Wuchen first. The second-level Heaven Realm cultivator shouted angrily. He wasn't sure if he could break the formation. If he couldn't break the formation by force, he would be seriously injured. Feng Wuchen's sound wave martial skill terrified them to the extreme. If he were to use it again, then they would probably all die here. Relatively speaking, Feng Wuchen was a greater threat to them. How dare you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Dragon God Temple? You must be tired of living. At this moment, an extremely angry roar came from the distant sky. It was accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. Zhang Junlan only came back at this time. Miao Qingqing immediately complained when she heard the roar. Young Master Zhang. It's young Master Zhang from the Zhang family. Zhang Junlan. The experts from the Mirage Sea Realm were all shocked. Their faces were instantly covered with fear. Everyone in the Wuji domain knew about Zhang Junlan's existence. Quick, run. The terrified crowd immediately ran for their lives. No one dared to stay behind. Even the Heaven Realm cultivators had to flee in fear. Don't even think about leaving. How terrifying was the Zhang family's status in the Wuji domain. It could be seen from how Zhang Junlan's roar scared the powerful enemies out of their wits and made them flee desperately. Before Zhang Junlan arrived, more than 200 experts from the Mirage Sea Realm had already fled far away. The Dragon Temple did not stop them, nor did they have the strength to do so. Swish. After a while, Zhang Junlan arrived in a flash. By then, the enemies had already disappeared without a trace. A single roar was so powerful that no one in the Wuji domain dared to provoke him. Zhang Junlan was undoubtedly the true emperor of the Wuji domain. Everyone from the Dragon Temple was stunned. As expected of young Master Zhang. A single roar scared all of them away. It's like they've seen a ghost. They were still full of killing intent a moment ago, but now they're cowards. Amazing. They ran faster than a rabbit. Only the heavily injured Duan Moling had not run away. With Feng Wuchen staring at him, it was impossible for him to escape. Duan Moling was looking at Zhang Junlan in horror. Young Master Zhang. Duan Moling spat out a few words in horror. Although Duan Moling was the #1 genius of the Mirage Sea Realm, his status was far inferior to Zhang Junlan's. The Holy Sun sect could not afford to offend the Zhang family. Zhang Junlan's expression was extremely gloomy. He had only returned for a short while, but the Dragon Temple had already encountered such a calamity. Damn it. Do you really think you can run away? Zhang Junlan said with a ferocious expression. Her veins bulged like small green snakes. The furious Zhang Junlan was about to send a voice transmission back to the Zhang family. Little Zhang, we don't have time to chase them now. Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped him. Teacher, are we going to let them off just like that? Zhang Junlan asked indignantly. Upon hearing that, Feng Wuchen said coldly, we'll remember this. We have more important things to do now, so we don't have time to bother with them. When we're done, they'll know what we're capable of. Duan Mo Ming, you've got guts. Does your father know about what happened today? Zhang Junlan asked coldly, her eyes flashing coldly. Young Master Zhang, this is my own business. It has nothing to do with the Holy Sun sect. Feng Wuchen injured the person I love and killed the senior members of the Holy Sun sect. If I don't do anything about it, what kind of man am I? Duan Moling frowned and shouted. Duan Moming did not expect Zhang Junlan to appear, nor did he expect Zhang Junlan to be related to the Dragon God Palace. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over Duan Moling as he said, "Duan Moling, our battle isn't over yet. I didn't want to kill you, but you came to throw your life away. Today, even if your father comes, he won't be able to save your life." Feng Wuchen's words jolted the terrified Duan Mo out of his stupor. His face immediately darkened. "Feng Wuchen, for young Master Zhang's sake, I won't kill you today," Duan Mo said darkly. Even though Duan Mo was confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen, he did not dare to do it in front of Zhang Junlan. Once Duan Mo attacked in front of Zhang Junlan, it would not be as simple as just him dying. The entire Holy Sun sect would be implicated. Moreover, Duan Mo had already offended Zhang Junlan. He did not dare to offend him further. "You can only leave when my teacher allows you to. If he doesn't allow you to leave, you can't go anywhere," Zhang Junlan said coldly. "Teacher?" Duan Mo was shocked and his eyes widened. Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher. At that moment, Duan Mo could not help but feel a trace of fear. He had never expected Feng Wuchen to have such a terrifying identity. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, "You can't leave. Do you think you can stop me?" "Feng Wuchen, I have to say that you are very strong, but you are still no match for me," Duan Mo shouted coldly. He was very confident in his own strength. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still strong. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered in surprise. "You can try," Duan Mo said viciously. With that, he flew away at an astonishing speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! With a teleport, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Duan Mo without the slightest fluctuation in the air and intercepted him. "What?" The sudden appearance of the figure gave Duan Mo a fright. "You can't escape from me," Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Duan Mo's face turned ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "If not for Zhang Junlan, do you think I would let you go? He won't interfere." Feng Wuchen raised the Dragon God sword and pointed it at Duan Mo. A biting cold murderous aura spread out. "I told you, you definitely," Feng Wuchen sneered. However, before he could finish, Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He frowned and said to himself, "Primordial aura. The treasure has been opened. The royal sect can actually open the treasure." Feng Wuchen didn't expect the royal sect to open the treasure so quickly. It took them so long to find the exact location of the treasure, but opening the treasure was quite fast. Feng Wuchen was puzzled. Why didn't he open it earlier or later? Why did he have to open it when he was about to kill Duan Mo? "I guessed that you wouldn't tell me if you found the treasure. Since you went back on your word, don't blame me." Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. A frightening cold light flashed in his eyes. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Duan Mo, consider yourself lucky today. I will go to the Holy Sun sect to find you." With that, Feng Wuchen teleported and disappeared. Duan Mo was stunned. He couldn't figure out what was going on. What movement skill did Feng Wuchen use? He can actually match my speed. I didn't even notice it. Duan Mo frowned in shock. Clenching his fists, Duan Mo gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Feng Wuchen, if Zhang Junlan hadn't appeared, I would have killed you today." When he reappeared, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen returned in less than a minute. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was shocked. Was it so easy to kill Duan Mo? "Temple Master, Duan Mo is dead?" Huan Yang asked in shock. "Let him live for a while. The treasure has been opened. Follow me to the western region immediately. Quickly," Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Duan Mo could be killed at any time, but the treasure must not fall into the hands of the royal sect. In comparison, Feng Wuchen cared more about the treasure. "The treasure has been opened?" Zhang Junlan asked in shock. Tianqing frowned, "It's really not the time." Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, "There's no time to lose. We have to go to the Blazing Glory Tago Desert immediately." "Great! There's hope for us to break through to the celestial realm." Huan Yang and the others were very excited. Blazing Glory Tago Desert? Zhang Junlan frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen. He said seriously, Master, it's said that the wild sand beasts often appear in the blazing glory Tego desert. It's very dangerous. Anyone who meets them will die. Wild sand beasts? Vicious beasts? Beta Yan asked. The treasure had already been opened and time was of the essence. Feng Wuchen and the rest rushed towards the blazing glory Tego desert. This trip was related to the immemorial year ring. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, Feng Wuchen had to check it out. Teleporting continuously, Feng Wuchen and the rest rushed towards the blazing glory Tego desert as fast as they could. In the depths of the blazing glory Tego desert, the sect leader, elders, and higher-ups of the royal sect had already entered the treasure trove. The blazing glory Tego desert covered a huge area. At a glance, everything was golden and shiny. The high temperature was unbearable. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could endure. The entire desert was like the surface of the sea, constantly rolling. The desert was filled with fire-attributed energy. It was extremely domineering and intense. Therefore, there were many fire-attributed cultivators cultivating at the edge of the desert and even within the desert. Without the help of pills and treasures, they could only cultivate under the scorching sun. The crueler the environment, the easier it was for them to break through to the next realm. At the same time, it could also train their will. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen and the rest stepped into the blazing glory Tego desert. So many people came to the desert to cultivate. The fire-attributed energy of the desert is indeed violent. The boiling hot air surged over. It feels like it's filled with energy. This is the first time I've come to the desert. I didn't expect the fire-attributed energy to be so intense. Just as they stepped into the desert, they saw a large group of cultivators at the edge of the desert. Huan Yang and the rest were shocked. The desert has natural and violent fire-attributed energy. This is the holy land for fire-attributed cultivators. In the western region, those who don't have the ability to buy pills will come to the desert to cultivate even if they don't have the fire-attributed energy. Even the disciples of the major forces in the western region will come to the desert to cultivate when they have the time. Yi Tianwei explained. Yi Tianwei was a top genius of the western region. He knew the western region very well. You've also come to the desert to cultivate? The Saber Soul looked at Yi Tianwei and asked. Yi Tianwei nodded and said, although I don't have the fire-attributed energy, I can transform the violent energy of the desert into other attributes. Furthermore, the desert can train one's will and body. The desert is indeed the best choice for tempering the body. However, not many people can endure this kind of pain. Otherwise, they would not choose to cultivate at the edge of the desert. Instead, they would choose to enter the desert, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Cultivating in the desert is indeed very difficult. Not to mention, there are also wild sand behemoths. You can lose your life at any time, Zhang Junlan added. After a brief stop, Feng Wuchen's group flew into the depths of the desert. Even if they went deeper, they could still occasionally see some cultivators cultivating in the desert. However, when they reached the deeper parts of the desert, they could no longer see any cultivators. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the fire attribute energy would be. Without a certain level of cultivation, one would not be able to withstand it at all. However, the hot air currents were enough to kill. Palace Master, are we not there yet? I can't take it anymore. Mad Warrior asked. The deeper parts of the desert were too hot. Even if they could still withstand the heat, the terrible heat was really uncomfortable. My clothes are all wet. Xuefeng said helplessly with a bitter smile. If not for Ling Xiaoxiao, they would have already taken off their clothes. This is also a kind of cultivation. If you want to become stronger, you have to face it. If you want to break through to the heaven realm, don't shrink back. Huan Yang encouraged. Yi Tianwei said, we are very lucky that we did not encounter any wild sand behemoths. We are almost there. Bear with it a little longer. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. In the depths of the desert, there was no end in sight. Other than a large patch of golden sand, there were also some ruins of ancient cities. Huan Yang and the rest looked around curiously while Yi Tianwei told them the story of the blazing glory Tego desert. After nearly an hour, Feng Wuchen's group arrived at the exact location of the treasure. This was a ruined ancient city. More than half of it had been swallowed by the desert. Only the tall buildings of the ancient city could be seen. It was not easy to find a ruined ancient city in the desert. The ancient city was buried in the yellow sand and would not be discovered by others. If one was lucky, they might find it. If not, they might not find it even after several years. The ancient city that Feng Wuchen's group saw was actually excavated manually. The reason why the royal sect spent so much time searching was because the ancient city in the desert was extremely mysterious. If not for the map, they would not have found it at all. After confirming the location, they still needed a lot of time to excavate the ancient city. Who is it? Sensing Feng Wuchen's group approaching, the experts guarding the ancient city's entrance looked over and one of them asked coldly. It's me. The royal sect master has already sent someone to inform me. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, acting as if he was one of them. So it's you. The sect master did not send anyone to inform you. How did you know that the royal sect found the treasure? One of them recognized Feng Wuchen, but looked at Feng Wuchen with suspicion. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered, so you're saying that the royal sect went back on their word? They found the treasure and did not inform me. This is not what we agreed on. The sect master promised you to stall for time. You're really stupid. The leader sneered disdainfully. I knew that the royal sect was up to no good. But I still have to thank you for spending so much time to help me find the treasure. Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing this, the faces of the royal sect's experts changed. They realized that their sect master had fallen into a trap. Kill them. The leader of the group shouted in a gloomy voice, and a biting cold murderous aura spread out. The royal sect had found the treasure with great difficulty. How could they share it with others? You overestimate yourselves. Yi Tianwei said coldly. Only then did he step forward from behind Feng Wuchen. Yi Tianwei. The moment they saw Yi Tianwei, the expressions of the royal sect's experts changed again. Their faces were filled with fear. Stinking brat, you really are related to the divine martial sect. The leader glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen and said coldly, Yi Tianwei is heavily injured. There's no need to be afraid of him. Attack. You're just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Yi Tianwei sneered disdainfully. Circulating his true yuan, his palm suddenly bent and a black leaf appeared. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Chi, chi, chi. Yi Tianwei waved his hand, and dozens of black leaves containing terrifying power shot out like black lightning. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the dozens of royal sect's experts were all killed in an instant. Among the dozens of experts, the strongest was only in the third level of the sky realm. Even if Yi Tianwei was heavily injured, it was more than enough to deal with them. Not to mention, Yi Tianwei had already taken a healing pill before he arrived. From the beginning to the end, Feng Wuchen did not stop. To him, the dozens of royal sect's experts were like decorations. But the moment Feng Wuchen entered the ancient city's passageway, he stopped. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Seeing Feng Wuchen suddenly stop, Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and asked. Nothing, I just caught up. Let's go. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Master must have sensed something. Zhang Junlan frowned and guessed. He exchanged glances with Huan Yang and the others. Although they didn't know what was going on, Huan Yang and the others were more vigilant. Hall Master, this passageway looks too scary. The stones are burning red. Quang Zhan gasped. He looked down and saw that the passageway was light red, as if the stone walls were burning red. The fire property energy below the passageway is even scarier. We won't die down there, right? Luanshan swallowed his saliva and was a little frightened. After Feng Wuchen and the others entered the ancient city passageway, a figure appeared out of thin air without a sound. Who is this guy? Even those in the heaven realm couldn't sense my existence, but he could. This guy is very good at hiding. Ordinary people can't see the depth of his cultivation. He's not simple. Interesting. The mysterious man was slightly surprised and his lips curled into an evil smile. The mysterious man was a handsome young man dressed in gorgeous brocade. Obviously, he was a person of status. The mysterious man's cultivation couldn't be seen, but he could hide it so well that even the master and elders of the royal sect couldn't sense it. This showed that his cultivation was unfathomable. Ling Xiaoxiao. The mysterious man muttered and then entered the ancient city passageway. The mysterious man recognized Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao's identity was a mystery. No one on the continent knew, but the mysterious man knew her. This showed that the mysterious man's origin was very scary. As Feng Wuchen and the others entered the ancient city passageway, one of the warriors of the royal sect who was looking for treasures under the ancient city sensed it. It's that guy. He knew that the royal sect found the location of the treasure. One of the warriors frowned and thought, but he didn't show it. In the restaurant, the master and elders of the royal sect didn't notice at all. After entering the ancient city's passageway, Feng Wuchen injected a strand of world extermination energy into the stone walls of the passageway without stopping. The entrance to the treasure trove was very clear. Furthermore, it was under the ancient city. With someone leading the way, Feng Wuchen's group only needed to follow. If there were any dangers or traps, those who entered first would have already helped to enjoy them. Feng Wuchen and the others didn't have to worry about stepping on any traps. Hall Master, this ancient aura is spreading out from a very deep place underground. The treasure should be at the very bottom, the Crimson Emperor said carefully. Zhang Junlan said solemnly, this passage is well protected. Other than the people of the extreme royal sect, no one else has come here. Although the ancient aura is very strong, I can't sense the aura of a divine artifact. Brother Feng, can you sense it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. After entering the passageway, Ling Xiaoxiao could only sense the ancient aura. She couldn't sense anything else. The treasure map recorded the divine artifact immemorial year ring. If there really was a divine artifact under the passageway, with the terrifying aura of the divine artifact, they should be able to sense it. Divine artifacts have souls and their own consciousness. If we can't sense the divine artifact's aura, it is either sealed or the divine artifact itself is hiding its aura. Moreover, this place is completely covered by the heat flow. It is normal that we can't sense it, Feng Wuchen said. He really came in. Feng Wuchen said inwardly. He had already sensed someone entering the passageway. Ancient aura. In the passageway, the mysterious man frowned slightly when he saw the world extermination energy that Feng Wuchen injected into the stone walls. Is this brat staring at me? I didn't expect him to possess the ancient aura. This aura is probably ranked in the top 5. The mysterious man's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. His pitch-black eyes flashed with greed. You've searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. The mysterious man sneered. The reason why the mysterious man appeared in the ancient desert city was naturally because of the treasures. The dragon clan's ancestor was right. I'm afraid a lot of ancient aura has fallen into their hands. Moreover, they seem to have grasped a lot of information about ancient aura. It seems like it is not as easy to obtain ancient aura as I thought. Feng Wuchen guessed. The passageway was divided into several levels. The lower they went, the stronger the ancient aura. Other than that, what was even more unbearable was the high temperature of the desert. Even though they were underground, the temperature was still terrifying. Large beads of sweat rolled down Feng Wuchen's group's faces. Their bodies were drenched. Only Ling Xiaoxiao was not sweating at all. She did not circulate her ice attribute quintessential essence to resist the heat. She was not affected by the high temperature of the desert. Why don't I have ice attribute quintessential essence? Saber Soul looked at Ling Xiaoxiao enviously. We should be there soon. Hold on a little longer. The Crimson Emperor's voice was also slightly exhausted. As a first-level celestial being, he felt that he could not hold on any longer, let alone Saber Soul and the others who were only at the 8th or 9th level of the Tianyuan realm. Brother Feng, I sense the aura of the heaven realm. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly said. Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, they are below. However, it seems that everything is going too smoothly. If there really is a divine weapon hidden in a place where it is hidden, how could it be so smooth? Everyone, be careful. Feng Wuchen was very curious from the beginning. How did the Huangji sect open the entrance to the treasure? Moreover, after entering, he followed behind the cultivators of the Huangji sect and did not find any danger. Was the primordial divine weapon as simple as playing hide-and-seek with you? At the bottom of the passageway, the Huangji sect's leader and other higher-ups had already arrived at the cave at the bottom. The cave at the bottom was more than 100 square meters in size. It was a man-made cave. The cave was very simple and could be seen at a glance. "Leader, someone is approaching," the first elder said solemnly. He looked at the passageway behind him. Before he had time to observe, he sensed that someone was approaching. "Who is it? Come out." Sect leader Zhou Xiantong shouted coldly, his old face cold. "Sect leader Zhou, don't you remember me?" Feng Wuchen's faint laughter was heard. Then, he was the first to appear in front of Zhou Xiantong and the others. Ling Xiaoxiao and the Crimson Emperor followed closely behind. "It's you." The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, Zhou Xiantong was stunned at first. Then, his face turned gloomy. "What did you do to the people outside?" an elder asked fiercely. He glared at Feng Wuchen and the others fiercely as if he wanted to eat them alive. "What do you think?" Zhang Junlan said coldly and took a step forward. Hearing this voice, Zhou Xiantong and other higher-ups of the Huangji sect's expression changed drastically. They glanced at Zhang Junlan at the same time. With one look, they were scared out of their wits. Young Master Zhang." Zhou Xiantong and the others trembled in fear. Zhang Junlan's appearance shocked Zhou Xiantong and the rest. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to know Zhang Junlan. The Zhang clan was in existence far beyond the reach of the royal sect. "Little brother, you've misunderstood." Zhou Xiantong quickly smiled bitterly and said, "We weren't sure if there was really a treasure. We wanted to come in and check it out first, and then send someone to inform you. Look, we just arrived, and you're here." With Zhang Junlan here, Zhou Xiantong did not dare to be arrogant. "Misunderstanding? I don't think so." Feng Wuchen looked at Zhou Xiantong mockingly. "Do you think I'll believe you? The people outside have already told us everything." Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. "Zhou Xiantong, stop acting. Others may not know you, but do." "You think I don't know you?" Yi Tianwei stood out. "Yi Tianwei?" Seeing Yi Tianwei, Zhou Xiantong and the rest's expressions changed. Who was this Feng Wuchen? Not only did he know Zhang Junlan, but he also knew the top geniuses of the western region. Yi Tianwei's appearance was also something they did not expect. Zhou Xiantong had no way to argue. "Sect leader Zhou, your every move is under my control. When you opened the treasure, I already knew." Feng Wuchen sneered. "You did something to the treasure map." Feng Wuchen's words made Zhou Xuantong's face even darker. For Feng Wuchen to be able to find the blazing glory Tego desert, Zhou Xiantong had already guessed that Feng Wuchen had done something to the treasure map. "That's right." Feng Wuchen sneered. "I didn't believe you from the beginning. The reason I gave you the treasure map was so that you could help me find the location of the treasure. This way, I can save a lot of time. Sect Master, this is the blazing glory Tego desert. Other than us, there's only them. If we kill them, the Zhang clan and the Shenwu sect won't know that we did it." An elder transmitted his voice. A wisp of almost imperceptible killing intent flashed in Zhou Xuantong's eyes when he heard this, and then he said in a ghastly and cold voice, "I personally saw your treasure map, and I didn't find any traces at all. It's impossible for me not to know that you've tampered with it. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain it to you." Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. "Brat." Feng Wuchen's words infuriated Zhou Xiantong. An extremely cold murderous aura suddenly swept out, instantly covering the entire cave. "I think you're here to die. Young Master Zhang, you really shouldn't have come. Even if we kill you, the Zhang family won't know that we killed you." The great elder coldly shouted. An extremely terrifying power spread out, causing the cave to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the walls of the cave. Zhang Junlan fearlessly said, "That's not necessarily true. If you want to fight here, I'm afraid that no one will get the treasure in the end." Feng Wuchen sneered. "I'd like to see what ability you have to stop me," Zhou Xiantong disdainfully said. As he spoke, he had already rushed out at a terrifying speed. How dare you? Zhang Junlan coldly shouted. Why wouldn't I dare? Young Master Zhang, this is not the astral world. Zhou Xiantong coldly shouted. Brother Feng, watch out. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face changed, and she was about to flash in front of Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiantong was a warrior in the heaven realm. His speed was terrifying, and Ling Xiaoxiao was too late. In the face of Zhou Xuantong's fierce attack, Feng Wuchen was fearless and said calmly, without me, you can't find the treasure. The moment he heard this, Zhou Xiantong forced himself to stop when his palm was only a few inches away from Feng Wuchen's face. There's nothing in this cave, only an ancient aura. And the source of the aura can't be found. The treasure won't jump out and give it to you. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's move scared Zhang Junlan and the others into a cold sweat. They really didn't know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. Fortunately, Zhou Xiantong stopped. Otherwise, if Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't catch up, Feng Wuchen would definitely die. You've determined the location of the treasure. Are you afraid that you can't find it? An elder fiercely glanced at Feng Wuchen. Master, don't be fooled by this guy. Kill them. Another elder said. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered, without me, you won't be able to find it even if you spend another 10 years. Zhou Xiantong slowly retracted his palm and said, searching for the treasure is always dangerous. Since we entered the ancient city, I felt that something was wrong. When we reached the lowest level, I felt that something was wrong. Since this is the place of the treasure, it's either fake and there's nothing here, or there's a 90% chance of survival and there's a peerless treasure. This ancient aura already proves that there's a peerless treasure here. Feng Wuchen sneered. What method do you have? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. Zhou Xiantong frowned and asked, his mouth full of threats. It's too late to do anything now. Ling Xiaoxiao was as cold as ice. At this moment, she was already standing beside Feng Wuchen. As long as there was danger, she could condense a barrier at any time. I didn't say that I have a method. I only said that I can find the treasure. As for whether I can take it away or not, I can't guarantee it. Feng Wuchen shrugged again. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen walked to the wall of the cave and gently placed his palm on a rock. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out. Then, he walked to another place and gently placed his palm on a rock. Similarly, a wave of energy rippled out. He tried it in all directions of the cave, but there were still waves of energy rippling out. Do you see it? This place is protected by a formation. The entire cave is protected by a formation. With your strength, not only will you not be able to break it, you'll even activate the formation. At that time everyone will die. However, if you don't break the formation, you won't be able to find the treasure. Feng Wuchen sneered. Formation? The upper echelons of the royal sect were stunned. Only now did they realize that there was a formation in the cave. As expected of the Hall Master, you can actually see that there's a formation here. Amazing. Shuefeng gave Feng Wuchen a thumbs up. The others really couldn't see it. Staring at Feng Wuchen, Zhou Xiantong asked in a deep voice, you know how to break a formation? This is an ancient killing formation. Once it's activated, no one will be able to survive. I don't have the ability to break it. Feng Wuchen shrugged. If you can't break the formation, you won't be able to find the treasure. If you can't find the treasure, what's the point of this sect keeping you alive? Zhou Xiantong shouted coldly. I can't break the formation, but I can set it up. Borrowing the power of this ancient formation, I can set up another killing formation. Killing you all will be as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen sneered. Not good. We've been tricked. Hearing this, Zhou Xiantong immediately reacted. Feng Wuchen had walked around the cave. It seemed like he was telling them that there was a formation in the cave, but in reality, he was setting it up. Quickly kill him. Don't let him activate the formation. Everyone else, get out of the cave. The Great Elder roared, his face full of panic. You won't live either. The moment Zhou Xiantong realized that he had fallen into a trap, he activated all the power in his body and launched a fierce attack the moment Feng Wuchen activated the array. Get out of here. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly, and a cyan-bounded domain instantly condensed. Stupid girl. Do you think you can stop me? Zhou Xiantong roared and slammed his palm against the cyan-bounded domain. Boom. Puff. Zhou Xiantong slammed his palm against the bounded domain. At the moment of collision, Zhou Xuantong's expression changed greatly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body turned into a black line and flew backward. What? How is this possible? Zhou Xiantong was shocked. He could not believe that he could not break a little girl's bounded domain with his cultivation in the 4th level of the Heaven Realm. Under the fierce attack, the terrifying power that bounced back directly injured Zhou Xiantong. Master. The higher-ups of the royal sect were scared out of their wits. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The power that bounced back from the bounded domain caused the higher-ups who wanted to leave the cave to spit out blood and be seriously injured. The terrifying cyan-bounded domain made them feel terrified. Fortunately, the 3 elders did not rush out in time. Otherwise, they would have been seriously injured. Enjoy the power of the bounded domain. Feng Wuchen sneered. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others took the opportunity to retreat into the passage. The Great Will Pluto array covered the entire cave and trapped all the higher-ups of the royal sect. Crack. However, in less than a few seconds after the bounded domain was formed, there was a sudden cracking sound and it strangely shattered. The bounded domain is broken. Zhang Junlan was shocked. Could it be that the ancient bounded domain was activated? Huan Yang was shocked and his eyes widened. How is this possible? The bounded domain set by the temple master was broken in an instant. Saber Soul and the others were stunned. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn. He thought to himself, it's not him. Temple Master, what's going on? Luanshan asked in shock. Inside the cave, the array formation suddenly shattered. The upper echelons of the royal sect were similarly stunned. No one knew what had happened. Feng Wuchen's gaze swept over everyone from the royal sect as he silently mused, who exactly broke the formation? Feng Wuchen coldly swept his gaze over the experts of the royal sect. He wanted to find the person who broke the formation, but this person was too well hidden. Feng Wuchen had no way to find him. Feng Wuchen was not talking about him, but the mysterious man he had detected. Since it wasn't the mysterious cultivator, it could only be the members of the royal sect. Among these people, there must be a terrifying cultivator. To be able to break the formation without Feng Wuchen noticing, it could be seen that this person's cultivation was extremely high. Brother Feng, who broke the array? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a frown. There were no energy fluctuations from an ancient array in the cave, and the array set up by Feng Wuchen was definitely not this trashy. Thus, it wasn't difficult for Ling Xiaoxiao to guess that someone was secretly breaking the formation. I don't know, I can't see it either. However, this person's cultivation is extremely high and he is very well hidden. I'm afraid even Zhou Xiantong and the others don't know. Everyone, be careful, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. If even Feng Wuchen couldn't see it, this person must be very well hidden. No wonder the royal sect didn't notice it. Silently breaking the formation? Zhang Junlan frowned as he began to size up the members of the royal sect. There's a hidden expert? Huan Yang and the others were shocked. We can rule out the injured ones. There are only 3 people who aren't injured. It must be one of them, Feng Wuchen said with certainty as he stared at the 3 elders. Leng Mucheng looked a little flustered as he asked in a low voice, Temple Master, if there's really a hidden expert, what should we do? With our strength, how can we snatch the treasure? Wait and see, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Zhou Xiantong, who was heavily injured, suddenly roared. Zhou Xiantong and the others didn't know why the formation suddenly broke, but they didn't have the time to think about it. However, Zhou Xuantong's roar was useless. None of the 3 elders dared to make a move. Obviously, they were very afraid of Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier. Sect Master, that power is too terrifying. We can't break it. First elder shook his head with a solemn expression. Preposterous. Zhou Xuantong's pale face was extremely ferocious as he glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. He wanted nothing more than to chop Ling Xiaoxiao into mincemeat. "Stinking brat, we can't kill you, and you can't do anything to us. If you want the treasure, why don't we put aside our grudges for now? We'll split the treasure equally." At this time, the second elder suddenly spoke. "Agreed." Feng Wuchen shrugged. Before finding this mysterious expert, Feng Wuchen didn't want to waste his energy. Could it be that that guy already knew that there was an expert hiding in the royal sect? Otherwise, why would he let the people of the royal sect enter the cave? Feng Wuchen secretly gasped. "Brat, you know about formations. We have a lot of power. How about we work together to break this formation?" First elder asked. "Agreed." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Young Master Zhang, what do you think?" That elder looked at Zhang Junlan and asked. "I have no problem." Zhang Junlan shrugged and said, "You better not play any tricks. I've already sent the news back to the Zhang family. I can summon the experts of the Zhang family at any time. Killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." "Young Master Zhang, you worry too much," Zhou Xiantong said with difficulty. He suppressed the monstrous killing intent in his heart and consumed a healing pill to heal his injuries. In fact, Zhang Junlan didn't do anything. He was just scaring the people of the royal sect. At the same time, he was also warning the mysterious expert hiding in the dark. However, Zhang Junlan's threat made the killing intent in Zhou Xuantong's heart even stronger. He secretly made up his mind to kill Zhang Junlan after obtaining the treasure. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, Zhou Xiantong was very clear about the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Zhang Junlan had a terrifying background. If he was allowed to leave, the royal sect wouldn't live to see the next day. But what Zhou Xiantong didn't expect was that the royal sect was hiding such a terrifying expert. Even if they had the strength to kill Feng Wuchen's group, they might not be able to take away the treasure. The appearance of a treasure had actually attracted two mysterious experts. One of the mysterious men recognized Ling Xiaoxiao. This meant that the power behind him had reached the same level as the power behind Ling Xiaoxiao. The other mysterious expert was able to break the formation without Feng Wuchen noticing. Moreover, he had concealed himself so deeply that Feng Wuchen couldn't see through him. This was enough to show how terrifying this person's strength was. With the existence of these two mysterious experts, it would be harder for Feng Wuchen to obtain the treasure than ascending to the heavens. "You know about formations, but I don't know anything about formations. I still need you to break the formation, but you better not play any tricks." Zhou Xiantong looked at Feng Wuchen and said. Feng Wuchen could leave without breaking the formation. The royal sect couldn't keep them here, and the mysterious person in the dark might not make things difficult for them either. After all, the mysterious person's goal was the treasure. However, Feng Wuchen's goal this time was clear, and he also came for the immemorial year ring. Among the group, only Feng Wuchen had the ability to break the immemorial year ring. Although the immemorial year ring was small, it was quite terrifying. Moreover, it was a defensive formation, so its power was self-evident. After a long silence, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Although I understand formations, I'm only a junior. I dare not say that I can break the formations left behind by predecessors. Not to mention me, even a formation grandmaster might not be able to break it. You were able to use the formations left behind by predecessors to set up a formation, which means you have the ability to break the formation." Zhou Xiantong frowned, obviously not believing Feng Wuchen's nonsense. "You don't understand formations, so it's useless to tell you." Feng Wuchen shook his head. "You." Zhou Xiantong was furious, but he could only suppress his anger. Now was not the time to act out. "You all retreat outside the passage. I don't know if I can break the formation. If I can't break the formation and have no intention of opening it, then don't blame me for not warning you," Feng Wuchen said coldly. They didn't understand formations, so they could only do as they were told, obediently retreating to the entrance of the passage. Feng Wuchen circulated his true essence, and a ray of golden light appeared on his palm. He pressed it on the ground, and the golden light spread out, forming a golden formation 3 meters in diameter. Feng Wuchen closed his eyes, and began to carefully examine the formation of this cave. "This brat couldn't be setting up another formation, right?" an elder said with a frown, his face full of suspicion. "If you want the treasure, then shut up." Don't disturb the Hall Master. Crimson Emperor suddenly shouted coldly. Damn brat, who do you think you are? A mere first-layer heaven tier dares to be so arrogant in front of old man. That elder was instantly enraged. Pung! Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand, and a blue flame ignited on his palm. That elder's entire body instantly ignited, and thick smoke billowed. Fire poison? The elder's expression changed drastically. Ah! The fire poison flared up violently, and the elder screamed in agony, scaring the others into retreating in fear. A mere fourth-grade alchemist, if you dare to say another word, I will let you taste the feeling of being swallowed by the fire poison. Feng Wuchen said fiercely, his cold eyes staring at the elder who was suffering from the fire poison. He can control fire poison. Zhou Xiantong and the other higher-ups were terrified. With that, Feng Wuchen stopped and continued to examine the spirit design. The flame poison disappeared, leaving that person in extreme fear. His entire body was trembling, and his face was pale. He didn't dare let out a fart. This brat is really not simple. He can actually control the flame poison of an alchemist. The aura of this flame is. Among the upper echelons of the royal sect, one of them frowned. The mysterious man who was hiding in the dark was also quite surprised and even shocked. The flames just now were the flames of the dragon race. No, the fire of the dragon clan could not control the fire poison at all. This green flame was even stronger than the fire of the dragon clan. He was a member of the dragon clan. I didn't see it. The mysterious man in the dark was shocked. I really didn't see it, but why would a member of the dragon clan be on the continent? Could it be that he's also here for the divine artifact? Not many people know about the divine artifact, and it's even more impossible for these idiots of the royal sect to know about it. He's only here for the treasure. The mysterious man carefully sized up Feng Wuchen in the dark, his expression gradually becoming serious. In the cave, there was a dead silence, and a strange aura filled the air. As expected of an ancient spirit design. It's all-encompassing. Even a defensive spirit design is so terrifying. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Teacher, what spirit design is this? Zhang Junlan asked. Teacher? Zhang Junlan's address shocked Zhou Xiantong and the others. It's a powerful defensive spirit design made up of hundreds of different spirit designs. Even a soul formation expert can't break it, Feng Wuchen said. Even a soul formation expert can't break it? Everyone present was shocked. Fortunately, it's not a sealing spirit design. If it was, once the seal was triggered, we would all be sealed here. Feng Wuchen said. This was perhaps the best news. Such a powerful spirit design, can you break it? An elder asked. After a moment of silence, Feng Wuchen said, no matter how powerful a spirit design is, as long as you can find the eye of the spirit design, you can break it. However, the eye of a powerful spirit design is hidden deep and not easy to find. Moreover, it requires a powerful force to break it. Hall Master, have you found the eye of the spirit design? Nie Zhong asked. Feng Wuchen didn't answer Nie Zhong's question. He looked at Zhou Xiantong and the others and said, the power to break the eye of the spirit design depends on you. Whether or not you can break the eye of the spirit design depends on your power. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, Zhou Xiantong, 3 elders, prepare in the positions of the 5 elements. The others are responsible for transferring power to the 4 of them. When I find the eye of the spirit design, I'll need your power to break it. I'll say it first. The power of the spirit design is very terrifying. If we can't break the eye of the spirit design, we'll all be destroyed by the spirit design's power. As long as we can break the spirit design, what's the point of giving it our all? Zhou Xiantong said. Feng Wuchen stood in the middle of the cave while Zhou Xiantong and the others stood around him. Feng Wuchen activated his spiritual ether and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Finally, he put his palms together and shouted, Art of Tong Xin. Buzz, buzz, as soon as he shouted, a green light spirit design suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet in the cave. It was filled with a terrifying ancient aura. Is this an ancient formation? An elder exclaimed, his heart filled with dread. The spirit design's power is so terrifying. Zhou Xiantong said in shock. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't imagine the terrifying power of the spirit design. What a terrifying spirit design! The ancient spirit design is indeed powerful. Zhang Junlan and the others were also shocked and frightened. Can this brat really break such a terrifying primordial array? Even if he finds the eye of the spirit design, with their strength, they won't be able to break it. The mysterious man secretly thought. In the spirit design, Feng Wuchen's hands once again formed mysterious hand seals. After images appeared one after another. In Feng Wuchen's mind, a large and dense spirit design diagram appeared. It was like a star, woven by countless lines. It was all-encompassing and magnificent. And Feng Wuchen needed to find the eye of the spirit design from this all-encompassing spirit design diagram. It was obvious how difficult it was. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen nervously, waiting for Feng Wuchen to find the eye of the spirit design. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Wuchen suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "I found the eye of the spirit design." So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find the eye of the spirit design. This illusory spirit design is the eye of the spirit design. It's really not simple to use an illusory spirit design as the eye of the spirit design. Fortunately, I wasn't fooled by the illusory spirit design. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Feng Wuchen secretly marveled at the terrifying attainments of his predecessors in the field of spirit design. Art of mystic enlightenment. Open the arcane eye. Feng Wuchen's hands changed once again as he executed the arcane art and locked onto the array core in his mind. Primordial arrays were all-encompassing and ever-changing. Feng Wuchen had to lock onto the array core. Otherwise, once it changed, it would be difficult to find the array core again. Buzz buzz. At the same time, Zhou Xiantong and the rest of the upper echelons of the royal sect circulated their true essence. Waves of terrifying energy spread out and filled the entire cave, causing the cave to tremble violently. Zhou Xiantong and the three elders made their moves at the same time. Their palms were facing Feng Wuchen as energy beams of different colors shot into Feng Wuchen's body from 4 different directions. Break! Directing the terrifying energy from Zhou Xiantong and the rest, Feng Wuchen locked onto the array core and let out a loud roar as his palms slammed onto the green array. Boom, buzz buzz, terrifying energy entered the array. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it crazily attacked the illusion array. A deafening explosion echoed in the cave as the array shook violently. An extremely violent primordial energy spread out from the array. The array's energy is spreading out. Kid, can you break the array or not? Zhou Xiantong asked in horror as he felt the terrifying energy from the array. If this array's energy rushes out, we will die without a doubt. We will definitely turn into ashes. The Grand Elder said in horror as his body trembled. The fear that came from his soul was simply irresistible. The upper echelons of the royal sect were panicking. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with worry as her palms were sweating. Teacher. Zhang Junlan's face was also filled with fear and worry. Hall Master. You have to hold on. The Crimson Emperor and the rest clenched their fists as they looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. Once such a terrifying array's energy erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kid's guts aren't ordinary. Isn't he afraid of failure? Does he really not want his life anymore? The mysterious man hiding in the dark was also frightened by Feng Wuchen's crazy actions. The mysterious man's cultivation was unfathomable. Even he was frightened. It could be seen how terrifying the array's energy was. For a moment, the tense atmosphere in the cave reached its peak. Everyone could feel themselves breaking out in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen breaking the array was no different from plucking the whiskers of a raging lion. Shut up, all of you! Feng Wuchen shouted furiously, scaring Zhou Xiantong and the others into silence. Power! Power! It's not enough! It's not enough! Feng Wuchen shouted. Use your full strength! Zhou Xiantong suddenly shouted. Everyone began to push their true essence without holding back. Buzz buzz. The power became more and more terrifying, crazily attacking the eye of the formation. The cave shook more and more violently. If not for the support of the terrifying formation, the cave would have collapsed long ago. However, What Feng Wuchen and the others didn't know was that the desert above them, with the ancient city as the center, was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was extremely visually impactful and spectacular. Again. It's not enough. The array's energy is gathering at the array's core. If we don't hurry up, we'll all die. Feng Wuchen shouted again. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhou Xiantong and the others' faces changed again. Their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Take out your Dharma treasure. Zhou Xiantong shouted anxiously. We'll help too. Zhang Junlan shouted. Everyone activated their qi and scattered to 4 positions, providing all the energy for Feng Wuchen to break the array. Feng Wuchen guided a powerful energy into the array and attacked the array's core. The array's radiance flashed and covered Feng Wuchen and the others. They couldn't open their eyes and couldn't see each other. Buzz. The violent shaking had caused the desert to collapse and become a bottomless abyss. The cultivators who were cultivating at the edge of the desert could feel the earth shaking. The yellow sand on the ground was jumping crazily. What? What a terrifying energy. This is the terrifying energy from the depths of the desert. What's going on? Are there experts fighting in the depths of the desert? Everyone who was cultivating at the edge of the desert had a look of horror on their faces. They all retreated from the desert for fear of being implicated. In the cave, everyone was doing their best. They also took out their powerful Dharma treasures and provided all their energy to Feng Wuchen. It's not enough. I need more energy. Feng Wuchen shouted. My sex energy is about to be exhausted. Can you break the array or not? Zhou Xiantong asked anxiously. Old man can't hold on any longer. An elder gritted his teeth and said. Brat, how much longer do we need? The first elder asked anxiously. His face was full of panic and anxiety. The energy of the array has gathered at the array's core. The core is protected by a powerful force and is difficult to break. We don't have enough energy. If we can't break the array, we'll all die. Even a divine transformation realm expert can't resist this energy. Feng Wuchen shouted. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Feng Wuchen's words were undoubtedly telling them that all their efforts were in vain. They had exhausted all their energy in exchange for despair. You're overestimating yourself. Sometimes, being overconfident is tantamount to suicide. The mysterious expert hiding in the dark shook his head. At the same time, the mysterious expert hiding in the royal sect frowned and thought, is the ancient array really so terrifying? So many people can't break the array's core. Quick! The array's energy is getting stronger and stronger. If we don't hurry, all our efforts will be in vain. Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously. What should we do? Our energy is about to be exhausted. Where can we get more energy? One of the higher-ups of the royal sect panicked, his voice trembling. Blood essence. And the power of blood essence. Feng Wuchen shouted. His voice sounded very anxious, but Feng Wuchen thought to himself, is this person's willpower so strong? Why isn't he attacking? Does he really think he can block the array's energy? Zhou Xiantong was extremely reluctant. After a fierce struggle, he finally shouted, hurry up and activate your blood essence. The higher-ups of the royal sect had no choice but to endure the pain in their hearts and activate their blood essence. Buzz. The power of the blood essence was activated, and another huge amount of energy was injected into the array. Feng Wuchen guided the terrifying energy to attack fiercely, causing the array to shake continuously. Again. Feng Wuchen shouted. But at this time, some of the divine transformation realm experts of the royal sect collapsed, unable to support themselves. They had exhausted all their energy. There's no other way. The mysterious expert hiding in the crowd frowned. If they didn't break the array, they didn't have the confidence to survive the array's terrifying energy. The upper echelons of the royal sect fell one after another. Zhang Junlan and the rest started to panic. It's over. Even after using all our strength, we still can't break the formation. How terrifying is this formation? Sect Master, I can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on any longer either. Seeing them fall one after another, Zhou Xuantong's expression was extremely ugly. He was already panicking to the extreme. He secretly regretted coveting the treasure. We're not really going to die here, are we? I haven't even broken through to the heaven realm. Huan Yang's face was extremely pale. Even the hall master can't break the formation? Saber Soul and the rest were also completely panicking. You guys hold on. I'll summon my uncle right now. Zhang Junlan hurriedly said. No. It's too late. Feng Wuchen shouted. Everyone, don't worry. My barrier should be able to hold on, Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice to them. When the experts of the royal sect fell one after another, and only Zhou Xiantong and the rest were left, an incomparably terrifying energy suddenly erupted. Like an erupting volcano, an endless stream of terrifying energy was injected into Feng Wuchen's body. This energy is. The sudden surge of terrifying energy instantly stunned everyone in the cave. They were extremely shocked. This terrifying energy was undoubtedly a life-saving straw for them. He finally made his move. So it's him. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself. The moment the mysterious person activated his energy, Feng Wuchen had already locked onto him. This terrifying energy erupted in an instant. After providing an extremely terrifying amount of energy, it disappeared in an instant. Before Zhou Xiantong and the rest could react, this terrifying energy had already disappeared. So much so that they didn't even know who had unleashed this terrifying energy. Break! When the terrifying energy was directed into the formation, Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted and slammed his palm down. Rumble! Buzz buzz! The terrifying energy hit the formation core and exploded in an instant. The dazzling green light of the formation became even more intense. The formation that covered the cave began to crack. Crack! In one breath, Feng Wuchen directed this terrifying energy to attack the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation instantly shattered, and the energy of the formation dissipated. The green formation that was covered in cracks finally shattered with a cracking sound. The enormous desert once again shook violently. The area of collapse had already expanded from the original hundreds of thousands of feet to 60 to 70,000 feet. It was already close to the edge of the desert. The many practitioners who had retreated out of the desert could already see the part of the desert that had collapsed. They were all dumbstruck with fear, their expressions stiff. The blazing Glory Tego Desert has collapsed. This power is too terrifying. What is going on? Are experts in the divine transformation realm fighting? Otherwise, it wouldn't have such terrifying destructive power. This matter was like a nightmare. A few minutes later, the violent tremors gradually disappeared. In the depths of the desert, the ancient city had completely collapsed and disappeared. However, the cave beneath the ancient city had undergone a spatial change after the formation was broken. The array formation disappeared, and the cave returned to its tranquility. However, this time, it was another space, and not a cave. With the formation broken, Feng Wuchen's group appeared in a cave that was completely different from the previous cave. Feng Wuchen's group and the upper echelons of the royal sect weren't affected by the terrifying energy. However, Feng Wuchen's group wasn't in the mood to observe the spatial change. Their minds were all focused on the terrifying energy just now. Feng Wuchen's gaze was fixed on one of the upper echelons of the royal sect. He was already very sure that the terrifying energy just now had come from him. What's with that energy just now? Zhou Xuantong's face was filled with astonishment. He swept his gaze over everyone. He didn't know the origin of that terrifying energy. Everyone, be careful. There's someone hiding in the dark. The Great Elder frowned. That energy just now was the power of a divine transformation realm expert. A divine transformation realm expert has snuck in. Another elder frowned. His face was filled with incomparable fear as he vigilantly looked around. Hearing that elder's words, the upper echelons of the royal sect were all frightened out of their wits. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a member of the royal sect? You can fool them, but you can't fool me. Feng Wuchen's gaze was fixed on a man in the 7th layer of the sky-human realm as he coldly asked. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Zhou Xiantong and the others all followed Feng Wuchen's gaze. Tianyan? Zhou Xuantong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The energy just now was definitely at the level of a divine transformation realm expert. Tianyan is only in the 7th layer of the sky-human realm. The Great Elder shook his head in shock. The upper echelons of the royal sect were all stunned as they stared at Tianyan with their mouths agape. Teacher, are you sure it's him? Zhang Junlan asked with a frown. There's absolutely no mistake. I asked you to continuously provide energy just now. Aside from breaking the formation, I also wanted to lure him out. At the crucial moment, he really did make a move. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Brat, you're very smart. You used the formation to lure me out, and you actually sensed my existence. At this moment, Tianyan finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of an evil smile. As he spoke, Tianyan waved his hand, and his appearance instantly changed. Tianyan turned into another middle-aged man, tall and burly with muscles all over his body. It's him. The other mysterious man who was hiding in the dark was extremely shocked when he saw the man who had changed his appearance. Moreover, he recognized this person. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xiantong and the upper echelon's expressions changed drastically again. The Tianyan you're talking about has most likely died at his hands. Feng Wuchen said, frowning slightly as he sized up the mysterious man. That's right. I've already killed Tianyan. I merely transformed into his appearance. My goal is the treasure. The middle-aged man sneered slightly. The formation has been broken, and the treasure has appeared. These trash no longer have any value. The man smiled evilly. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. Zhou Xiantong and the other upper echelons of the royal sect suddenly floated up. You! What are you trying to do? Stop! Stop! Zhou Xiantong shouted in horror. The middle-aged man clenched his fist. In that instant, Zhou Xiantong and the other upper echelons of the royal sect turned into clouds of blood mist. The man's methods were extremely cruel and cold-blooded. His terrifying methods frightened Zhang Junlan and the others, causing their bodies to turn cold. The man's cold gaze swept over Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao as he said coldly, I won't kill you. Scram. You won't kill us? Humph. I think you can't kill us, right? With your strength at the 3rd tier of the Divine Transformation Realm, you can't break Xiaoxiao's Divine Transformation Realm barrier. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Facing a Divine Transformation Realm expert, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. The formation had been broken, and the treasure had appeared. At this time, how could Feng Wuchen be willing to leave just like that? Hearing this, the man's face sank, and his brows furrowed. You're from the giant tribe? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, her beautiful face as cold as ice. Giant race? Never heard of it. What race is that? The Crimson Emperor and the others were confused. They didn't know what race it was, and they couldn't help but look at Ling Xiaoxiao. The giant race is an ancient race. They rarely move around the continent, and very few people on the continent know of their existence, Ling Xiaoxiao explained simply. Ancient race? The Crimson Emperor and the others were shocked. Although they didn't know what race it was, being called an ancient race meant that the giant race had terrifying strength. The giant race has always lived in harmony with humans and never bullied humans. How did a scum like you come out? Feng Wuchen said coldly. In the evil dragon god's memory, the giant race was very friendly. Even when they moved around the continent, they never bullied humans. The giant race was very similar to humans. The reason why they were called the giant race was because the giant race had huge and sturdy bodies. Only this was different from humans. The rest of their facial features were exactly the same. Because of this, the giant race was very friendly to humans and never bullied them. How does Hall Master know about the giant race? The Crimson Emperor and the others were surprised and shocked. Big Brother Feng, the giant race is no longer the giant race of the past. The giant race's Grand Elder led a rebellion and wanted to seize the position of Patriarch. There was a war in the race, and it was divided into the giant race and the evil humans race, Ling Xiaoxiao explained simply. I see. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. The man in front of him was obviously a member of the evil humans race. This person came to seize the divine tool. I'm afraid he wants to seize the position of Patriarch of the giant race, Ling Xiaoxiao said with certainty. Stinky girl, you know quite a lot, the man said with a cold smile. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Stinky brat, seeing that you broke the formation, I will allow each of you to take a treasure. Take it and get lost. Don't even think about the divine tool, the man said coldly. The man was actually afraid of the force behind Ling Xiaoxiao. Putting aside whether he could break Ling Xiaoxiao's divine transformation barrier, even if he could, the moment he broke it, he would definitely agitate the force behind Ling Xiaoxiao. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. All right. Feng Wuchen actually agreed for the first time. Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Hall Master, are you sure? The Crimson Emperor and the others opened their eyes wide. Teacher, we almost lost our lives. Are we just going to let him have the divine artifact? Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. Given our strength, we can't beat someone in the divine transformation realm. We'll be lucky if we can survive. Pick a treasure and leave, Feng Wuchen said calmly. He seemed to really think so. A wise man submits to circumstances. Kid, at least you know what's good for you, the man said coldly. At this time, Feng Wuchen and the others began to observe the cave. The size of the Immortals' Cave was the same as the previous cave, but this Immortals' Cave had man-made stone tables, stone stools, stone beds, etc. In addition, there was also a crafting furnace. Obviously, the owner of the Immortals' Cave was a crafting master. Immortal Artifact Crafting Furnace. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed and said excitedly, I want this. Zhang family's #1 crafting master, Zhang Junlan, please. The man didn't care at all. He didn't care about the Immortal Artifact Crafting Furnace at all. Beside the crafting furnace, there were many crafting materials. Moreover, they were all high-grade materials for crafting immortal artifacts. They were very precious and rare. If these precious and rare crafting materials were to spread out, it would definitely attract countless crafting masters to fight for them. 1000-year Immortal Spiritual Stone. This is Immortal Spiritual Stone. Feng Wuchen was shocked. The moment he saw the Immortal Spiritual Stone, Feng Wuchen was stunned. What was the Immortal Spiritual Stone? The Immortal Spiritual Stone was the main material for crafting divine artifacts. Even the Immortal Artifact Pavilion couldn't take out such a rare Immortal Spiritual Stone. On the surface of the continent, it was impossible to find such a rare treasure like the Immortal Spiritual Stone. No wonder Feng Wuchen was so shocked. It was a pity that there was only one Immortal Spiritual Stone. There are so few crafting materials. Can I take some other treasures? He looked at the man. In order to divert the man's attention, Feng Wuchen picked up the Immortal Spiritual Stone and kept it in his storage ring. Looking at the 1000-year Immortal Spiritual Stone in Feng Wuchen's hand, the man sneered and said, I said that each of us can take one. However, seeing that you're sensible, I'll allow you to take 2. Thank you. Feng Wuchen kept the 1000-year Immortal Spiritual Stone in his storage ring. Other than the crafting materials, the rest were various Dharma treasures left behind by the owner of the cave abode. There were various divine weapons, storage rings, jade bracelets, jade pendants, vases, and so on. Since each of them could choose one, the Crimson Emperor and the others chose immortal artifacts as their main choice. They each chose a weapon that suited them. Teacher, why don't these weapons have any aura? There's no reaction when I inject my true essence into them. Zhang Junlan picked up a sword and asked curiously. This is a damaged immortal artifact. Just bring it back and refine it, Feng Wuchen said after taking a look. Hurry up. Take it and get lost, the man said impatiently. I'll take all these damaged treasures. Anyway, you're not a craftsman. It's useless for you to keep them. Feng Wuchen looked at the man and said. As he spoke, he had already taken more than a dozen damaged Dharma treasures and put them into his storage ring. Feng Wuchen's actions were simply acting first and reporting later. Brat, you're quite greedy, the man said with a gloomy face. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said, who wouldn't be greedy with so many treasures? I'll leave the divine artifacts to you. We'll only take these and you'll still profit. Moreover, there are many immortal artifacts and spiritual artifacts. Sharp tongue. If it weren't for that brat Ling Xiaoxiao, you wouldn't be able to take any of them, the man said viciously. The evil humans tribe is actually so afraid of the power behind Xiaoxiao. Zhang Junlan frowned slightly and glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao. The strength of the evil humans tribe was absolutely horrifying. They were not inferior to the deity king's divine palace. However, such a horrifying power actually had a great power that they feared. Many thanks for the gifts. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Just as he was about to turn around, Feng Wuchen suddenly said, that's right. The divine artifacts are yours. They will be yours in the end. If they're not yours, they won't be yours even if you take them. Also, on account of you taking the treasures for us, I'll give you a heads up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He pointed at the stone wall on the left side of the cave and said, there are some words carved on the stone wall on the left side. Hearing this, the man turned his head curiously. The instant the man turned his head, Feng Wuchen collected a large amount of refining materials and Dharma treasures at lightning speed. I've already reminded you. Whether or not you can find the divine artifacts will depend on your luck, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile before leaving the cave. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the completely collapsed desert. A figure suddenly shot up from the bottom of the desert. Immediately afterward, several figures broke out of the rocks one after another. They were Feng Wuchen and his group. The power that the formation had originally erupted with had already destroyed the desert within a radius of 60,000 to 70,000 feet, causing the passage to be sealed. However, it could not trap Feng Wuchen and the others. Teacher, are we really going to give the divine artifact to that bastard? No matter how strong that bastard is, he's only in the third tier of the divine transformation realm. My father and the expert behind Xiaoxiao can completely deal with him. Why should we be afraid of him? As soon as he came out of the ground, Zhang Junlan said anxiously. His face was full of unwillingness and dissatisfaction. Yes, Hall Master. It wasn't easy for us to break the ancient formation. We really don't want to give up the divine artifact just like that. Lung Mucheng and the others felt that they had suffered a great loss. After all, they had almost lost their lives just now. Let's go. Find a place to hide. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Hearing that, Zhang Junlan was stunned at first. However, when he saw Feng Wuchen's very serious face, Zhang Junlan seemed to have realized something. Feng Wuchen used the word hide. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others seemed to have understood something and did not ask any more questions. Hall Master, the desert is gone. At that moment, the Sword Soul said in horror. Looking at the collapsing desert in all directions, his face instantly turned pale. The power just now was really terrifying. Wanshen could not help but tremble. The desert was beyond recognition. It was originally golden, but now it had collapsed in all directions, turning into countless valleys or cliffs. Take your time to find the divine artifact. Looking down at the ancient city below, Feng Wuchen's lips curled into an evil smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Feng Wuchen flew south at top speed. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed behind. The desert was too big. They probably did not have enough time to escape the desert. Moreover, Feng Wuchen and the others also planned to cultivate in the desert for a while so that Huanyang and the others could break through to the celestial realm. Therefore, Feng Wuchen and the others found a hidden place that had become a cliff because of the collapse and completely hid their auras. In the cave, the man looked at the words on the stone wall. The words Fated One were engraved on it. There is no aura of the divine artifact in the cave. It must be sealed, the man said to himself. The man did not even look at the divine artifact. His goal was clear. He was here for the divine artifact. Bang, the man's palm landed on the stone wall with the words engraved on it. With a muffled bang, the stone wall collapsed and shattered rocks flew everywhere. However, there was nothing behind the stone wall. Seeing that there was nothing behind the stone wall, the man could not help but be stunned. He was extremely disappointed. How is this possible? The man's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Brat. How dare you lie to me? He then turned the cave upside down but could not find the divine artifact. The man was furious. The treasure map said that there is indeed an immemorial year ring here. Why can't I find it? In his anger, the man suddenly thought of something and was stunned. Feng Wuchen and the others risked their lives to break the array for the divine artifact. How could they be willing to give it to him? Moreover, Feng Wuchen had already noticed the man's presence. Why did he break the array knowing that he was no match for him? Could it be that the divine artifact is among those broken weapons? The man suddenly reacted and his expression changed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Cunning brat! The man realized that he had been tricked. A terrifying murderous aura instantly erupted. He then soared into the sky, wanting to chase after Feng Wuchen and the others. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the collapsing desert. A figure soared into the sky, creating a huge crater in the collapsing desert. An extremely terrifying murderous aura swept out from the man's body. However, the man could no longer sense the aura of Feng Wuchen and the others. In such a huge desert, he could not sense any aura. Who knew where Feng Wuchen and the others were hiding? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The man roared into the sky. An extremely terrifying energy swept out crazily. The earth shook like waves, and the void exploded and collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Brat! You can't run. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will find you. The man roared into the sky, extremely angry. Feng Wuchen and the others, who were hiding under a cliff somewhere, felt the man's terrifying energy and murderous aura. They were all terrified. An elite in the divine transformation realm was extremely terrifying. An elite in the divine transformation realm is really terrifying. That B******'s power is enough to destroy the world. Luanshan swallowed in horror. He won't destroy the entire desert, will he? With his terrifying power, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the desert. Huan Yang said in horror, his face pale. Teacher, what is going on? Zhang Junlan hurriedly asked. He was almost suffocating. Feng Wuchen smiled evilly and said, he can't find the divine artifact. Of course he is angry. Brother Feng, is the divine artifact already in your hands? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment, her beautiful eyes looking at Feng Wuchen. If I didn't have the divine artifact, why would I leave? Feng Wuchen smiled brightly. Hall Master really has the divine artifact? Huan Yang and the others stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. When did Feng Wuchen obtain the divine artifact? Immortal artifacts already had a very powerful aura. Divine artifacts should be even more terrifying. Why couldn't they sense the divine artifact's aura? The immemorial year ring is different from other divine artifacts. Its existence is quite special. The moment the cave appeared, I saw it at first glance. Feng Wuchen smiled mysteriously. Why didn't we see it? We can't even sense its aura. Zhang Junlan said. The immemorial year ring needs the power of time to control. Without the power of time, the immemorial year ring is no different from an ordinary weapon. Even if you inject your true essence, it will be useless. In the end, without the power of time, the immemorial year ring is just a piece of scrap metal. Feng Wuchen explained. A broken weapon. Zhang Junlan immediately reacted. That's right. The immemorial year ring is among those broken weapons. Because there is no power of time, even if it is a divine artifact, it has no aura. I have seen the immemorial year ring in ancient books, so I recognize it. Feng Wuchen nodded. Then, with a flip of his hand, a strange palm-sized weapon appeared in his palm. This is the immemorial year ring? Zhang Junlan and the others were stunned as they stared at the strange weapon. It is the immemorial year ring. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The immemorial year ring was palm-sized and shaped like a black crescent moon. It was like a bracelet, but the crescent moon was extremely sharp. Who is it? The sudden voice startled Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest. Zhang Junlan suddenly shouted. To be able to approach them without them noticing, this person's cultivation was extremely high. At least, it was above Feng Wuchen and the rest. A figure appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had always been there but was covered by space. Yinyang illusion. You are from the Yinyang family. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. She could tell at a glance that the man was using the Yinyang illusion. Yinyang family? Zhang Junlin's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body could not help but tremble. As the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Junlan knew better than anyone how terrifying the Yinyang family was. It was more powerful than the deity king's divine palace and the giant race. Yinyang family. Huan Yang and the rest frowned. It was another mysterious family that they had never heard of. Saintess, you have good eyes. I am the Yinyang Lord. The young man introduced himself. He was the mysterious man that Feng Wuchen had sensed before entering the ancient city's passageway. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, no wonder I could not sense your presence. Since you know my identity, why are you not scramming? Do you want to die? Saintess, I am just following orders. The Yinyang Lord smiled. He seemed to be slightly respectful to Ling Xiaoxiao, but he did not seem to fear her at all. The force behind Xiaoxiao is even more terrifying than the Yinyang family. Zhang Junlan was shocked. He could not imagine how powerful the force behind Ling Xiaoxiao was. Feng Wuchen looked calm as he sized up the Yinyang Lord. Feng Wuchen was not surprised at the Yinyang Lord's appearance. You are also here for the primordial year ring? Feng Wuchen asked expressionlessly. Of course. However, this trip is really beyond my expectations. First, it was the evil humans race, then the dragon race, and the sky demon sage, the Yinyang Lord said coldly. Dragon race? Celestial demon saintess? Zhang Junlan and the others were stunned. They immediately looked at Ling Xiaoxiao, mistaking Ling Xiaoxiao for the Dragon Clan's holy maiden. This was the first time Zhang Junlan and company had heard the words heaven demon. However, none of them knew what a heaven fae represented. Looking at Feng Wuchen, the Yinyang Lord said, I'm very curious as to how you know about the immemorial year ring and the power of time. No comment, Feng Wuchen replied indifferently. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. Hand over the immemorial year ring, said Yinyang Lord coldly as he extended his palm towards Feng Wuchen. Looking at the immemorial year ring in his hand, Feng Wuchen put it away in his storage ring and asked playfully, so what if I don't hand it over? Feng Wuchen's attitude was very domineering, even a little arrogant. The Yinyang Lord's face turned gloomy when he heard this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, die. Die? With your cultivation at the 9th tier of the heaven tier, and one that just broke through not long ago, you want to snatch the divine artifact from me when I'm injured? Feng Wuchen's face curled up in disdain. What? The Yinyang Lord was shocked. Feng Wuchen could see through his cultivation at a glance. He could even tell that he had just broken through. The Yinyang Lord was young, but he was already at the 9th tier of the heaven tier. It was clear that he was also a top genius. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, did the Yinyang family send you here to look down on the cultivators of this continent? A mere 5th tier of the heaven tier dares to be so arrogant in front of me, the Yinyang Lord said savagely as a terrifying killing intent burst out. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying energy of the 9th tier of the heaven tier spread out wildly from the Yinyang Lord's body. It was majestic, and the cliff shook violently. The surrounding rocks exploded and collapsed. The terrifying energy turned into a gale that swept out. You won't be able to break my divine transformation barrier with this little bit of power. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. She was about to condense a green barrier. I don't need the divine transformation barrier to deal with him, Feng Wuchen said with a confident sneer. It just so happens that I also want to test the strength of the Yinyang family's descendant. You're overestimating yourself. A look of disdain appeared on the Yinyang Lord's face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Buzz. Buzz, the power of destruction and the second stage of the supreme body were activated at the same time. A vast and domineering aura burst out. A dark red light flashed, and it was extremely dazzling. Then, Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin armor and gloves. His aura soared crazily. In one breath, he soared from the 5th tier of the heaven tier to the 8th tier of the heaven tier. The ancient power. He actually has the ancient power. And the aura of the Qilin race. His battle prowess increased by 3 tiers in an instant. The Yinyang Lord's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. Even the divine artifact froze. Although Feng Wuchen's battle prowess was not as good as the Yinyang Lord's, the power of destruction and the Qilin armor that Feng Wuchen used shocked the Yinyang Lord. This kid seems to have a high status in the dragon race. Otherwise, why would the dragon race give him the ancient power? But that's fine. I'll take the divine artifact and the ancient power away. The Yinyang Lord narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura intensified. Boom! Thinking of this, the Yinyang Lord suddenly launched an attack. With a loud boom, he charged at Feng Wuchen at lightning speed. Seal your hearing! Feng Wuchen hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others did as they were told. Dragon Roar! The moment the Yinyang Lord attacked, Feng Wuchen suddenly put his palms together and roared. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly swept out. The vast aura was soul-stirring. The deafening sound waves instantly spread tens of thousands of feet away. Oh no! That's a dragon roar! The Yinyang Lord's expression changed drastically. The dragon roar came too suddenly. The Yinyang Lord could not guard against it. His eardrums hurt, and he cried out in pain. His head was in unbearable pain, and his mind was distracted. It felt as if someone was shouting in his ear, and he was temporarily deafened. Swish! The moment the dragon roar swept out, Feng Wuchen had already flashed over. His fist was filled with extremely domineering and terrifying energy. Primordial Dragon Divine Fist. With a roar, Feng Wuchen mercilessly punched the Yinyang Lord. The Yinyang Lord, who was being attacked by the dragon roar, sensed the danger and the terrifying and domineering energy. However, he was powerless at this moment. Boom! Pooh! Feng Wuchen mercilessly punched the Yinyang Lord's chest. With a loud boom, the domineering energy caused the Yinyang Lord to spit out blood. His body shot back like a cannonball. Buzz! Buzz! Extremely terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. The space within a radius of several thousand feet churned and shook violently. In just one exchange, the Yinyang Lord was beaten to the point of spitting out blood. The might of Feng Wuchen's punch was definitely terrifying. Hall Lord's primordial dragon divine fist is truly terrifying. He beat a 9th-tier heaven being to the point of spitting out blood with one punch. Luanshan exclaimed in shock and excitement. The most terrifying thing is the dragon roar. It can catch the enemy off guard. Zhang Junlan said. The dragon's roar shook the world. Yinyang Lord was only in the 9th level of the celestial being realm. Even a warrior in the heaven realm could not withstand the dragon's roar, let alone him. An advanced earth-level martial technique? This brat actually has such domineering power. Yinyang Lord quickly recovered, but the pain in his eardrums and head was still there. His chest had been hit, and the intense pain spread throughout his body. Fortunately, Yinyang Lord's cultivation was strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the terrifying power of this punch. Yinyang Lord's face was ferocious as he clenched his fists. His narrowed eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Feng Wuchen like a venomous snake. Yinyang Lord's injuries were neither serious nor light. His aura had dropped from the 9th level of the celestial being realm to the peak of the 8th level. Brat, you've already missed the best chance to kill me. Now, it's time for you to die. Yinyang Lord roared ferociously as his violent aura surged. Swish! Boom! The moment Yinyang Lord roared, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed like a ghost and punched Yinyang Lord's abdomen. With a boom, he was sent flying again. This is teleportation. Yinyang Lord was shocked again. His face was even more ferocious. As a descendant of the Yinyang family, Yinyang Lord had seen and experienced the Dragon Clan's divine techniques. You talk too much. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen's punch was domineering. It had undoubtedly worsened Yinyang Lord's injuries. How dare you? Yinyang Lord gritted his teeth as his face twitched violently. Yinyang Lord had forgotten that Feng Wuchen was a member of the Dragon Clan. He knew how powerful the Dragon Clan was. Since he knew, he should have a good understanding of teleportation. At the very least, he should not have been so defenseless. Swish! Yinyang Lord had just stabilized himself when Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and appeared again. It was magical and strange. The fist that contained domineering power smashed toward Yinyang Lord, bringing with it a strong whirlwind. B** starred. Yin Yang Lord gritted his teeth as he sensed the danger. Boom. Pooh. Even though Yin Yang Lord had sensed it, his reaction was still too slow. He was unable to dodge Feng Wuchen's attack. With an explosive sound, a domineering and terrifying power spread throughout Yin Yang Lord's body, causing him to vomit blood. His body transformed into a black line as he was sent flying. How can this brat's combat strength be so strong? Yin Yang Lord was both furious and shocked. His cultivation level was above Feng Wuchen's. Logically speaking, Feng Wuchen's attack should not have caused much damage to him. However, Yin Yang Lord did not know that Feng Wuchen's physical body was extremely strong. It was definitely not something an ordinary member of the dragon race could compare to. The Yin Yang Lord's strength was on par with Duan Moling's. If Feng Wuchen could injure Duan Moling, he could also injure the Yin Yang Lord. Yin Yang Lord and Duan Mo were both stronger than Feng Wuchen, but because of the overbearing power of the dragon roar, they were overshadowed by Feng Wuchen. A cultivation of the 9th level of the celestial realm was actually inferior to a 5th level of the celestial realm. Such a huge gap was truly unbelievable. It was not that the Yin Yang Lord was trash. It was that Feng Wuchen was too strong, and the dragon roar divine skill was too overbearing. This punch could be said to have seriously injured the Yin Yang Lord. His face had already turned pale. The taste of Feng Wuchen's fist was definitely not good. Not only was it overbearing, but it was also powerful. The Yin Yang family's strength is only SOSO. You want to snatch the divine artifact? You have been using the Yin Yang illusion to hide in the dark. In fact, you have long sensed the evil humans. Otherwise, you would have taken action long ago, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Brat, you dare to insult the Yin Yang family? Don't think that you are amazing just because you are from the dragon race. Yin Yang Lord gritted his teeth and said angrily. Veins bulged on his face, and the anger in his eyes almost erupted. However, what provoked Yin Yang Lord was Feng Wuchen's contempt. Feng Wuchen was clearly looking down on him. Boom, Yin Yang Lord roared angrily. He stepped on the void and charged madly at Feng Wuchen with a violent aura. Dragon race? The expressions of Zhang Junlan and the others changed drastically. They were all stunned. Wanshan widened his eyes and looked at Feng Wuchen. He said with a trembling voice, the dragon race he is talking about is not Miss Xiaoxiao. It is the Hall Master. The Hall Master is from the dragon race. How is this possible? Huan Yang and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Brother Feng only obtained the dragon race's bloodline. He has the dragon race's aura. That is why Yin Yang Lord mistakenly thought that Brother Feng is from the dragon race, Ling Xiaoxiao explained. I see. Zhang Junlan and the others nodded. However, their faces were still filled with shock. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the furious Yin Yang Lord and Feng Wuchen engaged in a life-and-death battle. A series of explosions rang out, and the void trembled violently. Although Yin Yang Lord was seriously injured, his strength was still terrifying. The enraged Yin Yang Lord used offense as defense. Even though he was heavily injured, he could still fight against Feng Wuchen with his fierce attacks. You are much weaker. Tell me, how are you going to steal my divine weapon? In the intense battle, Feng Wuchen's expression was calm. He was not worried at all. If I had not been affected by your dragon roar and allowed you to take advantage of my weakness, you would not be my match. Yin Yang Lord growled through gritted teeth. This is an excuse that weaklings find for themselves. Feng Wuchen sneered. You. Yin Yang Lord was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was going crazy. Unable to vent his anger, Yin Yang Lord roared crazily. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the furious Yin Yang Lord's attacks became even more ferocious. He had completely lost his mind. His bloodshot eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Full of openings. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with disdain. Bam, Feng Wuchen punched Yin Yang Lord's right cheek. He shouted coldly, too slow. Bam, after dodging Yin Yang Lord's attack, Feng Wuchen punched Yin Yang Lord's right cheek again. He shouted coldly, too slow. Is this the speed of a ninth-layer heaven being? Shut up. Yin Yang Lord roared crazily. He was completely dominated by anger and had lost all reason. Bam! Bam! Feng Wuchen's punches and kicks landed on Yin Yang Lord's body. He said coldly, "Your moves are the same. Too weak." "What did you say? You said that I'm too weak? How dare you say that I'm too weak?" Yin Yang Lord was agitated again. His heart nearly exploded. However, what answered Yin Yang Lord was Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks. Bam! 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 The furious Yin Yang Lord was full of openings. Feng Wuchen took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, leaving Yin Yang Lord unable to fight back. Zhang Junlan and the others were dumbfounded. An elite in the 9th tier of the celestial realm, and one from the Yin Yang family, was so weak in front of Feng Wuchen. Arg! Buzz! Buzz! The Yin Yang Lord roared crazily. His face was ferocious and frightening. At this moment, the furious Yin Yang Lord's aura changed. Terrifying power erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, causing tiny cracks to appear in the void. The Yin Yang Lord's aura has increased. So fast. He can still increase his strength. What kind of power is this? Ancient aura. This is an ancient power. The Crimson Emperor and the others were horrified, their faces pale. This is the power of the Yin Yang family's bloodline. Ling Xiaoxiao and Zhang Junlan had grave expressions. They clearly knew about the existence of the Yin Yang bloodline. What a monster. He was injured so badly, but his strength instantly recovered by activating his bloodline power. Huaming said in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Can he withstand this power with such heavy injuries? He's simply courting death. Saber Soul was flabbergasted. The Yin Yang Lord has already lost his mind. Why would he care if he can withstand it? What we should worry about now is whether Teacher can defeat him. Zhang Junlan said with a frown. Although he had heard of the Yin Yang family, this was the first time he had met a junior of the Yin Yang family. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen frowned with a grave expression. The Yin Yang family originated from ancient times. Although they are not as strong as the dragon race, the power of their bloodline is comparable to the dragon race and surpasses other ancient powers, Feng Wuchen said with a frown. The Yin Yang Lord's terrifying energy condensed into a white energy shield around his body. The power was extremely violent and terrifying. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists as a dark red light flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Yin Yang Lord's shield and threw a fierce punch. Boom, buzz. Buzz, at the moment of collision, terrifying energy ripples swept out without restraint. The monstrous energy turned into astral winds that could cut through a person's flesh. What vigorous energy! Feng Wuchen said with a frown. Stinking brat. Do you really think you're that great just because you're at the 5th stage of the sky human realm? Scram! The Yin Yang Lord roared furiously as an even more terrifying energy burst out. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly as he felt an extremely violent energy burst out. Boom! Buzz! The white light of the energy shield flashed. Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a destructive energy spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, a large number of small cracks appeared in the void. The violent vibrations made it seem as if the void could collapse at any time. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen reacted in time and teleported away before the terrifying energy burst appeared. Otherwise, even with Feng Wuchen's powerful defensive armor and Feng Wuchen's powerful physical body, he would not have been able to withstand this terrifying power. If the Yin Yang Lord had activated his bloodline power right from the start, his battle prowess would have reached the peak of the 9th level of the heaven tier at the very least. He might even have reached the pinnacle of half a day. It was a pity that the Yin Yang Lord was too conceited and underestimated his opponent, causing him to be heavily injured. So what if you're from the dragon race? Only death awaits you if you anger me. The Yin Yang monarch roared furiously. He had gone completely berserk. Pa! With a furious roar, the Yin Yang Lord suddenly put his palms together. With a crisp sound, he was gathering a terrifying amount of energy. A low-grade Earth tier martial skill. Soul-breaking hand. The Yin Yang monarch roared furiously. He raised his right hand and slammed it down fiercely. Buzz. The moment the Yin-Yang monarch attacked, a huge white palm print hundreds of meters long smashed down from the sky. It was like the Buddha's palm. The attack was fierce and violent, and its aura was overwhelming. What terrifying power! Zhang Junlan and the others were horrified. Feng Wuchen did not dare to hold back. He activated the power of world extermination with all his might. A dark red light soared into the sky, illuminating the void. The domineering and surging aura was breathtaking. World extermination, heavenly punishment / Feng Wuchen roared and waved his hand. Swish. Buzz. A dark red energy / hundreds of meters long tore through the air, carrying the power to tear through the void. Wherever it passed, pitch-black cracks spread along the energy / path. Rumble. Puff, puff. Two resplendent and terrifying energies clashed in the void and exploded. It was like Mars colliding with Earth, shaking heaven and earth. The destructive energy swept out with an unstoppable force. The instant the two exploded, the two vomited blood as they were sent flying by the energy shockwaves. Hall Master. Teacher. Zhang Junlan and the others shouted worriedly, their expressions anxious. Buzz. The energy shockwave swept out, shaking the void desert. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, who were watching from afar, felt their bodies sway. The horrifying shockwave swept up large amounts of yellow sand. It was more than 10 times more horrifying than a sandstorm. Feng Wuchen executed a medial grade earth tier martial skill. However, the Yin-Yang monarch could still injure Feng Wuchen. This showed how strong the Yin-Yang bloodline was. Stinking brat. Let's see how long you can last, the Yin-Yang monarch roared as he formed hand seals again. Medial grade earth tier martial skill. Yin-Yang soul-breaking chop. The Yin-Yang monarch roared again. He waved his hand, and a horrifying energy / several hundred meters long shot out with overwhelming might. Clang, Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The Supreme Dragon God Sword appeared in a flash, and its aura soared. The Dragon God Sword was much stronger than the gloves. Superior grade spirit tool? Humph. Didn't you obtain many immortal tools in the cave? What? Are you still looking down on me? The Yin-Yang monarch demanded ferociously. Illusion extinguishing sword art. Illusion extinguishing 9 heavens. Feng Wuchen formed sword fingers and shouted. Overwhelming sword intent spread out, and a scarlet ritual array appeared under his feet. Strange scarlet talisman scripts rose from the ritual array. Beams of scarlet light coiled around Feng Wuchen. Following that, a dark red light soared into the sky. Following Feng Wuchen's shout, the dark red light that soared into the sky condensed into a huge blood sword. Its aura was vast and majestic, and it was filled with awe. Whoosh! Buzz, buzz! The scarlet sword shot out with an ear-piercing sonic boom. It was as fast as lightning, and its impact was obvious. Rumble, puff. Puff, puff. The two horrifying energies clashed again and exploded. An even more horrifying explosion swept out, causing the two to vomit blood again. Buzz, buzz. In this fierce and bloody battle, the collision of energy could destroy the heavens and the earth. After 2 fierce clashes, Feng Wuchen was severely injured. Even the Qilin battle armor could not help him. His aura had weakened significantly. Similarly, the Yin-Yang monarch's injuries were even more severe. Even with his bloodline power, his aura had weakened significantly after the 2 clashes. Stinking brat! What other powerful martial techniques do you have? Use them all, the Yin-Yang monarch shouted angrily. At this moment, he forcefully circulated his bloodline power and formed hand seals with both hands. Die. Medial grade earth ranked martial technique. Yin-Yang profound heavenly finger. The Yin-Yang monarch shouted again. He forcefully circulated his remaining bloodline power and gathered it at his fingertips, which flashed with resplendent white light. The energy that the Yin-Yang monarch gathered was clearly even more horrifying than the previous energy chop. A resplendent white light shot out, turning into a meteor. It moved at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. It contained horrifying energy and was extremely berserk. The Yin-Yang lord's enraged state was using offense as defense. His aura was undoubtedly at its peak, slightly superior to Feng Wuchen's. The Yin-Yang family's earth-rank martial techniques were extremely powerful. The Yin-Yang Lord's energy finger was even more powerful than Feng Wuchen's 9 heavens of illusory destruction. The might of one finger pierced through heaven and earth. With such power, killing Feng Wuchen would be a piece of cake. The Yin-Yang Lord was also confident. Have you seen an immortal art before? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he stared coldly at the Yin-Yang Lord. As he spoke, an even more terrifying sword intent emanated from the Dragon God sword. Immortal art? Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the enraged Yin-Yang Lord's ferocious face instantly froze. He looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. When the Yin-Yang Lord sensed the terrifying sword intent emanating from Feng Wuchen's body, his expression changed again. This is an immortal art. The Yin-Yang Lord's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Buzz. Buzz, terrifying destructive power was injected into the Dragon God sword. An extremely destructive sword aura emanated. The void shook violently, and the void within 100,000 feet was enveloped by a resplendent dark red light. It was as if a blood-red space had been formed with Feng Wuchen as the center. However, the most terrifying thing was not the destructive power of the sword aura but the overwhelming aura. It was as if a king had descended upon the world, causing people to bow down to him. Faced with this terrifying aura, the Yin-Yang Lord was terrified. It really is an immortal art. The Yin-Yang Lord trembled all over. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing souls and crying ghosts. Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely as he stared coldly at the white pillar of light. Then, he gripped the Dragon God sword tightly with both hands and slashed down at the white pillar of light. Boom, puff, the instant the divine dragon sword, which contained a destructive sword light, collided with the white pillar of light, the Yin-Yang Lord vomited a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently. Even a medial grade earth-ranked martial technique was unable to resist the might of the celestial art. Forcing Big Brother Feng to use a celestial technique, you really don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiaoxiao laughed complacently, and a beautiful smile appeared on her beautiful face. Great! The Yin-Yang Lord will definitely lose this time. Zhang Zhenlin's face was filled with excitement. Palace Master! Kill him! The Crimson Emperor and the others shouted excitedly. Their previous worries and nervousness had all vanished into thin air. The white pillar of light was powerless to resist. The Dragon God sword sliced through it from head to tail, forcefully destroying the Yin-Yang Lord's power. Buzz! Terrifying energy ripples rolled and spread, destroying the void. Swish, after destroying the white pillar of light, the domineering and terrifying dark red sword gleam continued to charge towards Yin-Yang Lord with a destructive aura. The latter was scared out of his wits. This can't be. This can't be. Yin-Yang Lord shook his head in fear and shock. It was as if he could no longer move. Yin-Yang Lord could not believe that Feng Wuchen, who was only at the 5th level of the heaven tier, had such a powerful battle prowess. It was enough to make him, a genius of the Yin-Yang family, feel terrified. Who exactly is he? How can the dragon race casually pass down a celestial technique to a member of their race? Yin-Yang Lord was increasingly terrified. Rumble. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sword gleam blasted onto Yin-Yang Lord's body. It was as if a towering mountain had crashed into an ant. The explosion was earth-shattering. Yin-Yang Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, and in the next second, he was devoured by the terrifying energy. Yin-Yang Lord's fate was unknown. The terrifying energy ripples from the explosion swept out, and Feng Wuchen himself was sent flying. The sword gleam's power was too terrifying. This sword gleam was enough to defeat Yin-Yang Lord. In this head-on clash, Feng Wuchen defeated Yin-Yang Lord with overwhelming power. However, Feng Wuchen was not injured. The terrifying energy ripples remained in the void for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. The space gradually returned to normal, and the yellow sand in the sky gradually dissipated. Everyone immediately looked at Yin-Yang Lord in the distance. Yin-Yang Lord was still alive, but his terrifying aura was now pitifully weak. Yin-Yang Lord panted heavily. His face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. His injuries were extremely serious, and his body, which was suspended in the air, was swaying. Yin Yang Lord had suffered a crushing defeat in his battle with Feng Wuchen. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful, celestial technique. Yin Yang Lord glared fiercely at Feng Wuchen with half-opened eyes. Yin Yang Lord struggled, and his voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. With that, Yin Yang Lord could not hold on any longer. His vision turned black, and his body fell. Hall Master, kill him! Berserker roared. That's right. Kill him! Huaming and the others shouted. Teacher, you can't kill him. Zhang Junlan hurriedly said, he's from the Yin Yang family. The Yin Yang family's strength is terrifying, far above the God King's temple. We've already provoked the God King's temple. If we provoke the Yin Yang family, we'll probably be in a desperate situation. Zhang Junlan's words immediately silenced the Crimson Emperor and the others. Fear appeared on their faces. Zhang Junlan's words were reasonable. The God King's temple alone was enough to make them fearful. Moreover, the Yin Yang family was even stronger than the God King's temple. Even if Feng Wuchen had the immortal artifact pavilion, he was far from being a match for the Yin Yang family. Feng Wuchen was silent for a moment. Then, he said coldly, if we don't kill him, the news of the divine artifact will definitely be leaked. At that time, it will still attract the Yin Yang family's experts. If we kill him, we won't be able to hide it from the Yin Yang family. Whether we kill him or not, the Yin Yang family will attract them. Since that's the case, why keep him alive? If he's an enemy, he must die. Teacher. Zhang Junlan was speechless. I respect Brother Feng's decision. No matter what, I'll stand on Brother Feng's side, said Ling Xiaoxiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Feng Wuchen descended and came to Yin Yang Lord's side. He said coldly, if you have any last words, say them quickly. I'm really unwilling to die because of your injuries. However, I've already sent the news back to the Yin Yang family. Even if you're a member of the dragon tribe, this enmity has been sowed, said Yin Yang Lord weakly. I forgot to tell you that I'm not a member of the dragon tribe. What does the Yin Yang family want to settle scores with the dragon tribe have to do with me? Besides, can the Yin Yang family defeat the dragon tribe, said Feng Wuchen disdainfully. So, you're not a member of the dragon tribe. In that case, just wait for the Yin Yang family's experts to hunt you down. Everyone related to you won't be able to live. Pissed. Before Yin Yang Lord could finish speaking, the dragon god sword in Feng Wuchen's hand had mercilessly pierced Yin Yang Lord's heart. A large amount of blood gushed out. I hate it when people threaten me the most, said Feng Wuchen coldly. Then, he slowly pulled out the dragon god sword. Yin Yang Lord glared at Feng Wuchen indignantly. He raised his hand strenuously, but in the end, he let it fall. Yin Yang Lord was dead. I, Feng Wuchen, have never needed to look at others when doing things, said Feng Wuchen proudly. What kind of person was Feng Wuchen? He was a monstrous genius who possessed the evil dragon god's memories and experience. Feng Wuchen was never afraid of the Yin Yang family. Palace Master. It's that man from the Fiend tribe. This is troublesome. Hearing this familiar voice, Huan Yang and the others exclaimed in unison. Their faces were instantly filled with fear as their teeth chattered. This is bad. We've lured him here. Zhang Junlan's expression changed drastically. High up in the sky, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the divine transformation realm expert from the Fiend tribe. When this person appeared, an extremely terrifying murderous aura swept out crazily, instantly covering the entire blazing glory Tego desert. The air in the desert seemed to have stilled. An extremely terrifying pressure intimidated Feng Wuchen and the others. This person had searched all over the desert. If he had not sensed the battle energy between Feng Wuchen and the Yin Yang Lord, he would not have been able to find this place. Moreover, this person had already arrived long ago. He was just hiding in the dark to watch the battle. With your cultivation at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, you can actually kill someone at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. This is really unbelievable. What surprised me even more is that you actually possess the dragon bloodline and the immemorial power. You even merged the dragon bloodline into the immemorial power, the man said with a greedy sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man waved his hand. An extremely large amount of green energy instantly enveloped the space within tens of thousands of feet. This time, you can't run away, right? The man sneered with a sinister look on his face. He then looked coldly at Ling Xiaoxiao and sneered, "Heavenly Demon Saintess, although I can't hurt you, you can forget about summoning the experts from your tribe. If you don't hand over the divine artifact today, none of you will be able to leave." Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face sank. Her beautiful eyes turned cold. She then tried to activate her bloodline power to summon, but unfortunately, she failed. "Saintess, don't waste your time," the man sneered as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked extremely arrogant. "Kid from the Dragon Clan, hand over the divine artifact." "Seeing that you are from the Dragon Clan, I will not kill you," said the man coldly as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious gaze. His bone-chilling killing intent locked onto Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at the man with an expressionless face. After a long silence, he said, "You didn't kill me not because I'm a dragon, but because you want to use the Yin family to deal with me. You want to use the dragon race to deal with the Yin family. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking is wrong. I have nothing to do with the dragon race. I just have the dragon bloodline." At this point, Feng Wuchen flashed to Ling Xiaoxiao's side and said coldly, "With our strength, we can't escape, and we're no match for you. You can't break Xiaoxiao's divine transformation boundary either. Even so, let's wait for the experts from the Yin family to come. I've killed the Yin Lord, and the Yin family must know by now." "He wants to break my boundary?" Ling Xiaoxiao said with disdain. She immediately condensed a green boundary to guard against the man's sudden attack. "Do as you wish. I didn't kill him. The Yin family can't do anything to me," the man said gloomily. "Do you think the Yin family will believe me or you? I'm only in the 5th tier of the heaven realm. How can I be a match for the Yin Lord? We have the protection of the boundary, but you don't. If the Yin family sends out experts in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm, it'll be easy to kill you, right?" Feng Wuchen asked mockingly. "Do you think you can escape?" The man's face became gloomier and gloomier. In the end, it became ferocious. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said, "As an expert in the divine transformation realm, don't you know the use of the divine transformation boundary?" The man was completely speechless. His ferocious face kept twitching. "Xiaoxiao, let's go down and cultivate here. We'll wait for the experts from the Yin family to come. We can use this power to protect ourselves," Feng Wuchen said with a slight smile. Feng Wuchen and the others really did just like that. They all sat down cross-legged and cultivated seriously. "Despicable brat." The man gritted his teeth and said angrily. He wanted nothing more than to slap Feng Wuchen into a pulp. However, as someone in the 3rd tier of the divine transformation realm, he really couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. It could be said that he was helpless. Ling Xiaoxiao's divine transformation boundary was far stronger than the man's. It had probably reached the 9th tier of the divine transformation realm. A mere expert in the 3rd tier of the divine transformation realm was powerless to break the boundary. "I should have captured this brat first," the man said viciously in his heart. Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating below, suddenly said gloatingly, "The experts from the Yin family will probably be here soon." The man thought to himself. He secretly decided that the next time he met Feng Wuchen, he would have to capture Feng Wuchen first. This brat will definitely not spread the news of the divine weapon. Since the divine weapon is with him, I'm not in a hurry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's find out where this brat lives first. Thinking of this, the man didn't want to waste any more time. He waved his hand and removed the huge amount of energy. "Brat, you won't be so lucky next time," the man said coldly. He fiercely glanced at Feng Wuchen before disappearing in a flash. Phew. We're finally safe. The divine transformation realm is really scary. Shuefeng let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his face. Luanchen patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, we had Xiaoxiao's boundary. Otherwise, we would have died here." "Don't be careless. I'm afraid he wants to lure us out and then ambush us," Zhang Junlan said solemnly. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. "Let's ignore him for now. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and transmitted his voice, "Restrain your aura and immediately return to the cave to cultivate. That is the safest place. Moreover, there are many treasures. If he doesn't want them, we can take advantage of them." Swish. With a thought, Ling Xiaoxiao used teleportation and brought Feng Wuchen and the group away in a flash. Just as Feng Wuchen and the group disappeared, the man from the evil man tribe appeared again. Just as Zhang Junlan expected, the man didn't leave. Teleportation. Cunning brat, he retracted his aura again. The face of the expert from the evil man tribe turned gloomy. After a few teleportations, Feng Wuchen and the group arrived at the ruins of the ancient city. However, when Feng Wuchen and the group appeared, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wild sand beast. Zhang Junlan shouted in horror. This is the wild sand beast? The desert is almost destroyed, but the wild sand beast still exists. Huan Yang said as he trembled violently. His eyes widened in horror. Xue Feng, Luanchen, and the others were terrified. They were scared out of their wits and their bodies couldn't move. What appeared in front of them was an incomparably huge sand tornado that seemed to cover the entire sky. The wind was fierce, and countless grains of sand sputtered over, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. The huge sand tornado was filled with extremely terrifying fire attribute energy. At this moment, it carried an aura that could destroy the world as it swept over from all directions. This was the natural disaster of the desert, the wild sand beast. Feng Wuchen looked at the ruins of the ancient city not far away and quickly shouted, "Go down quickly. We should be able to make it. Hurry." Wherever the terrifying sand behemoth passed, the desert that had been destroyed beyond recognition was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye under the sweep of the sand. Even cliffs and cracks in the abyss could be filled up in an instant. The wild sand beast was extremely destructive. It was born for destruction. The appearance of the wild sand beast caused the entire blazing Glory Tego desert to boil. The violent fire attribute energy became incomparably violent. It was an extremely terrifying natural disaster. That energy was so strong that even Ling Xiaoxiao didn't dare to say that the divine transformation barrier could withstand it. Teleport. Feng Wuchen and the rest used all their strength and teleported one after another. Swish. Swish, swish. More than a dozen figures flickered continuously, desperately urging their Jinyuan. Their speed was astonishing, leaving behind a large blurry afterimage. Quick! Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously. At this moment, there was only a slim chance of survival. The wild sand beast was getting closer and closer. Feng Wuchen and the rest could feel that extremely terrifying fire attribute energy. If they didn't hurry up, not to mention being roasted, even being roasted into charcoal wouldn't be a problem. Rolling heat waves came, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if their bodies were on fire. Palace Master, it's too late. Niezhong said in horror. It's too fast. We won't make it in time. Huangzhan shouted anxiously. After all, they weren't heaven-tier warriors. In terms of speed, they definitely couldn't be faster than heaven-tier warriors. Seeing the incomparably terrifying wild sand beast approaching, Xue Feng and the rest were in despair. Qilin battle armor. Dragon spirit shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted as he took out his battle armor and used his movement technique. Grab their hands. Feng Wuchen shouted. Even in the face of life and death, as brothers of life and death, Feng Wuchen wouldn't abandon them. Every time he flashed, he would grab a person's hand. His speed was so fast that it was completed in just a second. His speed had reached Feng Wuchen's peak. Swish. Swish, swish. Feng Wuchen's speed instantly increased by several times. Under the terrifying speed, he used teleportation and dived down with Xue Feng and the rest at the fastest speed. If Feng Wuchen and the rest couldn't enter the ancient city before the wild sand beast arrived, the only result would be nothing but ashes. Xiaoxiao. Little Zhang. Quick! Feng Wuchen immediately shouted. The horrifying wild sand behemoth was even more horrifying than the deity transformation realm cultivators of the evil man race. Swish! Swish! Seeing that the wild sand behemoth was only a few dozen meters away from the ancient city, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiao, and the others dived down with all their strength, turning into streaks of black lightning. This was the passageway that they had originally broken through the rocks, and finally, they had entered the passageway without any mistakes. Buzz. Half a second after Feng Wuchen's group rushed into the tunnel, the ancient city was instantly devoured by the sandstorm behemoth. The speed of the enormous sandstorm was astonishing. If they had been half a second slower, they would have been torn to pieces by the sandstorm. In the tunnel, a large amount of yellow sand poured in, as if it wanted to bury Feng Wuchen and the others alive. The entire ancient city trembled violently, and the cavern at the bottom began to collapse. Quickly enter the cave. Block the sand. Feng Wuchen shouted. As long as they could enter the cave abode and form a barrier before it completely collapsed, they would be safe. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and it was extremely thrilling. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen made a move, or else Kuang Zhan and the others would have been devoured by the wild sand behemoth. After entering the cave, Feng Wuchen immediately activated the world extermination power to condense a powerful energy to support the cave that was about to collapse. At the same time, he blocked the entrance of the tunnel to prevent a large amount of yellow sand from pouring in. Phew! We are saved. We are saved. Kuang Zhan's face was full of fear, and he kept patting his chest. Just a little bit more and we would have been finished. It's too terrifying. Wanchen said in fear, and his face was as pale as paper. Xuefeng swallowed his saliva in fear, and said with lingering fear, fortunately, the palace master made a move, or we would have been dead. The wild sand behemoth is too terrifying. The power of a natural disaster is too terrifying. Lung Muching was scared out of his wits, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Even Feng Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. The thrilling moment just now was like a race with the Grim Reaper. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen activated his True Yuan, formed a seal with both hands, and then shouted, Soul-splitting technique. 12 primordial spirit avatars were formed. Soul-splitting technique. Seeing the 12 primordial spirit avatars, Huanyang and the others were overjoyed. Make good use of the violent fire energy in the desert to cultivate. You don't have much time, so hurry up. Also, give me your weapons, I will forge them for you, Feng Wuchen said. Forge. That's great. Zhang Junlan was the first to be excited. One by one, immortal artifacts and spiritual artifacts were taken out and placed in front of Feng Wuchen. Then, they all sat down cross-legged to cultivate, using their primordial spirit avatars to refine the violent fire energy. With the help of the primordial spirit avatars, Huanyang and the others' cultivation speed would increase by several times, and there was hope for them to break through to the celestial realm in the shortest time possible. Time was of the essence, so Feng Wuchen first collected all the spiritual artifacts and immortal artifacts left in the cave, as well as many refining materials, and immediately began to forge. It was a pity that he did not bring the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, otherwise, it would have saved him a lot of time. Forging was undoubtedly a piece of cake for Feng Wuchen. Hence, Feng Wuchen planned to complete the forging first before cultivating. Before coming, Feng Wuchen had already bought a large amount of forging materials at the auction, so forging did not take up much of Feng Wuchen's time. Feng Wuchen's Dragon God sword and boxing gloves needed to be forged. The higher the forging stage, the more powerful they would be. At the same time, after Feng Wuchen and the others narrowly avoided the wild sand beast, the huge and terrifying sand tornado quickly approached the dead Yinyang Lord in the desert. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the Yinyang Lord. It was a middle-aged man, and one could not tell the depth of his cultivation, but he was definitely a terrifying existence. The terrifying wild sand beast was not far away, but the middle-aged man's expression did not change at all. It was as if the wild sand beast did not exist, or as if the wild sand beast could not cause any harm to him. The man squatted down and checked the sword wound on the Yinyang Lord's chest. He frowned slightly and said, High-grade spiritual artifact flying sword. This sword is extraordinary. It has the aura of the dragon race. The person who uses the sword has reached the peak of the sword Dao. It is not an injustice to die under this person's sword. It really is an immortal art. This person is not simple. There is also the aura of the evil men race. They are indeed looking for divine artifacts. He slowly stood up and glanced at the wild sand beast. His expression did not change. The man asked curiously, "What kind of genius has such a sharp sword art?" "This person's sword intent has a spirit that looks down on the world. However, regardless of whether you are from the dragon race or not, you have to pay the price in blood for daring to kill a descendant of the Xianxia family." The man's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and an extremely terrifying killing intent flashed through them. The wild sand behemoth engulfed everything, as if covering the entire sky. Everywhere it passed, the collapsed desert was restored to its original state. The violent and strong fire property was still there and did not disappear because of the appearance of the wild sand beast. After an unknown period of time, the blazing glory Tago desert became peaceful again. The ancient city ruins were buried deep under a layer of yellow sand. Feng Wuchen and the rest were also buried in the underground cave residence. Buried deep underground with the passage sealed, Feng Wuchen and the rest would definitely not have enough oxygen in the cave residence. Therefore, Feng Wuchen opened up the passage first to ensure that they had enough oxygen before forging. Somewhere in a mysterious space, in an extremely large and magnificent palace. In the grand hall, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air with a corpse in his hand. He did not make a sound. The middle-aged man was the one who took Xianxia Lord away in the blazing glory Tago desert. The corpse belonged to Xianxia Lord. This huge and magnificent palace was the palace of the Xianxia family. We were too late. On the main seat, an old man with white hair and beard frowned slightly, giving off a dignified feeling. "Great Ming, who did this?" An elder frowned and asked with anger on his face. Great Ming shook his head and said, "Xianxia Lord only told me that this person has the dragon bloodline and Taigu power, but I don't know his name. This person has nothing to do with the dragon tribe. He just got the dragon bloodline by chance. Other than that, there is no other information. It seems that the situation was very dangerous. He has the dragon bloodline but has nothing to do with the dragon tribe?" On the main seat, the old man frowned again, as if he had never heard of such a strange thing. This person can kill Xianxia Lord, so he is not weak. Perhaps he has reached the heaven realm. Judging from the wound, this person is very skilled in the field of sword principle. Such a sharp sword wound is not the work of an ordinary person. A middle-aged man checked Xianxia Lord's wound and said lightly. The great priest is right. This person has reached the peak of sword principle. There is no such genius in the entire Xianxia family. Great Ming nodded. In the blazing glory Tago desert, I also sensed the aura of the evil men tribe. They must be after the divine weapon. When I arrived, there was only the corpse of the Xianxia monarch and no one else. I'm afraid that the divine weapon has been taken away by the evil men tribe. Great Ming guessed. The reason why the evil humans tribe is snatching the divine weapon is because they want the position of the tribe leader. Xiao Ming, go to the evil humans tribe later. If they agree to hand over the divine weapon, the Xianxia family will help them snatch the position of the tribe leader. It was as if helping the evil man race obtain the position of clan chief was something insignificant. Yes. High Priestess. Young Master Ming accepted the order respectfully. That's right, the person who killed the Xianxia Lord knows the heavenly monster saintess, Ling Xiaoxiao. At that time, Ling Xiaoxiao was also in the blazing glory Tago desert. This person said that he had nothing to do with the dragon race, so he must be lying. Otherwise, how could he know the heavenly monster saintess? Great Ming added. Xiaoxiao? Hearing Great Ming's words, a surprised voice suddenly came from the main hall. Young master. Hearing this surprised voice, other than the Xianxia family leader and elders, the high priestess, Great Ming, young master Ming, and the upper echelons of the Xianxia family knelt down on one knee respectfully. Pung, a terrifying killing aura spread out in the main hall. Following which, the Xianxia Lord's corpse burst into flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Knowing that Xiaoxiao was present, you still dared to attack. You deserve to die. The Xianxia young master's cold voice resounded in the main hall. Don't let me find out who dares to attack in front of Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, the Xianxia Lord will be your example. The Xianxia young master's cold voice sounded again. A terrifying aura swept through the entire main hall. It was terrifying. Yes. Young master. The high priestess and the others replied respectfully. They were all scared out of their wits and broke out in cold sweat. "Hunter, don't be rude," the old man on the main seat said indifferently. After the old man spoke, the terrifying aura disappeared. "Great Ming, immediately send someone to find out who is beside Xiao," the young master said. "Yes. Young master." Great Ming accepted the order respectfully. In the ancient city of ruins. Level 6 forging. Inside the cave, Feng Wuchen revealed a gratified smile. The Dragon God sword had been upgraded from level 2 forging to level 6 forging. It had been upgraded by 4 levels, and its power had increased by several folds. Other than that, the weapons of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others had also been upgraded to level 5 forging. Even if their cultivation base did not increase, their combat power had definitely increased by several folds. In just a few days, Feng Wuchen had already upgraded the weapons of Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to level 5 forging. "I still need time to break through to level 6 celestial realm," Feng Wuchen mumbled. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and the others, and thought to himself, that's enough. For Huanyang and the others to break through to celestial realm, even with the help of Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit clone, it would take at least 2 months. With Feng Wuchen's talent, 2 months would be enough for him to break through to level 6 celestial realm. Feng Wuchen took out his treasures and circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique. At the same time, he absorbed the violent fire attribute energy. With the dual energy supply, Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was extremely shocking. He did not lose out to Zhang Junlan and the others who had the help of his primordial spirit clone. With so many treasures, breaking through to level 6 celestial realm won't be a problem, Feng Wuchen mumbled. Dragon race? In a mysterious palace hall, an old man frowned deeply. His face was solemn. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "That's right. He has the dragon race's bloodline. His cultivation base is only at level 5 celestial realm, but he can defeat and kill a level 9 celestial realm Yin-Yang Lord. A level 5 celestial realm martial artist killed a level 6 celestial realm martial artist?" An elder's face was filled with shock as he looked at the middle-aged man. The man nodded and said with a silly look, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He even has the primordial power. The divine artifact is in his hands." The heavenly demon saintess was there too. She had the soul formation barrier. "I couldn't do anything to her." "Fool. Can't you just capture that kid?" Another elder scolded. Hearing that, the man said awkwardly, I thought so too. But that kid is too cunning. Before I could do anything, he hid in the barrier. I couldn't do anything. He's not cunning. You're just too stupid," another elder scolded angrily. I didn't know that kid was so cunning." The man muttered softly, looking aggrieved. "Humph." On the main seat, an elder snorted angrily and said, "Send someone to investigate that kid. Get the divine artifact back as soon as possible." Yes. "I'll go right away." The man nodded in horror. "We shouldn't have sent that piece of trash," an elder said angrily. His face was extremely ugly. Feng Wuchen's group cultivated for 2 months. Without the help of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, relying on natural treasures and violent fire attribute power, Feng Wuchen successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Moreover, it only took slightly more than a month's time. In the remaining time, Feng Wuchen studied powerful martial techniques. The enemy's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Apart from increasing his cultivation, Feng Wuchen also needed to cultivate more powerful martial techniques. Under the violent and intense fire attribute cultivation, Ling Xiaoxiao broke through to the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, Zhang Junlan broke through to the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, and the Crimson Emperor broke through to the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Yi Tianwei even broke through to the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. As for Huanyang and Luanshan, they also finally broke through to the 1st level of the Heaven Realm. Huanyang even reached the peak of the 1st level of the Heaven Realm. In 2 months' time, they had an astonishing improvement. Apart from the violent fire attribute power and natural treasures, their fast cultivation speed was also because of Feng Wuchen's soul-splitting art. Although using the soul-splitting art once would result in sequelae, it was not a problem for Feng Wuchen. The 7-treasure primordial spirit pill was enough to awaken the sleeping primordial spirit. In short, in these 2 months, Feng Wuchen and the rest's combat strength had greatly improved. Hall Master, we broke through to the heaven realm. Lung Muching was extremely excited, his face filled with ecstasy. The power of the heaven realm is indeed powerful. Haha. This trip to the desert was indeed not in vain. Shui Feng and the rest were all excited. After resting for a while, we'll return to the Dragon God Temple. It's also time to go to the Mirage Sea Realm, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, his eyes flashing with a frightening light. During the trip to the Blazing Glory Tego Desert, not only did they obtain many treasures and refining materials, their cultivation also increased at an astonishing rate. Feng Wuchen and the rest could be said to be wild with joy. In these 2 months, Feng Wuchen and the rest had been cultivating under the desert. The people sent by the Fiend race and the Yinyang family did not find any news about Feng Wuchen. Welcome, Palace Master. In the Dragon God Temple, everyone roared excitedly and respectfully. Their loud and clear voices resounded throughout Mount Dendi. In the past 2 months, the cultivation of everyone in the Shenlong Temple had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was also thanks to Feng Wuchen and the others who had obtained a large number of treasures from the sealing formation of the Divine Retribution Force for everyone in the Shenlong Temple to cultivate. Big Brother Huanyang and the others have all broken through to the heaven tier. One of the brothers exclaimed. Crimson Emperor, that brat, is about to catch up to me. He broke through 2 stages in 2 months. Yi Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. Nan Gongzhan sucked in a cold breath and said, they actually all broke through to Deva Realm. Yi Tianwei has broken through to the 8th level. Where did they go to cultivate? His cultivation has improved so quickly. Lu Qingyang's face was also full of shock. Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Feng must have broken through to the 6th level of the heaven tier. Miao Qingqing said with absolute certainty. Everyone in the Dragon Temple was shocked. Swish. Swish. Above the Shenlong Temple, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and 7 dazzling weapons swooped down, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. These were the celestial artifacts obtained from the cave abode in the ancient city of ruins. Yi Tianqing, Nangongzhan, Beidu Yin, Lan Yu, and the others each had a celestial artifact floating in front of them, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Celestial artifact. Yi Tianqing and the others' eyes widened in shock, feeling as if they were dreaming. The extremely terrifying aura of the celestial artifacts enveloped the entire Dendi Mountain, and the Shenlong Temple fell into a short silence. The 7 celestial artifacts were all stunned. Drip blood to bind them. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, then looked at everyone, and a domineering aura erupted. Feng Wuchen said, Shenlong Temple, listen up. Today, we will set off to crusade against the Mirage Sea Realm. Crusade against the Mirage Sea Realm. Everyone in the Shenlong Temple roared. Their aura was majestic, and their iron-blooded killing intent soared into the sky. Yi Tianwei, go to the Mirage Sea Realm immediately and spread the news that the Shenlong Temple of the Astral World wants revenge. Give them time to prepare. Feng Wuchen ordered. Give the major forces of the Mirage Sea Realm time to prepare? It seemed that Feng Wuchen planned to wipe out all the major forces of the Mirage Sea Realm in one fell swoop. Of course, the major forces that Feng Wuchen referred to were the major forces that attacked the Shenlong Temple. The other major forces were not included. Yes. Yi Tianwei accepted the order respectfully. Without thinking much, he immediately flew to the Mirage Sea Realm. Teacher, do you need me to go back and send experts to help? Zhang Junlan asked, looking at Feng Wuchen. No need. Feng Wuchen shook his head, then took out a token. The token was engraved with the word immortal. This was the token that the pavilion master of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion gave to Feng Wuchen. He had not contacted the Immortal Artifact Pavilion for a long time, and now was the time. Feng Wuchen activated his vital essence and injected it into the token. The token flashed with white light. At this moment, in the main hall of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. The pavilion master, Qi Yuan, sensed it immediately. Master. Qi Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully. The elders and the upper echelons of the immortal artifact pavilion all sensed the aura that filled the main hall and rushed over immediately. "Greetings, Master." The elders and the upper echelons bowed respectfully. Even though Feng Wuchen had been here for a long time, the immortal artifact pavilion's attitude did not change. Feng Wuchen was very satisfied with the immortal artifact pavilion's attitude. "I want to destroy all the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm. I want 10 Heaven Realm experts." Feng Wuchen said slowly, in a commanding tone. "Yes, Master," Qi Yuan said respectfully without hesitation. For the fairy weapon pavilion, 10 warriors of the Heaven Realm were nothing. "At the Holy Sun sect," Feng Wuchen said lightly. With that, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared from the main hall. After Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared, Qi Yuan immediately ordered, "Chief Commander, take 10 Heaven Realm experts to the Holy Sun sect immediately and help Master destroy all the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm." "Yes." The Chief Commander accepted the order respectfully. The news of the Dragon Temple attacking the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm had already spread throughout the Mirage Sea realm. The major forces who heard the news were in an uproar. Anger and fear appeared on the faces of the experts of the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm. Dendi wants to destroy all the major forces of the Mirage Sea realm. Will the Jiang family be included? The upper echelons of the Jiang family were in a panic. "It's over. It's over." The last time the Dragon Temple was attacked, the young master of the Zhang family seemed to have a good relationship with the Dragon Temple. "If the Zhang family sends experts, we..." Freedom Palace was terrified. "Old man has already warned you that Dendi is not to be trifled with. It's too late for regrets now." The major forces were already in a panic. In the Holy Sun sect, the sect leader and the upper echelons looked gloomy. The main hall was filled with a strange atmosphere. The sect leader's face was extremely ugly. He glared at Duan Moling fiercely. Duan Moling did not know about Feng Wuchen at the alchemy conference. He only learned that Feng Wuchen was Dendi after returning from the Dragon Temple. Even the grade 8 alchemist Xianxia had to be respectful in front of Feng Wuchen, let alone the Holy Sun sect. "I heard that the Dragon Temple is going to attack the major factions of the Mirage Sea realm. Is that true? What's the origin of the Dragon Temple? Is it very strong? How arrogant. They're overestimating themselves. If the Dragon Temple dares to come, the major factions of the Mirage Sea realm will definitely make it a one-way trip." After the news spread, countless cultivators of the Mirage Sea realm were puzzled and disdainful. The Mirage Sea realm was not familiar with the Dragon Temple. They had never even heard of it. If it was a major faction, it would definitely be famous in the Wuji domain. However, they had never heard of it. It was undoubtedly some ignorant small faction. Since it was a small faction, why would the cultivators of the Mirage Sea realm take it seriously? In the Immortal Sea and of Tianhai City, Mo Linger and Zhuge Lianqing also heard the news. It shocked them. Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. How dare he openly provoke the major factions of the Mirage Sea realm? Zhuge Lianqing said angrily as he clenched his fists. Mo Linger's face was extremely cold. She said coldly, arrogant and conceited. "Don't think that you can stir up trouble in the Mirage Sea realm just because you made a name for yourself at the alchemy conference." Mo Linger and Zhuge Lianqing only knew that others called Feng Wuchen Dendi, but they did not know what Dendi represented. They also did not know what happened after the alchemy conference. However, all the experts who knew what happened after the alchemy conference expressed their support for Feng Wuchen after hearing the news. Especially the alchemists, including Tian Xianzi, even though they were from the Mirage Sea realm, they all expressed their support for Feng Wuchen. At this moment, Tian Xianzi and many powerful alchemists were already prepared to welcome Feng Wuchen. In the square of the Dragon Temple, everyone from the Dragon Temple was fully prepared. "Let's go." Above the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen roared. Swish! Swish, swish! Everyone from the Dragon Temple soared into the sky. With Feng Wuchen in the lead, hundreds of people flew towards the Mirage Sea realm in an imposing manner. At the same time, the commander of the Fairy Artifact Pavilion had already led 10 Heaven Realm experts to the Saint Sun sect. A great battle was about to break out. The various factions that had attacked the Dragon God Temple back then knew very well why Feng Wuchen was attacking the various factions in the Mirage Sea realm. It was because the Dragon God Temple wanted revenge. If they didn't know the relationship between the Dragon God Temple and Zhang Junlan, the various major factions in the Mirage Sea realm would have yearned for Feng Wuchen to attack. But now that they knew that the Dragon God Temple was closely related to Zhang Junlan, all they could do was panic. The Zhang clan was one of the giants of the limitless domain. Other than the immortal artifact pavilion, no one dared to challenge the Zhang clan's prestige. Waves of majestic aura and iron-blooded killing intent spread out from the people of the Dragon God Temple. Everywhere they passed, many cultivators trembled in fear. They're here. The people from Dragon God Temple are here. What a terrifying killing intent. This is the iron-blooded killing intent of a soldier. There are at least 500 of them. Over a dozen Sky Human Stage cultivators and the rest were all above the 7th level of Sky Origin Stage. Most of them are at the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage. When the people of the Dragon God Temple stepped into the Mirage Sea realm, many cultivators exclaimed. They might not be afraid of the Sky Human Stage cultivators, but it was not enough to shock them because all the major factions in the Mirage Sea realm had Sky Human Stage cultivators and even Heaven Realm cultivators. But 500 powerhouses above the 7th level of the Celestial Realm made them extremely shocked. Even the major factions in the Mirage Sea realm dared not say that they had 500 Sky Human Stage cultivators above the 7th level of Sky Origin Stage. After a while, who knew how many people would break through to the Sky Human Stage? Moreover, the brothers of the Dragon God Temple were all powerful. Not only did they cultivate the Supreme Body, but they also cultivated powerful exercises and martial arts techniques. Enemies of the same level were no match for them. The potential of the Dragon God Temple was so great that it was enough to make people fearful. It was only a matter of time before the people of the Dragon God Temple broke through to the Sky Human Stage. Once they broke through, they would be able to squeeze into one of the major factions in the Wuji domain. Moreover, with Han Kuan, the strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the Wuji domain, it was enough to make the major factions fearful. After stepping into the Mirage Sea realm, the closest to them was Xiaoyao Palace. Yi Tianwei was already waiting near Xiaoyao Palace. The upper echelons of Xiaoyao Palace had already been killed by the immortal artifact pavilion cultivators on Lin Moyang's birthday. In addition, when they attacked the Dragon God Temple, many Sky Human Stage cultivators were killed. The current Xiaoyao Palace was only at the 7th level of Sky Human Stage. It was no longer a major faction. Inside Xiaoyao Palace, everyone was panicking. Xiaoyao Palace now only had 5 Sky Human Stage cultivators. Even if they had thousands of disciples, it was useless. Palace Master, they are here. On a mountain peak near Xiaoyao Palace, Yi Tianwei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the distant sky. A majestic aura and a murderous aura spread over. They were the Dragon God Temple cultivators, with Feng Wuchen as the leader. More than 500 people from the Dragon God Temple flew over at an amazing speed. They are here. They are here. The Dragon God Temple is here. What a terrifying murderous aura. More than a dozen Sky Human Stage cultivators. It's over. It's over. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura and majestic aura, the people of Xiaoyao Palace became more and more panicked. The timid disciples had already secretly fled. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, Feng Wuchen and more than 500 soldiers from the Dragon God Temple appeared above Xiaoyao Palace. The majestic aura instantly enveloped the entire Xiaoyao Palace. Palace Master. Yi Tianwei flashed over. Feng Wuchen. Don't you go too far. The leader of the 7th level Sky Human Stage cultivators roared in fear and panic. Xiaoyao Palace attacked my Dragon God Temple first. Today, the Dragon God Temple is here to crusade. Kill them all. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any human emotions. Kill. Buzz buzz. Huanyang and Luanshan both roared at the same time. The murderous aura of the Dragon God Temple exploded. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple activated their true origin. The tyrannical power shook the entire Xiaoyao Palace. Yi Tianwei, Yi Tianqing, and Bai Duyan all attacked. Their goal was to kill the Sky Human Stage cultivators of Xiaoyao Palace. Bastards! Fight it out with them. the man in the lead roared. Overconfident. Brothers. Kill to your heart's content. Don't leave a single one alive. Huan Yang roared aggressively. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. They all used teleportation. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple started a crazy massacre. Hundreds of figures flashed one after another. It was strange and magical. Wherever they passed, more than 500 people of Xiaoyao Palace were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, more than 500 people died. How terrifying was the speed of death? How is this possible? The 7th level Sky Human Stage Cultivator was terrified. He couldn't help but recall the horrifying scene in the Dragon God Temple. The disciples of Xiaoyao Palace were all stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. Their eyes were filled with despair. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple flashed again. More than 500 disciples died without any warning. They didn't even know how they died. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple slaughtered crazily. They were cold-blooded and ruthless. In less than a minute, thousands of disciples of Xiaoyao Palace died. Blood flowed like a river, and bodies were everywhere. 7th level Sky Human Stage Cultivators are just SOSO. Yi Tianwei's face was full of disdain. It was just a leaf, but it instantly pierced the heart of the 7th level Sky Human Stage Cultivator. The latter died on the spot. It's too terrifying. The Shenlong Temple is too powerful. Thousands of people died in the blink of an eye. Are they still human? It's too cruel. The onlookers who had rushed over to watch were all frightened by the cruel scene in front of them. They were extremely terrified. They had just arrived and Xiaoyao Palace had already been destroyed. The speed of Xiaoyao Palace's destruction was beyond their imagination. The horror of the Shenlong Temple was deeply engraved in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. As long as there were no Heaven Realm elites, the Shenlong Temple was the overlord. When the Shenlong Temple rushed to the next target, the news of Xiaoyao Palace's destruction had begun to spread. The Shenlong Temple's path of slaughter had begun. Feng Wuchen wanted to subdue the Wuji domain, and the Mirage Sea realm had definitely served as a deterrent. Feng Wuchen wanted to use cold-blooded and cruel means to intimidate the bigger forces in the Wuji domain and let them know the horror of the Shenlong Temple. Half an hour later, the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple arrived at the Phantom Sect. In just 2 minutes, the Phantom Sect was destroyed. All the disciples died tragically. Blood flowed like a river. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. The Luan Tian Hall, the Wind Moon Sect, the Sky Sword Sect, the Thousand Cloud Valley, and other major forces were destroyed one after another by the Shenlong Temple. Everyone died tragically. One major force after another was destroyed. After the news spread, the Shenlong Temple's reputation shook the Mirage Sea realm. The Sky Sword Sect, the Thousand Cloud Valley, and other major forces have been destroyed. How powerful is the Shenlong Temple? It's too cruel. No one is left alive. The Shenlong Temple's next target is the Sky Martial Arts Sect. I wonder if the Sky Martial Arts Sect can stop the Shenlong Temple. Countless cultivators in the Mirage Sea realm were in a panic. They had never known that the Shenlong Temple's strength was so terrifying. The major forces in the Mirage Sea realm were destroyed one after another. These destroyed major forces had attacked the Shenlong Temple. Their leaders and upper echelons were all killed by the Immortal Artifact Pavilion elites. They were powerless to resist the Shenlong Temple's ferocious attack. After destroying many major forces, the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple were covered in the enemy's blood. Each of them was like a god of death. It was frightening to look at them. Enemies must be killed and uprooted. The Shenlong Temple was ruthless and cold-blooded. The Heavenly Martial School was a major force that the Dragon Temple was about to destroy. The Heavenly Martial School had warriors in the Heaven Realm, so it was much more powerful than the superpowers that had been destroyed. The Heavenly Martial School was very powerful. It had thousands of disciples, more than a dozen warriors in the Celestial Being Realm, and one warrior in the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. Even though the Master and Elders had been killed, they were still powerful. Led by Feng Wuchen, the people of Dragon Temple were already in the sky above the Sky Martial Sect Palace. They were aggressive and murderous. Their majestic aura covered the entire Sky Martial sect. Along the way, the Heavenly Martial Arts sect is the eighth, Feng Wuchen said emotionlessly. His voice was extremely cold. The Dragon God Temple had already annihilated 7 major forces along the way. Anyone who heard of such a terrifying massacre couldn't help but tremble. Feng Wuchen, I think you're here to die. The leader of the group was the Heavenly Martial School's Deacon Elder. He had not attended Lin Moyang's birthday celebration because he was in seclusion. That was why he had survived. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "That's not necessarily true. Since the Dragon God Temple is here, they can destroy you. You're boasting shamelessly." A warrior in the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm said disdainfully. "You'll know in a while whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not." Yi Tianqing sneered mockingly. The soldiers of Dragon God Temple also sneered ferociously. They all looked confident that they could defeat the Sky Martial School. "Young Master Zhang, old man, I don't care what relationship you have with Feng Wuchen. The Sky Martial School has never wanted to be the enemy of the Zhangs. If you want to interfere, don't blame me for being merciless." The Deacon Elder looked at Zhang Junlan and shouted coldly. In front of the enemy, the Deacon Elder couldn't care less. As long as he could save his life, even if Zhang Junlan was the young master of the Zhangs, he would not hesitate to kill him. "Let's see what you can do," Zhang Junlan replied coldly. The Deacon Elder's face was gloomy and murderous. He opened his mouth and roared, "Destroy the Dragon God Temple. Avenge the Master and the Elders. Kill." The people of the Sky Martial School roared with majestic momentum. "Kill without mercy," Feng Wuchen said fiercely. With a grab of his hand, the Dragon God Temple appeared out of thin air. "Kill." The brothers of the Dragon God Temple roared excitedly. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. "Feng Wuchen, give me your life." The Deacon Elder soared into the sky and roared fiercely. The horrible power of the second LV of the Heaven Realm broke out, and the horrible energy swept wildly. "You can't kill me," Feng Wuchen said coldly without fear. "Phew." The moment Feng Wuchen finished his words, a black shadow suddenly appeared. Its speed was very horrible, as if it had moved in an instant. An extremely horrible breath spread out from this person. For a moment, the people of the Sky Martial School who hadn't fought yet were scared out of their wits by this horrible breath. The black shadow intercepted the Deacon Elder. The Deacon Elder was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the shadow that he hurriedly stopped. His old face was full of horror. There was a master hiding in the dark. And the Deacon Elder didn't notice at all. This showed how terrifying this person's strength was. 8th LV of the Heaven Realm. The Deacon Elder was terrified. When he saw the person's face clearly, he was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost knelt down. Immortal. Immortal Artifact Pavilions. Domain Chief. The Deacon Elder looked at the man with extreme fear. At this moment, he was in despair. The person who came was the Immortal Artifact Pavilion's Domain Chief, a horrible master of the 8th LV of the Heaven Realm. "How dare you?" the Domain Chief said coldly, his eyes full of boundless murderous intent. The Deacon Elder finally understood that the Dragon God Temple dared to attack the Mirage Sea Realm because they had the backing of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion's Domain Chief. "Domain Chief, please spare." The terrified and desperate Deacon Elder trembled and begged for mercy. But before he could finish, he couldn't speak for the rest of his life. Boom! The Domain Chief attacked without hesitation. He slammed his palm on the Deacon Elder's head. It looked like an ordinary palm, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. It shook the Deacon Elder into a cloud of blood mist and turned him into ashes. Deacon Elder. The thousands of Heavenly Martial Gate disciples were terrified. Their psychological defenses had completely collapsed. "Kill without mercy," Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. He swooped down with the Dragon God sword in hand. "Kill." The Dragon God Temple soldiers roared angrily again. Feng Wuchen took action personally. He activated the World Annihilation power and conjured the Qilin armor. TSK. TSK, Tisk. With instant transmission, Feng Wuchen's figure transformed into streaks of blood light. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Heavenly Martial Gates Heaven Realm Masters had their throats slit, they killed their enemies in an instant. Wherever the Dragon God Temple soldiers passed, the Heavenly Martial Gate disciples fell in batches at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the Heaven Realm Masters, the Heavenly Martial Gate disciples who were already in despair were powerless against the beast-like Dragon God Temple. Level 6 Forging, Level 6 Celestial Realm. Denda's strength is really terrifying. Dendi is ruthless. Anyone who goes against him will definitely die. High up in the sky, the great leader of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion looked at Feng Wuchen and was extremely shocked. When Feng Wuchen went to the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, Feng Wuchen was only at the Heavenly Origin Realm. Now, he had risen to the Level 6 Celestial Realm. The terrifying cultivation speed shocked the great leader. Denda's power is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's the legendary ancient power, or even the ancient power. Denda's realm, the magical power of one thought, and the ability to forge high-grade immortal artifacts. Such a terrifying genius is absolutely unparalleled in the continent. Even the young master of the Yinyang family can't be compared to Dendi. With Denda's talent, in a few years, he will definitely surpass the young master of the Yinyang family. The Pavilion. Master's decision seems to be right. Dendi has such terrifying ability at such a young age. There must be a peerless expert behind him. I'm afraid it's the legendary True God Realm expert. The great leader muttered to himself. In addition to respect for Feng Wuchen, there was now a hint of fear. The great leader had seen too many geniuses, but he had never seen a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was the first. After destroying the Heavenly Martial Sect, Feng Wuchen shook off the blood on the Dragon God sword with a smile on his face. Brothers, good job killing. They are enemies, they must die. Huanyang, Luanchen, and the other soldiers roared one after another. Their iron-blooded murderous aura swept out crazily. Next? Feng Wuchen sneered fiercely. The destruction of the Heavenly Martial Sect was already the eighth force destroyed by the Dragon Temple. The onlookers were so frightened that they could not speak. They were all frozen in place as if they had been petrified. Even after the people of the Dragon Temple had left, they still had not recovered. Feng Wuchen had not gone to the Holy Sun sect because he wanted to stay until the very end. He wanted to clear out all the small fries before dealing with the Holy Sun sect. The Heavenly Martial Sect has been destroyed. The Heavenly Martial Sect has been destroyed. The Dragon God Temple is too terrifying. No one from the Heavenly Martial Sect was spared. Everyone was killed. Including the Heavenly Martial Sect, this is the eighth force that has been massacred. How many more forces does the Dragon Temple want to destroy? As the news of the Heavenly Martial Sect being massacred spread, it shook the factions and family clans in the Mirage Sea realm. Countless cultivators were in a state of panic. At the rate of the massacre, the various factions in the Mirage Sea realm would probably be wiped out. Who could stop such a terrifying Dragon God Temple? The Dragon God Temple massacred all the major forces with unstoppable momentum. It was simply killing gods and Buddhas. No one was a match for them. The existence of the Dragon God Temple was like the palace of the King of Hell, and Feng Wuchen was the King of Hell in charge of life and death. If he told you to die, you had to die. This was definitely the most tragic incident in the history of the Mirage Sea realm. When the major forces that had attacked the Dragon God Temple learned that the Heavenly Martial Sect had also been massacred, they were in complete despair. It was unknown how many of them had already fled their factions. If they did not flee, only death awaited them. Now, the Dragon God Temple had become an existence that struck fear in the hearts of everyone in the Mirage Sea realm. Following that, the Purple Wind Hall, Skycloud Pavilion, and Xiandao sect were massacred one after another. No one could escape the clutches of death. Along the way, the Dragon God Temple soldiers were massacred without a single casualty. They were the incarnations of the God of War, the invincible God of War. The Dragon God Temple soldiers were covered in the blood of their enemies. Every step they took left a blood-colored footprint. They were completely covered in blood. Blood was still dripping from their bodies. It was very frightening. 11. The Dragon God Temple massacred as many as 11 major forces. Next. Feng Wuchen held the Dragon God sword in his hand. His aura was monstrous and majestic. Hall Master, only the Xingyang sect is left among the major forces that attacked us. The other forces have been destroyed, Yi Tianwei said. Only the Xinjiang sect? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a sneer. Brothers, let's go to the Xinjiang sect. The Xinjiang sect was the most powerful force in the Mirage Sea realm. Its strength was extremely tyrannical. But the Dragon God Temple was not afraid at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Led by Feng Wuchen, hundreds of soldiers from the Dragon God Temple flew toward the Xinjiang sect. Their monstrous aura and iron-blooded killing intent were soul-stirring. The Xinjiang sect was the last battle for the Dragon God Temple. The Dragon God Temple has destroyed another 3 major forces. It's terrifying. The Dragon God Temple is going to the Xinjiang sect. Oh my god, does the Dragon God Temple still want to destroy the most powerful force in the Mirage Sea realm? The Dragon God Temple has no warriors of the Heaven realm. How dare they go to the Xinjiang sect? Are they confident that they can destroy the Xinjiang sect? Knowing that the Dragon God Temple was going to the Xinjiang sect, countless cultivators in the Mirage Sea realm were even more terrified. The Dragon God Temple had shocked them so much that they felt that the Xinjiang sect could not stop the Dragon God Temple. The news spread like wildfire across the Mirage Sea realm. All the cultivators who received the news were terrified. In the Immortal Sea Tower, Mo Linger and Zhuge Lianqing were also dumbfounded. 11 forces were massacred. Mo Linger's mouth was wide open. Her pretty face was full of shock and disbelief. The Heavenly Martial Arts sect was also massacred? How is this possible? Zhuge Lianqing was dumbfounded. He stammered and trembled all over. That's right. The Dragon God Temple is now on the way to the Xinjiang sect. The Dragon God Temple's strength is too terrifying. I don't even know if the Xinjiang sect can stop the Dragon God Temple. Hearing this, Mo Linger suddenly woke up and hurriedly said, Brother Zhuge, let's go to the Xinjiang sect. At this moment, many powerful cultivators were already rushing to the Xinjiang sect. They wanted to see the final result. Wherever the Dragon God Temple passed, the people of the Mirage Sea realm were terrified. It was as if they had seen a ghost. The news of the Mirage Sea realm's 11 major forces being massacred by the Dragon God Temple had also spread to the Xinjiang sect. In the Xinjiang sect, the elders and the upper echelons were full of panic and worry. Only the sect leader's face was gloomy. Duan Moling's face was full of shock and disbelief. He knew the strength of the Dragon God Temple very well. It was impossible for them to massacre so many major forces in the Mirage Sea realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Martial Arts sect had a Heaven Realm Master. No matter how strong the Dragon God Temple was, they did not have a Heaven Realm Master. How could they destroy the Heavenly Martial Arts sect? However, the news had already spread in the Mirage Sea realm. Duan Moling had to believe it. The main hall of the Xinjiang sect was dead silent. The atmosphere was extremely strange. No one dared to speak. Led by Feng Wuchen, hundreds of soldiers from the Dragon God Temple were approaching the Xinjiang sect. They're here. In the main hall, the sect leader frowned deeply. He had already felt the murderous aura and shocking momentum. The monstrous momentum and terrifying murderous aura of the soldiers of the Dragon God Temple rolled over like an avalanche, quickly enveloping the Xinjiang sect. In the Xinjiang sect, many powerful cultivators and disciples trembled in fear. Pairs of eyes swept across the sky. Duan Moling. Come out and accept your death. A roar filled with majesty resounded throughout the entire Holy Sun sect. Feng Wuchen dared to call out the young sect master of the Holy Sun sect to come out and accept his death, arrogant. Extremely arrogant, the roar was filled with deterrence, scaring the disciples of the Holy Sun sect so much that their faces turned pale, revealing a look of horror. The Dragon God Temple had wiped out 11 major factions in a bloodbath. Such brutal means left even the strongest faction in the Mirage Sea realm stunned. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Holy Sun sect gathered in the huge square. The sect master, elders, and many of the upper echelons had already walked out of the hall. Everyone's eyes were looking up at the sky. Everyone in the Holy Sun sect looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. High up in the sky, a scene that terrified everyone in the Holy Sun sect appeared. Hundreds of people from the Dragon Temple used very mysterious and strange movement techniques. In a flash, they appeared above the Holy Sun sect in an instant. A second ago, they were still high up in the sky. Everyone in the Holy Sun sect saw countless figures flashing in the sky. In the next second, the people from the Dragon Temple had appeared above the Holy Sun sect. What a mysterious movement technique. The moment they disappeared, their aura disappeared as well. It was as if they were not in the same space, and each of them had cultivated it. The sect master was extremely shocked. What kind of movement technique is this? I've never seen it before. Bloody murderous aura. Are they soldiers? And they have such a powerful movement technique. They are from the Dragon Temple? The elders and upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect were also shocked. They were all shocked by the movement technique of the Dragon Temple soldiers. This is the movement technique Feng Wuchen used back then. Everyone in the Dragon Temple knows it. Duan Moling frowned, his face extremely gloomy. Above the palace, the murderous aura of the Dragon Temple soldiers covered the entire Holy Sun sect. It was full of bloodthirsty murderous aura that terrified everyone. However, what frightened the people of the Holy Sun sect even more was that the people from the Dragon Temple were covered in blood like blood demons. That battle alone was enough to scare the enemy out of their wits. Seeing the appearance of the people from the Dragon Temple, the disciples of the Holy Sun sect could not help but tremble. Beep. Beep, with the appearance of the people from the Dragon Temple, the sound of water dripping sounded on the square. It was not rain, but blood. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground of the square and onto the disciples of the Holy Sun clan, waking them up. Fresh blood was dripping from the bodies of the Dragon God Temple's soldiers. They were like blood men, and even more so, they were like blood-soaked war gods. It was as if a rain of blood was falling from the sky. The scene was so bizarre that it made one's heart tremble. Young Master Zhang. Young Master. The continent's #1 genius artificer. Young Master. Young Master Zhang was still standing behind that person. We Lord's Lord. When the disciples of the Xingyang clan saw Zhang Junlan, their expressions changed drastically. Fear crept onto their faces and many of them could not even stand properly. Clan leader Duan Zhong and the elders looked extremely upset. The Zhang clan's existence was not something the Holy Sun clan could challenge. Lord, the Dragon Temple has no one in the heaven realm. The strongest is only at the 8th level of the celestial realm. This man is Yi Tianwei, the genius disciple of the Shenwu sect in the western region. The Dragon Temple could massacre the Tianwu sect because of either the Zhang clan or the help of the Shenwu sect, or Hankuan. An elder frowned. I'm afraid the Dragon Temple will not let this go, another elder said solemnly. Duan Zhong did not speak, but a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen took a step in the void and glanced coldly at everyone from the Holy Sun sect. Finally, his gaze fell on Duan Moling. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. He sneered and said, Duan Moling, we meet again. It's been 2 months since we last met, but your cultivation doesn't seem to have improved. 2 months ago, you led the experts from the various major factions in the Mirage Sea realm to attack my Dragon God Temple. If I hadn't been busy, you wouldn't have returned alive. After a pause, Feng Wuchen continued, the forces that attacked the Dragon Temple have all been massacred by the Dragon Temple. Only the Holy Sun sect is left. I said that I would personally come to the Holy Sun sect to take your life. Hearing this, Duan Moling gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Moling. Shut up. Duan Zhong shouted angrily and glared fiercely at Duan Moling. Duan Moling still dared to offend Feng Wuchen at this time. Didn't he see that the Zhang clan and the Shenwu sect were on Feng Wuchen's side? The Holy Sun sect could offend the Shenwu sect, but they could not afford to offend the Zhang clan. Not to mention the Shenwu sect and the Zhang clan, just the identity of Feng Wuchen and Dendi was enough to make the Holy Sun sect extremely wary. Duan Zhong was the strongest in the Mirage Sea realm. Even if he did not participate in the alchemy conference, he at least knew some things about Dendi. Dendi, I didn't know that my son led people to attack the Dragon Temple. After that, my son returned with injuries. I only found out about this after I interrogated him. I hope that Dendi will forgive me. Duan Zhong bowed respectfully. You didn't know? Feng Wuchen sneered and spread his hands. That's easy. I'll give you two options. First, I'll only kill Duan Moling on account of your ignorance. Second, I'll kill Duan Moling and the Holy Sun sect will resist. Feng Wuchen gave Duan Moling two options, and Duan Moling had to die either way. Duan Zhong was silent. The option he wanted was to save Duan Moling's life. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not give him this option. Feng Wuchen had to kill Duan Moling. Dendi, how can I save my son's life? Duan Zhong asked, still unwilling to give up. I must kill Duan Moling. No one can save him today. Feng Wuchen said firmly, as if he had Duan Moling under control. Feng Wuchen. You may not be able to kill me. Come at me if you can. I've said that this has nothing to do with the Holy Sun sect. Duan Moling gritted his teeth and was on the verge of exploding. His face was ferocious and murderous. Your father will choose the path. You have no right. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Buzz. Duan Moling could not take it anymore and suddenly roared. The terrifying energy of the 8th level of the celestial realm swept out wildly, and the huge and imposing palace shook violently. Feng Wuchen. I'll kill you. Duan Moling roared to the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out wildly. Swish. Swish, swish. Just as the battle was about to begin, the sound of something breaking through the air came from all around the Holy Sun sect. Many experts from the Mirage Sea realm came to watch the battle. Among them were the Zhuge family head, the Jiang family head, the Gu family head, and other experts from the major forces. In addition, there were more than a dozen powerful alchemists from the Mirage Sea realm, including Tian Xianxia. Mo Ling and Zhuge Lianqing also rushed over. Greetings, Dendi. Tian Xianxia led the dozen powerful alchemists and bowed respectfully. Disciple? Did I hear wrongly? Senior Tian Xianxia and the others are calling themselves disciples? Could it be that Senior Tian Xianxia and the others are Denda's disciples? The people of the Holy Sun sect and the cultivators who were watching from all directions were in an uproar. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. Among the dozen or so alchemists, apart from Tian Xianxia, there were 3 grade 7 alchemists. The rest were grade 6 and grade 5 alchemists. They were the pillars of the Mirage Sea realm's alchemy world. As the most powerful alchemist in the Wuji domain, Tian Xianxi's status was extraordinary. He was on the same level as the Zhang family's Grand Elder and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. However, Tian Xianxia and the pillars of the Mirage Sea realm's alchemy world, who had such an extraordinary status, were calling themselves disciples in front of Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Zhuge Lianqing's eyes were about to pop out. Mo Ling was also stunned on the spot. Her heart was surging with great waves. Although Mo Linger had climbed up the Zhuge family and had a status that others could only dream of, the Zhuge family was far inferior to Tian Xianxia. Tian Xianxi's status was beyond the reach of the Zhuge family, let alone Mo Linger. Now that she knew that Feng Wuchen's status was above Tian Xianxi's, how could Mo Linger accept it? At this moment, Mo Linger had undoubtedly fallen into the endless abyss again. Tian Xianxi's status was a height that she would never be able to reach in her lifetime, let alone surpass Feng Wuchen. No one knew if Mo Linger regretted it at this moment. Apart from the experts on the Alchemy Conference's ship, no one knew that Feng Wuchen had displayed the pill forming with thought ability. They also did not know how respectful Tian Xianxia and the others were in front of Feng Wuchen. Senior Tian Xianxia, if you're here to plead for mercy, please leave. No one can save Duan Moling today. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at Tian Xianxia and the others. Thinking that Tian Xianxia and the others had come to mediate, Feng Wuchen's attitude was very cold. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Tian Xianxia and the rest of the alchemists panicked. Tian Xianxia hurriedly explained, Dendi has misunderstood, this disciple is not here to plead for leniency. Dendi has offended Dendi and his death is not to be regretted. This disciple has only heard that Dendi has come to seek revenge, so we came to welcome him. There was no doubt that Tian Xianxi's words had drawn a clear line between them and the Holy Sun sect. Even if they had some relations with the Holy Sun sect, Tian Xianxia and the others were now on Feng Wuchen's side. The faces of Duan Chong and the elders of the Saint Sun sect turned even uglier. I see. It seems that I have misunderstood. Feng Wuchen's cold face finally revealed a faint smile. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Dendi, if you have any instructions, feel free to speak. I will do my best, Xianxia said respectfully. There's no need for that. Just watch. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and looked at Duan Chong. Feng Wuchen said, Holy Sun sect leader, you have to think carefully. Duan Chong was silent. It was difficult for him to make a decision. Duan Mo, make your move. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at Duan Mo with a cold gaze. Feng Wuchen had now stepped into the 6th level of the celestial being realm, and his combat strength had skyrocketed. On the other hand, Duan Mo had not improved much in the past 2 months. Feng Wuchen had absolute confidence that he could kill Duan Mo. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying energy of the 8th level of the celestial being realm was activated. It was majestic and filled with rage. Then, there was an explosion. Duan Mo shot up into the sky at an astonishing speed, and the terrifying energy shook the void. Buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed coldly. The power of Armageddon and the 2nd stage of the Supreme Body were activated at the same time. An extremely dazzling dark red light shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire Holy Sun sect. The monstrous aura swept out, and the terrifying energy was like a volcanic eruption. 6th level of the celestial being realm. The moment Feng Wuchen activated his power, Duan Mo's angry face suddenly froze, and he was shocked. Duan Mo did not expect Feng Wuchen to have broken through again. 6th level of the celestial being realm. Mo Ling-er and Zhuge Lianqing were shocked again. Feng Wuchen's current cultivation was 10 streets ahead of Mo Ling-er. How could his cultivation increase so quickly? Mo Ling-er was completely stunned. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was so dazzling, majestic, and domineering. At such a young age, he had reached a height that countless people could only dream of. He was a hero in the hearts of many young girls. 6th level of the celestial being realm has the combat power of the peak of the 7th level of the celestial being realm. What kind of power is this? Duan Chong and the elders could not help but exclaim, extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed again, and he broke through to the 9th level of the celestial being realm in one breath. The combat power of the 9th level of the celestial being realm. 6th level of forging. His gloves are of the 6th level of forging. He actually increased his combat power by 3 levels. This is too terrifying. Everyone was in an uproar as they stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. Feng Wuchen's sudden increase of 3 levels of combat power was enough to shock countless people. With the addition of the 6th level of forging gloves, no one dared to imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's power was. Xianxia and the others, who were seeing Feng Wuchen fight for the first time, were also shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying improvement. Their old faces were all dumbfounded. Duan Moling, who was stunned for a moment, had a ferocious look on his face again. He suddenly sped up and charged at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious attack. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly. The wings on his back flapped, and his figure suddenly swooped down at an astonishing speed like a blood-colored lightning bolt. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, the two fiercely clashed with their fists. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The violent and terrifying energy was like a raging wave, causing tiny cracks to appear in the void. The extremely terrifying qi transformed into a violent gust of wind, and the clouds in the sky were all blown away. The many cultivators who were watching the battle from all directions, including those with weak cultivations, were pushed back by the terrifying energy. The others raised their hands to block in front of them. When the fists clashed, the two's strength was equally matched. Is this your full strength? The number 1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm has only improved so little in 2 months. Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Obviously, Feng Wuchen did not feel any pressure in this fist clash. Seeing Feng Wuchen's contemptuous smile, Duan Moling was furious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Let's see how you'll smile after I kill you." Is that so? Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly became fierce. An even more domineering power instantly erupted. How is that possible? Duan Moling, who had sensed it, suddenly changed his expression. Boom, in an instant, before Duan Moling could react, an extremely domineering power sent him flying. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Holy Sun sect and many cultivators who were watching the battle were shocked. With just one punch, one could roughly tell who was stronger between the two. The combat power of a 6th-tier martial artist was not to be underestimated. With just one punch, Duan Mo felt a piercing pain in his arm. He was already trembling. Dendi is only at the 6th level of the Sky Realm, but he's so strong. Duan Zhong frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Young Master Duan is at the 9th level of the Sky Realm, but he can't beat Dendi. So strong. Unbelievable. Is he still human? He's a monster. He can suppress young Master Duan with only the 6th level of the Sky Realm. The spectators were in an uproar, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that you've recovered from the 6th-tier soul-rinsing pill, but it still affected you a lot, Feng Wuchen said coldly. With Duan Mo's talent, it was impossible for his cultivation to only improve so little in 2 months. The main reason was that he was affected by the 6th-tier soul-rinsing pill. Take out your treasure, or I'll kill you with 2 or 3 punches. Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring at the ferocious Duan Mo. This was the 3rd time that Feng Wuchen and Duan Mo had fought, and they both had an understanding of each other's strength. Buzz. Duan Mo took out a mid-grade spiritual weapon, which was a crystal bead. As Duan Mo poured energy into it, the crystal bead flashed with blue light, emitting an extremely strong aura, and an even more terrifying power spread out. At this moment, Duan Mo's aura had surpassed Feng Wuchen's, and he had the upper hand. An extremely violent aura spread out, and Duan Mo's body was full of killing intent, and his aura was surging. He stared at Feng Wuchen with an extremely fierce and murderous gaze. Duan Mo slowly raised his hand, and a monstrous energy condensed, and a blue light flashed, covering the void. Looking at Duan Mo, Yi Tianqing shook his head, a futile struggle. Big Brother Feng's strength is far above his. Lu Qingyang shrugged and sneered. High-grade mystic martial skill. Finger of death. Duan Mo shouted coldly, and the terrifying energy condensed, followed by the shout. A blue energy beam as thick as an arm shot out, as fast as lightning, with a strong sonic boom. Boom. Buzz. Feng Wuchen coldly snorted. Facing the tyrannical martial technique executed by Duan Mo, Feng Wuchen punched out with his bare hands. There was a loud explosion, and a huge spiderweb-like crack appeared in the air. Duan Mo's martial skill was forcefully shattered by Feng Wuchen's punch. Indeed, this fellow's strength is much stronger than I imagined, Duan Moling frowned and thought to himself. A profound ranked martial technique was unable to injure Feng Wuchen. Hiss, seeing this scene, many cultivators and disciples of the Saint Sun sect who were watching the battle gasped in horror and trembled all over. What a domineering power! He shattered young Master Duan's martial skill energy with a single punch. The crowd was in an uproar again, and their faces were filled with horror. So violent. Zhuge Lianqing said with a trembling voice, and his face was extremely pale. How can he have such powerful strength? Mo Ling-er's pretty face was filled with shock and horror. Mo Ling-er had already realized that she and Feng Wuchen were already people from 2 different worlds. No matter how hard she worked, she would never be able to catch up with Feng Wuchen's footsteps. Every time she tried to show off in front of Feng Wuchen, she would be ruthlessly stepped on by Feng Wuchen, causing her to suffocate and unable to turn over. There's no need to waste time with small tricks. Show me what you're really capable of. Feng Wuchen said coldly. From Feng Wuchen's words, it was not difficult to tell that Feng Wuchen had not used his full strength in the previous punch. Feng Wuchen's casual punch was able to shatter Duan Mo's profound ranked martial technique energy, which showed how overbearing and tyrannical his strength was. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his black wings flapped, and Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out with a loud roar. He was so fast that he arrived in an instant. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, intense hand-to-hand combat broke out, and deafening explosions rang out incessantly in the void. Waves of terrifying energy rolled out like angry waves. The intense battle caused the Holy Sun sect disciples and many spectators to hold their breaths, their faces filled with nervousness. However, even though Duan Mo could fight against Feng Wuchen, he was suppressed by Feng Wuchen in terms of strength and speed. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not suppress Feng Wuchen. As time passed, Duan Mo began to be unable to hold on and was somewhat flustered. Bang! 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 Feng Wuchen was too powerful, and his physical strength was too strong. Even though Duan Mo's aura was above Feng Wuchen's, he was still suppressed by Feng Wuchen and was hit several times by Feng Wuchen. The number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm had never been in such a sorry state. Who in the Mirage Sea realm did not know Duan Mo's strength? But now, in front of Feng Wuchen, Duan Mo appeared very weak. The more Duan Mo fought, the more aggrieved he felt. He could do nothing against Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks. Duan Mo wanted to give up on the hand-to-hand battle, but Feng Wuchen held him back, chasing and beating him. Bang! 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 The ferocious attacks landed on Duan Mo's body, and Duan Mo could not fight back. Young sect master. The Holy Sun sect disciples trembled in fear, their hearts almost jumping out of their chests. Duan Chong and the elders were worried, and their palms were sweating. Preposterous. Duan Mo was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Feng Wuchen's fierce attacks had beaten him to a pulp. True essence protection. Duan Mo fiercely roared as he condensed an energy shield. Break! Boom! Gotcha! Feng Wuchen roared, and his fist condensed a domineering power. He punched forward, and the domineering and terrifying power seemed to have hit a mirror. With a crack, the energy shield shattered. How is this possible? Duan Mo was shocked. Feng Wuchen's power had completely exceeded his imagination. Humph. You're too weak. Feng Wuchen said viciously. His fist, which glowed with a dark red light, once again smashed toward Duan Mo's chest. Duan Mo's expression changed, and a warning of danger sounded in his mind. Boom, puff, Duan Mo could not block the punch in time. With a boom, his chest suffered a heavy blow. Duan Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. The power of a rank 6 glove was shocking. Feng Wuchen's power was definitely not something Duan Mo could withstand. Mo Ming. Duan Chong was anxious, and could not help but cry out. The young sect master is injured. Feng Wuchen's power is too terrifying. The young sect master is no match for him. How can a rank 6 celestial being have such terrifying power? The young sect master is no match for Feng Wuchen. The Holy Sun sect disciples were in a panic, and were completely shocked by the domineering power displayed by Feng Wuchen. Many of the spectators were dumbfounded, and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Duan Mo's injuries were quite serious. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was enough to instantly kill a 7th level Sky Human Realm expert. His cultivation has only broken through 1 level. How could his combat power become so terrifying? Duan Mo thought to himself in pain. His chest felt like it was about to explode, as if the bones in his chest had been broken. The number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm is only SOSO. Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing this, Duan Mo's slightly pale face bulged with veins that looked like small green snakes. Anger began to consume him, and his eyes were bloodshot. As the number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm, how could Duan Mo allow Feng Wuchen to humiliate and trample on him like this? Feng Wuchen. How dare you insult me? I will make you pay the price. Duan Mo roared ferociously. His anger was monstrous, and his killing intent surged. Is that so? I haven't used my full strength yet. I'll wait for you. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Haven't used his full strength? Feng Wuchen's words immediately shocked everyone present. In such an intense battle, and the opponent was the number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Feng Wuchen actually said that he hadn't used his full strength. He hasn't used his full strength yet, and he can suppress young Master Duan? That's impossible. He's at the 6th level of the Sky Human realm. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he can't be that strong, right? Oh my god. He's bluffing, right? How can he not use his full strength? Everyone was horrified, and exclamations rose to the sky. Even Duan Mo was stunned for a moment when he heard Feng Wuchen's words. Was Feng Wuchen really holding back his strength? Was he bluffing, Or was Feng Wuchen really not using his full strength? Everyone was horrified and confused. No one was sure. Is the temple master really holding back his strength? Yi Tianqing was stunned. He couldn't believe it himself. Very likely. Yi Tianwei nodded solemnly. He had fought with Feng Wuchen before and knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Big brother Feng hasn't used his sword technique yet. Lu Qingyang added. The people of the Dragon God Temple were also not sure if Feng Wuchen was really holding back. A low-grade Earth Tier martial skill. 7 stars heaven-splitting palm. After staring blankly for a moment, Duan Mo regained his senses. He didn't care whether Feng Wuchen was telling the truth or not, he only focused on using his martial skill with all his strength. Swish. Buzz. Duan Mo Ming roared and sent out a palm strike. A blue palm print that was several hundred meters long rushed towards Feng Wuchen with a destructive aura. Its power was monstrous, and wherever it passed, cracks spread out. Boom, the moment Duan Mo made his move, Feng Wuchen moved as well. With a flap of his wings, his figure shot out at a high speed. At the same time, he used all of his strength. A dark red light flashed, and a suffocating and terrifying power filled the air. Immemorial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Duan Mo Ming with a loud roar. A monstrous aura crazily surged, and soon after, he sent out a fierce punch towards the blue palm print. This is a high-grade profound tier martial skill. Duan Mo Ming was shocked. His eyes widened to the extreme, and the uneasiness in his heart increased rapidly. This martial skill is extremely terrifying. The old faces of the elders were filled with shock and horror. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was incomparably domineering. It had already reached a terrifying level, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Rumble. Puff, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen sent out a punch. Although Feng Wuchen's fist was extremely small, it contained a destructive energy. At the moment of impact, the huge palm print exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The extremely domineering energy carried an unstoppable force, causing Duan Mo Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. In this head-on collision, Duan Mo Ming was heavily injured, and was completely no match for Feng Wuchen. In the past, when he fought with Feng Wuchen, Duan Mo Ming could still gain the upper hand, and even heavily injure Feng Wuchen. But this time, Duan Mo Ming did not even manage to touch the corner of Feng Wuchen's clothes before suffering a crushing defeat. I used all my strength, but with my strength, I can't even hurt him at all. How can there be such a powerful 6th-tier heaven-tier martial artist in this world? Duan Mo Ming was extremely terrified. He did not dare to believe that Feng Wuchen, who had broken through to the 6th-tier heaven tier, could raise his strength to such a terrifying level. Mo Ming. Duan Mo Ming was extremely panicked. He wanted to rush up immediately, but he did not dare to act rashly. The immemorial Dragon God Fist was extremely domineering. How could a mere low-grade Earth tier martial skill contend against it? Young Sect Master lost. Young Sect Master's strength is so strong, but he could not injure Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying, everyone's faces were filled with fear. Is this the end of it? Your strength really disappoints me. Feng Wuchen sneered as he looked at Duan Mo Ming, who was flying out. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Duan Mo Ming, who was flying out, suddenly forcefully stopped his body. His pale face revealed a crazed look. It was obvious that he had been provoked. Duan Mo Ming was heavily injured. His aura had weakened a lot, but his appearance was even more terrifying than before. Everyone present could see the change in Duan Mo Ming. Feng Wuchen. To be able to force me to this point, you are the first. Duan Mo Ming roared in anger and madness. Even though his aura had weakened a lot, Duan Mo Ming's killing intent had become bloodthirsty and even more terrifying. This is the ancient blood wolf martial soul. Feeling the sudden change in Duan Mo Ming's aura, Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised. No wonder you have such a ruthless and bloodthirsty aura. No wonder you are so confident. With such a strong martial soul, wasn't it good to use it from the beginning? Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. Staring at Feng Wuchen with an incomparably fierce gaze, Duan Mo Ming said malevolently, I will definitely turn you into ashes. Duan Mo Ming, who was in a state of madness and rage, was completely controlled by anger. The power of the ancient blood wolf martial soul crazily burst out. Duan Mo Ming put his palms together and pulled them apart. A strange broken saber appeared, and Duan Mo Ming's aura rapidly soared. A high-grade spirit weapon, what a violent martial soul! Lu Qingyang exclaimed. Duan Mo Ming's martial soul is not simple. Yi Tianwei frowned, his eyes filled with fear. Yi Tianqing nodded and said seriously, it is indeed not simple. This aura makes people feel extremely uncomfortable. Many of the spectators were also shocked by the martial soul's power that Duan Mo Ming had released. That ruthless and bloodthirsty aura was terrifying. Pooh! Duan Mo Ming spat out a mouthful of blood essence on the broken saber. The saber's body flashed with light, and a terrifying power erupted like a volcano. Duan Mo Ming's aura instantly surpassed its peak. You are really willing. Feng Wuchen sneered. At this moment, the Dragon God sword also appeared out of thin air. A mid-grade earth-tier martial technique. Blaze destroys the universe. Duan Mo roared as he clenched the broken saber with both hands and slashed from top to bottom. Swoosh! Buzz buzz! A several hundred-meter-long flame energy slash shot out. It was violent and intimidating, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Tiny cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blaze destroys the universe was Duan Mo's trump card. It gathered the power of the blood wolf martial soul and blood essence. It was extremely terrifying. Duan Mo could still use such a ferocious martial technique when he was seriously injured. It showed how strong he was. The title of the #1 genius in the Mirage Sea realm was not undeserved. Gulp, the disciples of the Holy Sun sect and many cultivators who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva in horror. Their pale faces were filled with horror. Duan Mo's sword seemed to be able to split the sky. In the face of this terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen's face turned serious. He is indeed a rare genius to be able to stimulate the power of a peak level 9 celestial being with a cultivation of level 8 celestial being. What a pity. Feng Wuchen muttered in his heart. Buzz buzz. Raising his hand slightly and pointing his sword at Duan Mo, Feng Wuchen's aura suddenly changed. The power of Armageddon was fully activated and poured into the Dragon God sword. The dark red light burst out as the overbearing and surging energy spread wildly. The monstrous sword intent was breathtaking. Celestial art. It's actually a celestial art. Tian Xianxi's face suddenly changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. This aura is breathtaking. Denda's sword art is extremely terrifying. A grade 7 alchemist said in horror. Celestial art. It must be a celestial art. The Gu family patriarchs were extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen's aura is very terrifying. This is probably a celestial art. Duan Zhong frowned as a trace of horror appeared on his face. The elders and upper echelons of the Holy Sun sect were all horrified. Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength had obviously exceeded their imagination. Feng Wuchen's sword art is even stronger than young Master Duan's. This aura is too terrifying. I can't even breathe. The spectating cultivators were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. They were terrified to the extreme. Duan Moling, who was in a berserk state, looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He could not believe that Feng Wuchen had an even more terrifying martial technique. Duan Mo Ming felt as if all his hopes had been crushed to pieces by the boundless pressure. Feng Wuchen stood proudly in the air with the Dragon God sword in his hand, looking majestic and domineering. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Soul-extinguishing heaven slashing. Feng Wuchen roared, and the Dragon God sword swept out. It looked simple, but it contained the supreme essence of swordsmanship. The essence of the soul-extinguishing sword technique was unleashed to the extreme. Swish. Buzz. A monstrous dark red sword light tore through the air. It was several hundred feet long, and its monstrous aura intimidated the crowd. The terrifying sword light seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, and large cracks spread out in the void. The terrifying sword light really had the aura to slash the heavens. How is this possible? Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword light, Duan Mo Ming's body stiffened, and he looked terrified. At this moment, the space seemed to have frozen, and everyone was petrified. Their terrified gazes fell on the monster sword light. Rumble. Puff. Buzz. In an instant, the two destructive forces collided, and the explosion was earth-shattering. At the moment of collision, Duan Mo Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Outrageous. Duan Mo Ming gritted his teeth and roared. He was extremely unwilling. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked once again. Mo Ling and Zhuge Lianqing did not realize that they were trembling in fear. At the moment of collision, Duan Mo Ming was injured. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between the two forces. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's sword light! Crack! Rumble! Buzz! At the moment of collision, a large crack quickly spread across the flaming saber. Finally, with a crack, the flaming saber exploded. The destructive energy swept out without restraint, and the void shook violently, almost collapsing. Puff! The explosive energy of the flaming saber swept out wildly, and once again, Duan Mo Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. The swordlight's power is too terrifying. Young Master Duan's earth-rank martial arts technique is so powerful, but in front of Feng Wuchen's swordlight, it is so weak. What kind of sword technique is Dendi using? The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was shouting in fear. The domineering and terrifying swordlight destroyed the flaming saber, and still rushed toward the heavily injured Duan Mo Ming. Mo Ming! Be careful! Duan Chong shouted in fear. Young sect master! The Holy Sun sect was in a panic. Duan Mo Ming was heavily injured and could not avoid the terrifying swordlight. It's over. Duan Mo Ming looked at the dark red swordlight in fear, and a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Mo Ming! Duan Chong was extremely terrified, and could not help but want to attack. In the face of such a terrifying swordlight, no one could guarantee that the heavily injured Duan Mo Ming could withstand it. Rumble. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying swordlight blasted Duan Mo Ming's body, and it was like a mountain pressing down on an ant. Duan Mo Ming spat out a mouthful of fresh blood again, and was directly sucked into the explosion vortex. Buzz buzz. The destructive energy ripples ruthlessly destroyed the void, and in the blink of an eye, the energy ripples had spread out to thousands of feet away. Everyone looked at the terrifying energy ripples that covered the void in horror. Mo Ming! Duan Chong could not sit still anymore, and his body shot up into the sky, rushing into the explosion vortex. Duan Mo Ming was his son, so how could Duan Chong watch as his son was killed? When Duan Chong made his move, Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. It seemed that Duan Chong had made his choice. High up in the sky, a terrifying gust of wind swept out, and instantly dispersed the destructive energy ripples. There, Duan Chong was holding Duan Mo Ming. Duan Mo Ming's injuries were extremely serious, and he only had half a breath left. If Duan Chong had been a step slower, Duan Mo Ming would have died without a doubt. In this battle, Duan Mo Ming had suffered a crushing defeat. Feng Wuchen was not injured at all, and he had only used up a lot of his true origin. It seems that you have made your choice. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Duan Chong, and said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Duan Chong pleaded, Dendi, Mo Ming has been defeated, please give him a chance. Duan Mo Ming must die. Feng Wuchen replied coldly, and his determination to kill Duan Mo Ming would not waver. Who in the world can watch their own son be killed and remain unmoved? Dendi is determined to kill Mo Ming, so how can we just stand by and watch? Duan Chong said in a low voice. Duan Chong's words meant that the battle between the Holy Sun sect and the Dragon Temple was unavoidable. Very well. For Duan Mo Ming, you have chosen to give up the Holy Sun sect. Feng Wuchen sneered. Kill without mercy? Feng Wuchen's words shocked many of the cultivators in the crowd. The Shenlong Temple had indeed massacred 11 major forces in the Mirage Sea realm, but that was only because they had no higher-ups. The Shenlong Temple was not weak, but compared to the Xinjiang sect, they were far behind. The Shenlong Temple did not even have a Heaven Realm warrior. How could they kill without mercy? The Shenlong Temple only had 500 people. How could they deal with the tens of thousands of disciples of the Xinjiang sect? Even if Han Kuan knew many powerful warriors, he would not be able to defeat the Xinjiang sect. The Xinjiang sect had 6 Heaven Realm warriors, dozens of Celestial Realm warriors, and tens of thousands of Tianyuan Realm warriors. The Shenlong Temple could not compete with them. As the top giant of the Mirage Sea realm, they were extremely powerful. Of course, Feng Wuchen dared to be so arrogant because he had the help of powerful warriors. Otherwise, who would dare to be so arrogant in front of the top giant of the Mirage Sea realm? Could it be that there were powerful warriors of the Zhang family hiding in the dark? The onlookers had their own guesses. Buzz! Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. The soldiers of the Shenlong Temple activated their vital essence and took out their spiritual weapons. Waves of fierce power burst out, and a terrifying murderous aura enveloped the Xinjiang sect. Kill! Huanyang roared and led hundreds of soldiers of the Shenlong Temple to dive down. They were not afraid of the tens of thousands of disciples of the Xinjiang sect. The Xinjiang sect will not be bullied. Young Master Zhang, even if the Zhang family sends powerful warriors, the Xinjiang sect will have to fight back, an elder said gloomily. Disciples of the Xinjiang sect, listen up. Kill! Chief Elder immediately ordered. The Xinjiang sect had no choice but to fight back desperately. Kill! Tens of thousands of disciples roared. They were majestic and murderous. The hundreds of soldiers of the Shenlong Temple were not afraid at all. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! More than 500 soldiers teleported almost at the same time. The magical scene that had frightened the disciples of the Xinjiang sect appeared again. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 500 soldiers rushed into the tens of thousands of disciples of the Xinjiang sect and began a crazy and cold-blooded massacre. Wherever they passed, a large number of disciples of the Xinjiang sect fell. The disciples with weak cultivation did not notice it. Even disciples at the 8th level of the Tianyuan realm could not detect it immediately. The instant movement technique was too powerful and too magical. The great battle had just started, but horror appeared on the faces of the many spectating cultivators. The entire place fell deathly silent. Everyone was petrified. Duanzhong and the upper echelons of the Holy Sun clan were also stunned as they watched the disciples of the Holy Sun clan being mercilessly slaughtered. None of the people present had ever seen a massacre at such an astonishing speed. At this moment, they finally understood why the Shenlong Temple could massacre 11 major forces in just one day. Every soldier of the Dragon God Temple could be said to be proficient in all kinds of assassinations. The moment they struck, they could kill the enemy. It was a massacre at an astonishing speed. Let alone tens of thousands of people, even if there were tens of thousands more, the Dragon God Temple warriors would still be wiped out. Stop them! An elder roared anxiously. His heart was bleeding as he watched the Dragon God Temple slaughter so crazily. The faces of Duanzhong and the others were extremely gloomy. The Celestial Realm cultivators of the Holy Sun sect attacked one after another. However, no matter how powerful the dozens of Celestial Realm experts were, it would be difficult for them to stop the frenzied massacre of more than 500 soldiers of the Dragon Temple in a short time. Don't let them look down on the Shenlong Temple, Feng Wuchen sneered. Do it! Yi Tianqing shouted coldly and was the first to flash out. I'll leave the 7th or 8th tier Celestial Realm to you. I'll deal with the other Celestial Realm experts. Lu Qingyang shouted as he burst out. Yi Tianwei, Ling Xiaoxiao, Bai Duyan, and the others all moved to intercept the Celestial Realm experts of the Holy Sun clan. Even if the Holy Sun clan had dozens of Celestial Realm experts, they were not afraid at all. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Several black leaves flew out with a strong sonic boom. They were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, several Celestial Realm experts were killed by Yi Tianwei. Ling Xiaoxiao, Zhang Junlan, and the others also used teleportation and easily killed the weaker Celestial Realm disciples. A moment later, Feng Wuchen also joined the battle. With the Dragon God Temple in hand, he used teleportation and killed several Celestial Realm experts in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen's methods were fierce and merciless. Dozens of Celestial Realm experts were killed in the blink of an eye. No one could stop the horrible massacre. Humph! A Heaven Realm expert couldn't bear it anymore. He snorted angrily and rushed to the sky. The horrible energy of the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm broke out. With his cultivation, it was easy for him to destroy Feng Wuchen and the others. It was also easy for him to stop the soldiers of the Dragon God Temple. Boom, but the moment the second level of the heaven realm rushed to the sky, there was a sudden explosion and the man instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. A heaven realm expert was killed in an instant. And he was turned into ashes. The sudden scene scared everyone out of their wits. That was a heaven realm expert, but he was turned into ashes in an instant without anyone noticing. The Zhang family? Duan Zhong frowned deeply and his face was extremely ugly. The heaven realm. The first elder and the others looked extremely dignified. Even if they guessed that there was a heaven realm expert secretly helping Feng Wuchen, they were still shocked. Duan Zhong was at the 6th level of the heaven realm. His strength was very horrible, but even he didn't notice it. It showed that the attacker was very strong. It must be a Zhang family expert. It can't be wrong. I'm afraid the Holy Sun sect will be destroyed. How horrible. He was turned into ashes in an instant. This person's cultivation is probably above Lord Duan's. The cultivators watching the battle in all directions were horrified. They were so frightened that their guts were about to explode. Who is it? Why don't you show yourself? Duan Zhong asked in a deep voice. The horrible momentum of the 6th level of the heaven realm broke out. As soon as Duan Zhong's voice fell, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky silently. Yun Jian. Duan Zhong's face suddenly changed when he saw the person. He was terrified and his body couldn't help but tremble. Duan Zhong never thought that the person who came was not a Zhang family expert, but Yun Jian, the commander of the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. The Dragon Temple was supported by the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. Yun Jian, the commander of the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. The three elders exclaimed in unison. Their old faces were shocked and frightened. What? Yun Jian? The Fairy Instrument Pavilion? It's the commander of the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. The crowd in all directions was in an uproar. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were extremely shocked. When the crowd saw Yun Jian, they were all scared out of their wits. Yun Jian was the commander of the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the heaven realm. His strength was extremely horrible, and his prestige in the Wuji domain was extremely high. Yun Jian was the strongest commander in the Wuji domain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Yun Jian appeared, another 10 figures flashed over. They were all warriors of the heaven realm, and they were all from the Fairy Weapon Pavilion, 11 heaven realm experts. 11 heaven realm experts. They are all experts from the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. The Holy Sun sect is finished. Yun Jian alone was enough to scare everyone out of their wits, not to mention the 11 warriors of the heaven realm from the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. Such a lineup was enough to wipe out the entire Mirage Sea realm. Dendi is related to the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. Tian Xianxia and the other alchemists were shocked. No wonder Feng Wuchen did not need Tian Xianxia and the rest to intervene. He had the help of the experts from the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. They are all experts from the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. Feng Wuchen is related to the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. Mo Linger's face was full of disbelief. Her body swayed and she almost lost her balance. Feng Wuchen's extraordinary status once again set a new record in Mo Linger's heart. Mo Linger now felt that she could not lift her head in front of Feng Wuchen. All her pride was worthless in Feng Wuchen's eyes. The Grand Commander of the Fairy Weapon Pavilion came personally. Zhuge Lianqing's face was as pale as paper. He had never been so frightened before. The 11 Heaven Realm experts shocked everyone in the Holy Sun sect. The disciples were terrified and could not wait to escape from the Holy Sun sect. They were not afraid of the Shenlong Temple. Even if the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple had strange body movements, they were still fearless. However, the Fairy Weapon Pavilion was different. The Holy Sun sect could not afford to offend the Fairy Weapon Pavilion. The hundreds of soldiers of the Shenlong Temple were still slaughtering crazily. In a few minutes, they had killed more than 5,000 people. Big Brother Feng actually invited an expert from the Celestial Artifact Pavilion. Lu Qingyang's face was full of astonishment and he felt very surprised. One Grand Commander is enough to deal with the Holy Sun sect. The Temple Master has invited 11. Nangongjian and the rest looked at Yunjian and the other Heaven Realm experts in shock. Yunjian and the rest did not speak. They respectfully waited for Feng Wuchen's orders. Sect leader Duan, you have no choice. Feng Wuchen looked coldly at the frightened Duanzhong and said. Coldly. Hearing this, the frightened Duanzhong suddenly came to his senses. His face became gloomy. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Duan Chong's choice to save Duan Moming's life was already a mistake. For the sake of Duan Moming, Duan Chong had even disregarded the lives of the people of the Holy Sun sect. Unfortunately, Duan Chong had not expected that even if he were to intervene, he would not be able to save Duan Moming today. Instead, he would have sacrificed the Holy Sun sect for nothing. Duan Zhong asked with a gloomy expression, Dendi, what exactly do I have to do for you to let Moming go? Feng Wuchen said coldly, I never thought of letting Duan Moling go. If you had the guts to attack my Dragon God Palace, you should have known that you would end up like this. After saying that, Feng Wuchen abruptly stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A tyrannical force forcefully pulled the heavily injured Duan Moling up. Mo Ming. Just as Duan Chong was about to stop him, he realized that Yun Jian was suppressing them with a terrifying energy. Duan Chong was unable to resist at all. Yun Jian. Don't stop me. Duan Zhong roared anxiously. Yun Jian ignored him and pretended not to hear him. Once Duan Moling fell into Feng Wuchen's hands, he would die without a doubt. Dendi, if you want to kill someone, kill me. Let Mo Ming go. Duan Chong roared in panic. You are you, and Duan Moling is Duan Moling. If I say I want to kill him, no one can save him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His right hand grabbed Duan Moling's neck. Looking coldly at the heavily injured Duan Moling, Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, any last words? I won't let you go even if I die. Duan Moling weakly spat out a few words. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. TCH. A dagger mercilessly pierced Duan Moling's heart. A large amount of blood gushed out. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Moling. You. Duan Moling struggled a few times. He was extremely unwilling. Humph. I'll wait for you to seek revenge after you die. Feng Wuchen sneered mercilessly. Then, he let go of his hand and Duan Moling fell. Moling. Seeing this scene, Duan Zhong's eyes widened. He roared in grief. His anger erupted uncontrollably. Young sect master. The Holy Sun sect disciples were terrified. Big brother Duan. Mo Ling covered her mouth in horror. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Duan Moling's aura gradually disappeared. He no longer had any signs of life. Duan Mo is dead, dead. The Xianxia in all directions were stunned. The number one genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Moling, had fallen. Ah. Buzz buzz. Duan Zhong, who was grieving, unleashed an extremely terrifying power. The Holy Sun sect shook violently. One palace after another collapsed. His eyes were bloodshot. His murderous aura soared. He had completely gone berserk. Brat. I'll kill you. The furious Duan Zhong roared crazily. Boom. A terrifying aura swept out wildly. Duan Zhong shot into the sky. With a boom, the ground collapsed and a huge crater appeared. In the next second, Duan Zhong appeared before Feng Wuchen. His speed was as fast as teleportation. However, Yun Jian's speed was even more terrifying than Duan Zhong's. The moment Duan Zhong attacked, Yun Jian appeared out of thin air. He struck out with his palm at an even more terrifying speed. Boom. Puff. Yun Jian struck out with his palm. With a boom, Duan Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Master. The three elders were shocked. They flashed into the sky. Kill him. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Phew. As soon as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, Yun Jian flashed out. The other 10 Heaven Realm warriors also attacked at once. In an instant, Yun Jian was in front of Duan Zhong. His palm was already on Duan Zhong's chest. Duanzhong was shocked, but it was too late to dodge. Boom. Puff. An extremely terrifying energy exploded on Duanzhong's body. Duanzhong spat out a mouthful of blood again. There was a huge hole in his chest. The Lord of the Holy Sun sect died on the spot. Master! The elders and higher-ups shouted in panic. Lord Duan has been killed. Many onlookers were terrified. Yun Jian's attack was indeed terrifying. He killed the number 1 giant of the Mirage Sea realm with one palm. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. The 3 elders of the Holy Sun sect and the other 2 Heaven Realm warriors were killed one after another. They had no power to fight back against the fairy instrument pavilion. With the Lord and elders of the Holy Sun sect killed, many disciples panicked and began to run for their lives. Phew phew phew. TSK TSK TSK. Hundreds of people from the Shenlong Temple killed in a frenzy. No one could stop them. Yi Tianwei even used the 10,000 leaf skill. He condensed thousands of leaves to kill with precision. The scene was too horrible to look at. The blood of the Holy Sun sect flowed like a river. Broken limbs were everywhere. Corpses were piled up like mountains. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. Even if the Holy Sun sect had tens of thousands of disciples, they were just a bunch of weaklings in front of the Shenlong Temple. In less than half an hour, all the disciples of the Holy Sun sect died in a pool of blood. The thick stench of blood was nauseating. The Holy Sun sect's blood flowed like a river. It was a gory scene. The cultivators who witnessed the entire process were scared out of their wits. Some even fainted. The destruction of the Holy Sun sect was tragic. Because of Mo Ling Duan Moling had not only lost his life, but also the entire Holy Sun sect. The fate of Duan Moling and the Holy Sun sect was undoubtedly a reminder to Zhuge Lianqing. Zhuge Lianqing was secretly glad that he did not cause trouble for Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, his fate would be no different from Duan Moling's, and even the Zhuge family would be implicated. The upper echelons of the Zhuge family were even more glad that they did not clash with Feng Wuchen during the alchemy conference. Otherwise, the Shenlong Temple would definitely attack the Zhuge family. After the battle, the soldiers of the Shenlong Temple began to clean up the battlefield. Yun Jian, thank you for your help. You can go back first. Feng Wuchen looked at Yun Jian and smiled politely. Yes. Yun Jian and the others nodded respectfully and then left in a flash. The respect that Yun Jian and the others had for Feng Wuchen undoubtedly intimidated many of the Xianxia present. The forces that the Shenlong Temple destroyed today attacked the Shenlong Temple 2 months ago. The Shenlong Temple only targets enemies. Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd around him and said indifferently. Feng Wuchen's gaze swept past Mo Ling without stopping, as if he was looking at a stranger. In this battle, the Shenlong Temple could be said to have shocked the Mirage Sea realm. The Shenlong Temple killed their way into the Mirage Sea realm from the astral world and destroyed 12 major forces. It was enough to make any force in the Mirage Sea realm deeply afraid. The Shenlong Temple's ferocity and cold-bloodedness terrified everyone present. This was the effect that Feng Wuchen wanted. Feng Wuchen wanted everyone to know the consequences of offending the Shenlong Temple. He wanted everyone to know the ruthlessness of the Shenlong Temple. Senior Xianxia and everyone else, if you have time, you can visit the Shenlong Temple in the astral world. The battle has just ended, so we won't stay any longer. Feng Wuchen looked at Xianxia and the others and smiled faintly. When I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to Denda's Dragon God Palace. Xianxia nodded. Knowing that Feng Wuchen had a certain relationship with the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, Xianxia's respect for Feng Wuchen increased. Farewell. Feng Wuchen cupped his hand slightly. And then led the Dragon God Temple warriors back home. Farewell, Dendi. Xianxia and the others bowed respectfully. Seeing Feng Wuchen leave, Mo Ling wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. After the people of the Divine Dragon Temple left, the many cultivators watching the battle also wanted to leave. Today, after stepping into the Mirage Sea realm, the Dragon God Temple had wiped out a total of 12 major factions. It was likely that the news would soon spread throughout the Infinite Zone, or even to any region on the continent. At that time, the fame of the Dragon Temple would definitely spread throughout the entire continent. The soldiers of the Dragon God Temple would also become murderous gods that would strike fear in people's hearts. With the end of the great battle, the soldiers were exceptionally excited. Not only did they eliminate the enemy, they also obtained many spoils of war. It could be said that their harvest was quite bountiful. Temple Master, today's battle was really satisfying. A soldier laughed excitedly. How dare you attack our Dragon God Temple? You're simply courting death. Another soldier laughed excitedly. The Temple Master is really strong. If the Temple Master had used his full strength to execute the soul-extinguishing sword art from the beginning, the battle would have been over long ago. That's right. Duan Moling was no match for the Temple Master at all. Temple Master, after this battle, the name of the Dragon God Temple will definitely shake the Infinite Zone. The soldiers were extremely excited. Even if they were covered in blood, they did not care, because this represented their battle results. Looking at the excited soldiers, Feng Wuchen smiled happily and said, after returning, cultivate well and strive for everyone to break through to the celestial realm. The Dragon God Temple will definitely become even stronger. Yes. The soldiers roared excitedly. If everyone in the Dragon God Temple broke through to the celestial realm, one could imagine how terrifying more than 500 celestial realm experts were. Big Brother Feng, we won a great victory this time. Shouldn't we celebrate when we return? Lu Qingyang asked with a smile. Celebrate. Of course, we have to celebrate. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. 2 hours later, the soldiers of the Dragon God Temple returned in triumph. The Dragon God Temple held a banquet to celebrate. After the soldiers washed the enemy's blood, they were all high-spirited and had happy smiles on their faces. The news of the Dragon God Temple destroying the 12 major factions of the Mirage Sea realm had already begun to spread quickly while the Dragon God Temple was celebrating. The news quickly swept through the entire Mirage Sea realm and spread from the Mirage Sea realm to the Star realm, the Infinite Zone, the Western region, and finally the entire Infinite Zone. The Zhang family, the Auction House, Heavenly Dao sect, Shenwu sect, and other major factions of the Infinite Zone were extremely shocked. The ferocity and cold-bloodedness of the Dragon God Temple scared even the upper echelons of the Zhang family into cold sweat. For a time, the Dragon God Temple undoubtedly became the headline of the Infinite Zone. The Dragon God Temple shook the Infinite Zone. All the major and minor factions were discussing the Dragon God Temple. All of them were shocked by the terrifying strength of the Dragon God Temple, especially the immortal artifact pavilion behind the Dragon God Temple. In the Zhang family's main hall, Zhang Tianyun, the elders, and the upper echelons were shocked when they received the news. The 12 factions of the Mirage Sea realm have all been massacred. None of them were spared. The Holy Sun sect was also massacred. Denda's methods are truly terrifying. Zhang Tianyun's face was filled with shock and disbelief. 12 factions. How many people died? Zhang Wufeng's old face was somewhat stiff. Feng Wuchen's terrifying massacre made him extremely fearful. Grandmaster sought the help of the immortal artifact pavilion Jinjian and the rest. It was easy to destroy the Holy Sun sect. Tens of thousands of people from the Holy Sun sect were killed. Grandmaster's methods are extraordinarily terrifying. Qi Kong couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. If Zhang Tianyun and the rest had seen it with their own eyes, they would definitely be even more shocked. They would even be shocked by the crazy massacre of the Dragon God Temple soldiers. The news spread faster and faster. The news of the Dragon God Temple destroying the 12 major factions of the Mirage Sea realm had already spread from the Infinite Zone. The news had already begun to spread to the Tyrant Territory and the northern Xian region. However, while the major and minor factions of the Tyrant Territory and the northern Xian region were shocked, they had never heard of the Dragon God Temple. What kind of faction was so arrogant? To be able to massacre the Holy Sun sect, they must be extremely powerful. When they learned that the Dragon God Temple was backed by the immortal artifact pavilion, they realized that it wasn't the Dragon God Temple that was powerful, but the immortal artifact pavilion. In the Deity King's divine palace, a man appeared in a flash and reported respectfully, "Young lord, we have found out." "Speak." Leng Hun, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, opened his eyes slightly. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out. This person's name is Feng Wuchen. He is the Dragon God Temple Master of the Astral Boundary. Many people call him Dendi. Xianxia and many powerful alchemists are respectful to him. The man said respectfully. Astral boundary. Dragon Temple shook the Wuji domain, and the upper echelons of many forces in the astral boundary came to visit. All kinds of gifts came one after another, and almost all the upper echelons of the forces in the astral boundary came. Today was the liveliest day since the establishment of Dragon Temple. Everyone who came was a guest. Dragon Temple welcomed all the forces and families in the astral boundary. Dragon Temple Lord's talent is superb. He is the #1 genius in the astral boundary and even the Wuji domain. Not bad. Dragon Temple Lord killed Duan Mo, who was at the 8th level of the celestial realm. His strength is so strong that no one below the heaven realm can match him. Dragon Temple Lord has such amazing achievements at such a young age. Dragon Temple will definitely surpass Fairy Artifact Pavilion in the future. The various major forces were constantly praising the Dragon God Temple Lord and expressing their goodwill to the Dragon God Temple. On the continent, strength was respected, and the weak were prey to the strong. If you were weak, others would trample you to death. If you were strong, others would want to curry favor with you in their dreams. Although Feng Wuchen personally entertained the visits of various forces and families, he also knew the purpose of these people. Of course, as long as they did not become enemies with Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen would not make things difficult for them. He just pretended to be perfunctory. As the news spread further and further, the Fiend tribe and Yinyang family, who had been tracking Feng Wuchen, had also found out about Feng Wuchen. On a mountain peak near Dendi Mountain, a figure stood proudly in the void, looking at Dragon Temple. So you have the support of Fairy Artifact Pavilion. No wonder you are so arrogant. The man sneered slightly, and a hint of imperceptible viciousness flashed in his eyes. Knowing that you are here, the artifact will definitely not run away. There are other important matters at hand, so I will temporarily keep the artifact for you. The man muttered, and then disappeared in a flash. At the same time, on another mountain peak of Dendi Mountain, there were also several men looking at Dragon Temple. The relationship between Dragon Temple and Fairy Artifact Pavilion is not simple. Are we really going to make a move? A man frowned and asked. Another man said, this Feng Wuchen is not simple. He was able to kill Duan Mo, which shows how strong he is. This person is also Dendi. If we don't get rid of him, there will be endless trouble in the future. The leader remained unmoved and said indifferently, I'm following orders. Swish. Swish. With that, the three men disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already above the Dragon God Temple. A terrifying aura spread out and covered the Dragon God Temple in the blink of an eye. The majestic aura was extremely intimidating. This was the breath of a warrior in the heaven realm. The soldiers of the Divine Dragon Temple appeared in a flash and gathered in the square, looking warily at the three people in the sky. What a miraculous movement technique. The three of them were slightly surprised. Who are you? Huanyang asked coldly, his expression extremely solemn. The three men did not answer. Their faces were cold, and it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen and the others sensed something. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, we have guests. The Lord of the Divine Dragon Temple is a warrior in the heaven realm. One of them exclaimed, his face full of horror and worry. Are they enemies? If it's an enemy, before the experts from the Immortal Artifact Pavilion arrive, the Dragon God Temple will probably. It's over. If I had known, I would have come another day. Why did they have to come today? All three of them are in the heaven realm. They must be warriors from some powerful force. It's over, it's over. The high-level members of the major forces who came to visit were in a panic. They all secretly regretted visiting the Divine Dragon Temple today. Go out and greet the guests. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, without any panic. Outside the main hall, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others walked out of the main hall, followed by the high-level members of the major forces in the astral world. Welcome to the Divine Dragon Temple. I'm Feng Wuchen. I haven't asked for your guidance. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, with the demeanor of a temple lord. The Divine King's Temple. The leader said indifferently, looking at Feng Wuchen. The Divine King's Temple? Feng Wuchen was stunned, looking very surprised. Leng Han sent them. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face suddenly turned cold. It seems that Leng Han has found out. Zhang Junlan frowned. The Divine Dragon Temple had destroyed 12 forces in the Mirage Sea realm. With such a big movement, the Divine King's Temple must have known. It was not difficult to find out Feng Wuchen's identity. Feng Wuchen could see that they were not friendly, but he did not expect them to be from the Divine King's Temple. The Divine King's Temple? Hearing the man's answer, the high-level members of the major forces and families in the astral world who came to visit the Divine Dragon Temple were instantly scared out of their wits, their eyes full of horror. Lord of the Divine Dragon Temple, I have some urgent matters to attend to in the sect. I'll take my leave first. A sect leader said in a panic. Before Feng Wuchen could speak, several people hurriedly left. Lord of the Divine Dragon Temple, my wife is about to give birth. I have to go back and see. I'll visit again in the future. Lord of the Divine Dragon Temple, I'm really sorry. We can't afford to offend the Divine King's Temple. Goodbye. Lord of the Divine Dragon Temple, the high-level members of the major forces and families found excuses to leave. The group was in a panic and no one dared to stay. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Dragon Temple became much quieter. How old are you? Still giving birth? Do you have the ability? Lu Qingyang had a look of disdain. A bunch of cowards. Bai Duyan shook his head. Zhang Junlan spread his hands and said helplessly, I've seen many of these people. It's good that they're gone. The Divine Dragon Temple is much quieter. If you have time to talk nonsense with them, you might as well cultivate. Feng Wuchen did not care at all. He did not want to waste time on these people. Feng Wuchen, there are some things that are not yours and will never be yours. Taking them will only bring about a fatal disaster, the man in the lead said coldly. You're right. Things that don't belong to Leng Han will never belong to him. He took the power of space and will be killed sooner or later. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. How dare you? Another man shouted angrily. A terrible murderous aura locked on Feng Wuchen. Today, we were ordered to capture you. The young master also said to destroy the Divine Dragon Temple. The man in the lead said coldly. As he spoke, the terrible power of the heaven realm began to spread. An invisible and terrible aura enveloped the entire Divine Dragon Temple. Leng Han sent only 3 of you. You underestimate the Divine Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen sneered. The power of destruction was also activated. The overbearing power burst out. You're overestimating yourself. The man in the lead looked disdainful. 9 layers of God-killing universe formation. Open. Feng Wuchen made a gesture with his hands and finally put his palms together. Then he shouted loudly. Buzz. The Divine Dragon Temple suddenly shook. A huge magic formation covering the Divine Dragon Temple emerged and condensed into a semicircular energy shield to protect the Divine Dragon Temple. How can a mere magic formation stop us? The man in the lead said disdainfully. The 3 of them swooped down at the same time, trying to break the formation by force. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The 3 warriors of the heaven realm attacked at the same time. In a flash, they activated their genuine essence and slammed their palms into the array. The explosion resounded through Mount Dendi. The terrifying power spread out and caused the array to vibrate violently. However, the attack of the 3 warriors of the heaven realm only caused the array to vibrate violently. The 9-fold God-killing array of heaven and earth showed no signs of cracking. What? The 3 warriors of the heaven realm changed their expressions at the same time. They couldn't believe that they couldn't break the array of the Dragon Temple with their strength of the heaven realm. The 9-fold God-killing array of heaven and earth had become more powerful with the improvement of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Although the 3 of them were warriors of the heaven realm, the strongest of them was only at the 3rd level of the heaven realm. Even if they joined hands, it was difficult to break the 9-fold God-killing array of heaven and earth. The defensive power of the array was beyond their imagination. I don't believe we can't break this array. A man said angrily. He activated his genuine essence with all his strength and launched a crazy attack. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. Waves of terrifying energy palm prints exploded one after another. The other two also made their moves. Earth-shattering explosions rang out incessantly. Terrifying energy ripples rolled out like angry waves, wave after wave. How is this possible? However, what shocked the three of them was that even if they tried their best, the array only vibrated and showed no signs of cracking. The three of them bombarded the array with hundreds of palms. The power was absolutely terrifying, but they couldn't break the array. The Dragon Temple was impregnable. The three of us can't break this array together. What kind of array is this? A man was shocked and in disbelief. The leader of the three was also shocked. His expression was a little stiff. Have you finished? It's my turn. Feng Wuchen sneered. His hands moved quickly to control the energy of the array. Three warriors of the Heaven Realm can't break the array of the Dragon Temple. TSK, what a shame. Lu Qingyang sneered with an infuriating look. Don't exhaust your power, Chaos God coldly laughed. If you do, it will be too late for you to leave. The soldiers of the Divine Dragon Temple also had gloating smiles on their faces. Hearing the mockery of the people of the Dragon God Temple, the three men's faces were incomparably gloomy, and their hearts were filled with anger. I'll let you experience the power of the Dragon God Temple's 9-layered god-slaying universe formation. Feng Wuchen said coldly, his expression becoming fierce. The enormous formation began to emit a violent aura. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, and an extremely terrifying energy spread out. It was quite intimidating. This formation is not simple. Its power is terrifying. The leader frowned and said with a serious expression. Swish. Swish. Buzz. Under the control of Feng Wuchen, 3 streams of terrifying energy burst out from the magic array. They were majestic and rushed towards the 3 warriors of the Heaven Realm with an ear-piercing sound. This power is comparable to the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. A man was shocked. A formation that combines both offense and defense. The leader's expression was extremely solemn. Ice Dark Shield. Activating his genuine essence of ice property, the leader shouted and condensed a huge ice wall of dozens of feet in front of him. Boom. 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 Buzz. The energy of the formation hit the ice wall, and the explosion once again resounded through the Dendi Mountain. The terrible energy ripples shook and tore a large black crack in the void space. However, although the power of the formation was strong, it was not strong enough to defeat the 3 warriors of the Heaven Realm. The ice wall easily blocked the power of the formation. How is it? The formation of the Divine Dragon Temple didn't disappoint you, did it? Feng Wuchen looked at the 3 men and sneered slightly. It's just SOSO, the leader responded indifferently. Just SOSO? Feng Wuchen smiled evilly and said, this is only 70% of the power of the formation. Do you want to try more powerful power? But with your cultivation, you can't stop it. Hearing this, the 3 men's expressions finally changed. Do you want to try? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer and a look of confidence. The leader stared at Feng Wuchen seriously. Seeing Feng Wuchen's confidence, he secretly said, this guy doesn't seem to be lying. If the formation has more power, not only can we not catch this guy, but I'm afraid we will lose our lives. Not to mention whether they could block the power of the formation or catch Feng Wuchen, they couldn't even break the formation. There was no need to talk about anything else. We can't break the formation even together. This guy shouldn't be bluffing. A man frowned. The leader was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, Feng Wuchen, you're lucky. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe that I will turn you into ashes? Zhang Junlan shouted coldly. Because of what happened to Yanran, Zhang Junlan hated the Divine King Shrine to the bone. Hearing this, the leader looked at Zhang Junlan and said coldly, Young Master Zhang, your Zhang family doesn't dare to become enemies with the Divine King Shrine. Don't think that you're so great just because you're the #1 blacksmith in the continent. Is the Divine King Shrine very strong? I don't think so. Don't mention the Divine King Shrine so easily. You can't represent the Divine King Shrine. Ling Xiaoxiao said with disdain. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao fiercely, the man said coldly, Stupid girl, be careful with your words. You dare to insult the Divine King Shrine? Are you tired of living? If you want to kill me, go back and ask the second elder of the Divine King Shrine who injured him. And ask your young master who scared him away. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Hearing this, the three men's faces changed at the same time, as if they already knew something. What if the fairy instrument pavilion is included? No matter how strong the Divine King Shrine is, I'm afraid they won't dare to act rashly. Feng Wuchen added, looking fearless. Humph. The leader snorted and was speechless. Then the three men left. The strength of the Zhang family was indeed no match for the Divine King Shrine, but with the Fairy Instrument Pavilion, it was completely different. The Fairy Instrument Pavilion was the #1 blacksmith sect on the continent. Its network was so huge that it covered the whole continent. Even the Divine King Shrine was afraid of it. The three of them alone were not qualified to provoke the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. If they offended the Fairy Instrument Pavilion, they would either die or never get a wizard weapon from the Fairy Instrument Pavilion. Feng Wuchen and the others scared the three warriors of the Heaven Realm away with a few words. The soldiers of the Dragon Temple cheered. As soon as the three men left, Feng Wuchen's face became serious. He said, the Divine King Shrine has already targeted us. We must be careful. The most important thing is to improve our cultivation. Try not to go out if there is nothing else. Yes. Everyone responded respectfully. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, 5th floor. The soldiers of the Divine Dragon Palace lined up neatly with respectful expressions. The 9 Revolution Heaven Warring Art that you cultivate is a mid-grade Earth-rank cultivation technique. Your cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary people and is not even inferior to geniuses. In addition, you have also cultivated the Sovereign's body. Your physical body has been strengthened and your cultivation speed has also increased. The martial skills you cultivate are also not weak. You also have armor and spirit weapons. Your combat strength is extremely strong. Enemies of the same level are definitely not your match. But this is not strong enough. You still need to become stronger. In the space, Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn. He had the demeanor of a palace master. Become stronger. Become stronger. The soldiers' blood boiled as they roared loudly. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is your cultivation holy land. The 2nd floor has a spirit lake and the 5th floor has a pure energy body. In addition to the medicinal pills and treasures of heaven and earth, your cultivation will definitely increase very quickly. Ordinary geniuses are not as good as you, but it won't be so easy to break through to the heaven realm in a short period of time. At this point, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a fist-sized piece of blood flew out and floated above Feng Wuchen's palm. An extremely terrifying aura swept out. Hiss. The soldiers were scared out of their wits and their faces were pale. This is the blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert. If you want to break through to the heaven realm in a short period of time, you need it to increase your cultivation. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The blood essence in Feng Wuchen's hand was the Sovereign King's blood essence that he had obtained from the tomb. The blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert. The soldiers were shocked again. Their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. They were extremely frightened. The Divine King Divine Palace can target us. I'm afraid that the evil humans tribe has already found me. Only by becoming stronger can the Divine Dragon Palace go further. Start cultivating. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the blood essence flew into the air. Feng Wuchen wanted to share it with the soldiers. Now that the enemies they were facing were getting stronger and stronger, Feng Wuchen wanted to nurture the soldiers into experts. Only when they had enough strength would they be able to fight against powerful enemies. The soldiers were quite touched. Their achievements today were all brought to them by Feng Wuchen. Without Feng Wuchen, they would still be the elite soldiers of the Empire and would never have achieved what they had today. Any soldier of the Divine Dragon Temple could easily dominate the Inferno Empire with their cultivation. Thank you for your gift, Palace Master. We will definitely do our best to live up to your expectations. Huan Yang knelt down gratefully, his eyes slightly moist. Thank you for your gift, Palace Master. We won't disappoint the Palace Master's expectations. The soldiers knelt down one after another, their hearts burning with a high fighting spirit. The sovereign king's blood essence is very large, and its power is extremely violent. You must be careful when you cultivate. Xianxia, keep an eye on them. If anyone slacks off, break their legs. Feng Wuchen said. Rest assured, Palace Master. Xianxia nodded. Brother Feng, aren't you going to cultivate with us? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Lin, you should have left the Sky Flame Academy by now. I have to bring him to the Divine Dragon Temple. I don't know how that kid's cultivation has improved, so I'll bring him back first, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Lin Yu was Feng Wuchen's best childhood playmate. Now that 3 years had passed, it was time for Lin Yu to graduate from the academy. After leaving the pagoda, Feng Wuchen entered the transportation array and returned to the Inferno Empire's Heaven Pavilion. The movement of the transportation array attracted the attention of everyone in Heaven Pavilion. Pairs of eyes immediately looked over. Pavilion Master? Duan Henshi, who happened to come out of the main hall, turned his head and was stunned for a moment. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master is back. Everyone in Heaven Pavilion shouted excitedly. Welcome back, Pavilion Master. Everyone excitedly knelt on one knee and shouted, their loud voices resounding throughout Heaven Pavilion. Heaven Pavilion was the first force established by Feng Wuchen. Although it was not as strong as the Divine Dragon Temple, it was now the strongest force in the Inferno Empire. Heaven Pavilion now had more than 700 people, more than 100 Sky Origin stage experts. It was definitely a huge existence in the Empire. Get up. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. His gaze swept across everyone in Heaven Pavilion. Feng Wuchen nodded repeatedly, feeling very satisfied. Sky Origin Stage 8, not bad. Your cultivation has improved quite quickly, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he looked at Duan Henshi. Duan Henshi suddenly came to his senses. He quickly ran over and gave Feng Wuchen a bear hug. You bastard. You still know to come back. Duan Henshi was so emotional that tears flowed down his cheeks. What is a man crying for? When I came back, you were in seclusion. Can you blame me? Besides, the transportation array was just nearby. Can't you go to the Divine Dragon Temple yourself? Feng Wuchen spread his hands helplessly. Pavilion Master, the second prince just came out of seclusion a few days ago, someone said in a low voice. What about Duan Wuching? Feng Wuchen asked. My brother just went into seclusion yesterday. He said that he was going to break through to the Sky Origin stage, Duan Henshi said excitedly as he wiped his tears. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, what about Lin Yu? Looking at the time, it should be about time for him to leave the academy, right? It's today. I was just about to go back to the academy when you came back. The dean and the elders are complaining about you. You promised the dean that you would go back every year. Once you left, you never came back, Duan Henshi said. Today? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He came back at the right time. Let's go to the academy. We'll talk as we go. A super genius came to our academy. He has an 8th grade martial spirit and is very arrogant. He is at Sky Origin Stage 7 and is very strong. Even I can't beat him. Duan Henshi said as he pulled Feng Wuchen towards the Sky Flame Academy. Super genius? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Feng Wuchen was very clear about Duan Henshi's strength. Duan Henshi was at Sky Origin Stage 8, which was enough to fight against someone at Sky Origin Stage 9. However, he couldn't even beat someone at Sky Origin Stage 7. This showed how strong the genius that Duan Henshi mentioned was. The number 1 genius of the academy. Duan Henshi nodded heavily. An 8th grade martial spirit is indeed not simple. Feng Wuchen nodded. He was quite curious. Sky Flame Academy. Today was the day of the academy's graduation ceremony. All the students gathered at the academy's huge plaza. The plaza was bustling with noise and excitement. The graduating students could choose to stay in the academy to continue cultivating. In the future, they would have the opportunity to become a teacher or an elder. They could also choose to leave the academy and go out on their own. Swish swish. Suddenly, 2 figures flashed and appeared in the sky above the academy, which was bustling with noise. They were Feng Wuchen and Duan Henshi. "Dean, elders, look who I brought back." Duan Hen, she smiled proudly. Feng Wuchen. The dean and elders turned pale with fright. All the students looked at the sky above the academy. "Big brother Feng!" Lin Yu shouted excitedly. "Great commander of the empire! The #1 genius of our academy! He is that Feng Wuchen who can freely enter and leave the academy? I can't see his cultivation level. However, he was the #1 genius in the last genius ranking battle. He shouldn't be weak. I heard that he is the #1 genius of the academy and is even stronger than the second prince." The new students did not know Feng Wuchen and had only heard of him. Now, they were sizing up Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was the only student in the history of the Skyflame Academy who could freely enter and leave the academy. Feng Wuchen was also the #1 genius of the academy and the #1 genius of the genius ranking battle. His strength was incomparably strong. Therefore, the new students were very curious about Feng Wuchen and wanted to know what Feng Wuchen looked like. He doesn't look like much. He might even be weaker than the second prince now. Although I can't see his cultivation level, I think he is far weaker than Tianning. Don't talk nonsense. He is our empire's great commander. The strongest existence in the 4 empires. Many of the new students were commenting in low voices. They felt that Feng Wuchen was the kind of person who did not live up to his reputation and was not as strong as they said. Feng Wuchen and Duan Hen, she descended. Feng Wuchen bowed and said, "Dean, elder." "Feng Wuchen. It's really you." Dean Xing Tian Feng thought that he was seeing things because of his old age. Great Elder Zhenyun Tian also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and disbelief. "It's me." Feng Wuchen nodded. "Big brother Feng. This is great. You are really back." Lin Yu rushed over excitedly and laughed excitedly. "Lin Yu. It's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation level has risen to Sky Yuan stage 7. Not bad, not bad." Feng Wuchen looked at Lin Yu and laughed happily. Lin Yu was Feng Wuchen's best childhood playmate. After not meeting for a long time, Feng Wuchen was extremely happy. "Great commander, we are not here anymore." Su Liang smiled. "Su Liang. Sky Yuan stage 8. Amazing. Amazing." Feng Wuchen recognized Su Liang at a glance. His face was full of smiles. During the Genius Ranking Martial Tournament, Su Liang was one of the participants. Feng Wuchen had a deep impression of him. The 3 of them fought side by side and obtained first place for the Skyflame Academy. Today's academy was no longer the academy of the past. In recent years, the empire's strength had grown, and the academy had more cultivation resources. The students had improved at a rapid pace. The moment Feng Wuchen finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze staring at him. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but turn his head to look. Sky Origin Stage Level 7. Duan Hen, she must be talking about him. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he sized up the student. This is the power of ancient lightning. He actually possesses an ancient power. With just a simple glance, Feng Wuchen was stunned. Feng Wuchen could sense an ancient aura emanating from the student's body. He wouldn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. The student's name was Tianning. Although he was 1 year younger than Feng Wuchen, he was the #1 genius of the academy. He had completely replaced Feng Wuchen's position. No wonder he could defeat Duan Henshi. His strength should be enough to fight against Sky Origin Stage 9. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He is the super genius I was talking about, Tianning. This guy has an Earth rank martial skill. He is very powerful. Duan Hen, she whispered in Feng Wuchen's ear. Oh? The Inferno Empire has an Earth rank martial skill? Feng Wuchen was surprised. While Feng Wuchen was surprised, he suddenly heard Xing Tianfeng's angry scolding. Feng Wuchen. You stinking brat, what did you promise me? Xing Tianfeng suddenly scolded as he stormed over to Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was shocked. He revealed an awkward smile and scratched his head. Dean, I'm sorry. I forgot. Aren't I back now? Just in time. In the entire Inferno Empire, only Xing Tianfeng dared to speak to Feng Wuchen in such a manner. This brat hides his strength so well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. I also don't know what level he has reached. I can't see his alchemy level either. This brat is really mysterious. Jin Yuntian frowned as he stared at Feng Wuchen. However, no matter how hard Jin Yuntian looked, he couldn't see anything. Those who didn't know would think that Feng Wuchen was just an ordinary person. Elder Su, who was standing at the side, also had a serious expression. He looked at Jin Yuntian and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Humph. You still have the face to say that? Xing Tianfeng scolded as he glared at Feng Wuchen. Dean, calm down, calm down. I'll give the academy an earth rank martial skill later. Is that okay? Feng Wuchen whispered in Xing Tianfeng's ear. Earth rank martial skill? Hearing this, Xing Tianfeng was stunned. His old face was filled with shock. Xing Tianfeng immediately grabbed Feng Wuchen's shoulders and hurriedly asked, Really? Feng Wuchen, never lie. Feng Wuchen said with a serious face. Humph. That's more like it. Xing Tianfeng's old face finally revealed a smile. The ceremony begins. Jin Yuntian shouted. The so-called graduation ceremony was actually for the new students to challenge the graduating students. It was to encourage the new students to work hard. When Feng Wuchen challenged the number one genius of the academy, it was also like this. A Sky Origin Stage 6 student jumped onto the square and said confidently, I want to challenge the second prince. The student's name was Fu Yan, and he was also one of the geniuses of the academy. Among the new students, Fu Yan's strength was second only to Tianing. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dare to challenge me. Didn't I let you win last time? You only managed to hit me once. Do you really think you can defeat me? Duan Hen she laughed and scolded him. You said last time that if I hit you once, you would lose. Fu Yan laughed. Brat, you're asking for a beating. Duan Hen she circulated his true origin and fiercely rushed forward. Projection of the illusory sun. Fu Yan shouted in a low voice and performed a movement technique. Boom. Buzz. Duan Hen she arrived in a flash and punched Fu Yan's body. With a loud explosion, the violent energy shook the square. Where do you think you're going? Duan Hen she saw through Fu Yan's plan and suddenly raised his head. Boom boom boom. Buzz. An intense battle began. Fu Yan used all his strength. Explosions sounded in the sky as the powerful energy continued to spread. All the students looked up at the sky. Their young faces were filled with excitement. However, only Tianying's gaze was fixed on Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen looked at Tianying. Tianying did not look away at all. He looked as if he wanted to fight against Feng Wuchen. What a sharp gaze. An 8th grade martial spirit talent. His origin should not be simple. I wonder who he is. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was getting more and more curious about Tianying. The Yanhua Empire was just a small country. It was a miracle for an 8th grade martial spirit talent to appear. This guy seems to be hostile towards me. Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed. He had just returned to the school and did not provoke anyone. Yet, Tianying was full of hostility towards him. Secretly shaking his head, Feng Wuchen did not mind. He then looked at the battle in the sky. Duan Hen she and Fu Yan's battle seemed to be evenly matched at first. However, as time passed, Fu Yan gradually fell into a disadvantage. Of course, this was also because Duan Hen she had shown mercy. That was why Fu Yan could hold on for so long. However, in the end, Fu Yan was still defeated. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Fu Yan only challenged Duan Hen she to recharge himself. Thank you, second prince. The defeated Fu Yan cupped his fists in gratitude. Now do you know how powerful I am? Duan Hen she smiled proudly. Just so. Tianying coldly said. Although his voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. If it was someone else who said this, Duan Hen she would have broken their legs. However, since it was Tianying who said it, Duan Hen she did not lose his temper. No one in the school thought that Tianying was arrogant because he had the strength to defeat Duan Hen she. Humph. Duan Hen, she coldly snorted and walked towards Feng Wuchen, ignoring Tianying. What is Tianying's background? Feng Wuchen asked. He was curious about Tianying. Duan Hen, she shook his head and said, I am not sure. The royal family could not find out his identity. The dean saw that his talent was amazing and allowed him to enter the school. In short, he is very mysterious. Very mysterious indeed. Feng Wuchen nodded his head. When Duan Hen she came down, Tianying flashed out and looked at Feng Wuchen. He then pointed at Feng Wuchen and arrogantly said, I want to challenge you. Challenge me? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. This guy was full of hostility towards him. Could it be that he wanted to challenge him? What? Are you afraid? Tianying was full of confidence. He looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen slightly shook his head and said, You are not my opponent. I advise you to challenge others. When Feng Wuchen's words came out, the students in the audience instantly. Isn't Feng Wuchen too arrogant? He actually said that Tianying was no match for him. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he is at most a little stronger than the second prince. During the genius ranking martial competition, their strengths were about the same. I think he is afraid of Tianying. It is said that Tianying didn't even use his full power when he defeated the second prince. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of Sky Origin stage couldn't defeat Tianying. How dare Feng Wuchen say that Tianying can't defeat him? Many academies were in an uproar. Feng Wuchen's simple words made them feel that Feng Wuchen was arrogant and conceited. Not only the students, but even the dean and elders also felt that Feng Wuchen was somewhat arrogant. As the number one genius of the academy, Tianying's strength was obvious to all. Although Xing Tianfeng was the dean, even he was not confident that he could defeat Tianying. If you don't try, how do you know I'm not your opponent? Moreover, I am the one challenging you. You have no reason to reject me. Tianying frowned as his face turned cold. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, Your talent is indeed amazing and your strength is not weak. However, you are not my opponent. Pavilion Master, can you really defeat him? Duan Hen she asked in surprise. Duan Hen she couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. He had never been to the Dragon God Palace, so he didn't know anything about Feng Wuchen's current cultivation. Feng Wuchen, the rules of the academy cannot be broken this time. Xing Tianfeng quickly said. He also wanted to see what level Feng Wuchen had reached. This? Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. After hesitating for a while, he said, All right, since the dean has spoken, I accept your challenge. So reluctant, Feng Wuchen was obviously looking down on Tianying. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Feng Wuchen is looking down on Tianying. This guy is really asking for a beating. Feng Wuchen's words undoubtedly aroused the students' dissatisfaction once again. Tianying's face turned gloomy. Since the day Tianying entered the academy, he had always stood at the top of the academy. No one could surpass him. Now that Feng Wuchen had said that he was not Tianying's opponent, how could Tianying take this insult? At this time, Feng Wuchen had already walked out and arrived at the center of the square. Looking at Tianying, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Use your full strength, don't hold back. That will depend on your ability. Tianying replied coldly. I'm talking about your lightning power. Feng Wuchen smiled. Hearing this, Tianying's gloomy face changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen knew that he had lightning power in his body. How did he know that I have lightning power in my body? Tianying was shocked. No one in the academy knew about it except for Feng Wuchen. This was Feng Wuchen's first time seeing Tianying. Tianying had never used lightning power before. How did Feng Wuchen know? While he was still in shock, Tianying had already activated his lightning power. His body was covered in lightning. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power of lightning spread out, causing the square to vibrate and explode, scaring the students into retreating in fear. What kind of power is this? Tianying's aura is rising so fast. What a terrifying lightning attribute. Tianying has been hiding his strength all this time. When the students sensed Sky Shadow's terrifying lightning attribute energy, they were both alarmed and shocked. He actually held back when he fought with me. Duan Henshi's face was filled with shock and his expression was stiff. Xing Tianfeng, the elders, and the instructors were all stunned. No one knew that Tianying was hiding such a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Tianying's aura had soared to Sky Origin Stage 9, not to mention Dean Xing Tianfeng, even the Emperor of the Empire, Duan Tianhun, had not reached such a terrifying level. Where is your spiritual weapon? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Even in the face of such a tyrannical Tianying, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. The students couldn't help but feel shocked. Was Feng Wuchen really that powerful? I don't know if you can block my power. Tianying frowned. He did not believe that Feng Wuchen's strength was so tyrannical. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Tianying suddenly stomped on the ground. With a loud boom, a huge pit was formed on the ground. Tianying's figure had already turned into a blue light and appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. Tianying threw a punch forward. His attack was fierce and powerful. It was quite intimidating. Tianying arrived in the blink of an eye, but Feng Wuchen did not move at all. Big brother Feng. Lin Yu's face was filled with worry. He is indeed bragging. Seeing that Feng Wuchen did not move, the students showed disdain. They thought that Feng Wuchen did not notice anything. Boom, Sky Shadow's attack didn't stop at all. His fist landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. There was a loud explosion. In the next second, everyone was completely stunned. How? How is this possible? The entire academy was silent for 2 minutes. Tianying's face was filled with shock as he spat out a few words in a daze. Tianying's punch contained the strongest power of thunder and lightning. Its destructive power was terrifying. However, when such a terrifying power landed on Feng Wuchen's chest, not only did it not injure or defeat Feng Wuchen, it did not even push Feng Wuchen back half a step. The power of Tianying's punch was indeed terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen's strength was even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen did not even feel the slightest pain from this punch. No. No way. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Tianying attacked with his full strength without holding back. The power of this punch is definitely comparable to the 9th level of Sky Origin Stage. How is it possible that it could not hurt Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen is actually unharmed. He did not even frown. How is this possible? As the silence was broken, the students instantly burst into an uproar. A large number of exclamations soared into the sky. Tianying's strength was terrifying. He was the strongest existence in the academy. However, such a terrifying power could not even shake Feng Wuchen. Could it be that Feng Wuchen has broken through to the Sky Origin Stage? Xing Tianfeng could not help but exclaim. This was the only possibility that made sense. Feng Wuchen's strength was too strong. It was beyond everyone's imagination. With Feng Wuchen's current physical strength, not to mention Tianying, even if an expert at the 4th or 5th level of the celestial realm attacked with their full strength, they would not be able to shake Feng Wuchen even half a step. Feng Wuchen stood motionless. He did not defend himself, nor did he use his true essence to resist. He simply relied on the strength of his body to block Tianying's attack. Wasn't this too much of a blow? Was he still human? He was simply a monster. Has the Pavilion Master's strength really reached such a level? Could it be the Sky Origin Stage? Duan Henshi guessed in shock. While everyone in the academy was shocked, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Can you use your spiritual weapon now? Otherwise, you won't have any chance of defeating me." Hearing this, the shocked Tianying's expression became gloomy again. Then, he started to madly attack. Bang bang bang. Buzz. Both of Tianying's fists bombarded Feng Wuchen's chest. A series of explosions caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A terrifying energy swept through the plaza, causing it to shake violently. Cracks spread out in all directions from the feet of the two. However, what shocked the people of the academy even more was that Sky Shadow's frenzied attacks were still unable to shake Feng Wuchen. Even when the ground of the square collapsed, Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change at all. Feng Wuchen stood in place, allowing Sky Shadow to attack wildly. Everyone in the academy was completely dumbfounded. Heavens, Big Brother Feng's strength is so terrifying. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat as his terrified face turned pale. Feng Wuchen calmly looked at Tianning. He smiled faintly and said, even if you throw 10,000 punches, the result will be the same. Bring out your true abilities and use your strongest martial technique. Hearing this, Tianning stopped attacking. Feng Wuchen slowly rose into the sky. Tianying's gaze was fixed on Feng Wuchen. Unknowingly, a stationary white sword had appeared in his hand. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Tianying's aura suddenly soared and reached the peak of Sky Origin Stage 9. Boom! Tianning bent his legs slightly and then stomped hard on the ground. With a loud explosion, a huge pit was created in the plaza. Broken stones sputtered everywhere. Tianying's figure soared into the sky and charged at Feng Wuchen with a violent aura. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen raised his hand slightly and extended his index finger. The other 4 fingers were closed together. The moment Tianning approached, the flying sword in his hand once again launched a fierce attack. All kinds of tricky and fierce sword moves greeted Feng Wuchen. Ding ding ding. Feng Wuchen used his index finger to block all of Tianying's ferocious attacks. Crisp sounds rang out continuously, and it didn't take much effort. Extremely violent energy spread out, and the students couldn't help but tremble. Feng Wuchen's finger seemed to be made of steel. Even a high-grade spiritual weapon flying sword couldn't hurt it. Gulp, the more the people of the academy watched, the more shocked and frightened they were. They swallowed hard. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying. Feng Wuchen hasn't activated his true essence yet. What level has he reached? The students' faces were pale, and they were dumbfounded. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength terrified them. Do you want to try your sword art or martial skill? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Tianying's expression was extremely ugly. He was completely sure that Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely powerful and not inferior to his. However, the competitive Tianning never thought of giving up. Tianning stopped attacking and distanced himself from Feng Wuchen. High-grade mystic martial skill. Limitless soul-breaking claw. Tianning activated the power of thunder with all his might, formed a seal with one hand, and shouted. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! Tianning struck out with his claw, and a huge blue energy claw that was dozens of feet long rushed toward Feng Wuchen with a piercing sound. The attack was fierce and had the power to tear through the void. The energy claw's speed was astonishing, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. Isn't he going to dodge? Is he that confident? Tianning frowned as he stared at Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all. Rumble. Buzz buzz. From beginning to end, Feng Wuchen didn't move at all, allowing the energy claw to hit him. The explosion was deafening, and the violent energy completely engulfed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen doesn't seem to have dodged. He didn't plan to dodge at all. This guy is really confident. Isn't Feng Wuchen too arrogant? He doesn't even care about Tianying's martial skill. The students exclaimed again. When did Feng Wuchen become so arrogant? Zhen Yuntian frowned. This was completely different from their understanding of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's arrogance made Xing Tianfeng and the others feel that Feng Wuchen seemed to have changed into a different person after leaving the academy. When the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in front of everyone. Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Hiss, seeing that Feng Wuchen wasn't injured at all, everyone gasped in horror. They were so shocked that their bodies trembled. This? Tianning was completely dumbfounded. Impossible. Impossible. Tianning was shocked. He was also the #1 genius of the academy, and he didn't believe that Feng Wuchen would be so strong that he felt powerless. High-grade mystic rank martial skill. Thunderbolt finger. Low-grade earth rank martial skill. Heaven destruction seal. Thunder god sword. Unstoppable thunderbolt. Tianning used terrifying martial skills one after another, including earth-rank martial skills and earth-rank sword arts. Waves of terrifying energy bombarded Feng Wuchen's body one after another. Any one of these incomparably tyrannical martial techniques could leave everyone in the academy in the dust. Earth-rank martial arts techniques and sword techniques were extremely powerful. Feng Wuchen allowed Tianning to attack him as he pleased and remained unscathed. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen's strength far surpassed Tianying's. Tianning had used all his martial arts techniques, but he still could not hurt Feng Wuchen. Instead, he had exhausted a huge amount of his true essence. Tianying's face was slightly pale as he panted heavily. He looked rather pathetic. Not only was he unable to hurt his opponent, he had also weakened himself. Feng Wuchen had not even made a move yet, and Tianning had already lost. It was a complete embarrassment. "What's your cultivation base?" Tianning could not help but ask. "I also want to know your background." "You shouldn't be from the Inferno Empire," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Tianning fell silent. "That's it. The battle is over," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He did not press Tianning for his background. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slowly descended. Lin Yu and Duan Hen she pounced on him excitedly, their faces full of smiles. At this moment, none of the students in the academy dared to underestimate Feng Wuchen. They only felt fear and respect. From the beginning to the end, Feng Wuchen had not made a move at all. Feng Wuchen's easy victory made Xing Tianfeng and the others, as well as the students, very curious about his cultivation base. They were all secretly guessing if Feng Wuchen had broken through to the celestial realm. However, Feng Wuchen had not activated his true essence, so none of them could tell. "Feng Wuchen, have you broken through to the celestial realm?" Tianning asked. "With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to break through to the celestial realm," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Feng Wuchen, have you broken through to the celestial realm?" Xing Tianfeng asked with a face full of anxiety and urgency. "Didn't Tianning say so?" Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "Have you really broken through to the celestial realm?" Zhen Yuntian asked with uncertainty. Feng Wuchen was secretly depressed. Was there even a need to ask? Tianying's attack was as powerful as the 9th level of the Sky Origin stage. If Feng Wuchen hadn't broken through to the Sky Origin stage, how could he have resisted Tianying's attack with his physical body? Looking at Xing Tianfeng, Zhen Yuntian, and the others' expectant gazes, Feng Wuchen finally nodded helplessly. Feng Wuchen took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Xing Tianfeng with a smile. "Dean, Elder, I'm pressed for time, so I won't stay any longer." Feng Wuchen's purpose in returning this time was to bring Lin Yu to the Divine Dragon Temple. There was no other purpose. Moreover, he had to rush back to cultivate. Xing Tianfeng nodded and said, "Old man won't keep you any longer. The academy still has to prepare to recruit new students. Remember not to take the wrong path, or you won't be able to turn back." "Don't worry, Dean." Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen, the continent's #1 academy, is located in the northern Xian region. It's called the Holy Soul Academy. That's the real academy. There are many genius students there. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter, Xing Tianfeng said seriously. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. "Forget it. It's not like you don't know me. I won't be able to take it." "You." Sigh. Xing Tianfeng was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. "Dean, Elders, Instructor Li Feng, we'll meet again. If you have time in the future, come find me at the Divine Dragon Temple in the Astral Realm." Feng Wuchen cupped his hands and smiled. "Feng Wuchen, what rank are you now?" Zhen Yuntian hurriedly asked. "6th rank," Feng Wuchen replied in a low voice. "What? 6th rank?" Zhen Yuntian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What about your cultivation?" Xing Tianfeng asked in a low voice. 6th rank, Feng Wuchen replied in a low voice. Feng Wuchen's 2 replies shocked Xing Tianfeng and the others. They were scared out of their wits as they looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. "Dean, Elders, Instructor, thank you for your guidance for the past 3 years. We'll meet again." Lin Yu, Duan Henshi, and the others bowed. Before the graduation ceremony ended, Feng Wuchen had already left the academy with Lin Yu and Duan Henshi. Although Feng Wuchen was curious about Tianying's background, Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything if Tianying didn't want to talk about it. "Duan Henshi, go back and get Duan Wuqing. I'll bring you to a place that can help you break through to the celestial realm in a short amount of time. Time is of the essence. Go quickly. Lin Yu and I have something to do. We'll meet you at Heaven Pavilion." Feng Wuchen said solemnly as soon as they left the academy. Break through to the celestial realm? Duan Hen she was stunned at first, but he immediately became excited. He activated his flying martial skill with all his might and shot toward the imperial family as fast as he could. Big brother Feng, can I break through to the celestial realm as well? Lin Yu asked. Of course. Let's go to the Lin family. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As his childhood playmate, Feng Wuchen took good care of him. Skyflame Academy. The defeated Tianying left the square. Tianying came to the back mountain of the academy alone. He looked dispirited and dejected. It was obvious that being defeated by Feng Wuchen was a huge blow to him. Images of his battle with Feng Wuchen kept appearing in his mind. The invincible existence of Feng Wuchen had left a shadow in his heart. Tianying believed that his talent was not inferior to others. Among all the opponents he had encountered, he had never been defeated. The only one he had ever lost to was Feng Wuchen. Moreover, he had lost in such a humiliating manner. Feng Wuchen is only 2 years older than me. Is he really that strong? Tianying muttered to himself. He was very disappointed. What's wrong? Did something upset you? At this moment, a voice sounded in Tianying's ears. As soon as the voice fell, a young man appeared out of thin air. He was a few years older than Tianying. I lost. I lost terribly, Tianying replied dejectedly. Oh? There's someone in the academy who can defeat you, the young man asked in surprise. He used to be the academy's #1 genius. I couldn't tell his cultivation base. When I fought him, he just stood there and let me hit him. I used all my strength but couldn't hurt him at all, Tianying said dejectedly. Tianying suddenly looked at the man and said, Brother, he can even tell that I have the power of lightning. Oh? Looks like this person isn't simple. The young man was surprised again. He frowned slightly. Brother, Feng Wuchen is about the same age as you. Although he's no match for you, I feel that he's very strong. In another year or two, I might not be able to defeat him, Tianying continued. A man must be able to accept defeat. Losing is nothing, but you can't lose to yourself. Haven't I lost to many geniuses as well? But every time, my strength will increase greatly. Every time, I want to become stronger. It's the same for you. Don't worry too much, the young man comforted with a smile on his face. As long as you cultivate hard, you will definitely be able to defeat him, the man said with certainty. Can I really defeat him? Tianying still had no confidence. Of course. How is it? Do you want to cultivate now? The man asked. Tianying nodded heavily. Feng Wuchen, the young man muttered. Being able to defeat Tianying, Feng Wuchen had piqued the young man's interest. Brother, I heard that he is the commander of the Scorching Fire Empire and the Pavilion Master of the Heaven Pavilion, Tianying added. Commander of the Scorching Fire Empire? The young man frowned slightly, then shook his head. It is impossible for a small country to know about the ancient powers. Even in the mainland, there are many forces that do not know about the ancient powers. This Feng Wuchen is not as simple as he seems. Tianying said solemnly, I also think that this person's physical body is very terrifying. It is not something that ordinary geniuses can compare to. Then, he looked at the young man and said, Brother, why don't you investigate this Feng Wuchen? Hearing this, the young man smiled and said, Let's talk about it when we have time. Recently, I have been searching for a mysterious power and happened to pass by here. So, I decided to visit you. Cultivate well and increase your cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not be able to control the true power of lightning. I will take my leave, the young man said with a smile. Then, he disappeared into thin air. Feng Wuchen, I will never forgive you. Tianying clenched his fists, his eyes flashing fiercely. Why is the pavilion master not here yet? It has been an hour. Duan Hen she anxiously paced back and forth in the main hall of the Heaven Pavilion. The commander should be at the Feng family. There is no need to rush, Duan Wuqing said calmly. However, Duan Wuqing was very curious. What kind of holy land could allow them to break through to the heaven realm in such a short time? Duan she said anxiously, if they can break through to the heaven realm, how can I not be anxious? Greetings, Pavilion Master. Just as Duan she was getting anxious, the respectful voices of the people of Heaven Pavilion came from outside the main hall. They are back. Duan she was overjoyed and rushed out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, other than Feng Wuchen, there was also Feng Jingxiong, Xiaoqingqing, and Grand Elder Feng Qianyang. Commander. Feng Family Head. Madam Feng. Elder Feng. Duan Wuching bowed respectfully. His expression was somewhat emotional. Crown Prince, you are too polite. Feng Jingxiong smiled politely. Even though the Feng family's strength had surpassed the royal family, they were still polite. Let's go back to the Dragon Temple. Our brothers can go to the Dragon Temple at any time, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Pavilion Master, what is this magical place? Can you really break through to the heaven realm? Duan she asked excitedly as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you'll know when you get to the Dragon God Temple. Let's go, let's go. Duan she excitedly said as he pulled Feng Wuchen into the transfer array. Seeing Duan she's impatient appearance, everyone from Heaven Pavilion was stunned. They had never seen Duan she so anxious. Back at the Dragon God Shrine, Feng Wuchen led Duan Wuching and the others straight to the 5th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. At first, they thought that Feng Wuchen had brought them here to absorb pure energy, but when they came in, they were all scared out of their wits. What kind of power is this? Lin Yu cried out in extreme fear. His face was pale with fright, and he almost collapsed to the ground. What a terrifying energy! The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army are all here. Duan she's face was full of fear, and his body could not help but tremble. Even Feng Qianyang and Feng Jingxiong, who had strong mental fortitude, were stunned by this violent and terrifying energy. This energy is enough to destroy the heavens and earth, right? Duan Wuching said in shock. The terrifying pressure was so great that it made it hard for them to breathe. Sensing that someone had appeared, Tianqing and the others opened their eyes from their cultivation. When they saw Feng Wuchen, Feng Jingxiong, and the others, they stood up to greet them. Feng Jingxiong quickly pressed them down and said, continue with your cultivation. There's no need for formalities. The Crimson Emperor has broken through to the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Duan Wuching's face was full of shock. Duan she was stunned and said, Huanyang and Luanchen have both broken through to the Heaven Realm. They actually surpassed us. Isn't this too fast? How is it? Not bad, right? Feng Wuchen's face showed traces of pride. Chen what kind of energy is this? Why is it so terrifying? Xiaoqingqing asked in shock. If Feng Wuchen had not brought them here, she would have thought that they had arrived in hell. Feng Wuchen pointed at the space above and said, Mother, this is the blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert. We obtained it when we were searching for treasures. The blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert? Duan she and Lin Yu exclaimed in shock. Realizing that their voices were too loud, they immediately covered their mouths. The legendary divine transformation realm expert. Duan Wuching was stunned. This can't be real, right? The blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert. Lin Yu was also shocked. Father, Mother, Grand Elder, hurry up and cultivate. Breaking through to the heaven realm is not a problem at all, Feng Wuchen said. Before Feng Wuchen's voice even faded, Duan she had already run to the soldiers and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Feng Jingxiong and Xiaoqingqing also found a place to sit down and cultivate. Such terrifying blood essence gave them hope of breaking through to the heaven realm. Moreover, with the pure energy, breaking through to the heaven realm was not a problem. After the shock and horror, it was replaced by excitement and ecstasy. With the blood essence of a divine transformation realm expert providing cultivation, the soldiers' cultivation speed was extremely shocking. It was enough to leave countless geniuses in the dust. Feng Wuchen was not idle either. He used the golden dragon seal to devour the power of the blood essence and then went to the 7th level to cultivate. The Divine King's divine palace had already come to find him. Feng Wuchen continued to improve his cultivation. His desire for power was very strong. With my current strength, if I break through to the 7th level of the Heaven Realm, no one under the Heaven Realm should be my match, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he cultivated. He was still quite confident in his own strength. In the Divine King's Divine Palace, Leng Hun's independent palace. Formation? Leng Hun frowned slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "It's just a formation. With the 3 of you in the Heaven Realm, you can't break it?" As he spoke, Leng Hun stretched out his right hand. An extremely terrifying energy lifted the 3 of them up. He looked as if he would die if he failed the mission. The 3 of them were so frightened that their souls left their bodies. "Young master, the formation of the Dragon Temple is very powerful. We tried our best but still couldn't break it. Not only is its defense strong, but its attack power is also very terrible. It's comparable to the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm," a man said in horror. "Young master, please spare our lives." Feng Wuchen also said that the formation of the Dragon Temple could kill a superior at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Another man said in horror. "How dare you beg for mercy when you're incompetent?" Leng Hun said coldly. His killing intent filled the entire hall. Leng Hun bent his hand. The terrifying energy formed a space that slowly shrank. "Young master, please spare our lives." The 3 of them begged for mercy in horror. Leng Hun suddenly clenched his fist. At that moment, the 3 Heaven Realm warriors had no power to resist and were instantly compressed into a pool of blood. In the northern abyss of the Tyrant region, a figure appeared in a flash, standing proudly in the void space. A fierce and terrifying aura emanated from the mysterious man, which had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. "Is the black fire really in the northern abyss?" The man frowned slightly, a trace of doubt surging in his heart. As he turned his palm, a mysterious black stone appeared in his palm. "Where are we going to find such a huge place like the northern abyss?" the man complained. Slowly closing his eyes, the man carefully sensed, hoping to sense a trace of a strange aura. Soon, the man gave up. He could not sense any aura in the entire northern abyss, not even the aura of a human. "It's still the same. I can't sense anything." The man shook his head helplessly. "If you search like this, you won't find the black fire even after 10,000 years. Just as the man was feeling helpless, a voice suddenly came from the silent space. "Boy, you've been following me for so long. You're only here for the black fire. Do you really think I didn't notice?" The man frowned and shouted coldly, his eyes sweeping to the source of the voice. There, a young man appeared out of thin air. "I was wondering who it was. It's the young master of the Bailey family, Bailey Yufeng." The man sneered slightly, a trace of arrogance on his lips. Bailey Yufeng, the young master of the Bailey family, was known as the cultivation genius of the Bailey family. Bailey Yufeng was dressed in black brocade. He was tall, thin, handsome, and had a noble temperament. He was also the brother of Bailey Tianying from the Skyflame Academy. "It seems that the Fiend tribe has a lot of information." Bailey Yufeng smiled slightly. Even though his cultivation was not as good as the man from the Fiend tribe, there was no fear on his face. The man was Peng Shuhui from the Fiend tribe. "Young Master Bailey is also looking for the black fire?" Peng Shuhui pretended to be shocked, then patted his head and said, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot that young Master Bailey is an alchemist. It's normal for him to be looking for the black fire. Since we're both looking for the black fire, why don't we cooperate? Once we find the black fire, we'll fight for it," Bailey Yufeng said calmly. Peng Shuhui spread out his hands and said, "If young Master Bailey is looking for the black fire, I'll let you. I don't want to waste time in this place. Goodbye." After saying this, Peng Shuhui left. Bailey Yufeng sneered and did not stop him. In the next second, Bailey Yufeng suddenly waved his hand. An extremely terrifying energy slash blasted towards a certain void. Not good. In the dark, a man's expression changed drastically. Rumble. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, the void exploded and collapsed. Violent tremors covered the entire northern abyss. It could be said to be earth-shattering. His strength was so strong that it made people feel terrified. That was close. He deserves to be called the #1 genius of the Bailey family. He actually saw through my shadowless art. Peng Shuhui frowned in secret. His face was extremely gloomy, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Peng Shuhui was obviously hiding in the dark. He had originally planned to let Bailey Yufeng find the black fire before making his move. Unexpectedly, he could not hide it from Bailey Yufeng. Bailey Yufeng's strength could make Peng Shuhui, a warrior in the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, afraid. Either you cooperate, scram, or I kill you. Choose one. Bailey Yufeng said coldly. Peng Shuhui, who had disappeared in a flash, reappeared and sneered, "You're actually able to see through my shadowless art." As expected of the Bailey clan's #1 genius. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying energy of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm was crazily stimulated. The dazzling blue light instantly covered the entire northern abyss. The void violently shook and collapsed. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Young Master Bailey, if you want to kill me, it depends on your ability. Let me see. If the #1 genius of the Bailey family is undeserved, Peng Shuhui said viciously. The biting cold murderous intent made people feel stiff and cold. Hearing this, Bailey Yufeng sneered and said, "You'll know soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey Yufeng's figure strangely disappeared silently. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in the air. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Peng Shuhui snorted fiercely. He suddenly turned around and swept his foot out. Where are you kicking? I'm behind you. The moment Peng Shuhui's foot swept out, Bailey Yufeng's voice rang out behind him. What? Peng Shuhui's face suddenly changed. Boom. Puff. Bailey Yufeng punched out. With a boom, the terrifying energy caused Peng Shuhui to spit out blood with just one punch. Peng Shuhui was furious, but when he wanted to fight back, he found that his body could not move. This? Peng Shuhui was dumbfounded and looked aghast. The cultivation of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm is nothing more than this. Bailey Yufeng sneered slightly. Peng Shuhui was shocked and frightened. He had never expected that he would be so vulnerable in front of Bailey Yufeng. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Peng Shuhui hurriedly said, "Young Master Bailey is really powerful. It seems that if we don't cooperate, there is no other way." Glancing at Peng Shuhui, Bailey Yufeng sneered and said, "You'd better not play any tricks, or I'll kill you." How dare I play any tricks in front of young Master Bailey? Peng Shuhui shrugged and smiled. He looked completely like a villain and was unbelievable. Bailey Yufeng ignored him. He was not worried that Peng Shuhui would play any tricks. Although Peng Shuhui's cultivation was higher than Bailey Yufeng's, his fighting strength was far inferior. Since they were both here for the Black Fire, Peng Shuhui could only choose to cooperate. Although Peng Shuhui was a superior of the Evil Men tribe, the strength of the Bailey family was not inferior to the Evil Men tribe. Even if Bailey Yufeng killed Peng Shuhui, the Evil Men tribe would choose to let it go. The two of them told each other about the Black Fire and began to explore the northern region abyss. Bailey Yufeng is a level 6 alchemist. His control of the flame is better than mine, and his strength is above mine. Even if I find the Black Fire, I can't snatch it from him. Cooperating with him is helping him find the Black Fire. Humph, I won't let you succeed. Peng Shuhui thought to himself as they separated to explore. The Black Fire was the strongest flame in the Archean era. Who would not want such a treasure? Bailey Yufeng wanted the Black Fire, and so did Peng Shuhui. Therefore, they must have kept some information to themselves. Phew. Bailey Yufeng's figure flashed as he appeared on a cliff that extended from the peak of a mountain. He had already checked a few towering peaks but did not find anything. The Black Fire is an Archean flame. It can be said to be the strongest flame in the world. If the Black Fire is really hidden in the northern region abyss, why can't I sense any fire-attributed aura? There isn't even any change in temperature, Bailey Yufeng said doubtfully. Looking at the black stone in his hand, Bailey Yufeng muttered, "Finding the Black Fire is not easy. The Evil Men tribe has been searching for it for many years without finding anything. Could it be that someone else beat them to it? Or maybe it was sealed." Dragon Temple. Above the palace, a figure flashed and appeared. A terrifying aura instantly covered the Dragon Temple. It was a middle-aged man in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm with terrifying strength. Glancing at the Dragon Temple, the man frowned slightly. There was no one in the huge Dragon Temple. Whoosh! Outside the main hall of the Dragon Temple, 2 figures flashed. They were the 2 alchemists, Han Kuan and Xiao Shuishan. Tianhe, warriors of the Divine King's Divine Palace. Han Kuan frowned slightly. He recognized them at a glance. They don't come with good intentions, Xiao Shuishan said solemnly. Young master, there are only 2 people in the Dragon Temple. One is Han Kuan, and the other is an old man. The others are nowhere to be found. I can't sense their aura, Tianhe reported. Keep an eye on the Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen will appear sooner or later. Catch him if you have the chance. Leng Hun's voice came from Tianhe's mind. After replying, He disappeared in a flash. Tianhe left after taking a look at the Dragon Temple, which shocked Han Kuan and Xiao Shuishan. They didn't know what Tianhe wanted to do. It seems that the Divine King's Divine Palace won't let it go. Han Kuan frowned, feeling strange and worried. Xiao Shuishan frowned and asked, why did Tianhe do this? Han Kuan shook his head solemnly, indicating that he didn't know. If it were other forces, Han Kuan might not be afraid at all. But the Divine King's Divine Palace made him very afraid. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The soldiers cultivating in the 9-fold Qiankuan Pagoda advanced by leaps and bounds with the help of the blood essence of the terrifying experts in the Divine Transformation Realm and the treasures of heaven and earth. Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing were the same. According to this terrifying speed of practice, it wouldn't be long before they all hoped to break through to the celestial realm. Feng Wuchen, who was practicing in the 7th level, had been practicing for a month. He had completely refined the essence and blood he devoured, but he still couldn't break through to the 7th level of the celestial realm. He was still half a step away. Half a step was only a matter of time for Feng Wuchen. Opening his eyes slightly, Feng Wuchen stretched his body. His entire body crackled like firecrackers, and he moaned in comfort. Just a little bit more. What a pity. But it doesn't matter. I'll be able to break through in at most 3 to 5 days. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. As Feng Wuchen's cultivation grew stronger and stronger, the amount of energy he needed to break through would also increase, and the time required would also increase. Shaking his head helplessly, Feng Wuchen exited 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Since the breakthrough was not far away, Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry. Welcome back, Hall Master. Han Kuan and Xiao Shuishan respectfully welcomed him. You look so flustered. What happened? Feng Wuchen asked. He could tell from the 2 elders' anxious faces. Han Kuan hurriedly said, Hall Master, Tianhe of the Divine King Palace has been here for half a month. He has come to the Dragon Temple every few days, but he hasn't done anything. He just takes a look and then leaves. I guess he's waiting for you. Tianhe? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He's the right-hand man of Leng Hun of the Divine King Palace. He's at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm. Han Kuan added. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and walked straight to the main hall. He didn't seem to care. Han Kuan and Xiao Shuishan looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes, but they didn't say anything. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen took out a map and opened it. The location of the Power of Time is in the northern Xian domain. It's too far from the Wuji domain, so I won't consider it for the time being. The only place I know is the northern abyss. Feng Wuchen muttered while looking at the map. Feng Wuchen's mind was now filled with the desire to find the primordial power and the raven fire. Feng Wuchen now had 2 primordial powers. He still needed 8 more. Is there really raven fire in the northern abyss? Feng Wuchen's eyes were full of passion. He couldn't wait to set off for the northern abyss. However, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't finished their training yet. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't go by himself. It was too dangerous. Who knew how many terrifying forces were eyeing the raven fire? I'm afraid those mysterious forces are looking for it. Feng Wuchen frowned. It was not easy to get the primordial power and the raven fire. 9-fold god-killing formation of heaven and earth. Open! Han Kuan suddenly shouted outside the main hall. Hall Master. Hall Master. Tianhe is here. At this time, Qiu Shuishan rushed into the main hall to report, his face pale. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen nodded without any change in his expression. After putting the map into the storage ring, Feng Wuchen walked out of the main hall. Do you think you can stop me? Tianhe said expressionlessly. He didn't deliberately show his arrogance, as if Tianhe's arrogance was innate. Buzz. The terrifying power of the 5th level of the Heaven Realm suddenly spread out. The momentum was surging, and the power of genuine essence was extremely vigorous and violent. The void space burst open with a huge spiderweb-like crack. Tianhe was in the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, but his aura had reached the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. I don't think you can break the Dragon Temple formation. Feng Wuchen's voice came just as he walked out of the main hall. The power of destruction was activated, and the overbearing power was injected into the formation. Feng Wuchen personally controlled the formation. Boom. Buzz. Tianhe glanced at Feng Wuchen indifferently. Without saying anything, he suddenly hit the formation with his palm. The terrifying palm print of thousands of feet long hit the formation. The loud noise was deafening. The formation shook violently, and cracks spread out. Tianhe's terrifying strength could be seen from this palm. The formation can't support it. Han Kuan's old face was extremely dignified. He fully activated his genuine essence and injected it into the formation. But Han Kuan's power was of no help at all. Buzz. Feng Wuchen quickly activated the power of the 2nd stage of the Supreme Being, and took out the Kylan armor and boxing gloves. Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily. The peak of the 6th level of the Celestial Being Realm soared to the peak of the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm in the blink of an eye. With the surge of Feng Wuchen's power, the formation was supported by more power, and the cracks had all disappeared. 3 levels of improvement? The formation can bear the power of the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Tianhe looked at Feng Wuchen in amazement, and his heart was shocked. Don't underestimate the Dragon Temple formation. Feng Wuchen looked confident. He knew better than anyone how powerful the formation was, since it was set up by Feng Wuchen himself. Boy, is the Dragon Temple formation really so powerful? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, which made Feng Wuchen's face change dramatically. Boom. Puff. Crack. The moment the voice fell, suddenly there was an earth-shattering bang. The terrifying power hit the formation. Feng Wuchen and Han Kuan spat out blood on the spot. The formation could not withstand a single blow and was fragmented. Feng Wuchen controlled the formation with all his strength. The moment the formation was broken, Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. It's him. Feng Wuchen's pale face was extremely ugly. A divine transformation realm expert had the power to destroy the world. They were the peak existences of this continent. Before a divine transformation realm expert, everyone was an ant. Stinking brat, we meet again. A middle-aged man appeared above the divine dragon palace and stared at Feng Wuchen with a sinister gaze. Feng Wuchen's expression was extremely unsightly. He took out a medicinal pill with great difficulty and consumed it. This person was the evil man race expert that Feng Wuchen had met in the Blazing Glory Tego Desert. Palace Master, how are you? Han Kuan asked worriedly. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. Even the strongest rank 6 alchemist was not enough to deal with a divine transformation realm expert. A divine transformation realm expert could kill a divine transformation realm expert at will. Feng Wuchen shook his head with great difficulty. I'm fine. As Feng Wuchen spoke, he took out the Immortal Artifact Pavilion medallion, wanting to summon the Immortal Artifact Pavilion expert. However, the evil man race expert did not give him the chance. The evil man race expert stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A horrifying force immediately trapped Feng Wuchen, and the medallion fell from his hand. Palace Master. Han Kuan and Qiu Shuishan's expressions changed drastically. Don't come over. Feng Wuchen roared. Let's see what other tricks you can play. The evil man race expert laughed mockingly. He looked at Tianhe with a sinister gaze, scaring Tianhe into taking a few steps back. His entire body trembled, and his soul almost left his body. If you don't want to die, scram, the evil man race expert said coldly. Gulp, Tian. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror and left without hesitation. He was worried that the evil man race expert would change his mind if he was a second late. Stinking brat, you tricked me in the desert. Originally, I should have killed you. However, you are lucky. Our evil man race's patriarch wants to meet you. The evil man race expert smiled coldly. He bent his hand and sucked Feng Wuchen into the air, wanting to bring Feng Wuchen away. The moment the evil man race expert spoke, his expression changed. He suddenly turned his head to look at the void. An extremely horrifying aura pressed down from the void. That surging aura that looked down on the world caused the evil man race expert's expression to turn grave. Young Arbiter Ming of the Yinyang family. The fiend race expert said with a frown. In the sky above the Dragon God Temple, a short young man had appeared out of nowhere. The young man was at most 1.6 meters tall. He was dressed in gorgeous brocade and had a youthful face. He was quite handsome. Those who did not know his identity would definitely think that he was a child. However, those who knew him would be scared out of their wits when they saw him. This was because he was young Master Arbiter of the Yinyang family, a terrifying expert in the 5th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. His aura is even more terrifying. Han Kuan's entire body trembled. He had never seen such a terrifying expert before. Young Arbiter Ming of the Yinyang family. Feng Wuchen glanced at the young man. Today was definitely the most lively day in the Dragon God Palace. Not only did it attract the experts from the Deity King Divine Palace, but it was also followed by the Fiend tribe. In the end, even the mysterious young Master Si Ming of the Yinyang family came. 3rd tier of the Divine Transformation realm? And here I was wondering who it was. So it's the stupidest leader of the evil humans, Fu Yang. Xiao Ximing looked at Fu Yang with a calm yet intimidating gaze and spoke slowly with a trace of cold arrogance. Hearing this, Fu Yang's face was extremely gloomy. Anger surged in his heart, but he did not dare to do anything. The difference in strength was too great. As a high-ranking member of the Yinyang family, young Master Si Ming's strength was definitely terrifying. No matter how stupid I am, I'm still better than a brat like you. Fu Yang clenched his teeth and shouted with a ferocious expression. Young Master Si Ming's face turned colder after hearing Fu Yang's words. The coldness made one's heart tremble. However, young Master Si Ming did not make a move. She was very patient. Young Master Si Ming looked at Feng Wuchen coldly and said, "Brat, you must be Feng Wuchen. You've got guts to kill someone from the Yinyang family. I don't care if you're from the Dragon Clan. If you're willing to hand over the divine artifact, I'll spare your life," young Master Si Ming continued. "Then kill him first. Otherwise, how can I trust you?" Feng Wuchen replied with difficulty. "You don't have the right to negotiate with me," young Master Si Ming said coldly. "Then you can deal with it yourselves," Feng Wuchen shrugged with difficulty and a cold smile appeared on his pale face. "Fu Yang, leave him here and you can leave," young Master Si Ming said coldly with a threatening and commanding tone. "Don't even think about it." Fu Yang shouted without hesitation. It was not easy to catch Feng Wuchen. How could he let him go? "You're courting death." Young Master Si Ming frowned and shouted coldly. A piercingly cold and monstrous killing intent swept out. Just the killing intent alone was enough to suffocate people. Why would the demon clan be afraid of the Yinyang family? "If you want the divine artifact, you'll have to kill me first." Fu Yang shouted angrily. Although he was stupid, he was never afraid of any strong enemy. "Heavenly Godlock." Fu Yang shouted coldly and waved his hand. A black chain immediately bound Feng Wuchen. "High-grade immortal artifact." Feng Wuchen exclaimed inwardly. As expected of a high-grade immortal artifact from the demon clan. "You're really stupid. You know that you're no match for young Master Si Ming, but you still tied me up. Aren't you giving the immortal artifact to her?" Feng Wuchen mocked. "Shut up." Fu Yang shouted viciously and waved his hand again. A terrifying force protected Feng Wuchen and brought him back to the square of the Divine Dragon Palace. Fu Yang's aura suddenly exploded as the terrifying energy of the 3rd tier of the Divine Transformation realm was fully activated. Buzz. An extremely terrifying energy exploded as a dazzling green light flashed. The space within tens of thousands of feet collapsed in the blink of an eye. The originally clear sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. The ground within tens of thousands of feet shook. Even with the protection of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the majestic Divine Dragon Palace had countless cracks spreading out. The palace is finished. Qiu Shuishan was terrified and couldn't move anymore. Hankuan. Tell Xiao to protect the Divine Dragon Palace. Feng Wuchen shouted. No matter how sturdy the palace was, it couldn't withstand this terrifying force. The terrifying energy almost covered the entire Wuji domain. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits by this terrifying energy. Third tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. Qi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Not good. Master is in danger. The aura of the demon clan. The protector of the immortal artifact pavilion was shocked. At the same time, in the Zhang family's palace, Zhang Wuhuan and Zhang Yuntian also felt this terrifying force. An expert of the demon clan. This force is in the Divine Dragon Palace. Dendi and Lan are in danger. Zhang Wuhuan was shocked and immediately rushed to the Divine Dragon Palace. Third tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. The situation is bad. Grand Elder Zhang Wufeng and the others flashed and disappeared, and all of them had extremely serious expressions. The terrifying energy of the third tier of the Divine Transformation Realm alarmed all the experts in the Wuji domain. However, young Master Ximing's expression didn't change. Let's fight. Fu Yang roared into the sky. His fighting spirit was high, and his momentum was surging. Boom! Fu Yang took the lead in launching a fierce attack. He stepped into the void space, and with a loud boom, he arrived in an instant, leaving behind a terrifying whirlwind. Although it was just a whirlwind, it was enough to kill a LV-8 or 9 of the Heaven Realm. The sky was dark and filled with destructive energy, as if it was the end of the world. From afar, the sky above the Dragon Temple had completely fallen into darkness. Boom! Buzz! Fu Yang arrived in the blink of an eye and punched towards Xiao Ximing with a destructive force. In front of Xiao Ximing, a 10-meter-long 8 trigrams pattern silently condensed. With a deafening boom, the void and the earth shook violently, and the center of the collision was blasted into nothingness. Yinyang 8 trigrams. Fu Yang's face darkened. Fu Yang had used all his strength in this punch. But it couldn't shake Xiao Ximing at all. Even the 8 trigram pattern in front of Xiao Ximing was not damaged at all. Powerful. Extremely powerful. Fu Yang, your evil humans tribe is snatching the divine weapon because you want to fight for the position of the tribe leader. The Yinyang family can help your evil humans tribe at any time. Why do you want to snatch the divine weapon from me? Young Master Ming said coldly. Cut the crap. Fu Yang roared fiercely, and then launched a crazy attack. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz. One punch after another landed on the 8 trigram pattern, and a series of explosions could be heard. The destructive energy destroyed the void space without restraint. However, no matter how Fu Yang attacked, he couldn't break Xiao Ximing's 8 trigram. Even if you try 10,000 times, the result will be the same. My strength is far above yours. Xiao Ximing's face was filled with disdain. Xiao Ximing slowly raised her hand, and her palm faced Fu Yang. A terrifying energy gathered in her palm, and a bright white light burst out. I'll give you one more chance. Get out. Xiao Ximing said coldly. Her eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura surged. Don't be so arrogant. Fu Yang was furious, and the terrifying energy in his body burst out. Fu Yang's body began to change. Fu Yang's body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became a giant. This was the true body of the giant race. Fu Yang's aura had soared to the peak of the 4th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. His power had become even more terrifying. Die. Fu Yang roared and punched Xiao Ximing with his huge fist. His fist was like a towering mountain, and his aura was overwhelming. His attack was ferocious. You clearly know that you are no match for him, yet you still want to make a move. How foolish. Young Master Ming showed no fear on her face as she formed a sword finger with her palm. A white light flashed, and the dim space became extremely bright. A suffocating, horrifying power spread out. 9 circles killing finger. Young Master Ming let out a low growl as she formed a sword finger and pointed it at the huge fist that was smashing down. Chi. Pooh. The moment the sword fingers touched the giant fist, a destructive energy exploded. A bright white light pierced through Fu Yang's giant fist and his shoulder. Fu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. The intense pain made Fu Yang scream as his huge body fell backward. The young Master Ming's casual finger attack had such terrifying power. He had defeated an expert in the third tier of the divine transformation realm with a single finger. You're digging your own grave. Young Master Ming's face was full of disdain. She had never taken Fu Yang seriously. The demon race is the enemy of the Yin Yang family. I will report this to the master, young Master Ming added. Whoosh. In the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Ling Xiaoxiao and the others came out one after another. Even at the critical moment of a breakthrough, the soldiers did not hesitate. When everyone came out of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, they were greeted by a horrifying aura. Everyone in the Dragon Temple froze, their faces full of fear and despair. This was the most dangerous moment for the Dragon Temple. They had encountered the most terrifying enemy. The demon race. The Yin Yang family. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was full of shock. It's him. The demon race. Yi Tianqing and Bai Diyan exclaimed. They recognized Fu Yang at a glance. Zhang Junlin's face was full of fear as he said, the Yin Yang family is here to take revenge. Xiaoxiao, protect the Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously. Divine transformation barrier. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was solemn. She quickly channeled her spiritual ether and condensed an extremely huge green barrier that enveloped the entire Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. Although it was in time, many of the palaces in the Dragon Temple were full of cracks. Of course, it was better than being razed to the ground. Chen Er. Are you okay? Xia Qingqing came over in a panic and supported Feng Wuchen. Her face was full of worry and panic. Mother, I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head with difficulty. Divine transformation barrier. Young Master Ming was slightly surprised. She looked at Ling Xiaoxiao with even more surprise on her face. So it's the heavenly demon saintess. No wonder you can condense such a powerful divine transformation barrier. Young Master Ming smiled coldly. She seemed to be fearless, but there was a hint of seriousness in the depths of her eyes. Young Master Ming. Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face was extremely cold. He's younger than me, but he's an expert in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. He even defeated the demon race. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but exclaim. He stared at young Master Ming with wide eyes. He's an old monster. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. The divine transformation barrier can't stop me. Young Master Ming sneered. She was very confident in her own strength. Is that so? Ling Xiaoxiao replied coldly. She clasped her hands together and channeled the power of her bloodline. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, do you dare to say that in front of my grandfather? I'm afraid even the leader of the Yin Yang family wouldn't dare to do so. Ling Xiaoxiao's action could tear open a crack and summon experts at any time. Hearing this, young Master Ming's face changed slightly. Ling Xiaoxiao's words shocked young Master Ming. It was obvious that the power behind her, the Yin Yang family, was also wary of her. Whoosh. Whoosh, not long after the battle between young Master Ming and Fu Yang ended, more than 10 experts suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dragon Temple. They were the Immortal Artifact Pavilion's master and upper echelons, as well as the upper echelons of the Zhang family. Even the 8th grade alchemist, Tian Xianxia, was alerted. Young Master Ming. Fu Yang. Qi Yuan frowned as he recognized the two at a glance. The experts of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family are here. The people of the Dragon Temple cheered excitedly. Dendi, Lan Er, are you all right? Zhang Wuhuan asked worriedly. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the rest were safe, they were completely relieved. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. He looked at young Master Ming in the sky. Grandfather. Father. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. Young Master Ming of the Yin Yang family. Zhang Tianyun frowned as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. Although the Zhang family was one of the giants of the continent, it was far from the Yinyang family. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family were two of the continent's giants. As a mysterious family, the Yinyang family naturally knew a lot about the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family. Qi Yuan and the others looked grave, not knowing what had happened. But since young Master Ming had appeared in the Dragon Temple, something big must have happened. Looking at the heavily injured Feng Wuchen, Zhang Yintian muttered, "Young Master Ming is not to be trifled with. It seems like this matter is related to Dendi. This is troublesome. What's going on? How did Dendi provoke them?" Zhang Wufeng was puzzled, not knowing what had happened. "Young Master Ming, why did you appear?" After a long silence, Qi Yuan asked. Zhang Wuhuan said seriously, "Young Master Ming, we can discuss this properly." From Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan's tone, it was clear that they were afraid of the Yinyang family and did not want to provoke them. If they could make a big deal out of it, they would not choose to worsen their relationship. Qi Yuan and the others knew the consequences of offending the Yinyang family better than anyone. Pavilion Master Qi Yuan, old Patriarch Zhang, Feng Wuchen killed a descendant of my Yinyang family in the Blazing Glory Tego Desert. He has to return with me and pay with his life. You should know that, young Master Ming said calmly. What? Zhang Wuhuan and the others' faces changed drastically. Master killed a descendant of the Yinyang family? Qi Yuan was shocked. Wasn't Feng Wuchen too bold? He could have killed anyone, but he dared to kill a descendant of the Yinyang family. Did he want to die? So what if he killed him? We found the treasure, and he still wants to snatch it away. Is that possible? Zhang Junlan shouted coldly. There was no need to be afraid of young Master Ming. Lan'er, what's going on? Tell us clearly, Zhang Yuntian asked anxiously. Zhang Junlan then recounted everything that had happened. Only then did Zhang Wuhuan, Qi Yuan, and the others understand why the fiend race's Fu Yang was here and why he was fighting young Master Ming. To put it bluntly, it was all for the sake of the divine artifact. Teacher killed him. He asked for it. Zhang Junlan added in the end. You have to pay with your life for killing our people, said Xiao Ming coldly, while coldly glancing at Zhang Junlan. I will only deal with Feng Wuchen alone. I will not implicate anyone else. Of course, those who try to stop me will be another matter. Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master, Old Patriarch Zhang, I believe you will not interfere. Young Master Ming smiled. Zhang Wuhuan, Zhang Yuntian, and the others fell silent. On one side was the terrifying Yinyang family, and on the other side was Dendi and Feng Wuchen. They couldn't afford to offend either side, which made things very difficult for them. Qi Yuan glanced at Feng Wuchen and said calmly, Young Arbiter Ming, you may not know this, but Feng Wuchen is my master. Oh? Feng Wuchen is your master? Hearing this, young Master Ming was first stunned, then a strange and absurd expression appeared on her face. Master? The Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master is Denda's disciple. How is this possible? Tian Xianzi's eyes widened. This was definitely explosive news to him. In the entire Wuji domain, other than the Zhang family, Ling Xiaoxiao, and a few others, no one knew that Qi Yuan had taken Feng Wuchen as his master. Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master, you're the #1 artifact refiner in the continent, and yet you've taken a little brat as your master. This is unbelievable. Young Master Ming smiled coldly, with a hint of mockery in her words. Young Master Ming, you didn't defend yourself from young Master Zhang's words, which means that the whole story is true. Since Master and the others risked their lives to obtain the supreme treasure, and the Yinyang family's descendant tried to snatch it away and died, he can only blame himself for being inferior. Qi Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing. He didn't take young Master Ming's mockery to heart. Inferior? Young Master Ming's expression finally turned cold. She narrowed her eyes. She had heard everything clearly. Qi Yuan's words were obviously on Feng Wuchen's side. Pavilion Master. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion's protectors and elders were shocked as they looked at Qi Yuan in shock. They couldn't understand why Qi Yuan would stand on Feng Wuchen's side at this moment. One must know that going against the Yinyang family was akin to courting death. The protectors and elders were absolutely unwilling because the Yinyang family was too powerful. Zhang Wuhuan and Zhang Yuntian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Qi Yuan to go against the Yinyang family for Feng Wuchen. Even Feng Wuchen was shocked. Qi Yuan stood on his side at such a critical moment. If he angered the Yinyang family, the immortal artifact pavilion would be destroyed the next day. I didn't expect Qi Yuan to be so daring, Feng Wuchen thought. Although he knew that Qi Yuan had taken him as his master because of his artifact refinement realm, Qi Yuan's actions today had touched Feng Wuchen. Qi Yuan, you want to protect Feng Wuchen? Young Master Ming asked coldly. Qi Yuan said bluntly, if young Master Ming thinks that the immortal artifact pavilion still has some weight, I hope that this matter will end here. Young Master Ming said coldly, Qi Yuan, do you know the consequences of going against the Yinyang family? The immortal artifact pavilion has gone through so many years to reach its current glory. Do you want to see the immortal artifact pavilion disappear? Qi Yuan's cultivation wasn't weak as he was also in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. His strength was probably on par with young Master Ming. Moreover, Qi Yuan was the #1 artifact refiner on the continent and had many treasures. If they really fought, young Master Ming might not be his match. Moreover, the protectors and elders of the immortal artifact pavilion were in the divine transformation realm. In addition, Zhang Wuhuan, Zhang Yuntian, and Zhang Wufeng of the Zhang family were also in the divine transformation realm. With so many experts here, young Master Ming was more or less cautious. Since I've already taken Dendi as my master, I will never betray my master. Even if the immortal artifact pavilion is destroyed in the end, I will not regret it. Qi Yuan said firmly. My Zhang family too. Zhang Junlan stood out. Zhang Wuhuan looked at young Master Ming and said slowly, young Master Ming, you can't blame Dendi for this. Why don't we make a big deal out of it? Aren't you afraid of going against the Yinyang family? Young Master Ming asked with a dark expression. Young Master Ming didn't expect that the immortal artifact pavilion and the Zhang family would go against the Yinyang family for a mere Feng Wuchen. Young Master Ming didn't think about why the immortal artifact pavilion and the Zhang family would protect Feng Wuchen. There was no need to think about it. With the Yinyang family's terrifying strength, destroying the immortal artifact pavilion and the Zhang family would be a piece of cake. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's see if you can take Brother Feng away. Ling Xiaoxiao yelled coldly. Only Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of the Yinyang family. Young Master Ming, aren't you very strong? Why don't you dare to attack? Are you afraid? The heavily injured Fu Yang sneered. Young Master Ming's expression darkened as she slowly floated down and said coldly, let's see who dares to stop me. Young Master Ming activated her vital essence and gently placed her palm on the green barrier. The Huashan barrier can't stop me. Young Master Ming was confident. The palm that was placed on the barrier suddenly glowed with a bright white light. It was filled with an extremely terrifying energy aura. Can he really break the barrier? Yi Tianqing frowned. Young Master Ming didn't look like she was bragging. Beta Yen said solemnly, it's hard to say. The power of a Huashan realm master is beyond our imagination. Who knows if he has the super power to break the barrier? Ling Xiaoxiao said disdainfully, the 5th tier of the Huashan realm can't break it. Everyone looked at young Master Ming. For a moment, the palace of the Dragon Temple fell silent. In less than a minute, a miraculous scene appeared. Young Master Ming's palm strangely went through the green barrier. Under everyone's shocked gaze, young Master Ming's entire body went through the barrier. Young Master Ming didn't break the barrier, but went through it. With young Master Ming's cultivation, it was impossible to break the barrier by force, but he had other ways. He went through the barrier. How is this possible, so powerful? Xiaxia's barrier can't stop him. The Dragon Temple was in an uproar. Everyone was terrified and couldn't believe it. Young Master Ming of the Yinyang family is really something. This is not simple. She used the power of the barrier to create a resonance with it and went through it. Feng Wuchen was secretly amazed. Sky Demon Saintess, your grandpa's divine transformation enchantment is indeed powerful. I can't break it by force, but it can't stop me either, young Master Ming said coldly. A trace of pride appeared on her face. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao with her cold eyes, Xiao Ximing continued, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you that the space within 100,000 zhang radius is already under my control. If you want to summon someone, you will need my permission. With just you alone, you might not be able to win." Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face was as cold as ice, and her aura was threatening. "Brother Feng, what should we do? The master of the Qiyuan Pavilion and the others are only in the heaven realm. I'm afraid that even if they join forces, they won't be able to defeat young Master Ming." Lu Qingyang asked in a panic. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn and he did not answer. The terrifying pressure of the fifth tier of the divine transformation realm almost suffocated everyone in the Dragon God Temple. All of them felt powerless, and their faces were pale with pain. Swish! Swish! At this time, Qi Yuan and the others flashed into the Dragon God Palace and stared at young Master Ming with vigilance. "Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, I only have one purpose, which is to bring Feng Wuchen back. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless," Xiao Ximing said coldly. "Then we can only give it our all," Zhang Wuhuan said in a deep voice. Qi Yuan had no intention of retreating. "I know you're all in the divine transformation realm. Stop hiding. Others can't tell, but do you really think you can fool me? The Yin-Yang family knows all the major forces of the continent very well." Young Master Ming sneered. "Divine transformation realm?" Hearing this, Lu Qingyang and the others in the Dragon God Temple were shocked. The Scarlet Pavilion Master and Old Patriarch Zheng are all in the divine transformation realm? Nan Gongzhan widened his eyes in shock. No way? I thought they were only in the heaven realm." Leng Mucheng was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. No wonder the Scarlet Pavilion Master and the others are not afraid. I didn't expect them to be in the divine transformation realm. Huanyang swallowed his saliva in horror. Qi Yuan, the protectors and elders of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion were all in the divine transformation realm. Zhang Wuhuan, Zhang Yuntian, and Zhang Wufeng were also in the divine transformation realm. They had been hiding their cultivation for so many years, so outsiders had no idea what level they had reached. The 8 of them were the pillars of the Wuji domain, the top powerhouses. "The 8 of you can come at me together. Don't waste my time. I'll show you the true power of the Yin-Yang family," young Master Ming said coldly, her face full of arrogance. Young Master Ming was planning to fight the 8 of them alone. Young Master Ming was only in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. Where did she get the confidence to challenge the 8 divine transformation realm powerhouses of the Wuji domain? Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Young Master Ming's cultivation is so high that we are ashamed of our inferiority. We can only bully you with numbers. Qi Yuan's tone was slightly cold as his aura began to rise wildly. Qi Yuan slowly rose into the air as an extremely terrifying aura surged out like an awakened beast. Buzz buzz. Destructive energy erupted from Qi Yuan's body. In an instant, the void collapsed and shook the entire Wuji domain. 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. The Scarlet Pavilion Master is actually in the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. He's as strong as young Master Ming. Feeling the surging and terrifying energy from Qi Yuan, the people of the Dragon Temple were terrified and couldn't help but cry out. Zhang Wuhuan and the others also activated their true origin energy and released their true power. If I hadn't come to the continent, I wouldn't have known that there was such a terrifying powerhouse in this world. Feng Jingxiong was extremely frightened. His face was as pale as paper, and he almost couldn't breathe. Zhang Junlan, your grandfather is actually in the 4th tier of the divine transformation realm. No wonder the major forces of the Wuji domain are so afraid of you. It turns out that the Zhang family is so terrifying. 3rd tier of the divine transformation realm. 2nd tier of the divine transformation realm. It's too terrifying. I've never seen a legendary powerhouse in the divine transformation realm before, but I've seen 10 of them today. A terrifying aura spread out. The terrifying energy was enough to change the color of heaven and earth, causing the people of the Dragon Temple to be terrified to the extreme. The terrifying aura of the 8 powerhouses in the divine transformation realm covered the entire Wuji domain. However, even in the face of the 8 top powerhouses in the Wuji domain, young Master Ming's expression didn't change. She didn't panic or fear. Young Master Ming had seen many powerhouses in the divine transformation realm. 8 powerhouses in the divine transformation realm. It won't be a problem to deal with young Master Ming, Lu Qingyang said excitedly. That's right. Not to mention dealing with him, we can even kill him, Luanshan said excitedly. Knowing that the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family had so many powerhouses in the divine transformation realm, the people of the Dragon Temple were shocked and excited. Humph. Don't be happy too early. Fu Yang's cold snort suddenly sounded in their ears. The people of the Dragon Temple were stunned. Then, they saw Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlin's solemn expressions without the slightest excitement. The Yinyang family has the power of bloodline, Ling Xiaoxiao said solemnly. As soon as Ling Xiaoxiao said this, the excited people of the Dragon Temple suddenly fell silent. You haven't fought for many years, right? Come on, let me see how strong you are so that you can stretch your muscles. Young Master Ming sneered as a monstrous battle intent soared into the sky. I've long heard that the Yinyang family's young Master Ming is powerful, but I've never had the chance to experience it. I'm lucky today. A surging battle intent spread out from Qi Yuan's body. This is the power of a divine transformation realm expert. Divine transformation realm. The legendary divine transformation realm. Since when did the Wuji domain have so many divine transformation realm experts? As the terrifying energy of Qi Yuan and the others spread, the various forces and cultivators of the Wuji domain panicked. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy of the divine transformation realm had already caused the entire Wuji domain to tremble. The divine transformation realm was the pinnacle of the continent. The battle of the divine transformation realm experts was about to begin. In the void above the Dragon Temple, the 8 divine transformation realm experts had already started a destructive battle with young Master Ming. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, young Master Ming fought against the 8 of them alone. The entire void was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye as earth-shattering explosions spread throughout the Wuji domain. The bodies of the people of the Dragon Temple shook violently. 1 against 8, what a terrifying scene that was. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. But young Master Ming fought against 16 hands and was still not at a disadvantage. Young Master Ming's attacks were extremely fierce. Other than Qi Yuan and Zhang Wuhuan's attacks that were a threat to her, the others' attacks were completely useless. Young Master Ming's defense was extremely strong. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. They could only feel the destructive energy, but couldn't see the figures of the divine transformation realm experts. Gulp, the people of the Dragon Temple froze on the spot. Their faces were filled with fear, and no one could speak. The divine transformation realm experts are fighting. This is too terrifying. The sky is about to collapse. That direction seems to be the Dragon Temple. The various forces and cultivators of the Wuji domain panicked as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, in the fierce and terrifying battle, the 8 semi-god realm warriors were unable to suppress young Master Ming. On the contrary, the weaker semi-god realm warriors were injured one after another. Young Master Ming's attacks were fast and fierce. With the semi-god realm warriors' strength, there was no way the semi-god realm warriors could withstand it. Young Master Ming hasn't even used her full strength, but she's already so powerful. Qi Yuan frowned and thought. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't suppress young Master Ming even if he was at the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. Is that all you've got? I told you to use your immortal artifacts, but you overestimated your strength. Young Master Ming sneered arrogantly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoxi Ming abruptly waved her hand. 8 streams of terrifying white energy shot out towards Qi Yuan and the other 4. Their auras were overwhelming, and their attacks were fierce and merciless. Be careful. Qi Yuan shouted, his expression extremely solemn. He didn't fear this power, but the elders couldn't stop it. Boom boom boom. Poo-pee-you. Not to mention blocking it, the elders didn't even have the chance to dodge it. the energy shield they had condensed shattered in an instant. At the same time, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying like cannonballs. After being injured one after another, a few elders were already badly injured. Even Zhang Yuntian was injured by young Master Ming's palm strike. Father! Grand Elder! Zhang Junlin's face was filled with panic. No one had expected young Master Ming to be this powerful. Qi Yuan, old patriarch Zhang, don't hold back anymore. Feng Wuchen shouted loudly. He was anxious as he watched. Young Master Ming's power was far beyond theirs. They were not on the same level at all. Pa! Qi Yuan put his palms together, and with a crisp sound, he opened his palms. A dazzling golden light burst out, and a black spear appeared out of thin air, emanating a terrifying aura. It was a high-grade immortal weapon. As soon as Qi Yuan took out the spear, his aura skyrocketed, instantly breaking through the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. 9 profound battle armor. Qi Yuan shouted as he took out the immortal weapon armor, which was also a high-grade immortal weapon. As soon as he took out the armor, Qi Yuan's aura skyrocketed again, nearing the peak of the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. His combat power was extremely terrifying. High-grade immortal weapon. The people of the Dragon Temple exclaimed. What terrifying power! His aura has risen to the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. Tian Xianxi's old face was already filled with fear. Although he was an 8th-grade alchemist, his cultivation was only in the heaven realm, which was still very far from the divine transformation realm. Feeling the terrifying power of the divine transformation realm at such a close distance, even someone like him who had seen the world couldn't help but feel terrified. The peak of the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. Not bad, not bad. You didn't disappoint me. Young master. Ming sneered slightly, without the slightest bit of surprise or worry. At the same time, Zhang Wuhuan, Zhang Tianyun, and the others also took out their weapons and armors. Their aura skyrocketed, and the destructive energy once again swept across the collapsed sky. Zhang Wuhuan's aura instantly broke through the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm. Second elder, third elder, heal your injuries first. Qi Yuan frowned as he stared at young Master Ming with a fierce gaze. His vast aura continued to surge out. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yuan suddenly launched a ferocious attack. The spear in his hand shot out with a strong, ear-piercing sound. He was so fast that he arrived in an instant. The spear pierced towards young Master Ming with an extremely sharp momentum. The sharp, ear-piercing tearing sound caused intense pain in people's eardrums. Humph! Young Master Ming's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. Yin Yang 8 trigrams. Young Master Ming activated her True Yuan and formed a seal with one hand. With a cold shout, an 8 trigrams energy pattern that was dozens of feet wide instantly condensed in front of her. Ding! Buzz! Buzz! The long spear fiercely clashed with the energy pattern. With a crisp clang, the destructive energy swept across the area and knocked young Master Ming back dozens of meters. The energy pattern was filled with cracks, but unfortunately, it was still blocked by young Master Ming. Not bad, not bad. This energy is not bad. Young Master Ming sneered. With a wave of her hand, the energy pattern in front of her turned into specks of light and dissipated. At the same time, Zhang Wuhuan and the others had already used their powerful martial skills to attack. Mid-grade Earth class martial skill. Heavenly Soul Key Slash. High-grade Earth class martial skill. Sword of Destruction. High-grade Earth class martial skill. Mixed Heaven Splitting Palm. Streaks of terrifying martial skills shot towards young Master Ming one after another. The dark space was covered by extremely dazzling colorful lights. The sharp, ear-piercing sound of explosions caused everyone in the Divine Dragon Palace to cover their ears. Humph! Young Master Ming sneered arrogantly. She actually did not put Zhang Wuhuan and the others' martial skills in her eyes. Buzz! Buzz! An even more terrifying energy suddenly burst out from young Master Ming's body. The originally dazzling white light turned into a dazzling golden light in the blink of an eye. Her energy is increasing. Zhang Wuhuan frowned and said with a serious expression. This is the power of the Yin Yang family's bloodline. Everyone, be careful. Qi Yuan shouted. Young Master Ming's energy instantly broke through from the 6th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm to the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm. Boom. 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 Buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, 6 streaks of terrifying martial skills blasted onto young Master Ming's body. The explosions were earth-shattering, and the light of the explosions covered the void. The destructive energy ripples carried a tsunami-like aura and spread in all directions. Above the Dragon Temple, the destructive energy continued. Young Master Ming was using her bloodline power. She shouldn't have been able to dodge it. I wonder if she's hurt. Young Master Ming's aura has already broken through the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation Realm, surpassing the Scarlet Pavilion Masters. Patriarch Zhang and the others' attacks can't hurt her. Feng Jingxiong and the others looked extremely serious. Even though they knew that they couldn't hurt young Master Ming, they still hoped that they could severely injure her. Young Master Ming of the Yinyang family is indeed terrifying. Above her are the Great Si Ming, the High Priest, the Protector, and the Patriarch. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned. She was quite familiar with the Yinyang family's strength. Young Master Ming alone is already so terrifying. How can there be so many people stronger than her? Yi Tianqing was scared out of his wits as his body trembled. Isn't that too terrifying? And the Great Si Ming, the High Priest, and the Protector. And the Patriarch of the Yinyang family is even more terrifying. The people of the Dragon Temple were almost scared to death. They couldn't imagine how terrifying those experts were. Young Master Ming's aura didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger, Feng Wuchen suddenly said as he looked into the void. Stronger? Hearing this, the people of the Dragon Temple couldn't help but swallow their saliva. As expected. In the void, as the destructive energy ripples gradually dissipated, a faint golden light began to shine in the dark space. It became more and more dazzling. The incomparably turbulent aura turned into a gust of wind that swept out, effortlessly dispersing the remnant energy waves. Young Master Ming was unharmed. A golden light shield formed on the surface of her body. As expected. Scarlet Abyss frowned. He had already guessed the result. Young Master Ming's strength is far beyond ours. Zhang Wuhuan said solemnly. After the intense battle, his old face was a little pale. With young Master Ming's terrifying strength, he was considered one of the top experts in the entire continent, including the experts of the mysterious forces. Without this strength, young Master Ming wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously in front of Ling Xiaoxiao. Show me what you've got. I won't go easy on you. Young Master Ming said expressionlessly. At this moment, young Master Ming's aura was completely different from before. After activating her bloodline power, young Arbiter Ming's aura gained a bloody and violent edge. The real battle begins now. Young Master Ming waved her hand, and the golden light barrier disappeared, revealing her true body. You must be careful. Qi Yuan exhorted. His expression was extremely serious. He could feel a strong sense of danger. A dangerous grin appeared on young Master Ming's face as she slightly raised her hand. A golden energy ball was floating in her palm. I'll show you the unique martial skill of the Yinyang family. Young Master Ming sneered as the dangerous arc on her face deepened. Low-grade celestial art. Destroy. The young Master Ming let out a cold growl as the golden energy ball in her hand was crushed into pieces. Immortal art? Qi Yuan's expression changed drastically as his eyes flickered with fear. Young Master Ming is going to cast a celestial spell. The expressions of those from the Divine Dragon Temple changed drastically as they became even more terrified. Quick! Protect your heart! Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. Humph! It's too late. Young Master Ming sneered, but she also glanced at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Oh no! Qi Yuan's expression changed drastically again. He didn't dare to think too much as he hurriedly activated his true essence to protect his heart. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. However, before Zhang Wuhuan and the others could react, a series of explosions came from their bodies. Terrifying energy exploded from their bodies, causing them to spit out blood. Even Qi Yuan, who had protected his heart in time, felt a powerful energy spread throughout his body. Fortunately, he had protected himself in time, or he would have been severely injured. Grandfather. Father. Grand Elder. Zhang Junlan was extremely terrified. He had never thought that young Master Ming would be so powerful that it felt like she was invincible. Zhang Wuhuan and the other divine transformation realm experts joined forces, but not only were they unable to hurt young Master Ming, they were also heavily injured by her. How is this possible? I didn't notice it at all. Why is young Master Ming's energy in my body? What's going on? What kind of martial skill is this? Zhang Wuhuan and the others were both terrified and confused. No one knew why young Master Ming's energy had exploded in their bodies. Young Master Ming had only used one move, but Zhang Wuhuan and the others were severely injured. Their faces were extremely pale, and they had completely lost their ability to fight. She had instantly injured 5 divine transformation realm experts. We can't deal with such a terrifying expert at all. Among the 8 divine transformation realm experts, other than Pavilion Master Qi Yuan, the other 7 are all heavily injured. Young Master Ming's strength is too terrifying. Young Master Ming was so terrifying that many of the Dragon God Temple soldiers felt despair. Kid, you seem to know a lot about the Yinyang family's martial skills. Looks like the Heavenly Demon Saintess has told you a lot, young Master Ming said with a cold smile as she looked down at Feng Wuchen. In young Master Ming's opinion, the reason why Feng Wuchen knew about the Yinyang family's martial skills was all from Ling Xiaoxiao. Big brother Feng, what's going on? Lu Qingyang asked in a daze. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple looked at Feng Wuchen. Destruction is a unique martial skill of the Yinyang family. It's quite terrifying and impossible to guard against. This martial skill can spread an invisible energy that can't be seen, touched, or sensed. However, it can enter the enemy's body and attack. Feng Wuchen explained. Hiss, after hearing Feng Wuchen's explanation, everyone gasped in horror and felt a chill run down their spines. However, as long as you protect your heart meridian, this invisible energy won't be a threat. Your own strength can withstand this invisible energy, Feng Wuchen added. I see. Qi Yuan was secretly glad that he had protected his heart meridian in time. Well said. Unfortunately, it's too late. Qi Yuan alone doesn't have the ability to defeat me, young Master Ming said with a cold smile. Hearing that, Qi Yuan's face darkened. He said in a gloomy voice, no matter how strong you are, if you really go all out, I'm afraid you'll be heavily injured. You can try. Young Master Ming wasn't threatened at all. Mid-grade Earth class martial skill. Void Shadow Divine Step. Qi Yuan shouted and immediately used his martial skill. He dashed forward with his long spear in hand. Shoo shoo shoo. Qi Yuan's martial skill was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures appeared. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures disappeared into thin air. It was very strange and untraceable. High-grade Earth class martial skill. Thunder shaking heaven and earth. In the next second, Qi Yuan's angry roar suddenly came from above young Master Ming. Qi Yuan held his long spear and dove down with a destructive spear light. That destructive aura was like a falling meteor, creating flames from the friction. Qi Yuan, you're too weak. Even if you have an immortal artifact, you're still too weak. Young Master Ming raised her head and sneered. Too weak? Xiaoxi Ming's arrogant words stunned Qi Yuan. A monstrous rage surged out of his body, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The name of the immortal artifact pavilion was enough to shake the entire continent. As the pavilion master of the immortal artifact pavilion, Qi Yuan was the #1 artifact refiner on the continent. Even the palace master of the deity King Divine Palace had to be wary of him. But in young Master Ming's mouth, such a terrifying existence was said to be too weak, insult. This was an insult to Qi Yuan. The protectors and elders of the immortal artifact pavilion, as well as Zhang Wuhuan, were all stunned. Qi Yuan unleashed such a terrifying combat strength, and Xiaoxi Ming said he was too weak. Isn't he too arrogant? Lu Qingyang was shocked. His cultivation was at the 5th tier of the divine transformation realm, and his combat strength was at the peak of the 6th tier of the divine transformation realm. High-grade Earth class martial technique. 9 rotation killing finger. Xiaoxi Ming formed a sword with her fingers, and golden light burst out from her fingertips, suffocating everyone. As Xiao Ming shouted coldly, her fingertips pointed at Qi Yuan's spearhead. Boom, poof, buzz. Buzz, the fingertip collided with the spearhead. There was a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. An extremely destructive energy turned into a ring of light that spread outwards. The dark space was instantly illuminated, and as the energy spread outwards, Qi Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Pavilion Master. The protectors and elders of the immortal artifact pavilion were shocked and anxious. If Qi Yuan was defeated, none of them would be a match for Xiao Ming. At that time, not only would they not be able to protect Feng Wuchen, but they would also be implicated. Qi Yuan attacked with his full strength, but not only was he not a match for Xiao Ming, he was also injured. From this, it could be seen that the difference in strength between the two was huge. How is it? I'm giving you face by saying you're weak. Xiao Ming said contemptuously. Xiao Ming did not feel the slightest pressure in the fierce clash. Instead, she looked relaxed. Do you know why I advised you not to interfere in the beginning? Because I don't take you seriously at all. Xiao Ming sneered mockingly. He said he doesn't take Pavilion Master Qi Yuan and the others seriously. Preposterous. He's too arrogant. Absolutely lawless. Do you really think you're so great just because you're the young arbiter of life? Young Master Ming's words enraged the Dragon God Temple warriors. Unfortunately, they did not dare to attack, nor did they have the ability to deal with young Master Ming. Young Master Ming's words were indeed arrogant, but her strength was there for all to see. Whoever was not convinced could attack her at any time. Scarlet Abyss's eyes turned red and bloodshot. Flames of anger surged out of him, and it was as if the flames of hell were burning in his heart. Scarlet Abyss was enraged. How could Qi Yuan accept such humiliation from young Master Ming when he was one of the giants of the continent? Ah! Buzz! The enraged Qi Yuan roared crazily. Blue veins bulged on his face. The terrifying martial spirit's energy gushed out uncontrollably. The void shook violently again. What? Was he angry? If I kill you, many people on the continent will feel that it's a pity. Young Master Ming was not afraid of Qi Yuan's anger at all, and continued to mock him. You infuriated me because you wanted to see how much power I was hiding. I'll do as you wish right now. Qi Yuan roared madly. Clang, the long spear stabbed into the void. Qi Yuan put his palms together and his aura surged wildly. At this moment, Qi Yuan's aura rose again. His body was covered in a dazzling blue light. The violent and terrifying energy swept out like a tsunami. The ancient water god's power. Feng Wuchen could not help but exclaim. I didn't expect the Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master to have the water god's power. Ling Xiaoxiao was also surprised. So powerful. The Scarlet Abyss Pavilion Master was hiding his strength. The Dragon Temple soldiers were stunned. Roar! Qi Yuan crazily activated the water god's power. The airflow in the air quickly condensed and formed the shapes of huge beasts at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! 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 At the same time, pillars of water shot up from the ground and turned into hundreds of giant snakes. A few minutes later, an enormous sea region floated in the void. The sea region was so big that it could drown the entire Wuji domain. The terrifying water god's power was activated. Qi Yuan seemed to have control over the entire continent's water source. The water attribute energy was terrifying and massive. Die! Qi Yuan roared. His murderous aura soared. The beasts and giant snakes rushed out crazily. The enormous sea region instantly condensed into giant beasts that charged towards young Master Ming. The energy was enough to destroy the entire Wuji domain. This power is worthy of me using my full strength. Young Master Ming's fighting spirit soared. Buzz! Buzz! Her bloodline power was fully activated. Golden light flashed. Young Master Ming's aura soared. Destructive energy gathered in her palms. Young Master Ming looked coldly at the attack of the giant beasts. She did not panic. Smack! Young Master Ming put her palms together. Her long hair fluttered without wind. Then, she slowly opened her palms and bent them into claws. Buzz! Buzz, a golden energy ball the size of a fist condensed between her palms. The energy ball was surrounded by golden threads. Its terrifying energy was immeasurable. The terrifying energy kept compressing. The energy ball's aura became more and more terrifying. Young Master Ming is too terrifying. Her aura has increased by a lot. Young Master Ming did not use her full strength in the battle just now. Just how terrifying is he? Could it be the eighth tier of the soul transformation realm? Tianqing and the others were scared out of their wits. All the fear they had experienced in their lives was not as intense as today. Middle grade celestial art. Triple destruction. Young Master Ming shouted coldly. Then, she waved her hands. The golden energy ball the size of a fist flew out. Facing the giant beasts and the sea, the energy ball was insignificant. But no one dared to underestimate it. Instead, they were afraid. Boom, poof. Buzz buzz. The moment the energy ball collided with the incomparably huge behemoth, the energy ball exploded. The destructive energy crazily swept out, shaking Scarlet Abyss so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wherever the destructive energy passed, the huge behemoth turned into ashes, and all the water attribute energy dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the water god's power that Qi Yuan used all his strength to activate disappeared. There was only a bright golden light in the void. This is impossible. This is impossible. Qi Yuan was terrified. He used all his might to activate the water god's power. But in the end, it was so weak that it disappeared in an instant. What kind of terrifying martial technique was this, middle-grade celestial art? Its power was domineering and terrifying. Zhang Wuhuan and the others were speechless. Other than fear, there was only despair left. Young Master Ming was an unbeatable expert. She was invincible. At this point in the battle, young Master Ming was unharmed. She only used some of her true essence and bloodline power. Qi Yuan, I told you that you are too weak. I will send you on your way. Young Master Ming sneered. With a wave of her hand, the golden light dissipated. Xiaoxi Ming pointed her sword finger at Qi Yuan, who was falling from the sky, as a terrifying stream of energy had already been generated. The immortal artifact Pavilion Master, one of the giants of the continent, was killed by Xiaoxi Ming without hesitation. Pavilion Master. The immortal artifact Pavilion Protector and the three elders were shocked. Xiaoxi Ming. Stop. If you dare to kill the Pavilion Master, the experts of the Limitless Domain, Tyrant Domain, and Northern Xian Domain will not let your Yin-Yang family go. The Protector and the elders roared. Even though they were heavily injured, they tried their best to save Qi Yuan. Threats are useless against me. Xiaoxi Ming said disdainfully. She didn't care about the experts of the continent at all. Pavilion Master Qi Yuan is heavily injured. Old Patriarch Zhang and the others are also heavily injured. Bei Duyan said worriedly. Big Brother Feng, what should we do? Quickly think of a way. Lu Qingyang asked in panic. Everyone was burning with anxiety. Qi Yuan was fighting for Feng Wuchen and the Dragon God Temple. No one in the Dragon God Temple was willing to watch Qi Yuan be killed by Xiaoxi Ming. Qi Yuan was heavily injured and couldn't avoid Xiaoxi Ming's fatal attack. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely ugly. He wanted to save Qi Yuan, but he didn't have the strength. Xiaoxi Ming's strength was too terrifying. Humph. Don't send yourselves to death. With your strength, do you think you can stop Xiaoxi Ming? Even Qi Yuan suffered a crushing defeat, let alone you. Fu Yang's cold gaze swept over Feng Wuchen as his face was filled with disdain. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy gathered on her sword suddenly shot out as soon as Xiaoxi Ming finished speaking. It was as fast as lightning, and the attack was extremely fierce. Xiaoxi Ming never showed mercy when she attacked. This terrifying energy was enough to turn Qi Yuan into dust. Xiao Xiao. Just as Xiaoxi Ming attacked, Feng Wuchen shouted and pulled Ling Xiaoxiao into the sky. Teleportation, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao instantly flashed to Qi Yuan's side. Feng Wuchen grabbed the falling Qi Yuan while Ling Xiaoxiao condensed a divine transformation barrier. Teleportation. Young Master Ming frowned slightly and flashed out. Boom. Buzz. Just as the terrifying energy was about to collide with the semi-god realm barrier, young Master Ming flashed over and waved her right hand. With a loud boom, she deflected her own energy away, preventing it from colliding with the semi-god realm barrier and injuring herself. Even Xiaoxi didn't dare to touch Xianxia's divine transformation barrier. Your transforming god magic screen can't stop me. Young Master Ming sneered. She bent her hand into a claw and fiercely penetrated Xiaoxia's magic screen. Young Master Ming's speed was astonishing. Her claw swiped across Xiaoxia's face and grabbed Feng Wuchen's neck, pulling him out of the barrier. In just an instant, before Xiaoxia could even react, Feng Wuchen was already in young Master Ming's hands. Brother Feng. Xiaoxia's pretty face changed drastically. She said angrily, "Let go of Brother Feng, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Heavenly Demon Saintess, I won't hurt you at all, but I hope you won't stop me." Young Master Ming said coldly. Obviously, she was wary of the power behind Xiaoxia. She was so wary that she didn't dare to hurt Xiaoxia at all. "Let go of Brother Feng. If you dare to hurt Brother Feng, I'll destroy your Yin-Yang family." Xiaoxia shouted fiercely. Her terrifying bloodline power burst out, and her aura skyrocketed. Swish! Swish! Swish, swish! The Dragon God Palace's soldiers flashed over. Including Feng Jingxiong, hundreds of people surrounded young Master Ming. Don't let her take Master away." Qi Yuan, who was heavily injured, said in a very soft voice. "Young Master Ming, let him go." Zhang Wuhuan shouted in a deep voice. He was already prepared to fight to the death. "None of you can stop me." Young Master Ming sneered arrogantly. "Don't even think about taking Palace Master away." Huan Yang shouted. Even if they were facing a soul transformation realm expert, they were not afraid at all for Feng Wuchen. The heavily injured experts of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and Zhang family, as well as Tian Xianzi, also flashed over. "Let go of Chen Er." Feng Jingxiong shouted coldly. As a father, how could he just watch young Master Ming take Feng Wuchen away? "Father! Mother! Go!" Feng Wuchen struggled. With his current cultivation base, he couldn't break free at all. "Oh? So it's your father and mother. Looks like you really have nothing to do with the dragon race." Young Master Ming was shocked. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Did you hear what I said?" Xiaoxia shouted angrily. She looked a little crazy. "Is it worth it to die for Feng Wuchen?" Young Master Ming asked with a cold smile. "To you, Palace Master is just an insignificant cultivator. But to us, he is our second parent. It is because of Palace Master that we have what we have today. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we will not back down. If you want to take Palace Master away, you will have to do it over our dead bodies." Wanshan said fiercely without fear. "Second parent?" Young Master Ming was stunned at first. Then, she laughed and said coldly, "Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish now. Back off. This is an order." Feng Wuchen shouted anxiously. "Palace Master. We will not live in this world." Huan Yang and the others were determined not to leave. Buzz buzz. Terrifying energy surged out of young Master Ming's body as a golden energy halo floated above her left palm. With this terrifying energy, not to mention destroying the Dragon God Temple, it could even destroy the Wuji domain with ease. Seeing that young Master Ming was about to attack, Feng Wuchen was anxious. He shouted ferociously, "If you dare to attack, as long as I survive, I will turn your Yin-Yang family into ashes." "Oh? Such arrogance. I would like to see how you are going to turn the Yin-Yang family into ashes." Young Master Ming sneered mockingly. She was not threatened at all. In young Master Ming's eyes, Feng Wuchen's threat was nothing but a pipe dream. It was not realistic at all. The Yin-Yang family was a huge family from the ancient times. They had stood proudly in the continent for so many years. How could a Feng Wuchen destroy them so easily? After saying that, young Master Ming attacked without hesitation. A terrifying golden energy burst out from her palm. "Run! Run!" Feng Wuchen's expression changed as he shouted crazily. There were hundreds of people here. Ling Xiaoxiao's divine transformation barrier could not save so many people. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The terrifying golden energy explosion shook the heavens and the earth. It swept out tens of thousands of feet away, engulfing everyone from the Dragon God Palace, Immortal Artifact Pavilion, and Zhang family. Young Master Ming did not show any mercy. She really attacked. Facing such terrifying energy, everyone from the Dragon God Palace would be turned into ashes instantly. Even the experts from the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and Zhang family would not be able to withstand such terrifying energy. Moreover, they were all injured. Among them, Ling Xiaoxiao was probably the only one who could survive this terrifying energy. Haha. Go to hell. Haha. Young Master Ming laughed crazily. The destructive golden energy covered tens of thousands of feet in the sky and was still spreading at a terrifying speed. If it spread on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the void, everyone's silhouettes disappeared into the golden energy. Where there's life, there's hope. Fu Yang, who dodged immediately, chose to give up while the terrifying energy was still spreading. Young Master Ming's strength was too terrifying. Even 3 Fu Yangs were no match for her. If he didn't leave now, when would he? Father. Mother. Feng Wuchen, who was in extreme fear and shock, roared in anger. His destructive power surged uncontrollably as his eyes flashed red. Buzz. Buzz, all the energy in his body burst out. Feng Wuchen's aura soared rapidly and broke through the 8th level of the Sky Human realm. With the Qilin armor, fist gloves, and Dragon God sword, Feng Wuchen's aura soared again and broke through the limit, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Human realm. The monstrous aura and killing intent shook one's soul. Feng Wuchen was prepared to fight to the death, but even with the destructive power, he couldn't break free from young Master Ming's control. Sensing Feng Wuchen's domineering and violent primordial energy, young Master Ming was fearful. What a powerful primordial energy! It's at least in the top 5. This kid's primordial energy contains the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and another primordial energy. And his armor has the aura of the Qilin clan. Who is this kid? Peak of the 6th level of the Sky Human realm and peak of the 9th level of the Sky Human realm. Young Master Ming was shocked. At this moment, she was interested in Feng Wuchen's background. He wasn't from the Dragon Clan, but he had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and 2 primordial energies. It was impossible for an ordinary person to have 3 such terrifying energies at the same time. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen's background wasn't as simple as it seemed. Xiao Xiao. Qingyang. Feng Wuchen roared furiously. He was filled with grief. Stop shouting. No matter how much you shout, they won't hear you, young Master Ming said coldly. Young Minister Ming had lived for so long and had killed so many cultivators. 500 people were nothing to him. Young Master Ming was right, Feng Xiong and the others could no longer hear them. At this moment, within the terrifying energy ripples, the auras of the people of the Dragon Temple could no longer be sensed. Feng Wuchen could not sense the auras of Feng Xiong, Xiao Qingqing, and the others. The Dragon Temple was destroyed. As the terrifying energy ripples gradually dissipated, the collapsed void quickly recovered, and the space regained its brightness. However, everyone from the Dragon God Temple, including Feng Xiong and Xiao Qingqing, had already disappeared. Even Ling Xiaoxiao, who had the divinization barrier, had disappeared. Could young Master Ming's terrifying power break through Ling Xiaoxiao's divine transformation enchantment? Feng Wuchen was stunned once more as grief surged into his heart once more. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was simply more unbearable than death. Yinyang family! Yinyang family! Feng Wuchen, who had lost his mind due to rage, roared crazily. Feng Xiong and Xiao Qingqing's death had caused Feng Wuchen to completely lose control. Feng Wuchen's face was ferocious as his killing intent soared to the sky. He roared at young Master Ming, I will never forgive you. Never. With just you? Young Master Ming's face was full of disdain as she released the claw that was controlling Feng Wuchen. The furious Feng Wuchen's aura was still rising, and his power was becoming more and more terrifying. Young Master Ming looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen was standing right in front of her. Such a terrifying increase shocked young Master Ming. Even the Yinyang family had never seen such a terrifying genius. He's actually breaking through. Young Master Ming was shocked. That's right. Feng Wuchen, who had lost his mind due to rage, was indeed breaking through, and it was under the condition that Feng Wuchen had lost control. His aura soared crazily. In just a few minutes, Feng Wuchen had broken through the peak level 6 of the Celestial Being Realm and stepped into the level 7 of the Celestial Being Realm. After breaking through to the level 7 of the Celestial Being Realm, Feng Wuchen's combat power had increased by more than a few times. His combat power was probably half a step into the Heaven Realm. This kid broke through just like that. Unbelievable. Young Master Ming's expression was a little stiff. Give me your life. Feng Wuchen roared crazily as he gathered all the power in his body on his fist. Primordial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen roared and punched at young Master Ming fiercely. The wind from his fist turned into a gust of wind, and his aura was surging. Even though Feng Wuchen knew that he was powerless against young Master Ming, Feng Wuchen, who had lost control, only had revenge in his mind. There was nothing else. Even if he couldn't win, he had to fight. Even if he were to die, Feng Wuchen did not care. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was enough to push back a level 1 of the Heaven Realm. Boom. Buzz. The punch was fierce and landed squarely on young Master Ming's chest. With a loud bang, the overbearing and ferocious energy swept out, but it was a pity that it could not move young Master Ming. Feng Wuchen's punch was nothing to young Master Ming. After his punch failed, Feng Wuchen activated all the power in his body again and poured it into the Dragon God sword. The sword god burst out with a dazzling dark red light, and his aura was vast. The destructive sword will soared into the sky, and the overbearing sword radiance spread out from the Dragon God sword. It was like a war god from the 9 heavens, and its aura was earth-shattering. This is a celestial art. Sensing Feng Wuchen's destructive sword will and earth-shattering aura, young Master Ming could tell at a glance. Soul Destroyer Sword Technique. Soul Destroyer Sky Slash. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. He held the Dragon God sword tightly with both hands and swept it towards young Master Ming, who was close to him. His attack was extremely ruthless. Boom. Buzz. The dark red sword radiance, which was hundreds of feet long, expanded in front of young Master Ming and exploded. The dazzling energy engulfed the two of them. This kid really doesn't want to live anymore. He can't take it at such a close distance, right? But the celestial art is extremely overbearing. When he uses all his strength, it's comparable to a level 1 of the Heaven Realm. Young Master Ming was secretly shocked. Of course, she was only shocked. This power could not hurt young Master Ming at all. Feng Wuchen was in a frenzied and uncontrollable state, so the power that exploded out was naturally even more terrifying. After the terrifying energy ripples dissipated, young Master Ming, who was unharmed, appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Feng Wuchen attacked with all his strength, it was useless. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was already heavily injured. The power of the sword radiance just now had also affected him, and his injuries worsened. Feng Wuchen, come back with me obediently, and you can suffer less. With your little strength, you don't even have the right to die in my hands, let alone take revenge. Young Master Ming stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said coldly. Feng Wuchen, who had lost control, had lost all sense of reason. Do you still not understand? You're too weak. Young Master Ming shook her head. In her eyes, Feng Wuchen was simply too stupid. You know you can't beat him, yet you still want to die. This is stupid. I really don't understand. You're so weak. Why would you want to die? The more young Master Ming spoke, the colder she became. The cold aura made people feel as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Buzz. Between Feng Wuchen's eyebrows, golden light flashed, and the golden dragon seal shone. The overbearing power of his martial spirit spread out. Wherever it passed, the repaired space was torn apart by hundreds of spiderweb-like cracks. Dragon Soul? Young Master Ming's expression changed slightly. Devour. Feng Wuchen roared furiously. His overbearing devouring power swept out crazily. Feng Wuchen wanted to devour young Master Ming's power by force, however, this was impossible. others might be able to, but unfortunately, it was young Master Ming. How could one of the top experts of the continent be so easily devoured? Arrogant. Young Master Ming said with disdain. Her eyes narrowed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in them. Boom. Poof. Young Master Ming punched out, and it landed on Feng Wuchen's chest. With a boom, Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying, breaking through the devouring power of the golden dragon seal. You want to devour my power with your dragon soul? Even if you can your weak body withstand it? Young Master Ming said with disdain. The power of a 5th-tier soul transformation realm expert was enormous. Feng Wuchen couldn't withstand it at all. This kid's dragon soul is not ordinary. The dragon soul of the dragon clan doesn't have the ability to devour. This kid's dragon soul is still very weak. Once it becomes stronger, its devouring power will be immeasurable. Young Master Ming thought to herself. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen, who was sent flying, roared angrily again, completely ignoring his serious injuries. Above the dragon temple below, a bright golden light soared into the sky, and the huge ninefold Cosmos Pagoda instantly appeared above Feng Wuchen. The power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had increased along with Feng Wuchen's cultivation. The 1,000-foot-long golden formation shrouded young Master Ming within. High-grade spirit artifact? Looking at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, young Master Ming frowned slightly. No, if it's just a spiritual item, this suppressive force wouldn't be able to suppress my cultivation. This is a broken immortal item. The moment the golden formation came down, young Arbiter Ming felt a domineering suppressive force. But unfortunately, it couldn't suppress Xiaoxi Ming's power at all. I didn't expect you to have a treasure that can suppress one's cultivation. Too bad, it's useless on me. Young Master Ming sneered. Huh. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely ferocious. He clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. He waved his hand, and the 1,000-foot-long ninefold Cosmos Pagoda smashed down. Humph. Have you run out of tricks? Even the immortal arts can't hurt me. What's the use of this broken immortal item? Young Master Ming's face was full of disdain. Boom. Finishing her words, Xiaoxi Ming waved her hand. With a boom, the pagoda was sent flying into the sky, unable to withstand even a single blow. However, the moment the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was sent flying, something seemed to fly out of the tower. It was so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Illusory figures appeared one after another. There were hundreds of them, and they were all middle-aged men and women. Every illusory figure emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Seeing this, the furious Feng Wuchen's blood-red eyes froze. Young Master Ming was also stunned, her face filled with astonishment. Are these soul bodies? Feng Wuchen wasn't sure, but looking at the illusory figures, as an alchemist, he was very sure that the hundreds of illusory figures were soul bodies. When Feng Wuchen first entered the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, if he had stayed on the 4th level for a while, he might have found a large number of illusory figures in the tombs on the 4th level. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't know what the tombs were for at that time, and he never went to the 4th level after that. Therefore, Feng Wuchen didn't know about the existence of these soul bodies. But why did these soul bodies appear at this time? What were they trying to do? Why are these soul bodies in the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? And there are dozens of them in the Divine Transformation realm. The others are all in the Heaven realm. Among the hundreds of soul bodies, there were dozens of them in the Divine Transformation realm. 3 of them were in the 7th tier of the Divine Transformation realm, 7 were in the 6th tier, and the rest were between the 3rd and 5th tier of the Divine Transformation realm. This lineup was very terrifying, and it would be easy for them to sweep across the continent. Because of this, young Master Ming's face showed a look of shock. The hundreds of soul bodies were motionless and expressionless, but each of them was powerful without being angry. Why are there so many powerful soul bodies in this pagoda? Young Master Ming frowned and couldn't help but look at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda again. After looking again, young Master Ming felt that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda wasn't as bad as she thought. Feng Wuchen didn't know why the soul bodies appeared. But Feng Wuchen, who was furious and out of control, didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to kill young Master Ming to avenge his parents and all the soldiers of the Dragon Temple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen forcibly activated the power of Armageddon. Holding the dragon god sword with both hands, he swung it again and again. Dozens of sword lights burst out, and the momentum was extremely domineering, extremely crazy, and endless. You're overestimating yourself. Young Master Ming was still disdainful. But the moment Feng Wuchen swung the dragon god sword, a terrifying scene appeared. Young Master Ming's disdainful face also froze at this moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Hundreds of soul bodies waved their hands at the same time, and hundreds of terrifying energy slashes shot out. The destructive energy instantly shook the entire Wuji domain. The bright void collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the world changed, turning into a dark world in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Where did the Wuji domain get so much terrifying energy? Divine Transformation Realm. Divine Transformation Realm again. Who's fighting? The sky is about to collapse. All the forces and countless cultivators in the Wuji domain fell into fear and despair again. Hundreds of terrifying energy slashes were a spectacular and shocking sight. Any Divine Transformation Realm expert would be scared out of their wits if they saw it. Feng Wuchen was completely stunned. How is this possible? Young Master Ming was dumbfounded, and her face turned pale from fear. The hundreds of terrifying energy slashes contained the power of dozens of Divine Transformation Realm experts, not to mention hundreds of Divine Transformation Realm experts. No matter how terrifying young Master Ming's strength was, she still felt threatened by hundreds of soul bodies. These are soul puppets. Seeing hundreds of energy slashes darting over, Xiaoxi Ming screamed out in fright. Hundreds of soul bodies attacked at the same time, using the same moves. Young Master Ming immediately concluded that they were soul puppets. Hundreds of terrifying energy slashes shot out at the same time, creating a sharp sonic boom that caused unbearable pain in people's eardrums. Yin-yang illusion. Young Master Ming didn't have time to think. She immediately shouted and disappeared. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The moment young Master Ming disappeared, hundreds of energy slashes clashed with each other, creating an earth-shaking explosion. At the center of the explosion, a huge black mushroom cloud rose into the sky, creating a spectacular scene. Destructive energy ripples spread out unscrupulously, and a violent wind blew in the void like a hurricane. If someone was watching the battle, they would definitely be scared out of their wits by this horrifying scene. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen reacted in time and hid in the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, moving behind the Soul Transformation Realm soul bodies to avoid being affected by the terrifying energy ripples. In front of the hundreds of souls, a terrifying energy layer had formed at some point, forcefully blocking the destructive energy. Swish! High up in the sky, young Master Ming's figure appeared out of nowhere, looking at the hundreds of soul bodies in shock. That pagoda is not simple. Young Master Ming frowned. If it was an ordinary pagoda, it wouldn't have so many terrifying soul bodies. The hundreds of soul bodies were like the guardians of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, protecting the pagoda behind them. When the terrifying energy ripples dispersed, Feng Wuchen had already come out of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen looked at the hundreds of expressionless soul bodies in shock, speechless for a moment. They seem to be under my control. After a long while, Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Thinking back to the hundreds of soul bodies attacking together, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but be shocked. Feng Wuchen, what is this pagoda of yours? Young Master Ming frowned and asked. The treasure that will kill you. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. With a thought, he controlled his soul body to attack. But to Feng Wuchen's disappointment, the soul did not move at all. Feng Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Could it be that these souls were not under his control? Then what was with the attack just now? What's going on? Not under his control? Young Master Ming was confused. Seize this opportunity to capture this brat. So as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Young Master Ming frowned and said. While Feng Wuchen couldn't control his soul body, young Master Ming flashed out. Young Master Ming believed that with his speed, he could definitely capture Feng Wuchen alive in a split second. Come. Although Feng Wuchen was angry that he couldn't control his soul, he didn't want to rely on them. Teleport, with a thought, Feng Wuchen performed his movement skill. With the dragon god sword in his hand, he burst out with an unstoppable aura without any fear. But just as Feng Wuchen performed his teleport attack, the hundreds of soul bodies moved again. Shoo! 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 The hundreds of soul bodies flashed and disappeared at the same time. It was very strange. Sensing the movement of the soul bodies, young Master Ming's expression changed. She quickly gave up on attacking and retreated, creating a distance between herself and the soul bodies. Are these soul bodies targeting me? Young Master Ming gritted her teeth and said angrily. Once he attacked, the soul bodies attacked. If he didn't move, the soul bodies wouldn't move either. This is teleportation. Feng Wuchen was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. At this moment, Feng Wuchen finally understood. He couldn't control the soul bodies with his thoughts. The soul bodies' movements were completely based on Feng Wuchen's movements. I see. Feng Wuchen finally understood. Young Master Ming, it's time for you to die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to the souls of the Dragon God Temple brothers in heaven. Feng Wuchen roared and shot out with the Dragon God sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, sure enough, the moment Feng Wuchen attacked, hundreds of soul bodies flew out at an astonishing speed. With a loud rumble, it made people feel a deep sense of fear. The hundreds of soul bodies followed Feng Wuchen and attacked young Master Ming fiercely. Seeing this, young Master Ming's expression changed again. She immediately performed her yin-yang illusion to dodge. Dozens of soul transformation realm warriors. No matter how arrogant young Master Ming was, she wasn't arrogant enough to fight against dozens of soul transformation realm warriors. Humph! You can't run! Feng Wuchen roared. When young Master Ming reappeared, Feng Wuchen noticed it immediately. The hundreds of soul bodies also noticed it. Humph! Little brat, don't underestimate me. Young Master Ming said fiercely. She put her palms together and activated her terrifying bloodline power. Yin-yang soul suppressing spell. Young Master Ming shouted and raised a golden energy in her palm. Young Master Ming waved her hand and the golden energy shot up into the sky. It divided into 8 parts and flew in different directions. A moment later, strange and mysterious runes appeared under the feet of the hundreds of soul bodies. They were all trapped by the strange and mysterious spell. Hundreds of soul bodies were all trapped by young Master Ming alone. Spell. A spell that can intimidate soul bodies. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. At this critical moment, hundreds of soul bodies were trapped by the spell. Humph! Do you really think these trashy soul puppets can deal with me? Young Master Ming said disdainfully with a trace of arrogance on her face. Whoosh, buzz buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, young Master Ming waved her hand and a terrifying golden energy slash that was hundreds of thousands of feet long broke through the sky. It was extremely powerful and ruthless. Feng Wuchen, do you think these trashy souls can still protect you? Young Master Ming sneered and asked with a vicious look. Young Master Ming seemed to want to eliminate the threat of the soul bodies as soon as possible. Young Master Ming was worried that she would fail miserably, so she had to eliminate these soul bodies. The yin-yang soul suppressing spell of the yin-yang family was extremely terrifying. It could intimidate the soul bodies of cultivators and completely immobilize them. The hundreds of soul bodies couldn't move at all. Obviously, they were all under young Master Ming's spell. Feng Wuchen didn't know much about spells. In the evil dragon god's memory, he didn't know much about the yin-yang family either. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety. The hundreds of soul bodies couldn't move, and he didn't know how to break the spell of the yin-yang family. Whoosh, just as young Master Ming was feeling smug and Feng Wuchen was burning with anxiety, a white light flashed and disappeared. Its speed was several times faster than the speed of sound. The white light flashed and disappeared so quickly that young Master Ming didn't even see what it was. That aura just now was. Fear appeared on young Master Ming's face, and the arrogance from before was completely gone. So fast. I can't see or feel anything. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't know what that white light was. As the white light flashed, the entire space fell silent, the destructive energy slash disappeared, and so did the power of the spell. The white light disappeared in a flash, leaving nothing behind. It was extremely strange. Feng Wuchen's face was full of shock, not understanding the situation. Although he didn't know what that white light was, Feng Wuchen was sure that it was far more terrifying than young Master Ming. Young Master Ming's face was full of fear, as if she was facing a great enemy. Young Master Ming seemed to know something, and her body was trembling out of fear. With young Master Ming's terrifying strength, there were only a handful of experts on the continent who could make her feel fear. Who is it? Come out. Young Master Ming frowned and shouted coldly, her expression extremely solemn. As a 5th-tier divine transformation realm expert, young Master Ming's battle power surpassed that of the 7th tier, but she couldn't detect the mysterious expert who attacked just now. This showed that this person's cultivation was far above young Master Ming's. As young Master Ming shouted, Feng Xianxia and everyone else appeared out of thin air in the Dragon Temple. It was as if the Dragon Temple was under some kind of camouflage. Father! Mother! Xiao Xiao! Feng Wuchen's eyes widened in shock and ecstasy. Although Feng Wuchen didn't know what happened, he was sure that the people of the Dragon Temple were still alive. This is impossible. They're still alive. Young Master Ming said in disbelief, her expression slightly dazed. The destructive energy just now was enough to destroy the Wuji domain, let alone the people of the Dragon Temple. But the people of the Dragon Temple were still alive. Could it be? Young Master Ming's face was full of fear again. The people of the Dragon Temple were all alive and kicking, but they were also full of confusion. Why did the sky suddenly disappear? I thought we were all dead. Young Master Ming's terrifying power spread out, and the sky disappeared. What's going on? The sky appeared again. The people of the Dragon Temple were extremely confused, and no one knew what happened. However, the faces of Qi Yuan, Zhang Wufeng, and the others were full of fear, as if they had sensed something. The temple master hasn't been taken away. Nangong Zhan pointed at the void and said excitedly. Big brother Feng. Lu Qingyan shouted excitedly. That's great. Seeing that Feng Wuchen hadn't been captured by young Master Ming, Feng Jingxiong, Xiao Qingqing, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, when the sky suddenly disappeared, they couldn't see the collapsed dark sky, and they couldn't see Feng Wuchen's figure, which made them extremely worried. What are those? Yi Tianqing exclaimed as he looked at the hundreds of souls in the sky. Spiritual body? Zhang Wuhuan and the others were shocked. Zhang Wufeng exclaimed in shock, where did so many powerful soul bodies come from? What terrifying soul bodies? Dozens of them are in the apotheosis realm, and the rest are in the heaven realm. Qi Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. Not even 10 immortal artifact pavilions could compare to such a terrifying lineup, which scared the people of the Dragon Temple and made them tremble in fear. No one knew where these terrifying souls came from. Swish, Ling Xiaoxiao flashed over immediately, shielding Feng Wuchen behind her, coldly staring at young Master Ming. Feng Jingxiong and the people of the Dragon Temple, as well as Qi Yuan and the others, all flew over. Big brother Feng, are you okay? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with concern. I'm fine. Fortunately, these souls helped me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been taken away by him. Feng Wuchen nodded, forcibly suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. The people of the Dragon Temple were still alive, and Feng Wuchen was completely relieved. Big brother Feng, what's going on with these powerful souls? Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Chen why aren't these souls moving? Xiao Qingqing asked in horror, feeling scared just by looking at them. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, I don't know the details, but they came from Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? The moment they heard this, everyone's face froze as they looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Everyone obviously couldn't believe that there were so many terrifying souls in Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. They often cultivated in the pagoda, so why had they never seen them before? I'm also confused now. We'll talk about it later. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He didn't understand why there were these souls in Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, nor did he know why they were under his control. Big brother Feng, someone must have saved us just now. Ling Xiaoxiao said solemnly, but she didn't know who it was either. That's right. This person's cultivation is extremely high. That aura disappeared in an instant. Qi Yuan said solemnly. You should be talking about the same person. This person also saved me. Feng Wuchen nodded. However, this mysterious person didn't appear. Everyone present, including young Master Ming, couldn't sense this person's existence. Who is it? Why doesn't he show himself? Young Master Ming roared, looking around fiercely. But when young Master Ming's roar sounded, Feng Wuchen and the others' faces froze as if they had seen something. Their eyes widened. Above young Master Ming's head, a figure appeared strangely. It was like a jigsaw puzzle, piecing together a figure. Young Master Ming didn't notice this person's appearance at all. Strong. Absolutely strong, the person who appeared was a middle-aged man. He wore a gorgeous brocade robe and a crown on his head. He looked dignified without being angry, and had the demeanor of an expert. Just by standing there, he gave off an invincible feeling. It was quite terrifying. So it's him. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. From the evil dragon god's memory, Feng Wuchen quickly recognized this person. Pavilion Master Qi Yuan, do you recognize this person? Zhang Wuhuan asked in horror. As a divine transformation realm expert, Zhang Wuhuan felt a deep sense of dread even if there were no energy fluctuations coming from this mysterious person. Qi Yuan shook his head, his pale face filled with shock. As one of the continent's top leaders, he had never seen this mysterious person before. So scary. I can't breathe. Lu Qingyang was already scared out of his wits. Young Master Ming didn't notice at all. Yi Tianqing trembled. Although there were no energy fluctuations coming from this person's aura was very terrifying. Even without getting close, they could feel the tearing pain caused by the air being compressed. This mysterious person's cultivation had probably reached the peak of the continent. Young Master Ming looked around angrily and suddenly saw Feng Wuchen and the others stiff in shocked expressions. Young Master Ming's body stiffened, and she raised her head with great difficulty. With one look, young Master Ming's expression changed drastically. Are you looking for me? Seeing young Master Ming's terrified gaze, the man asked. His voice was calm, but it instantly made young Master Ming fall into an abyss. Seeing the man above her head, young Master Ming's body shook again, and the fear in her eyes intensified. Guardian of the Dragon Clan. Xiaoxi Ming's face was filled with terror, and her soul had left her body. It was the guardian of the Eternal Dragon Clan. Guardian of the Dragon Clan? Hearing Xiaoxi Ming scream, everyone in the Dragon Temple was shocked. Dragon Clan. Red Abyss was completely dumbfounded. What kind of clan is the Dragon Clan? Everyone was confused. Although they didn't know what the Dragon Clan was, it was terrifying. The Dragon Clan is the most powerful clan in the world. The Yinyang family is nothing in front of the Dragon Clan, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Seeing the guardian of the Dragon Clan, she smiled. The most powerful race? Everyone turned pale with fright. They were completely stunned. Qi Yuan, Zhang Wuhuan, and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the guardian of the Dragon Clan in horror. Uncle Long Jian. Ling Xiaoxiao waved at the guardian of the Dragon Clan with a happy smile. Uncle? Hearing how Ling Xiaoxiao addressed the guardian of the Dragon Clan, everyone was shocked again. Ling Xiaoxiao knew the guardian of the Dragon Clan. She even called him uncle. What kind of terrifying force was behind Ling Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao, so you still remember Uncle Long Jian? You haven't been to the Dragon Clan for a long time. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Long Jian smiled. Xiaoxiao came out to train, so I didn't have much time. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. Long Jian floated past young Master Ming. Young Master Ming didn't dare to move, her face filled with fear. Seeing Long Jian floating over, everyone in the Dragon Temple was shocked and in awe. Qi Yuan and the others also showed respect. In front of an absolutely terrifying expert, they didn't dare to be disrespectful. Even Xiaoxi Ming was scared to this extent, let alone them. Uncle Long Jian, you're so powerful. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Your mouth is still so sweet. No wonder your grandpa Long always misses you. Long Jian smiled happily. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Long Ao smiled and said, your cultivation is improving very quickly. When you comprehend space-time travel, remember to visit the Eternal Dragon Clan. The clan head wants to see your growth. Of course. Feng Wuchen nodded. Long Jian's words immediately shocked Crimson Abyss and the rest. The Dragon Clan protector actually valued Feng Wuchen so highly. Scarlet Abyss felt that he had made the right bet. No matter how strong the Yinyang family was, could they be stronger than the dragon race? Feng Jingxiong and Xiao Qingqing looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They thought to themselves, could this person be the master that Feng Wuchen mentioned before? Even if it wasn't master, it was most likely related to the master behind Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, how would Long Jian know that Feng Wuchen's cultivation had improved so quickly? Long Jian's words undoubtedly made one realize that he had been secretly observing Feng Wuchen all this time, and that the dragon race had been paying close attention to him. Everyone present, including young Master Ming, was terrified by Long Jian's words. The Eternal Dragon Clan had been paying attention to Feng Wuchen all this time. Crimson Abyss was even more shocked and overjoyed at the same time. Crimson Abyss had risked his life to help and even sacrificed the fate of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion. His actions had completely won Feng Wuchen's trust. The Zhang clan had made the right bet, however, what they didn't expect was that the Dragon clan valued Feng Wuchen so highly. Uncle Long Jian, that bastard wanted to take Brother Feng away. If it weren't for Uncle Long Jian's timely intervention, I'm afraid we would have died in his hands. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced at young Master Ming coldly. Hearing this, Long Jian glanced at young Master Ming. With just a glance, young Master Ming was so frightened that she took a few steps back. With just a glance, young Master Ming was so frightened. It was clear how terrifying Long Jian's strength was. Long Jian, is Feng Wuchen a member of the Dragon Clan? Young Master Ming suppressed the fear in her heart and asked. Long Jian didn't answer. He raised his hand slightly, his palm facing young Master Ming. Long Jian's action scared young Master Ming out of her wits. Vital Essence Protection. 7 Souls Tian Ming's Armor. Immortal Art. Divine Ice Shield. Young Master Ming fully activated her bloodline power, forming an energy shield, immortal armor, and immortal art energy shield. Boom. Crack. Pfft. A ruthless and terrifying energy exploded. In an instant, young Master Ming's energy shield, immortal weapon, and immortal art were all shattered. In the end, she even spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Ming was severely injured on the spot, strong enough to destroy heaven and earth. Young Master Ming's strength was terrifying. Feng Wuchen and the others had already experienced it. Qi Yuan and the other soul formation experts, as well as hundreds of terrifying souls, couldn't do anything to young Master Ming. However, Long Jian's attack ignored all of young Master Ming's defenses. Even her immortal armor was shattered. Such a huge difference shocked everyone in the Dragon Temple. With just a lift of his hand, he could severely injure young Master Ming. Long Jian's cultivation was simply unimaginable. You have no right to speak. Long Jian said coldly. Long Jian's one attack and one sentence completely stunned young Master Ming. Even if she was severely injured by Long Jian, even if Long Jian looked down on her, young Master Ming didn't dare to show any resentment or anger. Young Master Ming knew very well how terrifying Long Jian was. She didn't dare to provoke him. Not to mention young Master Ming, even the high priest and protector of the Yinyang family had to retreat when they saw Long Jian. While young Master Ming was stunned, everyone from the Dragon Temple felt that their hatred had been vented. Young Master Ming covered her wound and endured the pain. Uncle Long Jian, well done. A shameless person like him should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he really thinks that the Yinyang family can do whatever they want. Ling Xiaoxiao said. The Yinyang family is getting more and more arrogant recently. Long Jian stared coldly at young Master Ming. Treasure hunting depends on one's ability. If your Yinyang family can't get it, then you can't. Bullying the weekend juniors, what kind of ability is that? You'll only embarrass the Yinyang family. Long Jian said coldly. Young Master Ming didn't dare to refute or speak. Long Jian's strength was too terrifying. Young Master Ming was worried that she would be killed if she spoke. If Long Jian wanted to kill her, young Master Ming wouldn't be able to resist. Go back and tell the Yinyang Heavenly Emperor that if the Yinyang family has the guts, let him come to the Eternal Dragon Tribe. Long Jian said coldly. Young Master Ming didn't say anything and was about to use her movement technique to leave. However, as soon as young Master Ming's figure disappeared, Long Jian grabbed at the air and pulled young Master Ming back. Hiss. Seeing this, the people of the Dragon God Temple gasped in horror. Young Master Ming's cultivation was so strong that she could definitely leave the Wuji domain in a flash. But Long Jian reached out and pulled young Master Ming back. What kind of terrifying strength was that? I haven't finished speaking. You're not going anywhere. Long Jian said coldly. He was extremely domineering. Please speak. Young Master Ming suppressed her anger and said in a suppressed tone. In front of Long Jian, young Master Ming had no temper at all. She could only be a coward. You can get lost now. Long Jian said coldly. End of chapter 624. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.